Lin Luo found himself traversing into the world of Dragon Ball just before the impending invasion of the Saiyans, a time fraught with the emergence of formidable adversaries. As an ordinary individual, he was faced with considerable peril. Fortunately, the Multiverse Video Network extended an invitation to Lin Luo, who learned of an ongoing transformation event. By uploading videos related to transformations and ultimately achieving victory, he could earn powers depicted within the videos as rewards. Upon discovering the details of this event, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. In terms of strength, Dragon Ball was not the most potent universe among the myriad realms. However, when it came to transformations, if the Saiyans ranked second, who could dare to claim the first position? Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct, Beast Gohan. As Lin Luo uploaded a series of Saiyan transformation videos, the multiverse was subtly shaken by the spectacle of Saiyan transformations. Luffy remarked, "Compared to the transformations of the Saiyans, my Gear 5 seems trivial." The Armor Summoner added, "Our armors are mere scrap metal in the presence of the Saiyans." The Ultraman human form expressed, "We would gladly exchange our ability to transform into Ultraman for the power of a Saiyan." Yihei mused, "If my primal holy body were combined with a Saiyan transformation, wouldn't that render me invincible?" Countless beings across the multiverse echoed, "In this life, I have no regrets in entering the world of Dragon Ball in the next. I wish to be a Saiyan." Chapter 1. The Shock of Saiyan Transformations in the Multiverse. Goodness, why on earth have I been transported to such a perilous world? In West City, Lin Luo gazed at the hovering cars around him and the opulent semicircular mansion not far away. The familiar scenes before him unmistakably indicated which world he had entered. The world of Dragon Ball. Those floating vehicles were indeed the common mode of transportation for ordinary people in the Dragon Ball universe. And that lavish mansion nearby was none other than the residence of the world's wealthiest individual, the primary female protagonist of Dragon Ball, Bulma. Was he not merely reliving his childhood, rewatching the Dragon Ball anime? How had he ended up here? Before his transmutation, as a fervent admirer of Dragon Ball, Lin Luo had often fantasized about traversing into this grand universe, dreaming of becoming a Saiyan. To live without regrets in Dragon Ball, and to wish to be a Saiyan in the next life was a dream shared by many enthusiasts, and Lin Luo felt no surprise at this sentiment. Yet, upon his actual arrival, Lin Luo realized the gravity of his predicament. Being transported to such a treacherous world was no trivial matter, particularly as he was an ordinary person and not transformed into a Saiyan. In the Dragon Ball world, being an ordinary individual was exceedingly hazardous. Life and death were no longer within one's control. Compounding his woes, Lin Luo soon discovered a significant issue. He had arrived at a time when Son Goku and Piccolo had just defeated Raditz. This indicated that in a year's time, the more formidable Saiyans, Vegeta, and Nappa would descend upon Earth. Consequently, the power dynamics within the Dragon Ball universe would enter a new era, heralding an age where anyone could obliterate planets. Of course, this bore little significance for ordinary people. If there was any relevance, it was that in the face of such monstrous beings, the safety of ordinary individuals diminished further, leading to swifter demise if one were to traverse back to earlier times. He could join forces with Sun Wukong and Krillin to become apprentices under Master Roshi, thus integrating into the main protagonist ensemble. Although, given his identity as an Earthling, his pinnacle of development would be akin to Krillin, and in the later stages, he would merely play a supporting role. Yet, this existence would undoubtedly far surpass that of an ordinary individual. However, at this juncture, it is too late to turn back the clock. While it is true that future foes were vanquished through the efforts of Sun Wukong and his companions, being an ordinary human, with one's life hanging by a thread, instills an unsettling sense of vulnerability. One could easily become nourishment for Cell or a mere snack for Majin Buu in the future. Isn't it said that all traversers possess a golden finger? Where is the golden finger? Where is the system? My demands are modest. I merely wish to acquire the power of the Omni King. Even if it falls short, I would be content with the strength of the Grand Priest. Ding! The Multiverse Video Network invites you to join. Would you like to join? At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Luo's ear. The Multiverse Video Network? What is this? A flicker of curiosity passed through Lin Luo's mind, but he quickly pondered, could this be his golden finger? I shall join, Ding. Congratulations on successfully joining the Multiverse Video Network. You can now upload videos and share your life with the myriad realms. In the next instant, an interface materialized before Lin Luo. The layout and style of this interface reminded him of the video websites he frequently browsed in his past life. After navigating through the options, Lin Luo grasped the essence of the Multiverse Video Network. The IT bore similarities to the video platforms of his former existence, allowing users to upload videos onto the site. However, the audience hailed from countless realms. He encountered videos from the world of pirates, as well as those from the realm of ninjas. There were also videos featuring Kamen Riders, Ultraman, and Armored Warriors. Yet, notably absent was any content from the Dragon Ball universe. Does this imply that he is the inaugural inhabitant from the Dragon Ball universe to join this site? Just then, an event piqued Lin Luo's interest. The Transformation Extravaganza. Users of the site are invited to upload videos related to transformations to participate in the event. The website will evaluate submissions based on content, view counts, and barrage interactions to determine the 10 finest videos. The creators of these videos will be rewarded generously. This event will last for a total of 7 days. Lin Luo perused the videos submitted for this event. There was Naruto, showcasing his Sage Mode, uploaded by Uzumaki Naruto. Another featured Luffy, transforming into Gear Second, uploaded by Luffy himself. Kaido's transformation into an Azure Dragon was also present, submitted by Kaido. Additionally, various transformation videos from Armored Warriors, Kamen Riders, and Ultraman were featured. These videos were uploaded by either the Transformers themselves or others. The event spans 7 days, of which 3 have already elapsed, leaving 4 remaining. As you are the first user from the Dragon Ball universe to join this website. The videos you upload will be showcased across the myriad realms, attracting countless viewers. If your uploaded video secures a ranking in the event, the rewards you receive will be significantly more generous. You may select any content from your uploaded videos as a reward, including but not limited to strength and abilities. Upon hearing the website's notification, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that as the inaugural user from the Dragon Ball universe to join a video sharing platform, he would possess such privileges. The first privilege allowed his videos to trend immediately, attracting a greater audience. The second privilege was even more extraordinary. Should his video achieve a ranking in the event, he could choose any aspect of the video content. This privilege could catapult him to unprecedented heights. In the Dragon Ball universe, what is of utmost importance? It is strength. And if he wielded this second privilege wisely, it could elevate him to become one of the foremost warriors in the Dragon Ball realm. By the way, it seems the website does not stipulate that the videos submitted for the event must be uploaded by the individual themselves. He mused. In that case, I apologize in advance. If only videos uploaded by the individual were deemed valid, he would be at a loss, as he couldn't transform and had no noteworthy videos to share. However, the site did not specify that the uploads had to be by the individual themselves, meaning that sharing others' videos was permissible. Given that this event revolved around transformations, the Dragon Ball universe, while not the pinnacle of strength among all realms, certainly excelled in the flamboyance of transformations. The Saiyans of the Dragon Ball world were unparalleled, from the iconic Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, and beyond, including Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct, and Self-Mastery. Though Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery may not strictly be classified as transformations, they could certainly be regarded as such. Watching the transformation videos submitted for the event, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. While the transformations in those videos were indeed classic, they paled in comparison to the Saiyan transformations. Next, it was time to deliver a monumental shockwave of Saiyan transformations to the myriad realms. Although only 4 days remained until the event's conclusion, Lin Luo harbored no doubts about his video securing a ranking. Ding. Due to a user from the Dragon Ball world joining the Multiverse Video Network, this website is now fully accessible to the Dragon Ball universe. Individuals from the Dragon Ball realm can upload and view videos on this website. As the announcement echoed, a multitude of individuals from the Dragon Ball universe found themselves confronted with the Multiverse Video Network interface. Those training on Earth, such as Krillin and Yamcha Goku, who had just arrived at King Kai's planet Vegeta in Nappa, en route to Earth, and even the slumbering god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis, along with the Omni King and Grand Priest in the Omni King's Palace Hall, were presented with the Multiverse Video Network. In that moment, the entire Dragon Ball universe trembled with excitement. Chapter 2. The beginning of the Saiyan transformation unleashed the primal god. What is this wondrous creation known as the Multiverse Video Network? In the realm of Dragon Ball, many pondered such inquiries. However, upon grasping its significance, the video network emerged as a beacon of hope for some, such as Krillin and Son Goku. They glimpsed the possibility of defeating Vegeta through this platform. Conversely, Vegeta perceived an opportunity to liberate himself from Frieza and vanquish him. Frieza, in turn, envisioned the prospect of immortality. As for Beerus, Whis, the Omni King, and the Grand Priest, the video network served as an excellent diversion to alleviate their interminable boredom. As exalted deities, their long existence was often characterized by tedium, particularly for the Omni King. Due to his status, he lacked companions for amusement and found himself confined within the Omni King's palace, beset by ennui. He yearned for a friend to share in his leisure, to help pass the endless, dreary hours. The advent of the video network filled him with joy. On Earth, in West City, Lin Luo mused. Have I inadvertently enabled the denizens of the Dragon Ball universe to access the video network? The videos I release may alter the trajectory of their narrative. After all, the content he intended to publish would delve into the future plotlines of the Dragon Ball world. If certain characters were to behold these revelations, would it not shift the course of events? Yet, the potential consequences seemed trivial. As long as he could reap rewards, the changes to the storyline appeared rather intriguing. Without further ado, he resolved to astonish the myriad realms with the Saiyan transformation. This endeavor encompassed the Dragon Ball universe as well. At this juncture, the Saiyan transformation remained largely undisclosed. Thus, the videos he was about to unveil would undoubtedly astound the inhabitants of Dragon Ball, and even the protagonists themselves. Would this not heighten the excitement? Subsequently, Lin Luo edited the visions in his mind into a video, bestowing upon it an enticing title before uploading it to the video network and opting to participate in the transformation event. Upon releasing his video, it was promptly recommended to countless viewers across the multiverse. In the world of One Piece, another transformation video has surfaced. What marvels shall this new video unveil? On the Thousand Sunny, Zoro remarked with eager anticipation. Sanji, Nami, and the others nodded enthusiastically. Since the inception of this event, they had witnessed numerous transformations. Initially, they believed Luffy's transformations were the most extravagant, yet they were astonished to discover a plethora of flamboyant transformations from other worlds. Now, with a new video emerging from the previously uncharted Dragon Ball universe, curiosity piqued their interest. Could there be a new world contributing to the video network? I wonder what the transformations from this Dragon Ball universe will be like, they collectively pondered, brimming with anticipation. In the world of Digga, it appeared that the Dragon Ball universe was not merely another Ultraman realm. Indeed, it was initially believed that Digga's 3 transformation forms were already remarkable. Little did they anticipate that the subsequent Ultramen would exhibit transformations that were even more extravagant. Upon witnessing the videos originating from the Dragon Ball universe, the members of the Victory team couldn't help but exhale in relief. They were not the first Ultramen to grace the video platform. However, Digga was the pioneer among Ultramen to possess diverse forms. When transformation activities commenced, they noted that other Ultramen could only release videos showcasing their transformations. Yet, their Digga had the unique capability to present videos of his various forms. This led them to believe that Digga was the most formidable in terms of transformation among Ultramen. However, what they did not foresee was that the Ultramen that followed would each possess the ability to transform, and in a myriad of flamboyant ways. Without even mentioning Dinah and Gaia, whose transformation forms bore resemblance to Digga's. Later Ultramen such as Orb and Jed could astonishingly harness the powers of other Ultramen for their transformations. This revelation left them utterly bewildered. Even the arrival of new Ultraman universes made them tremble with anticipation. Fortunately, the newly arrived universe was not that of Ultraman. Among them, it was Daigo who felt the most relieved. Heaven knows the turmoil he experienced upon witnessing Digga's powers being borrowed by various Ultramen. After marveling at the new world of Dragon Ball, countless eyes across the myriad realms fell upon the video title, The Beginning of the Saiyan Transformation, Great Ape Transformation. This piqued their curiosity about the video's content. The beginning of Saiyan transformation? Does this imply that the Saiyans possess more than one transformation? With a sense of intrigue, multitudes clicked on the video. It is well known that among the myriad realms, while Saiyans may not be the strongest in terms of raw power, when it comes to extravagant transformations, who could dare claim the top spot over them? As the saying goes, the variety of transformations available to Saiyans is limited, and this particular transformation marks the inception of their metamorphoses. It is a transformation that every Saiyan with a tail can master, albeit the weakest among them. The Great Ape Transformation. Ape God Activate. As the narration concluded, the video commenced in earnest. Young Goku, Bulma, Yamcha, and others found themselves ensnared within a steel cage, topped with a transparent glass panel. Through this panel, the full moon was visible. Young Goku warned Bulma and Yamcha that a monster would appear on a night of the full moon, revealing that his grandfather had been trampled by such a creature. Bulma and Yamcha, realizing the truth, were instantly taken aback, with Bulma even pointing at the moon and urging young Goku not to look. Yet, this very gesture prompted young Goku to instinctively gaze at the full moon. This single glance triggered a transformation. Goku's eyes turned crimson, and in the next moment, his physique dramatically expanded, his body becoming enveloped in black fur. The glass panel above was utterly incapable of containing his transformation, shattering upon impact. Soon, the young son Wukong transformed into a colossal giant ape. In the pirate world, on the Isle of Demons, could this transformation into a giant ape be a manifestation of a Zoan-type devil fruit ability? The metamorphosis bears a striking resemblance to the transformations that occur after consuming a Zoan fruit. Kaido, after taking a swig from his drink while watching the video, remarked, as the captain of the Beast Pirates, his crew consists entirely of Zoan fruit users. When they transform, their forms somewhat echo the giant ape scene in the video. However, aside from him, none of the others attain such an enormous size upon transformation. It is astonishing that the Dragon Ball universe possesses such powers. Could it be that there exist Zoan fruits within that realm as well? Regrettably, this Sun Wukong hails from the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, he would have made a fine addition to the Beast Pirates. Observing the transformed Sun Wukong, Kaido's appreciation for talent ignited. He was uncertain of Sun Wukong's strength, yet the sheer scale of his transformation suggested formidable power. In the Dragon Ball universe, this scene evokes memories of when they were ensnared by Pilaf. A moment when Sun Wukong transformed. Bulma gazed at the video, her face awash with nostalgia. Back then, she had accompanied Sun Wukong on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Those times were exhilarating and joyful. Alas, Sun Wukong is now married, with a child who has already turned 4. Chapter 3. Is the power of the Dragon Ball universe inferior to that of the pirate world? In the cosmic expanse, 2 spherical spaceships sped through the void. Inside, each vessel housed a figure clad in battle attire, sporting a single-lens scouter and a tail, none other than Vegeta and Nappa. Initially in a dormant state, they were roused by the emergence of the video network. As he watched, a cold smirk formed on Vegeta's lips. It seems this is Kakarot. A lowly warrior is indeed just that. Even after transforming into a giant ape, he remains pathetic. Vegeta harbored disdain for the strength displayed by the young Sun Wukong in the video. Unable to escape even a trivial cage, he resorts to transforming into a giant ape. One can only say, as expected of a lowly warrior, he is utterly useless. Moreover, losing his sanity upon transformation renders him the most inept of beings. Raditz, unable to defeat such a weakling, is likewise a failure. Just a mere lowly warrior, what tempest could he possibly stir before Vegeta? It appears that this journey to Earth will allow him to easily achieve his objectives. In Hell, on Snake Way, the running Sun Wukong halted upon encountering the video network. After all, watching videos while running could easily lead to a fall. He had already slipped once, wasting precious time. He could not afford to repeat that mistake. As he observed his transformed self in the video, Sun Wukong reminisced about the circumstances of that time. He distinctly recalled the moment when he, along with Bulma and Yamcha, found themselves ensnared. However, he remembered losing consciousness after gazing at the full moon. When he awoke, he had already been rescued. As he lost consciousness, it was due to his transformation into this gargantuan gorilla. Thus, it was my own hands that brought about my grandfather's demise. The creature that wreaked havoc at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was also I. Sun Wukong finally comprehended that the monster he had previously spoken of, which had killed his grandfather, was indeed himself. Grandfather, I am truly sorry. Though I now dwell in the realm of the dead, I lack the time to seek your forgiveness. Should I perish in this battle against the Saiyans, I shall come to apologize to you then. Sun Wukong resolved that if he were to fall in this confrontation with the Saiyans, he would seek out his grandfather to express his remorse. At that moment, the narration of the video resumed. The transformation of the Saiyans into their mighty ape form could be triggered by any Saiyan possessing a tail upon witnessing a full moon. In this transformed state, their power would increase tenfold. This gigantic ape form represented the pinnacle of their Saiyan strength. To revert from this transformation, aside from slaying the transformed Saiyan, there were 2 alternative methods. As the narration concluded, the scene shifted to Bulma and Yamcha, who began to take action. Since young Wukong, transformed into a giant ape, could not distinguish friend from foe, Bulma and Yamcha prepared to intervene to restore him to normalcy. Yamcha recalled that if someone grasped Wukong's tail, he would lose all his strength. Thus, the tail was his Achilles heel. To bring young Wukong back to his senses, they merely needed to sever his tail. With this plan in mind, Bulma and Oolong distracted young Wukong while Yamcha stealthily approached from behind and seized his tail. Meanwhile, Puar transformed into a pair of scissors and snipped off young Wukong's tail. After this series of maneuvers, they finally succeeded in returning young Wukong to his original state. The first method to revert a Saiyan from their giant ape form was to sever their tail. Without it, they could no longer maintain their transformation. Although the method of severing the tail remained a topic of discussion. In the world of pirates, on Onigashima, Kaido pondered the glaring weakness of this giant ape transformation. If the tail were severed, the transformation would cease. Moreover, once the tail was cut off, they would be unable to transform again, rendering it a one-time ability. Initially, Kaido had contemplated the possibility of recruiting young Wukong into his beast pirates, but now that notion had evaporated. The vulnerability of this giant ape transformation was simply too significant. They, as Zoan fruit users, did not share such a flaw. Yet, a comment that floated across the video screen left Kaido momentarily stunned. Naruto Uzumaki. The strength of the giant ape transformation can increase tenfold. Naruto Uzumaki. If my transformations, such as Sage Mode or Ninetales Chakra Mode, could enhance my power tenfold, I would have already wreaked havoc. Naruto's remark astonished the audience from all realms. Their attention had previously been fixated on the weaknesses of the giant ape transformation. However, the commentary of the video was overlooked. It stated that after transforming, a Saiyan's power could increase tenfold. For the various Ultraman human forms, armor summoners, and Kamen Riders, this is rather acceptable. After all, their power boosts upon transformation can even exceed tenfold. Yet, for others possessing transformation abilities, such a tenfold increase in strength is a cause for immense envy. Take Naruto, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the myriad of Zoan fruit users, for instance. If only my strength could multiply tenfold upon transformation, the world would undoubtedly be mine. What is Roger compared to me? I would ascend to become an even mightier pirate king. On Onigashima, Kaido rose abruptly, expressing his astonishment at the tenfold power increase following the transformation into a great ape. Although his strength also sees a substantial boost after transforming into an azure dragon, it pales in comparison to such a terrifying multiplier. Had he possessed a tenfold increase in power upon transformation, he would have long since claimed the title of the new pirate king. The 4 emperors and the marines would all bow before him. Alas, such a formidable transformation comes with a significant weakness. Moreover, the power achieved post-transformation is merely sufficient to demolish a castle. This strength remains rather feeble. Nevertheless, the one who transformed into the great ape is merely a child, and to possess such power at that age is commendable. One can only wonder if this child, named Goku, will grow to become even stronger. However, based on Goku's current abilities, it can be inferred that the overall strength of the Dragon Ball world is not particularly formidable, at least not when compared to their pirate realm. Since establishing a presence on the video platform, Kaido has encountered numerous powerful worlds. Many of these realms possess might far surpassing that of their pirate world. Those formidable pirates standing atop the pinnacle of their world are considered insignificant in others. This has fostered a habit within him, compelling him to compare the strength of the pirate world with that of any new world that joins the video platform. As it stands, the strength of the Dragon Ball world appears inferior to that of the pirate world. After all, those who can transform are already classified as strong. The power of the Transformers serves as a rough gauge for assessing the overall strength of their respective worlds. Judging by Goku's strength, it becomes evident that the Dragon Ball world is not particularly strong. In their pirate realm, there are numerous beings capable of destroying a castle. Even among his subordinates, many possess such strength. Not only Kaido, but also others, such as Naruto and Ichigo, share similar sentiments. Indeed, some Ultraman human forms, armor summoners, and Kamen Riders echo this notion. As more worlds join the video platform, each possessing extraordinary powers, it is inevitable that countless individuals will engage in debates. They yearn for their world not to be ranked among the weakest in comparison to those that have joined the platform, eager to measure whose world reigns supreme. Just as these individuals were contemplating the inferiority of the Dragon Ball world, the voiceover of the video resounded once more. Chapter 4. The Tremor of the Multiverse. An astonishing destruction of the moon. Severing the tails of the Saiyans is the primary method to prevent their transformation into great apes. The secondary method, however, presents a greater challenge. The reason the Saiyans can undergo this transformation is twofold. Firstly, they possess tails that can absorb a unique light emitted by the full moon, known as Blutz waves, facilitating their metamorphosis. Secondly, this transformation can only occur during a full moon. Similarly, the second method to revert their transformation is intrinsically linked to the full moon. Yet, it does not merely entail waiting for the full moon to wane. Instead, it requires them to be reverted during the full moon's illumination. Within the vast multiverse, there exists a multitude of astute minds. At this juncture, the narrator notes that many have already begun to deduce the implications, albeit with a sense of incredulity. Consequently, a flurry of astonished comments floods the screen. Sanji, no way. It can't be what I think it is. Zhonghua, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the second method mentioned in the video be feasible? Zhu Jing, surely not. Even in the various Ultraman worlds, such a feat would not be easily accomplished. Zhu Jing, could it be that the Dragon Ball universe truly possesses such capabilities? Zhang Chulan, surely, this Dragon Ball world can't have technology so advanced as to obliterate the moon. Zhang Chulan, it can't possibly be achievable by mere human effort, can it? Duan Muyan, however, based on the analysis of the narrator's commentary, it appears this is the only viable solution. The intelligent beings across the multiverse have surmised the second method to revert the Saiyans from their great ape form, to obliterate the full moon. Initially, they contemplated the mere disappearance of the full moon, reasoning that it is not a daily occurrence, and simply waiting for dawn would suffice. However, the narrator specified that during the full moon, the Saiyans must be reverted from their transformation. This implies that it is not merely a matter of delaying the full moon's presence. Therefore, one conclusion remains. The only feasible means to enact this during the full moon's ascent is to destroy it. But how could this be accomplished? It is understood that among the worlds represented on the video platform, only those from the Ultraman realm might possess the capability to annihilate the moon. Moreover, only those Ultramen are likely to wield such power. Why the speculation? Because the Ultraman worlds have never released footage of them destroying the moon. This is entirely reasonable. Without the moon, how would humanity on Earth sustain life? The moon holds paramount importance to Earth. Without intervention, the ability of those Ultramen to destroy the moon remains uncertain, known only to them. Now, This video from the Dragon Ball universe suggests that the second method to revert the Saiyans from their great ape transformation might indeed involve the destruction of the full moon. Is this truly feasible? As the world of Dragon Ball has only recently made its debut on the video platform, individuals from other realms remain largely unaware of its existence. Consequently, they find it difficult to accept that this new world possesses the capability to obliterate the moon, be it through human or material resources. Yet, in the very next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. As the narration faded, the setting transitioned to the esteemed World Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the overwhelming strength of Master Roshi's mighty Kamehameha, Goku found himself unable to escape and was left with no choice but to concede. However, just as Goku was about to utter the words of surrender, he suddenly froze in astonishment. Before him hung a colossal full moon. If it were merely the full moon, it would be one thing, but Goku's severed tail had inexplicably regrown. Thus, he transformed once more. While Yamcha, Bulma, and others who had witnessed his previous transformation were not entirely shocked, the rest of the spectators fled in terror. Once transformed into the great ape, Goku effortlessly broke free from the Kamehameha, unleashing havoc upon the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha and his companions, having previously experienced this transformation, sought to replicate their earlier success by attempting to cut off Goku's tail once again. Upon realizing that Goku's transformation was triggered by the sight of the full moon, Master Roshi devised his own plan. He shed his garments, revealing a physique that was far from muscular. Then, he began to concentrate his energy, and in an astonishing transformation, the once unassuming Master Roshi morphed into a burly elder. With his muscles activated, he positioned his hands in a flower petal formation by his sides, channeling all his energy into his palms. The ultimate Kamehameha was at hand. With a mighty roar, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing the accumulated Kamehameha with a thunderous roar. A blinding light enveloped the arena, rendering onlookers unable to open their eyes. The ensuing tremors and fierce winds compelled them to drop to the ground. When the brilliance finally subsided and Yamcha, Bulma, and the others dared to lift their heads, they found that Goku's transformed great ape had vanished, leaving only Master Roshi standing in the arena. They were convinced that Master Roshi's earlier attack had claimed Goku's life. However, Master Roshi reassured them that Goku was not dead. At that moment, Goku lay amidst the rubble of the arena, indeed alive. What I destroyed was that, Master Roshi declared, pointing upwards as he revealed that the once visible full moon had disappeared. He had obliterated the moon. Witnessing this spectacle, countless individuals across the realms sprang to their feet in astonishment. Although some had previously speculated in the comments that the second method to revert a Saiyan from the great ape form was to destroy the moon, the number of believers had been few. It was not that they disbelieved. Rather, they found it utterly inconceivable. The notion of obliterating the moon seemed preposterous to them. Setting aside the question of the immense power required to achieve such a feat, they pondered the consequences of the moon's disappearance. What would become of Earth? The vanishing moon would undoubtedly have catastrophic repercussions for the planet. However, at this moment, the scene of Master Roshi obliterating the moon unfolded before their eyes. They witnessed it in vivid clarity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the moon was indeed destroyed. Astonishingly, it was not accomplished through high-tech weaponry, but rather through sheer human strength. The notion that human power could achieve such a feat was utterly unfathomable. In the world of One Piece, on Onigashima, disbelief washed over them. How could this be possible? The Dragon Ball universe had someone capable of annihilating the moon, relying solely on human might. Kaido's massive form trembled slightly, utterly astounded by the revelation. Even after having viewed videos from the Ultraman universe, encounters with ferocious monsters and towering Ultramen weighing tens of thousands of tons, he had never felt such shock. After all, while the strength depicted in the Ultraman videos was indeed superior to that of the One Piece world, the scenes had not been particularly exaggerated. Yet, this video from the Dragon Ball universe was a different matter entirely. It showcased an unprecedented spectacle, one never before witnessed in any other world or video. For the first time, the act of destroying the moon was vividly presented. Could the Ultramen accomplish such a feat? It remained uncertain. They had never demonstrated it. However, the Dragon Ball video unequivocally displayed the scene of moon destruction, leaving the audience spellbound and enlightened. Consequently, countless viewers across the multiverse were profoundly shaken. Chapter 5. Just how many monsters inhabit the Dragon Ball universe? In the world of Dyna, how could human strength possibly achieve the destruction of the moon? What immense energy would be required to accomplish such a thing? How could this be real? As a scientist, Kugi found himself in a state of bewilderment. He understood better than anyone the improbability of human power demolishing the moon. What colossal energy would be necessary to achieve that? Even with the technological prowess of their world, they could not conceive of such destruction. He was uncertain whether Dyna or the Ultramen from other realms could accomplish this. Yet, even if they could, it would still be the Ultramen who achieved it. Are Ultramen human? Thus, even if they succeeded, it could not be attributed to human strength. But the video from the Dragon Ball universe was different. Master Roshi was undeniably human. Moreover, he was an elderly man. When compared to the towering Ultramen, he seemed remarkably insignificant. Yet, this seemingly ordinary old man unleashed an attack that obliterated the moon. How could this be? In that moment, scientists from countless worlds were driven to the brink of madness. Even having encountered numerous unscientific phenomena, what they witnessed this time was the most nonsensical of all. A man of normal stature, albeit slightly more robust, possessed the power to obliterate the moon. Such immense energy resided entirely within him. How is this even possible? They truly desire to dissect Master Roshi for research. They are utterly curious about how he manages to harbor such immense energy within him. Such a colossal power cannot merely be likened to a human nuclear weapon. That would be a grave insult to Master Roshi. In his presence, the might of nuclear weapons pales in comparison. Even 100,000 nuclear warheads combined would not measure up to a single Kamehameha wave from him. In the land of light, observing a being capable of obliterating the moon, the Ultramen, such as the first generation, Jack, 7, and Taro, could not help but wear expressions of resignation on their human forms. The earthlings of their world cannot be accused of lacking strength. Yet if they could exhibit the same prowess as Master Roshi in the video, their battles against monsters would undoubtedly be far more effortless. They might not even need to intervene, for the earthlings would resolve the threats on their own. Leo, in particular, felt a wave of despair. Is such a formidable earthling truly real? Had he but one such capable comrade in his former team, his burdens would have been significantly lighter. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. Witnessing the Earth defense forces from other Ultraman realms had already shaken his morale, and now, seeing such powerful earthlings was almost overwhelming. He would trade his own defense team for any from the other Ultraman worlds in an instant if it meant having even a fraction of their strength. Master Roshi's Kamehameha sent ripples throughout the myriad realms, marking the first authentic demonstration of moon destruction. In West City, Lin Luo chuckled as he gazed at the comments floating by. He was well aware of the immense stir this scene would provoke. Master Roshi's early feat of annihilating the moon has already reached the pinnacle among countless other worlds. It is worth mentioning that many mistakenly believe he merely pushed the moon away without destroying it. However, he indeed obliterated it. Later, when Sun Wukong sought out the deity, it was stated that the deity restored the moon. Many refuse to acknowledge Master Roshi's destruction of the moon, but Lin Luo certainly does. This astonishing act reverberated across countless realms, yet to some in the Dragon Ball universe, it was merely par for the course. Thus, comments that shocked countless beings emerged. Vegeta, so this is the strength of Earthlings? Weak, utterly weak. Vegeta, but I must admit, these Earthlings have a bit of wit. They knew we were coming and preemptively destroyed the moon. Vegeta, allow me to offer a word of caution to you Earthlings. Some Saiyans can create artificial moons and still transform. Nappa, Vegeta is right. If this is all the Earthlings can muster, conquering their planet would be a trivial endeavor. Frieza, ahahaha Vegeta. What are you scheming on Earth without my knowledge? Vegeta, Lord Frieza. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's expression was exceedingly grim. He had been so engrossed in mocking the Earthlings that he neglected the possibility of Frieza seeing this video. Now, Frieza was aware of his journey to Earth. Does this not imply that Frieza might also learn about the Dragon Balls? Beerus, Frieza, it has been quite some time. You have grown rather arrogant. Frieza, Lord Beerus. You are awake. On an unknown planet. Frieza's face turned pale upon witnessing Beerus's comment. Beerus had awakened. Had he not merely been asleep for over 20 years? Why was he awake so soon? Could it be due to this video platform? Regardless, Beerus's awakening was not a favorable development for him. The barrage of comments left countless beings across the multiverse in utter shock. First, there was a figure named Vegeta, who disdainfully dismissed the Turtle Hermit's destruction of the moon, even labeling him weak. Just how powerful was he? Moreover, judging by his comments, it seemed that this Vegeta was also a Saiyan. He even claimed that a select few Saiyans could create artificial moons. Wasn't he that a tad absurd? To add to the bewilderment, it appeared that this Frieza was even stronger than Vegeta, as Vegeta addressed him as Lord. Then there was Beerus, who commanded Frieza to refer to him as Lord. Who were these individuals? They seemed increasingly terrifying. Could it be that all these beings hailed from the Dragon Ball universe? Just how formidable was this Dragon Ball universe? Kaido, Sengoku, Naruto, Ichigo Kurosaki, and others who once believed that the Dragon Ball world was inferior to their own now felt a stinging humiliation. They were being utterly disproved. Merely the Turtle Hermit in the video could wreak havoc in their world. Collectively, they could not stand a chance against him. Not to mention, it appeared this Dragon Ball world had formidable beings surpassing even the Turtle Hermit. At this moment, the might of the Dragon Ball universe had risen to the forefront of their minds, perhaps even ranking first. It was not just individuals from other worlds who were astonished. Even Goku, Krillin, and others were equally shocked. This Vegeta must be the Saiyan en route to Earth, the very adversary they had been diligently training to confront over the past year. Yet, this enemy referred to Frieza as Lord, suggesting that Frieza was even stronger than Vegeta. Furthermore, Frieza addressed Beerus as Lord, implying that Beerus surpassed Frieza in strength. Was this truly the world they were familiar with? Just a few years prior, they were battling against Demon King Piccolo. How was it that now, such monsters were emerging one after another? How many more monsters lurked in their world? And just how powerful were these creatures? Chapter 6. Was this video perhaps a premonition of the future? As Saiyans with tails are capable of transforming. Only 3 Saiyans have undergone the transformation into great apes. The first, of course, is Son Goku. The narration resumes in the video. And the second Saiyan to undergo this transformation is Goku's son, Gohan. As the narration comes to a close, the scene shifts to a moment when Gohan is left alone in the wilderness by Piccolo, tasked with survival. A mere 4-year-old child, Gohan is abandoned by his own father, Piccolo, to fend for himself in the wild. One fateful night, he inadvertently gazes upon the full moon. Subsequently, a situation similar to his father's unfolds. He transforms into a colossal great ape. And, like his father, upon transforming into the great ape, he loses all rationality and begins to rampage destructively. Witnessing this, Piccolo is taken aback and seeks to halt Gohan's rampage. Recalling something he had heard earlier, he realizes that Saiyans can unleash their full power under the full moon, leading him to understand how to stop Gohan. He gazes at the full moon, gathers energy in his right hand, and unleashes an energy wave towards the moon. In the next moment, the unfortunate full moon is destroyed for the second time. Some viewers may be puzzled as to why the moon, which was previously destroyed by Master Roshi, has reappeared. In truth, the Supreme Kai had restored the moon, only for it to be shattered once more by Piccolo. The narrator's voice interrupts, silencing the curious audience. Anticipating their questions, the narrator provides an explanation in advance. The information contained in this response is quite significant for them. Do NMYN, the Supreme Kai? This Dragon Ball world actually is gods. Are they real deities? LX and N. Could they be those powerful extraterrestrials that appear godlike to humans? Ju J. I see, it's akin to Ultraman for us ordinary earthlings, where there's little distinction from a god. Ju J. However, they should not be true gods. LHODN. The underworld demons, to many ordinary individuals, seem godlike as they perform feats believed to be possible only by deities. For those living in a materialistic world, even with the presence of Ultraman, armored warriors, supernatural beasts, underworld demons, and other extraordinary beings, they still do not perceive the existence of gods. Their world lacks deities, and they have yet to witness any divine presence in other realms. Even Ultraman is essentially an extraterrestrial being. Therefore, they view the Supreme Kai as merely another extraterrestrial who has achieved feats that ordinary people attribute solely to gods, thus leading them to regard him as divine. Clin, no? The Supreme Kai is indeed a true god, the deity of our Earth. T. New Jersey, NFN. That's right. We previously ventured to the temple for training and met the true Supreme Kai. Son Goku. Clin, T. New Jersey, NFN. Have you both already encountered the Supreme Kai? Krillin remarked. Indeed, Goku. We have followed in your footsteps and received training from the god of the heavens. However, while Krillin and Tien Shinhan regarded the god as a true deity, individuals from other realms remained skeptical, perceiving the Dragon Ball universe's so-called gods merely as formidable extraterrestrials. Despite the undeniable strength of this alien known as the god of the heavens, who could even restore a destroyed moon, the curiosity of these onlookers was piqued by the presence of 2 of the 3 Saiyans capable of transforming into great apes. They pondered the whereabouts and circumstances of the final Saiyan. Soon, the subsequent video content would provide clarity regarding their queries. Apart from Son Goku and Son Gohan, the third Saiyan to undergo this transformation was none other than the proud and ruthless prince of Saiyans, Vegeta, who later displayed a more familial side. As the narrator's voice faded, the scene transitioned to the iconic battle between the Saiyans. In a desperate bid, Son Goku, at the cost of his own physical integrity, employed the Kaioken technique, amplifying his power fourfold, ultimately managing to counter Vegeta's full-force Gallic gun. Faced with the reality of being outmatched by Goku, a lower-class warrior, Vegeta's composure shattered. He yearned to transform into a great ape and crush Goku underfoot. Yet, with the moon obliterated by Piccolo, he could not find a full moon. Vegeta suspected that Goku had intentionally destroyed the moon to prevent his transformation. Naturally, Goku could not comprehend Vegeta's accusations. Subsequently, Vegeta informed Goku that a select few Saiyans possessed the ability to create an artificial moon, drawing upon his energy reserves. Vegeta crafted an artificial full moon and projected it into the sky. As he gazed upon the lunar image, Vegeta commenced his transformation. Unlike Goku and Gohan's transformations, Vegeta, clad in a specially designed battle suit, managed to retain his attire despite becoming a colossal great ape and, remarkably, did not lose his rationality. With his intellect intact, Vegeta launched a relentless assault on Goku, who could only evade his attacks. Recognizing the futility of his situation, Goku resolved to unleash the Spirit Bomb, a technique imparted by King Kai. Utilizing the solar flare technique to blind Vegeta, Goku distanced himself to gather energy from the earth. However, before he could successfully form the spirit bomb, Vegeta regained his sight, locating Goku and toppling him to the ground. He first crushed Goku's lower body, rendering him unable to evade further attacks. Then, seizing Goku in his grasp, he shattered every bone in Goku's body. The agonizing cries of Son Goku echoed from the video, sending chills down the spines of viewers from other worlds. Krillin, Yamcha, and others were similarly shaken, unable to suppress their tremors. As they experienced the profound pain of hearing their childhood friend, Goku, emit such distressing sounds for the first time. Soon enough, they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Was this a battle between Sun Wukong and the Saiyans? But hadn't the Saiyans yet to arrive on Earth? There remained a year before their arrival. Could it be that the events depicted in this video were destined to occur in the future? Krillin pondered aloud. Could it be that this segment reveals events yet to unfold? Is this video a harbinger of the future? Tien Jinhan responded, it must be so. The Saiyans have not yet arrived. Yet in the video, Wukong is already engaged in combat with them. Then it can only signify events that will transpire in the future. Tien Jinhan concluded. Yamcha questioned, but is this truly the case? Are these events genuinely what awaits us? Piccolo interjected, if this is indeed true, then it implies that only Sun Wukong is battling this Saiyan, which can lead to only one conclusion. We are all dead, Piccolo stated. Upon reading Piccolo's commentary, Krillin, Tien Jinhan, Yamcha, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. They had mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of sacrifice. However, the realization that they might truly perish in a confrontation with the Saiyans left them speechless. Of course, this was contingent upon the veracity of the video's portrayal of future events. Chapter 7. The Unpalatable Truth for Vegeta and Nappa. Goku remarked, I can't say for certain. At least, I have never encountered a video that foreshadows the future. Kappu added, indeed, there are countless videos online. Yet they either depict events that have already transpired or cover up matters that remain undisclosed. Kappu continued, a video that forecasts the future has never been seen before. Kakashi suggested, it all hinges on who released this video. Perhaps the person behind it hails from the future of your Dragon Ball universe? Duanyin expressed skepticism. That cannot be possible. If they were from the future, how could they possibly release a video? Shouldn't it be shared in the future itself? We would have no way of viewing it. Li Xian Nen interjected. The individual who uploaded this video is named Lin Luo. Do you know him in your Dragon Ball world? Krillin replied, Lin Luo? No, I don't recognize the name at all. The video platform operates under real name registration, meaning that whether posting comments or videos, individuals utilize their authentic names. Thus, Lin Luo's name appeared for the first time in the eyes of the powerful beings across the realms. Observing this scene, Lin Luo remained unfazed. Setting aside the fact that he had never interacted with the protagonists of Dragon Ball, they were unaware of his existence. Even if they were to seek him out in the future, he would not be troubled. By that time, he would have already reaped the rewards from the video platform, ascending to the status of a top-tier powerhouse within the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps by then, he would no longer need to fear even the god of destruction Beerus, let alone the Grand Priest or the Omni King. Thus, Lin Luo felt no anxiety regarding the exposure of his name. As for the audience's skepticism about the authenticity of his video, which purportedly depicts future events, it mattered not. Those willing to believe would do so, while those unwilling would remain skeptical. Ultimately, it bore no consequence for him. Among all the viewers, the one who found it most difficult to accept, the one who could hardly believe, was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta, impossible. This must be a fabrication. How could I possibly fail to conquer Kakarot, this lowly warrior? Vegeta, how could I endure such a humiliating defeat, to the extent that I would require transforming into a great ape? This is unfathomable. Vegeta, I am the prince of all Saiyans. A mere low-class warrior is nothing but fodder before me. As he gazed at the video depicting his battered form, and the sight of himself transformed into a great ape, Vegeta found it utterly unacceptable, utterly unbelievable. He had never regarded Kakarot, this low-class fighter, as a worthy adversary. How could a mere low-class warrior possibly stand as his rival? How could he be so thoroughly vanquished by one of such inferior rank? And to think that he would need to resort to becoming a great ape. Though the image of himself as a great ape, crushing Kakarot's bones, did evoke a certain thrill, he could not accept that he had been cornered to such an extent by a low-class warrior. Furthermore, he could not abide the narrator's commentary. The narrator described his former wife as proud, cruel, and devoid of compassion, which he found acceptable and even fitting. However, the subsequent remark, claiming he was family-oriented and humane, that he could not abide. How could the illustrious prince of Saiyans possess any semblance of humanity? And to insinuate he was family-oriented? Since when have Saiyans ever concerned themselves with family? Adding to his indignation was the fact that he had been reduced to such a pitiful state. This video must be a fabrication. It cannot possibly be a foreshadowing of future events. Nappa, exactly. And what about me? Where am I? How could I possibly be defeated by a low-class warrior? Naturally, Nappa too found it unacceptable. He realized, with dismay, that he was conspicuously absent from the video. This could only signify one thing. He was no more. But how could this be? A mere low-class warrior could not possibly best him. How could he render Vegeta into such a state? He refused to believe it. As if anticipating Nappa's thoughts, the narrator's voice rang out appropriately. It is essential to note that there were two Saiyans who came to Earth, both of whom possessed tails. One was named Vegeta, and the other, Nappa. Thus, logically, Nappa too should have been capable of transforming. But why had he not? The astute audience has likely deduced the answer. He was already deceased. But how did he meet his demise? Perhaps many are unaware that it was not at the hands of Goku and his comrades, but rather by the hand of his own ally, Vegeta. The scene shifted, revealing Nappa being defeated by Goku and tossed at Vegeta's feet. Nappa, desperately pleading for Vegeta's help, reached out in a futile attempt to grasp Vegeta's hand. Yet Vegeta, with a cold smirk, extended his hand, only to subsequently hurl Nappa into the air and finish him off with a powerful energy blast, declaring, "I have no need for useless subordinates." This moment was a spontaneous addition by Lin Luo before the video was released, knowing that those from the Dragon Ball universe would also witness the content he uploaded. He certainly did not spoil some intriguing content for the parties involved, allowing them to witness it. Although he could not observe the expression that Nappa would wear upon witnessing this scene, one could easily surmise. Moreover, it is highly probable that Nappa would express his feelings through the barrage of comments. Of course, it is not solely Nappa. In the videos he would subsequently upload, aside from the transformation sequences, he would include various other elements to inform the parties involved, for the sheer amusement it would bring him. Lin Luo's conjecture was not unfounded. Upon witnessing this scene, Nappa was utterly dumbfounded, sitting in the spaceship in a state of speechlessness. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and began to flood the comments with his incredulity. Nappa, impossible. This cannot be. How could I possibly perish at the hands of Vegeta? Nappa, how could I lose to Kakarot, that lowly warrior? This is inconceivable. Nappa, I refuse to believe that Vegeta would be so cruel to me. I have been by his side since his childhood. Nappa, the content of this video must be a fabrication. It cannot possibly depict future events. Two aspects rendered Nappa incredulous. The first was that he had actually lost to Kakarot, that lowly warrior. The second was the shocking revelation that he had met his demise at the hands of Vegeta. In the video, when he implored Vegeta for salvation, Vegeta unhesitatingly dispatched him. He could not fathom it. He simply could not. He was not like Raditz, that weakling, so easily forsaken by Vegeta. He was Vegeta's most loyal and formidable subordinate. Vegeta would never eliminate him. As Nappa went into a frenzy in the comments, other viewers found themselves at a loss for words. They were largely unaware of what kind of person Vegeta truly was, leaving them uncertain about the likelihood of such an occurrence. Yet, based on their observations, they deemed it highly plausible. After all, they had previously witnessed Goku and Gohan, upon transforming into great apes, exhibiting extreme ferocity. This suggested that the Saiyan nature was indeed fierce. Given this, it did not seem entirely implausible that Vegeta would commit such an act against his own comrade. Frieza, oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, I did not anticipate you would stoop to such actions. Frieza, as the prince of the Saiyans, your kind is already scarce. How surprising that you would reduce their number further. Rikum, indeed, a filthy monkey remains a filthy monkey, incapable of change. Captain Jinyu, now you understand, Nappa. In Vegeta's eyes, you are merely a dog, expendable at his whim. Captain Jinyu, of course, you are seen in the same light by us, including Vegeta. Upon reading these comments, both Vegeta and Nappa were filled with rage, yet they found themselves unable to refute the claims. For those posting such comments were not to be trifled with. Chapter 8. The Triumph of Meat Suit Yasuo. Krillin, Yamcha, and others, upon witnessing the multitude capable of reprimanding Vegeta and Nappa, found themselves pondering various thoughts. Could they perhaps enlist their aid against Vegeta and Nappa, especially the one named Frieza, whom Vegeta deigns to address as Lord? If Frieza were to speak, it is certain that Vegeta would not set foot on Earth. However, upon further contemplation, they decided to abandon this notion. They were no longer children. These individuals evidently recognized Vegeta, the Saiyan. Moreover, given their audacity to reprimand him, their power must surely surpass his own. Indeed, it would be feasible to request their intervention to prevent Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Yet, it is equally plausible that they would accompany him. After all, the nature of their relationship with Vegeta remains uncertain. They could not possibly be foes. Otherwise, Vegeta would not refer to Frieza in such a respectful manner. Thus, it is likely a hierarchical relationship. If they were to seek assistance from Frieza and his cohorts, they might inadvertently attract even more formidable entities. Hence, after much deliberation, they resolved to let the matter rest. Nonetheless, anxiety gnawed at them. After all, in the footage, Goku's bones had been mercilessly shattered by Vegeta. With all others perished, this scenario seemed to lead to but one conclusion: Goku's demise. Yet, must they stand idly by and witness Goku's slaughter? Or could an unforeseen twist await? Only Krillin, Tien, and those who had grown alongside Goku pondered the possibility of an unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the other spectators had already mentally inscribed a death warrant for Goku. Alone and beset by an adversary with shattered bones and utterly incapacitated, confronted by a transformed Saiyan, how could the tides turn? Was there not an inevitability to his fate? They continued to watch the video, eager to uncover what would transpire next, while some viewers could no longer bear to watch. They wished to avert their eyes from the impending scene of Goku's demise. In the footage, Goku's anguished cries echoed as his bones were crushed. Simultaneously, two figures approached the vicinity of Vegeta and Goku, none other than Krillin and Gohan. In a world where Yamcha had perished and Tien and Kaiatsu had met a similar fate. With Piccolo sacrificing himself to save his son, a few warriors had survived. Goku's closest ally, Krillin, and his son, Gohan, along with Yajirobe and Kaion. Initially, Krillin and Gohan had departed, but Gohan's desire to aid his father compelled them to return. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a great ape, poised to strike Goku, Krillin, who knew how to revert a Saiyan from their monstrous form, instructed Gohan to divert Vegeta's attention while he prepared to sever Vegeta's tail. However, the plan unraveled. Just as Krillin's energy blade aimed for Vegeta's tail, the latter seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, evading the attack with uncanny agility. It turns out he had long been aware of the presence behind him. The plan had failed, plunging Krillin and Gohan into a dire predicament. Not only could they not save Goku, but their own lives were also at stake. Yet, in this moment of extreme peril, Vegeta's expression suddenly shifted as he stood frozen in place. Subsequently, his form began to diminish, reverting to its original state. It was, in fact, the previously timid and reluctant Yajirobe who, in this critical juncture, stepped forward. With a swift motion, he severed Vegeta's tail. Yajirobe, magnificent. I truly am impressive. I have made a significant contribution this time. Yajirobe, without me, Goku would surely have perished. Yajirobe exuberantly boasted. Earlier, while watching the footage, he had pondered whether his absence in the battle indicated his demise. The thought was unbearable. But now, he realized that by being present on the scene, he might have participated in the fight after all. Not only was he alive, but he had also saved Goku in this critical moment. How splendid. As for Yajirobe's boasting, no one offered a word of dissent. The elite warriors of the Dragon Ball world were simply too indifferent to respond. For the gods of destruction, angels, Grand Priest, and Zeno, both the videos already released online and the one Lin Luo had just shared held no surprises. Such footage merely served as a means to pass the time. Even if the content revealed future events, it mattered little to them. After all, in their eyes, both Vegeta and Goku were akin to mere insects, unworthy of their attention. They regarded it as mere entertainment, a distraction amidst their long and tedious existence. As for the others, Krillin, Yamcha, Goku, and the audience from various realms, they remained silent. They could not deny Yajirobe's assertion. Indeed, it was he who had cut off Vegeta's tail, allowing him to revert to his original form and ultimately saving Goku and the others. However, one individual was notably displeased. Vegeta, Yajirobe, I shall remember you, you fat fool. Upon my arrival on Earth, you will be the first to meet your end. Vegeta was thoroughly vexed. He had successfully evaded the Bald One's ambush and was poised to eliminate him, along with Kakarot and his son. Yet, this fat fool had the audacity to sever his tail? The proud prince of the Saiyans, unable to evade the attack of this imbecile? What a disgrace. This was a tremendous humiliation for him. Vegeta's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he found it hard to believe the video's portrayal of future events. Yet on the other hand, witnessing the potential outcomes filled him with rage, prompting him to seek retribution against Yajirobe at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps it is due to a burgeoning acknowledgement within the depths of his heart, embracing the visions of the future depicted in the video. Is it truly the case? Krillin. So, a year later, aside from my son and Goku's, and Yajirobe, everyone else is dead? Piccolo, is that so? I too have perished. Yamcha, surely. We must have met our demise after an intense battle. We fought with all our might. Tenshinhan. Indeed, yet we remain oblivious to how exactly we met our end. For these warriors, curiosity regarding their own deaths is profound. After all, aside from Kaiatsu, for the rest, it is their inaugural experience with death. They yearn to comprehend the circumstances surrounding their demise, to fathom the ferocity of the battle that led to their end. Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Luo smiled faintly. The inquiries posed by Tenshinhan and Yamcha were naturally incorporated into the video. After all, Yamcha had contributed a masterpiece to the world. This world-renowned artwork has inspired countless tributes and imitations. However, Lin Luo chose to present it at the conclusion of the video, following the introduction of the Saiyan transformation into the great ape. Yet, what piqued Lin Luo's curiosity was that while Krillin spoke in the video, the denizens of the pirate world exhibited little reaction. Should they not be intrigued by the similarity of Krillin's voice to that of Luffy? Chapter 9. King Kai. I am not. Do not speak recklessly. Soon, Lin Luo discerned the reason behind this. Aside from the Dragon Ball world, which had recently joined the video platform, the other worlds had long since established their presence there. Thus, the audience from these realms had already encountered numerous videos featuring characters from other worlds. It is inevitable that they would encounter instances of individuals with similar voices across different realms. Initially, they might experience surprise. However, familiarity breeds acceptance. After all, within the myriad of universes, there are many with identical voices. The video continued to unfold. After his tail was severed, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of blows upon Yajirobe. Meanwhile, Gohan launched an attack on Vegeta. Krillin approached Goku, gazing at his childhood companion, who now lay battered and bruised upon the ground, eliciting profound sorrow within him. Goku confided in Krillin that he lacked the strength to defeat Vegeta and could only rely on Krillin and Gohan. The energy he had gathered had diminished by half due to the recent onslaught from Vegeta. He urged Krillin to grasp his hand, transferring the remaining half of his energy to him, empowering Krillin to conjure a spirit bomb. As Krillin maneuvered behind Vegeta, who was engrossed in combat with Gohan and oblivious to Krillin's actions, he concentrated the energy in his hand, forming a spirit bomb nearly the size of a basketball. However, given that this represented their final hope, coupled with Vegeta's relentless movements during his battle with Gohan, Krillin found it challenging to aim, necessitating the search for an opportune moment. At this moment, the recently celebrated Akairobe made a blunder akin to that of a clumsy ally. "What are you waiting for? Launch your attack," he shouted at Krillin. This outburst drew Vegeta's attention to Krillin, forcing him to initiate his assault without properly targeting Vegeta. As a result, Vegeta effortlessly evaded the attack. Moreover, the spirit bomb veered towards Gohan, threatening to strike him. Fortunately, Goku had communicated with his son, informing him that the spirit bomb could be reflected by anyone devoid of malevolent intent. Thus, Gohan managed to redirect the spirit bomb back. Vegeta, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, was struck by the spirit bomb and sent soaring into the sky. Krillin remarked, "Although I am unaware of the spirit bomb's full power, it must be formidable if Goku employs it as his ultimate trump card." He further mused, "With Vegeta receiving a direct hit, he should be finished, right?" Yamcha interjected, "However, I must say, Akairobe, you were a stellar teammate just moments ago. But now you've become quite the liability." Tien added, "Indeed, if it weren't for Gohan's ability to reflect the spirit bomb, you would have truly committed a grave error." Akairobe protested, "What did I do wrong?" He was aware that he had indeed erred, yet he stubbornly continued to type in the chat. "You merely alerted Vegeta, which compelled me to launch the spirit bomb prematurely," Krillin replied. Had it not been for Gohan's capability to reflect the spirit bomb, it would not only have missed Vegeta, but would have struck Gohan instead. Akairobe fell silent. Master Roshi then commented, "On another note, it seems Goku didn't previously know the spirit bomb technique, did he? How did he come to learn it?" Goku responded, "I believe it was taught to me by King Kai." Master Roshi inquired, "King Kai? Who is he?" Goku explained, "I'm not sure. But according to King Enma and the Supreme Kai, King Kai is the most powerful deity." He added, "That is why I am currently on my way to meet him, hoping to request his training." Upon seeing Goku's message, King Kai was taken aback. He recognized the spirit bomb and realized that Goku's proficiency in it must have stemmed from his teachings. This brought him considerable joy, as his planet had not seen visitors in many years. Furthermore, being able to impart the spirit bomb to Goku indicated that he was indeed exceptional and had earned King Kai's approval. However, Goku's statement was rather alarming. He had just seen the god of destruction, Beerus, comment. To declare oneself as the strongest deity in the presence of such a being was dangerous. "Ahem, Goku. Please refrain from making such statements. I am not the strongest deity," King Kai cautioned. "I have merely mastered a few techniques. I am not the most powerful. Please do not say that again." King Kai emphasized his position, stating he was not the strongest deity. "Oh," Goku replied, bewildered on Snake Way. He recalls that both Lord Yama and the celestial deity have proclaimed that Lord of the Realm is the strongest god. Yet, why does the Lord of the Realm claim otherwise? However, since he has been instructed not to speak of it, he shall remain silent. Nevertheless, he is quite curious. Since Vegeta was struck by the spirit bomb, has he truly been defeated? Vegeta, such a trivial spirit bomb could never kill me. Vegeta, just wait until I eliminate all of you. Within the confines of the spaceship, Vegeta observes the scene of himself being propelled away by the spirit bomb, feeling both disgruntled and disdainful. His discontent stems from the fact that he, the Prince of the Saiyans, has been reduced to such a state. His disdain arises from the belief that he, Vegeta, could never be vanquished by something so insignificant as a spirit bomb. He is certain he still lives, and he will undoubtedly destroy all those fools led by Kakarot. At that moment, the voice of the narrator resounds once more. The transformation of the Saiyans into great apes may appear unremarkable and lacking in power. Indeed, while the great ape transformation is the weakest among the Saiyan transformations, it has been previously noted that upon transforming into a great ape, a Saiyan's power can increase tenfold. Vegeta's original combat power was 18,000, a force capable of obliterating the Earth with a single blow, not merely extinguishing all life upon it, but reducing the planet itself to cosmic dust. However, After enduring a severe beating from Son Goku, and subsequently creating an artificial moon, Vegeta's power has diminished considerably. His battle prowess in the Great Ape form is now approximately around 100,000, perhaps even slightly less. Yet, even at such a diminished level, he could effortlessly annihilate several planets with a single strike. This commentary was deliberately added by Lin Luo to clarify the formidable nature of the Great Ape transformation for those from other realms who may be unaware. Though the Great Ape transformation is the weakest among the Saiyan forms, it still provides a tenfold increase in combat strength. Such a magnification is already the zenith for countless other worlds. In numerous fantastical realms, achieving such an increase in power requires the use of secret arts, often accompanied by adverse effects. This is why Lin Luo confidently asserts that while the Saiyans may not be the pinnacle of power across the myriad realms, their transformations undoubtedly reign supreme. Even the weakest Great Ape transformation, devoid of negative repercussions, can directly augment combat power tenfold, not to mention the transformations that surpass the Great Ape form. If individuals from the fantastical worlds were to witness this, they would surely be envious beyond measure. Chapter 10. The Great Ape Transformation, the Ancestral Transformation of the Saiyans. Kaido, a tenfold increase in combat power upon transformation. Kaido, if I could achieve such an increase, I would have obliterated the Navy long ago. On Onigashima in the pirate world, Kaido expresses his envy once more. Why is it that the Saiyans can amplify their power tenfold through their Great Ape transformation, while he, upon transforming into an Azure Dragon, can only achieve a modest enhancement? Although his transformation into the Azure Dragon has undoubtedly enhanced his strength, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary prowess of the Saiyans. Why is there such a vast disparity in power, even though both transformations involve becoming an animal? Zhonghua, Kaido, do not act as though you are the sole user of Zoan-type devil fruits. Zhonghua, our Navy possesses formidable warriors as well. If they were to experience such a substantial boost in power upon transformation, your pirate crew would have been obliterated long ago. Whitebeard, Zhonghua, I must disagree. If your Navy's Zoan-type devil fruit users could truly achieve such formidable strength post-transformation, your position as Fleet Admiral would surely be at risk. Kakashi, by the way, did you not hear the narrator in the video? Before transforming into a great ape, Vegeta was capable of annihilating Earth. Kakashi, such power is indeed terrifying. Duanmu Yen, indeed, if I possessed such strength, Oksar would have been swiftly vanquished by me. Huaning, who can argue otherwise? If Xiao Tian, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Fei had such capabilities, they would have resolved the issue with the underworld demon long ago. Lufa, you underestimate us. Do not presume we lack the ability to destroy Earth. Lufa, however, achieving such destruction through sheer physical strength is indeed remarkable. Even I would likely need to summon my battle armor to accomplish that. Lufa, the key point is that Vegeta can still transform. Saiyan Chum, moreover, let us not forget that such a powerful figure as Vegeta has been looked down upon by so many. Saiyan Chum, it is truly unfathomable to consider how formidable those who belittle him must be. Saiyan Chang's comments evoke memories of earlier instances when Frieza and the Jinyu Force mockingly derided Vegeta. The more powerful Vegeta becomes, the more it underscores the fact that those who scorn him possess even greater might. If Vegeta wields the power to destroy Earth, what of Frieza and his ilk? Surely, they could obliterate planets far larger than Earth. Kujin, this power level is quite intriguing. The video states that Vegeta's battle power is 18,000. Kujin, to think that a battle power of 18,000 can destroy Earth, I wonder what the battle power of Diga is. Dagu expresses his own curiosity about this matter. To you Batu, it seems that what the Dragon Ball world has thus far revealed is merely the tip of the iceberg. To you Batu, one cannot help but ponder what kind of world this truly is. This question resonates with others, including Krillin and Son Goku. The emergence of the video network has made them realize that their world is anything but ordinary. They are eager to understand what their world truly entails and what roles they play within it. Aside from Son Goku's 2 transformations into the Great Ape during his childhood, only Son Gohan and Vegeta have undergone such transformations, with Vegeta doing so once and Son Gohan twice. Once, he ventured alone into the wilderness to hone his skills. On another occasion, it was during his fierce battle with Vegeta. Little did Vegeta anticipate that the artificial moon he had created to transform himself into a great ape to vanquish Goku would ultimately lead to his own downfall. As the narrator's voice faded, the video depicted Vegeta, flung away by a spirit bomb, plummeting back to the ground. His injuries had worsened, yet he remained alive. Although his condition was dire, Goku and his companions fared even worse. If this continued, the inevitable outcome would see all of them perishing at Vegeta's hands. At that critical moment, something astonishing occurred, startling Vegeta. He suddenly noticed a tail sprouting from behind Gohan. It was crucial to remember that the artificial moon he had conjured still hung in the sky. If Gohan caught sight of it, he would undoubtedly transform. Given Vegeta's current state, this was an exceedingly precarious situation. Thus, to prevent Gohan's transformation, Vegeta resolved to eliminate him preemptively. Just then, Yajirobe seized the moment to shine. He struck Vegeta from behind, successfully diverting his attention. While Vegeta focused his wrath on Yajirobe, Goku communicated telepathically with Gohan, urging him to gaze at the artificial moon above. Groggily, Gohan obeyed his father's instruction and looked skyward. In the next instant, he transformed. Witnessing this transformation, Vegeta abandoned his assault on Yajirobe and turned his ire toward Gohan. But it was too late. Gohan had successfully transformed. In his newfound state, Gohan became uncontrollably destructive. Observing this, Krillin, with a hint of hope, urged Gohan to attack Vegeta. To their astonishment, Gohan complied. Though lost in rage, Gohan still retained some semblance of rationality, likely due to his half-earthling heritage, which allowed him to exhibit more sense than his father, Goku. Faced with Gohan's onslaught, Vegeta could do nothing but evade. This scene mirrored the earlier moment when Vegeta, as a great ape, had attacked Goku, but now the roles had reversed. Vegeta was acutely aware that the artificial moon he had created would not vanish for another half hour, and he could not endure that long. His only recourse was to sever Gohan's tail. He succeeded, but it drained the last of his strength. As Gohan's tail was severed, he collapsed toward Vegeta, pinning him to the ground and exacerbating his already critical injuries. This crushing blow proved to be the final straw in defeating Vegeta. Rendered utterly incapable of continuing the fight, he struggled to retrieve a remote control, summoning his spaceship in a desperate bid to flee Earth. Witnessing this, Krillin, armed with Yajirobe's sword, intended to slay Vegeta, but was halted by Goku. Son Wukong lamented the unfortunate demise of Vegeta. Despite his significant defeat, he took joy in the presence of a formidable adversary. Being a Saiyan himself, Wukong yearned for further training to engage in battle with Vegeta once more. Krillin, however, harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance against Vegeta, as Yamchu, Ten, and Kaiatsu had all fallen victim to him. Yet, after persistent entreaties from Wukong, Krillin ultimately chose to spare Vegeta's life. Given that Wukong had saved Earth, he undoubtedly possessed the prerogative to act on his whims. Thus, Vegeta, filled with renewed vigor, arrived on Earth, only to depart in utter disarray. The transformation into a great ape among the Saiyans commenced with Wukong's inaugural metamorphosis and culminated in his son, Gohan's, final transformation. Although this transformation may not rank among the most significant among Saiyan transformations, it is the foundational transformation that every Saiyan with a tail can achieve. The Great Ape transformation is an indispensable aspect of Saiyan lore. This explains why Lin Luo's inaugural video showcased this very transformation. While it may pale in comparison to the myriad of subsequent Super Saiyan transformations, the Great Ape transformation remains the progenitor of all Saiyan transformations. Chapter 11. Vegeta is not the villain. Rather, he is a benefactor. The Great Ape transformation concluded in Lin Luo's editing alongside the battle against Vegeta. Although Wukong subsequently transformed into a golden Great Ape, Lin Luo categorized this transformation within the Super Saiyan 4 transformations, which will be addressed in later reviews. While the Great Ape transformation is deemed the weakest among Saiyan transformations, it nonetheless allowed beings from countless realms to witness the might of the Saiyans and the terror of the Great Ape form. After all, this transformation directly amplifies combat power tenfold. Who could withstand such power? Especially the Zoan fruit users from the world of pirates, who found themselves envious. Despite all being able to transform into animals, their power merely saw a slight increase post-transformation. Prior to witnessing the Great Ape transformation, they were somewhat satisfied with their own power boosts. However, after witnessing the Great Ape transformation, their contentment swiftly evaporated. Regrettably, their dissatisfaction held no sway. They were not denizens of the Dragon Ball universe, and certainly not Saiyans. Furthermore, for the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world, this video unveiled but a glimpse of the extraordinary nature of their realm. Naturally, some found it challenging to accept. Vegeta, how could I possibly be defeated by mere ants and Kakarot? Vegeta, moreover, Kakarot had the audacity to spare my life. I refused to believe it. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was beside himself with rage. Not only had he suffered defeat, but he had also been humiliated by being spared by Kakarot, a lowly warrior. Losing to a lower-class warrior and several soldiers of even lesser stature was an affront to his pride. The indignity of being released by Kakarot, granting him a reprieve, only compounded his humiliation. For him, it was indeed a humiliation of the utmost degree. Thus, he became increasingly convinced that the contents of the video were fabricated. How could such events possibly transpire in the future? What awaited him would solely be a reign of chaos on Earth. Names like Kakarot, Kakarot's son, Akairope, and Krillin would find themselves utterly defenseless before him. Moreover, Son Goku's decision to release Vegeta left others from different realms perplexed. Luffy. This Son Goku allowed the one who killed his comrade to escape, and that too while having the power to vanquish him? Luffy. I cannot comprehend. This Son Goku seems wholly indifferent to his companions. Aboard the Thousand Sunny in the pirate world, Luffy was both bewildered and displeased by Son Goku's actions. After all, he held his comrades in the highest regard. Should anyone harm his allies, he would undoubtedly pursue vengeance relentlessly. Not to mention, Vegeta was indeed vulnerable to defeat. To let go of the very murderer of his companion, this Son Goku truly seemed unconcerned about his friends. Natsu, precisely. Should anyone slay a member of our guild, I would never let them escape. Gray, I would surely turn them into an ice statue and shatter them to pieces. Urza, ultimately. This Son Goku is also a Saiyan, sharing the same blood as that Vegeta. In the fairy tale realm, Natsu, Gray, and the others expressed their discontent with Son Goku's actions. When it comes to valuing comrades, the people of fairy tale would likely claim the top spot. Whenever faced with insurmountable foes, a simple shout of "We are fairy tale" would cause their adversaries to witness an eruption of bonds and camaraderie. Therefore, they found it utterly incomprehensible why Son Goku would spare Vegeta, the one who had slain his ally, especially when he had the means to eliminate him. The only conclusion they could draw was that Son Goku simply did not care for his companions. However, the disparaging comments directed at Son Goku soon met with rebuttals, and those defending him were none other than his own companions. Krillin, Goku is not indifferent to his friends. He cares for us deeply. Yamcha, exactly. If you don't understand, please refrain from making unfounded statements. Tien Shinhan, Goku values his friends and enjoys combat, so it is not surprising that he let Vegeta go. Piccolo, that's just the kind of person he is. Indeed, to Krillin, Yamcha, and even Piccolo, Son Goku's decision to release Vegeta was hardly surprising. After all, Goku had once spared Piccolo himself. For him, the objective was never to extinguish his opponent's life, but merely to conquer them in battle, having grown up alongside him. How could they not understand the essence of Son Goku? Indifference towards comrades? What a laughable notion. However, on the other hand, it is regrettable that the video ultimately fails to reveal the circumstances of their demise. Just as these thoughts lingered, the narrator's voice resonated, stating that the transformation into the great ape had come to an end, and it was time to delve into a tangent. The battle between Goku and Vegeta was not only iconic but also devastating, resulting in the sacrifice of numerous warriors. This raises an inquiry. How did these valiant fighters meet their end? Let us now explore this matter. This segment is unrelated to the transformation. Rather, it was deliberately included by Lin Luo for the sake of those involved. He understood that the participants, such as Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo, would undoubtedly be deeply curious. The video then transitioned back to the very beginning of this fierce battle, at a time when Goku was still en route. Facing Vegeta and Nappa were only Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo. Initially, Vegeta and Nappa did not engage in combat. Instead, they summoned an equal number of vegetable warriors to prepare for one-on-one confrontations. Krillin intended to take the lead in battle, but Yamcha intervened, insisting he would go first. After a year of rigorous training, Yamcha had significantly enhanced his strength, easily defeating his vegetable opponent. However, in a moment of overconfidence, he was caught in an embrace by the vegetable warrior, who self-destructed. Thus, Yamcha perished without ever facing the Saiyans, leaving behind a scene that would become an immortal classic, revered in countless works of art, the iconic Yamcha Down tableau. This tragic event incited immense fury in Krillin, for had Yamcha not stepped in to fight on his behalf, he would not have met such a fate. Consumed by rage, Krillin obliterated the remaining vegetable warriors, marking the commencement of the battle with the Saiyans. Shortly thereafter, Nappa entered the fray, his terrifying power overwhelming the remaining warriors, rendering their combined efforts futile. Tien Shinhan lost his left arm in the confrontation, and Kaiatsu, in a desperate attempt to inflict damage on Nappa, chose to self-destruct while clinging to his back. However, this act bore no fruit. In his quest for vengeance for Kaiatsu, Tien Shinhan expended his final reserves of strength to unleash a Kikaho, but it proved ineffective, costing him his life. Meanwhile, Piccolo sacrificed himself to protect Gohan. Nappa's attack was initially aimed at Gohan, yet Piccolo interposed himself, absorbing the lethal blow at the cost of his own life. In his final moments, Piccolo conveyed heartfelt words to Gohan, expressing that Gohan was the first person to truly see him. He cherished the years spent together and hoped for Gohan's survival. In uttering these words, Piccolo shed tears for the first time. Thus, we can ascertain that these warriors were ultimately slain by Nappa. Vegeta was not the perpetrator. Ironically, he avenged their deaths by eliminating Nappa, rendering him a benefactor of sorts to these fallen fighters. Thus, the videos depicting the transformation of the Saiyan great apes have concluded. Chapter 12. The existence of such a divine artifact as the Dragon Balls. A shock across the multiverse. Witnessing the final scenes of the warrior's sacrifice, countless individuals fell into a profound silence. Although they had endured numerous battles, the outcomes of those encounters typically involved their side emerging victorious, albeit with significant losses. However, these losses did not encompass the death of comrades. Those who had faced the demise of their allies also remained silent. While they had experienced sacrifices among their ranks, They had never encountered a scenario where 4 comrades perished in a single battle. In their previous experiences, the utmost loss they faced was the death of a single ally, after which they would unleash their full potential to vanquish the enemy. The sacrifice of 4 comrades at once was simply too harrowing. If they were to confront such a situation, it would likely lead to their despair. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Piccolo, and others finally grasped the answers to the questions that had long plagued their minds. They learned the true nature of their own deaths. Yamcha's lips twitched. He had believed he perished at the hands of the Saiyans, only to discover that he had never even faced them directly, but rather met his end at the hands of their subordinates. His overconfidence had led him to a mutual destruction with a minion of the enemy. In contrast, Krillin effortlessly dispatched those vegetable-like beings with a single strike. Did this not highlight his own inadequacy? Yamcha felt a deep sense of discomfort. Piccolo, observing Gohan below, fell into contemplative silence. He never anticipated that he would one day sacrifice himself to protect a child. In the video, he remarked that Gohan was the first person to truly see him, and he had formed a commendable bond with the boy over the past year. He understood himself well. The fact that his future self was willing to sacrifice for Gohan indicated the profound affection between them. Should he intervene? At this stage, he and Gohan had only just begun to connect. If he were to withdraw, their relationship would remain shallow, potentially leading to a future where he would not protect the boy. But was intervention truly necessary? After a moment's reflection, Piccolo shook his head. No, he did not wish to impede their bond. He yearned to experience the deep connection that his future self shared with Gohan. He was intrigued by the notion of his future self willing to sacrifice for others. Now that he was aware of how he would meet his end, he was determined to avert such a fate. He would intensify his training to become stronger. Only then could he ensure that he would not fall to the Saiyans and could protect Gohan as well. On the Snake Way, had I failed to arrive in time? By the time I got there, had Yamcha and Piccolo already perished? Goku was bewildered by the events. He did not understand why the version of himself in the video had not arrived promptly. Yet, now that he was aware, he vowed that in the future, he would undoubtedly arrive in time. He would reach them before any sacrifices occurred, preventing the loss of his comrades. And beyond that, the expressions on the faces of these warriors were somewhat peculiar upon hearing the narrator's final remarks. So, it was not Vegeta who ended their lives, but rather another Saiyan named Nappa. Furthermore, the preceding footage revealed that Nappa was ultimately slain by Vegeta. Thus, as the narration suggested, from a certain perspective, Vegeta was not only devoid of guilt for their demise but may, in fact, be regarded as their avenger. Contemplating this, their discontent with Goku for allowing Vegeta to escape diminished considerably. Strictly speaking, it appeared that they bore no animosity towards Vegeta. The true adversary was Nappa. Moreover, Vegeta had aided in the elimination of Nappa. Perhaps Vegeta had taken the lives of many others on different planets prior to his arrival on Earth. Yet that bore no relevance to them. After all, they were not victims of Vegeta's wrath. Initially, those who felt disgruntled with Goku for permitting Vegeta's escape wore expressions of complexity upon absorbing the narrator's concluding statements. Their dissatisfaction stemmed from the belief that Vegeta had killed Goku's comrades. They felt that Goku had released the perpetrator of his friend's demise. However, they now understood that none of Goku's fallen allies had met their end at Vegeta's hands. Yamcha was slain by a creature known as the Cyberman, while Tien, Kaya, and Piccolo fell to Nappa. In fact, Vegeta not only spared lives, but had also rid the world of Nappa. Although the circumstances surrounding these events were somewhat peculiar, the ultimate conclusion was, indeed, accurate. Moreover, individuals from the video had begun to express their support for Goku in the comments section. As outsiders, they felt it inappropriate to voice further opinions. Inside the spaceship, Nappa was experiencing significant distress. He had devotedly served Vegeta, eliminating those Earth warriors, only to discover that Vegeta had taken his life, transforming into a benefactor for those very warriors. He longed to assert that the video's content was fabricated, that such events could not possibly transpire in the future. Yet, was it truly false? If he believed the video's content to be untrue, why did he feel such anguish? Could it be that, deep within, he was convinced that the video's portrayal was genuine and that it would indeed unfold in the future? In any case, Nappa was in considerable torment. Meanwhile, Vegeta was equally troubled. How could a Saiyan prince, an invader of Earth, suddenly be regarded as a benefactor to those Earth warriors? Damn it, a benefactor, indeed. He resolved that upon arriving on Earth, he would personally vanquish that group of warriors. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the very moment he entertained such thoughts, it signified that he had, in fact, taken the video's content to heart. Intermediary. What a pity. They were all such exceptional warriors, yet they perished so easily. Galactic Commander. This is the price of protecting Earth, though it is a burden far too heavy to bear. The leaders of the Earth Defense Forces from various Ultraman worlds felt a profound sense of regret as they empathized with the situation. Yamcha and the demise of Piccolo and others represented a profound sacrifice made by their comrades in the fierce battle against the monsters. This was undoubtedly a monumental blow to them and to Earth itself. Although they managed to repel the adversaries, the warriors had genuinely perished. They were left in uncertainty about whether their comrades would face a similar fate in future confrontations with the beasts. It can only be surmised that if such tragedies were to occur, both they and the remaining members would find it exceedingly difficult to accept. Yamcha, fear not. We possess the Dragon Balls. We can be revived. Tien Shinhan. Indeed, we still have the chance of resurrection, so there is no need for concern. At that moment, the messages from Tien Shinhan and Yamcha left the spectators from all realms utterly astounded. What are these Dragon Balls? They can actually grant resurrection. Subsequently, Yamcha, filled with pride and a hint of boastfulness, elaborated on the capabilities of the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing his account, the beings from myriad worlds were left in sheer astonishment. The Dragon Balls. Simply by gathering 7 of them, one could summon the eternal dragon to make a wish. Any desire could be fulfilled. Reviving the deceased was merely one of the attainable wishes. A divine artifact. These Dragon Balls are undeniably a magnificent treasure. Now it became clear to them. No wonder this new world is called the Dragon Ball world. It is because this realm is endowed with such a miraculous object. Chapter 13. The most iconic transformation in history, Super Saiyan. Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. The Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Frieza, Vegeta. Could it be that your journey to Earth is motivated by these Dragon Balls? Within the spaceship, Vegeta felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing Frieza's message. Although Frieza had previously learned of his journey to Earth, he was unaware of the reason behind it. But now, Frieza had deduced the truth. Vegeta chose not to explain, for he knew that any clarification would be futile. Frieza would never believe him. The only course of action left was for him to find the Dragon Balls on Earth and wish for immortality. Only then could he possess the power to rival Frieza. On an unknown planet, upon realizing that Vegeta had not responded, Frieza knew his assumptions were correct. Vegeta was indeed heading to Earth for those fabled Dragon Balls. Since these Dragon Balls could grant any wish, it meant that Frieza could also fulfill his own desires. Vegeta wished to use the Dragon Balls to rid himself of his burdens. Moreover, he hoped to leverage the Dragon Balls to escape from Beerus. Frieza commanded his troops to prepare and accompany him to Earth. He intended to personally lead his subordinates to seek out the Dragon Balls and realize his ambitions. Vegeta and Frieza thus had the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Balls. Hence, there was no feeling of envy on their part. However, individuals from other worlds were on the brink of exploding with jealousy at this moment. In the world of pirates, on Ghost Island, the prospect of the Dragon Balls that could grant any wish was indeed tantalizing. Before the Dragon Balls, what significance does Roger's treasure hold? At this moment, Kaido has completely cast aside thoughts of Roger's treasure. In comparison to the Dragon Balls, Roger's riches are but a mere trifle. If Roger's treasure merely incited madness among countless pirates, then the presence of Dragon Balls in his piratical realm would incite not only the pirates, but also the navy, and even the celestial dragons, into a frenzy. The entire world would be engulfed in madness. The ability to grant any wish renders treasures utterly worthless. Alas, the Dragon Balls exist solely in their own world. He, along with others who harbor desires for the Dragon Balls, can only gaze longingly, mouths watering. What if the Dragon Balls are a deception? Such a notion seems unfounded. The inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world have no need to fabricate such a divine artifact to deceive themselves. Moreover, this world is home to terrifying beings capable of obliterating moons and even planets, and it is not inconceivable that beings even more powerful exist. The existence of such miraculous artifacts as the Dragon Balls does not seem far-fetched. In the realm of culinary captivation, the Dragon Balls can fulfill any desire. How unfortunate that our world lacks them. If only I could wish for access to the exquisite menu of Acacia. Aru, in his awe of the Dragon Ball's enchantment, found himself captivated despite his initial singular interest in food. If only he could use the Dragon Balls, he could indulge in Acacia's culinary delights directly. While he relishes the adventure of seeking Acacia's menu on his own, he harbors doubts about his ability to gather it all. His current strength barely allows him to survive in the culinary world, let alone hunt for delicacies, especially those of Acacia. Sharing Aru's sentiments is the president of the Gourmet Association, Sanhu. If only the Dragon Balls existed, I could savor all of Acacia's menus. No, that is not right. I could even resurrect Lord Froz. In Sanhu's heart, the resurrection of Froz holds greater importance than tasting Acacia's dishes. Regrettably, he cannot travel to the world of Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he is convinced that with his strength, he would undoubtedly succeed in his quest. In his view, his prowess would rank highly in the Dragon Ball realm. If Vegeta refrains from transforming into a great ape, he fears him not. If Vegeta can destroy the Earth, so can he. Confident in his ability to contend with Vegeta, he laments his lack of formidable transformations. Were he to possess transformation abilities like some from other worlds, he would have already acquired Acacia's menu. No one could obstruct him, not even his elder brother Ilong or his second brother Zilong. Alas, he possesses neither the transformations nor the Dragon Balls. How is it that in a world whose power is not inferior to that of the Dragon Ball realm, such divine artifacts do not exist? In the Dragon Ball world, on Earth, in West City, Yamcha, with his lack of discretion, has inadvertently divulged the matter of the Dragon Balls. Lin Luo was somewhat intoxicated. The mention of Yamcha implied that after arriving on Earth, it was not just Vegeta who would make an appearance. Even Frieza would come. At that point, the battlefield would no longer be Namek, but rather Earth. However, this posed little concern for him. As long as he obtained the rewards from the transformation event, he could select any content from the videos he released as a reward, including the powers of various formidable beings. When that time came, even Golden Frieza would be of no consequence. It was likely that only Black Frieza would instill a modicum of fear in him. If he could gain the strength of Beerus, the Angels, or even the Grand Priest and Zeno, then not even Black Frieza would warrant his regard. Moreover, even if Yamcha chose not to expose the Dragon Ball secrets now, the matter would inevitably come to light in his next video. The video showcasing the Saiyans' transformation into great apes had already concluded. Next, the true universe of Saiyan transformations would commence. The transformation into great apes was merely an appetizer, a prelude to the main course. The forthcoming videos would genuinely showcase the transformations of the Saiyans. The next video would reveal to all realms what it meant for the Saiyans to have limited time left. It would convey the sentiment of desiring to be a Saiyan in the next life. This upcoming video would allow everyone across the multiverse to understand the awe that the Saiyan transformations could evoke. Lin Luo was eager to see Vegeta and Frieza's expressions upon witnessing the next installment. The thought of their reactions to the transformations displayed in the upcoming video made him chuckle. After all, the transformations showcased in this next video would be legendary presences for both Vegeta and Frieza at this moment. Soon enough, Lin Luo's second video appeared before countless eyes across the multiverse. The most iconic transformation, Super Saiyan. The moment this transformation first emerged, all other transformations paled in comparison. The title of this video was quite sensational, but Lin Luo understood that it was not merely sensationalism. It was an undeniable fact. Despite the subsequent prevalence of Super Saiyans in the Dragon Ball series, even becoming a quick achievement for the Saiyans of Universe 6, the initial appearance of the Super Saiyan had indeed caused worldwide upheaval. This was no exaggeration. When the Super Saiyan emerged, all other comics and anime around the world faded into insignificance. For those in other worlds, they were unaware of what a Super Saiyan truly was. They only knew that it was a transformation stronger than the great ape form that the Saiyans possessed. However, for Vegeta, Nappa, and Frieza, they were all too familiar with what a Super Saiyan entailed. This was a warrior from Saiyan legend. Could it be that this video would unveil the truth about the Super Saiyan? Chapter 14. We are all Saiyans. Treating us differently, are we? Inside the spaceship, Super Saiyan. Could it be that the legend of the Super Saiyan is indeed true, that a Super Saiyan truly exists? Vegeta was filled with excitement. It is well known that the Super Saiyan is a warrior from the Saiyan legend, a super warrior that emerges only once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, it is the very fighter that Frieza fears the most. If the Super Saiyan is real, then he would no longer have to live in fear of Frieza. Why? Because the only one worthy of becoming a Super Saiyan, aside from him, the most exceptional Saiyan prince, is who? Could it possibly be that lowly warrior, Kakarot? Don't be absurd. A Super Saiyan. Could this video unveil the truth of the Super Saiyan? If that is the case, then I could become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was immensely excited and filled with anticipation. If this video could indeed reveal the truth of the Super Saiyan and how to become one, then he could use this knowledge to become the Super Saiyan that Frieza fears the most. At that time, he would be the strongest in the universe. Frieza, and even that being, Beerus, who makes Frieza bow in deference, would be beneath his feet. Yet, on a side note, why does the name Beerus sound vaguely familiar? It seems he has heard it somewhere before. On an unknown planet, Frieza sat in his pram, swirling the glass of red wine in his hand, waiting for his troops to finish their preparations before departing for Earth. Initially, he had dismissed the video of the Saiyan transforming into a great ape that Lin Luo had uploaded. To him, Saiyans were nothing more than foul monkeys. Even when they transformed into great apes, they remained foul monkeys, merely larger versions of themselves. He paid it no mind. However, the title of this video made Frieza crush the wine glass in his hand. Super Saiyan. Could the legendary warrior of the Saiyans truly be real? His father, King Cold, had once warned him of two entities in the universe that must not be provoked. One was Majin Buu, and the other was the god of destruction, Beerus. Moreover, their family had long passed down a legend that amongst the Saiyans existed a super warrior known as the Super Saiyan. This Super Saiyan would become the greatest threat to him, the emperor of the universe. This is why, when Beerus ordered him to destroy planet Vegeta, he complied immediately. On one hand, he could not defy Beerus's command. On the other hand, annihilating planet Vegeta would lead to the extinction of the Saiyans, thus preventing the emergence of the Super Saiyan. However, over the years, he had grown skeptical of the legend of the Super Saiyan. But now, it seems that the Super Saiyan might indeed be real. Let me see what this Super Saiyan is truly about. If it is indeed true, I shall nip it in the bud. For now, the Super Saiyan remains merely a legend. If a Super Saiyan truly appears in the video, It must be a vision of the future. Thus, he could eliminate the opponent in the cradle before the emergence of Super Saiyans. Of course, he harbored doubts about the video's content foretelling future events. Yet, when it comes to such matters, it is better to err on the side of caution. Even if the prediction were false, he would still annihilate any potential Super Saiyans or those associated with them. He could not afford any unforeseen events, even if there existed a mere 1% chance. In the realm of destruction, Beerus, savoring the delicacies prepared by the angel Whis, spoke up, pondering the connection between the Super Saiyan and the god of Super Saiyans. His prolonged slumber had been induced by dreams of a formidable warrior named the god of Super Saiyans who would become his adversary. Originally, he was to awaken in 39 years. However, the emergence of the Multiverse Video Network had roused him prematurely. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, for he wished to discern whether the individual named Lin Luo had disclosed any clues regarding the god of Super Saiyans in his video. What has been described pertains to those privy to the existence of Super Saiyans. For others across the myriad realms, the concept of a Super Saiyan remains shrouded in mystery, and they are oblivious to the legends surrounding them. Their curiosity is piqued as they wonder what exactly a Super Saiyan entails. Subsequently, individuals with varying intentions clicked on the video, and in the next moment, the narration commenced. The Super Saiyan is heralded as a legendary warrior of the Saiyan race from planet Vegeta in the 7th universe. It is said that one appears once every 1,000 years. However, what they do not know is that a Super Saiyan is not merely a singular warrior, but rather a transformation. Any Saiyan capable of mastering this transformation can become a Super Saiyan. Naturally, not every Saiyan possesses the ability to harness this change. Upon hearing the narration, Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, could not suppress a shiver. The notion that any Saiyan could become a Super Saiyan if they mastered the transformation was somewhat terrifying. He envisioned the entire population of Saiyans on planet Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyans. It was a thought too dreadful to entertain. Fortunately, he had already obliterated planet Vegeta, and the number of surviving Saiyans was scant. Thus, if he could eliminate the remaining Saiyans, the Super Saiyan phenomenon would not come to pass. It seemed that his decision to venture to Earth was indeed prudent. On one hand, he could acquire the Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish. On the other hand, he could eliminate those Saiyans residing on Earth. To his knowledge, all surviving Saiyans were congregated on Earth. Kakarot, as referred to by Vegeta, along with his son, and Vegeta himself, accompanied by Nappa, were all en route to Earth. When the time came, he would eradicate these Saiyans in one fell swoop, thereby alleviating his concerns regarding the emergence of Super Saiyans. At that moment, several comments caught Frieza's attention. Kefla, the legend of the Super Saiyan. Why have we, the Saiyans of Universe 6, never heard of this? Kefla, Gab, have you heard about it? Gabe, I haven't either. But the video mentioned that this Super Saiyan is a legend of the Saiyans from Universe 7, and it has no connection to us Saiyans of Universe 6. Kefla, I wonder what this Super Saiyan transformation entails, and whether we, the Saiyans of Universe 6, can achieve it. In Universe 6, on Planet Salad, Kefla, Gabe, and their fellow Saiyans are quite intrigued by the video released by Lin Luo. They were already curious about the previous video regarding the Great Ape transformation, especially since the Saiyans of Universe 6 lack tails and are thus unable to undergo such a transformation. In contrast, the Saiyans of Universe 7 can. Now, a new transformation, one that their Universe 6 Saiyans have never encountered, has emerged, the Super Saiyan transformation. There are no legends of Super Saiyans among them, making it a distinct trait of the Universe 7 Saiyans. This seems rather unfair. Why do the Saiyans of Universe 7 possess such extravagant transformations while their counterparts in Universe 6 do not? Is there a disparity in treatment? Chapter 15. The birth of the Super Saiyan was orchestrated entirely by Frieza. As a female Saiyan among the Universe 6, Kefla bears a resemblance to Goku in her fervor for strength. Upon witnessing the Great Ape transformation of the Universe 7 Saiyans, which multiplies their power tenfold, she felt a surge of frustration, a tenfold increase in strength. How exhilarating it would be if she could transform as well. Now, with the introduction of another transformation that is absent among the Saiyans of Universe 6, her irritation has only deepened. Why is there such a distinction when they are all Saiyans? Thus, she yearns to discover whether this Super Saiyan transformation is exclusive to the Saiyans of Universe 7 or if the Saiyans of Universe 6 can also attain it. They are incapable of the Great Ape transformation, as they are inherently devoid of tails. Yet, she is left wondering if there are any limitations or conditions attached to the Super Saiyan transformation. Unbeknownst to Kefla, her words have opened a gateway to a new realm for many. In Universe 7, on Earth. Universe 6? What is that? Moreover, the video indicated that the Super Saiyan is a legend of the Saiyans from Universe 7. Thus, we exist in Universe 7, and beyond this universe, are there others? The warriors ponder this notion. It seems their world is far more expansive than they had ever imagined. Initially, the presence of powerful beings like Frieza and Beerus from beyond Earth had already astonished them. Now, the existence of individuals from other universes has surfaced. Their world is indeed vast. On the spaceship, they had never anticipated the existence of other universes, and to think that other universes also harbor Saiyans. The situation of the Saiyans from Universe 6 remains a mystery, particularly to Vegeta, who feels a profound curiosity about them. Does Universe 6 have a Saiyan prince akin to himself? What is the status of the Saiyans there, in comparison to their counterparts in Universe 7? Which group of Saiyans possesses greater strength? Nevertheless, he has no intention of inquiring about these matters. After all, he is the illustrious Saiyan prince, a figure of pride. How could he deign to ask others such questions? Frieza shares a similar sentiment. Upon discovering the existence of Saiyans in Universe 6, a twinge of apprehension struck him. He is uncertain about the condition of the Saiyans in that universe. Can they transform into Super Saiyans, and how many of them are there? The thought of facing an entire planet of Super Saiyans from Universe 6 is not one he relishes. However, he quickly reassures himself that these Saiyans have no bearing on his status as the Emperor of Universe 7. Even if Universe 6 were to possess a Super Saiyan, it would not impact him in the slightest. With this thought, Frieza finds solace, albeit with a hint of disappointment, as he realizes he cannot venture into Universe 6. Otherwise, he might have been the Emperor of 2 universes. At this moment, the voice of the video narrator continues, stating that when discussing Super Saiyans, one must inevitably mention Frieza, the Emperor of Universe 7. Their relationship is one of tumultuous love and conflict. The emergence of the Super Saiyan is intricately linked to this cosmic sovereign. Indeed, one could argue that the very existence of Super Saiyans is a consequence of Frieza's actions. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression turns to one of bewilderment. What is this video suggesting? He is the last person who desires the rise of Super Saiyans. How could their existence possibly be attributed to him? Furthermore, what does it mean for him and the Saiyans to be entwined in a relationship of love and conflict? He has nearly annihilated their entire race. While it is true that he has slain many, what right do the Saiyans have to engage in mutual conflict with him? Should it not be a one-sided massacre? As for the notion of love, that is utterly ludicrous. This video seems to be making a cosmic jest. Dragon Roll, a cosmic emperor? Is there really a cosmic emperor in this Dragon Ball world? Dragon Roll, I wonder how this cosmic emperor named Frieza compares to Boros, who is also a cosmic emperor. Genos, my master Saitama previously battled Boros and defeated him. He knows well the extent of Boros' strength. Genos, I wonder how formidable this Frieza truly is. Saitama, Boros is indeed very powerful. His full-strength attack could obliterate the surface of the earth. Saitama, however, in comparison to Frieza, there is likely a significant disparity in strength. Saitama distinctly recalls Frieza's utter disdain for Vegeta. Vegeta refers to Frieza as master, seemingly positioning himself as a subordinate to the latter. Yet, Vegeta possesses the formidable power to obliterate Earth, not merely to devastate its surface like Boros, but to reduce the planet to cosmic dust. Although this spectacle has not yet transpired, and there are no visuals of Vegeta annihilating Earth, one cannot help but believe in his capacity to achieve such destruction. In comparison, Boros' strength pales in significance before Vegeta. It is needless to mention the disparity when juxtaposed with the mightier Frieza. Clearly, despite both being cosmic overlords, there exists a substantial chasm between them. Frieza expresses his disdain. Is one capable of merely destroying the surface of Earth worthy of the title Cosmic Overlord? He muses that Boros is fortunate to have not encountered him. Otherwise, he would have swiftly extinguished Boros' life with a mere flick of his hand, thus diminishing the prestige of the title Cosmic Overlord. Frieza is exceedingly displeased. The fact that Boros, whose full strength can only devastate the Earth's surface, is deemed a Cosmic Overlord is an affront. Having observed Earth from previous footage, he perceives it as an insignificant speck in the cosmos, easily reducible to stardust with a single gesture. This Boros has indeed diluted the essence of what it means to be a cosmic overlord. It is evident that the realm Boros hails from is lacking in strength. Regrettably, Frieza cannot traverse to other worlds. Otherwise, he would claim them all as his dominion. As the illustrious cosmic real estate magnate, he revels in the expansion of his territories. However, his current intrigue lies in the enigmatic emergence of the Super Saiyans. Following his battle with Vegeta, the loss of numerous warriors, coupled with the demise of Piccolo, has resulted in the death of the Guardian. Consequently, the Dragon Balls on Earth have vanished, rendering any hope of resurrection futile. At this juncture, Krillin recalls Vegeta mentioning that Piccolo is a Namekian, originating from the planet known as Namek. Since the Guardian and Piccolo are one and the same, it follows that the Guardian is also a Namekian. Given that the Dragon Balls were crafted by the Guardian, it stands to reason that there may be other Dragon Balls on Namek. If they could locate the Dragon Balls on Namek, they might have the chance to resurrect their fallen comrades. This notion brings immense joy to Goku and the others, as it sparks hope for the revival of their sacrificed friends. To embark on a journey to the distant Namek, Bulma, with the aid of Bubbles, discovers the spaceship that the Guardian used to arrive on Earth during his youth and modifies it into a new vessel. Due to Goku's severe injuries and the unavailability of the magical beans that could heal any wound, Bulma resolves to set forth to Namek with Gohan and Krillin in search of the Dragon Balls. This expedition to Namek ultimately unlocks the genetic potential of the Saiyans, marking the beginning of the tumultuous and intertwined fates of Frieza, Goku, Vegeta, and the other Saiyans. Chapter 16. The Single-Finger Star Explosion. The shockwave brought by Frieza. In the realm of Dragon Ball, on a desolate expanse of Earth, Piccolo contemplates, a Namekian? Does this mean I am an alien? With the narration of the video, he becomes acutely aware of his true identity. He is indeed a Namekian. Although he was unaware of which planet Namek was, one thing was certain: there were indeed others of his kind in this world. Aside from Piccolo, those acquainted with him, including the god of Earth himself, were utterly astonished. The god had come to understand his own identity, while Krillin, Yamcha, and other Earthlings realized the reason behind Piccolo's formidable strength. Thus, the reason Piccolo and Goku were so powerful was not merely a matter of different levels. It was because they were both extraterrestrials. The Earthlings felt rather feeble in comparison to these beings from beyond their world. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others were deeply moved, pondering how their strength paled in comparison to Piccolo and Goku. It dawned on them that they were fundamentally not of the same planet. Goku was a Saiyan, and Piccolo was a Namekian. Both were aliens. In the presence of such beings, the Earthlings found themselves lacking in standing. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she contemplated the future journey alongside Krillin and Gohan to distant planets in search of the Dragon Balls. Her heart was a blend of anticipation and trepidation. The thrill stemmed from the prospect of embarking on interstellar adventures, reminiscent of her cherished memories with Goku during their own quests for the Dragon Balls, moments she would forever hold dear. She longed for those days of exploration. Yet, the prospect of once again searching for the Dragon Balls, this time on an alien world, sparked her curiosity about what she might encounter. This was also a source of her anxiety. After all, their previous quests on Earth had been fraught with peril. Not to mention, Goku would not be accompanying them. It was not that she doubted Krillin and Gohan, but rather, Goku's presence had always provided a sense of security. After all, it was with Goku that she had embarked on the original journey to find the Dragon Balls. Should she and Goku travel to Namek, it would indeed evoke memories of their past adventures. The narrative hinted that this journey to Namek would be anything but simple, especially with Frieza and Vegeta seemingly involved. Bulma couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for her future self. Meanwhile, on the planet where Frieza resided, he pondered the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek. If both Earth and Namek possessed Dragon Balls, where should he seek them? After all, any Dragon Ball could grant him wishes. Perhaps he would venture to the closest one. However, this time, he had a secondary objective: to eradicate the remaining Saiyans. Since they were primarily gathered on Earth, it would be prudent to head there. Achieving two goals in one strike. Is the army prepared? Frieza inquired of his subordinate, eager to embark on his mission to Earth. Both to eliminate the Saiyans and to seek the Dragon Balls, he awaited the response. Reporting to you, my lord, all is ready. Excellent. Then let us depart. With that, Frieza and his entourage set forth towards Earth. It was due to this singular video that Namek and its inhabitants narrowly escaped a calamity. To recount the entangled fate of Frieza, Son Goku, and Vegeta, one must journey back in time. Initially, the Saiyans were subservient to Frieza. However, driven by his trepidation of the legendary Super Saiyan, coupled with another motive, he annihilated the Saiyan homeworld, planet Vegeta. In the video, Frieza, accompanied by his minions, approached the vicinity of planet Vegeta. He extended a finger, conjuring a sphere of energy that resembled a miniature sun, and hurled it towards the planet. On planet Vegeta, one Saiyan valiantly resisted until the end, a Saiyan who bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. Yet, in the face of Frieza, this Saiyan's defiance proved futile. Alongside his fellow Saiyans, he was reduced to cosmic dust as planet Vegeta met its demise. Frieza's singular finger had obliterated the planet. This scene, clearly depicted in the Dragon Ball saga, served as a stark introduction to Frieza's formidable power for the denizens of countless realms. Zangetsu. A planet can be destroyed so easily? Zangetsu. Thankfully, our world is devoid of such beings. Otherwise, what are navies and pirates but mere ants? Kakashi. This is utterly outrageous. Compared to Frieza, our battles in the Naruto universe are akin to child's play, merely skirmishes between villages. Naruto Uzumaki. In comparison to Frieza's might, even the Nine Tails seems insignificant. Nine Tails. Genos. The planet destroyed by Frieza is significantly larger than Earth. Yet, it was effortlessly obliterated with just a finger. Genos, truly. He is the epitome of a cosmic sovereign. In comparison, Boros seems no more formidable than an infant. Tornado. Indeed, should Frieza exist in our world, the threat level would surpass even divine beings. Genos. I wonder if my master could withstand Frieza. Saitama remained silent. While his strength ranked supreme in his world, he harbored little confidence when pitted against Frieza, the terrifying cosmic emperor. Though his growth in power was rapid, he pondered how long it would take to reach Frieza's caliber. After all, Frieza's demonstrated prowess was merely the tip of the iceberg. one could only speculate how formidable his full strength would be. Yet, he genuinely yearned for the opportunity to confront this cosmic monarch once his power had escalated further. The initial display of Frisia's might left the inhabitants of myriad realms in awe, while the expressions of warriors and Vegeta turned grim. Their distress stemmed from the realization that Frisia could very well become their future adversary, particularly for Krillin and Gohan, who were destined to venture to Namek. This meant they would inevitably confront this cosmic sovereign. Given the power Frisia had exhibited, what could they possibly wield against him? Even Goku, the father, would journey to Namek. However, it is likely that they will not endure until that time. Krillin and Gohan have begun to feel a sense of unease about their future. After managing to drive away Vegeta, they were unexpectedly confronted by Frisia, whose power far exceeds that of Vegeta. They truly cannot catch a moment's respite. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression is one of deep distress, for he witnesses the obliteration of his planet and the slaughter of his kin at the hands of Frisia. Despite his cold demeanor, the destruction of his home and the annihilation of his people weighs heavily on his heart. This is one of the reasons he seeks to rebel against Frisia. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan can he hope to confront Frisia, and the one destined to become a Super Saiyan is none other than himself. Vegeta possesses unwavering confidence. In his eyes, the content following the video depicts how this Saiyan prince shall transform into a Super Saiyan and ultimately vanquish Frisia. He can hardly contain his anticipation for the moment he transforms and the scene in which he slays Frisia. However, what could be the other reason behind Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta? Chapter 17. Goku, why are you always late? Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta and extinguished the Saiyan race, leaving only a handful of survivors. Among them is the Saiyan prince, Vegeta, who, along with two other surviving Saiyans, Raditz and Nappa, remains in Frisia's service. Frisia informs them that the destruction of planet Vegeta was due to a meteorite impact. Raditz and Nappa accept this explanation, but Vegeta harbors doubts. He knows the truth behind the planet's demise. Thus, he plots to rebel against Frisia and eliminate him. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls on Earth can grant any wish, he resolves to travel there in search of them to fulfill his desire for eternal life. However, he did not anticipate being thwarted on Earth. Driven away by the warriors led by Goku, this revelation has awakened many to the realization that Vegeta had ulterior motives for his journey to Earth. Meanwhile, Frisia sneers at the irony that Vegeta shares a similar desire. Yet, does Vegeta truly believe he can use this wish to defy him? One can only conclude that Vegeta is woefully naive. Once again, Vegeta's countenance darkens. His intentions are known only to himself and Nappa. Nappa has kept the secret. Yet this video has somehow been leaked. How did Lin Luo come to possess this knowledge? Could it be that Lin Luo is truly omniscient? No. He refuses to believe it. If that were the case, then Lin Luo's released video would indeed be a foretelling of the future. He cannot accept that. It must be false. Lin Luo must have merely stumbled upon a lucky guess. It has to be that way. Following the severe setback on Earth, Vegeta first returned to the base for treatment. After his injuries healed, he learned that Frisia had dispatched a team to planet Namek, with the same objective of acquiring the Dragon Balls. Thus, Vegeta hurriedly made his way to Namek, eager to locate the Dragon Balls before Frisia could. However, unbeknownst to him, a spacecraft had also departed from Earth, destined for Namek. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan were en route, while Frisia's forces and Vegeta were each pursuing their own agendas. These three factions converged upon the peaceful planet of Namek, shattering its tranquility. At that moment, the Namekians were in a state of panic, unable to fathom the chaos that would ensue from the gathering of these three groups, particularly the formidable presence of Frisia and Vegeta. They could hardly bear to contemplate the impending disaster that loomed over their world. As the three parties assembled on Namek, Vegeta, recognizing the overwhelming strength of Frisia's forces, opted to temporarily ally himself with Krillin and Gohan. It became evident that the most effective means of transforming erstwhile adversaries into allies was the emergence of a threat even greater than themselves. In the footage, upon discovering that Krillin and Gohan had also arrived on Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta refrained from eliminating them. He understood that gathering all the Dragon Balls from Frisia alone would be an insurmountable task, thus necessitating assistance. His previous encounters on Earth had shown him that Krillin and Gohan were capable of cooperation. Consequently, Vegeta spared their lives and even came to their aid on several occasions. Witnessing the footage of himself collaborating with Vegeta and even being saved by him left Krillin and Gohan with tumultuous emotions. In the preceding video, they had been engaged in a fierce battle, yet in this instance, they had unexpectedly become allies. The narration had indeed been correct. The emergence of a more formidable enemy was essential for transforming foes into temporary partners. The alliance with Piccolo had arisen due to the appearance of the Saiyans as a more powerful adversary. Throughout their quest for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta encountered Frisia's subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon. Initially, he was no match for them, but Saiyans possess a unique trait. Should they recover from the brink of death, their power significantly amplifies. Thus, after healing from his injuries sustained on Earth, Vegeta found himself considerably stronger, further solidifying his belief that he was the legendary Super Saiyan. Due to the collaboration between Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, Frieza was unable to gather the Dragon Balls without personally intervening. Even his subordinates were dispatched. As a result, Frieza summoned his most formidable team, the Ginyu Force. Unbeknownst to Gohan, this Ginyu Force would profoundly impact his life. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt an overwhelming curiosity about how the Ginyu Force would affect his future. Would it lead to his demise at their hands, or would other unforeseen events unfold? Upon their arrival on Namek, the Ginyu Force performed a peculiar dance before Frieza, leaving him slightly flushed and quite embarrassed. Concurrently, on Earth, Goku, having learned of the events transpiring on Namek, initiated his own course of action. He boarded his spaceship, destined for Namek, with an expected arrival in 6 days. To enhance his strength, he enlisted Bulma's father to construct a gravity chamber, capable of exerting a maximum of 100 times Earth's gravity. He aimed to conquer this formidable force within the 6-day time frame, thereby maximizing his potential. This method of training elicited admiration from many. Lee Rock, training in a high-gravity environment? The results must be extraordinary. Lee Rock, moreover, it should surpass the effects of weighted training. As he lacked ninjutsu, he dedicated himself to physical training, often burdening himself with weights to fortify his physique. Initially, he believed that training under load was the optimal approach for physical refinement. However, he had come to reconsider. Training in a high-gravity setting undoubtedly promised superior results. Lee Rock, Might Guy, you concur, do you not? Might Guy, indeed, yet altering gravity poses significant challenges. Might Guy, moreover, there exists no ninjutsu for manipulating gravity. Fujitora, I see, enhancing gravity to condition one's body is indeed a commendable strategy. In the world of pirates, Fujitora was greatly intrigued by Goku's training method. While others might falter, he possessed the power of the gravity fruit, enabling him to manipulate gravity. Thus, he resolved to modify the gravitational field around him to further hone his physique and become stronger. He immediately set about experimenting. In the Dragon Ball world in West City, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma were elated to learn of Goku's impending arrival on Namek. However, their joy quickly turned to concern. They feared they might not endure until Goku's arrival, recalling how Yamcha and Piccolo had perished in the previous video. Goku, Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, you must hold on until I arrive. On Snake Way, Goku dashed forward, sending messages as he ran. In the last video, his tardiness had led to the demise of many comrades, and he fervently hoped to reach them in time this time around. Krillin, alas, Goku, why must you always be late in these 2 videos? Krillin, surviving 6 days against this horde of monsters is no easy feat. Chapter 18, Goku's arrival. The shock of the Senzu beans. As the mightiest warrior among them, Goku had been late in both videos. His delay in this video was understandable, given his severe injuries in the previous one and the absence of Senzu beans for a swift recovery. Yet, the reason for his tardiness in the last video perplexed Krillin. Enduring 6 days against Frieza and the Ginyu Force seemed an insurmountable challenge. The crux of the matter is that even if Goku were to arrive on Namek, obtaining the Dragon Balls from Frieza and his minions would not be guaranteed. Unless, of course, Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, the question arises, can Goku truly achieve this transformation? If so, how might he accomplish it? Krillin is deeply intrigued. The arrival of the Ginyu Force only heightens Vegeta's anxiety. Together with Krillin and Gohan, they initially vanquish the weakest member, Guldo. However, they soon find themselves at the mercy of the formidable Rikom. Even with their newfound strength, the trio is no match for him. Vegeta and Krillin suffer severe injuries, while Gohan is brutally struck, resulting in a broken neck and leaving him on the brink of death. In the footage, the united efforts of Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan lead to the defeat of Guldo, who possesses the ability to pause time. Yet, they are subsequently overwhelmed by the might of Rikom. Vegeta stands no chance against Rikom alone, and with Krillin and Gohan merely adding to the count of the severely wounded, Gohan faces imminent death due to his grievous injury. Witnessing this harrowing battle leaves countless spectators utterly astonished. After all, in the previous video, Vegeta displayed immense power, almost defeating Goku and the others. Yet now, he is being soundly beaten. The contrast is indeed striking. Moreover, that diminutive figure, Guldo, possesses the terrifying ability to halt time. As Gohan's mother, Chi-Chi, witnesses her son's neck being broken, she faints from the shock. Rikom, haha. Vegeta, with your meager power, how dare you betray Lord Frieza? Even I am not a match for you. Berta, it is commendable that you could defeat Guldo, but alas, he is the weakest among us. Ginyu, it seems. Vegeta, that you, along with that little bald head and the brat, are destined to perish at Rikom's hands. Upon reading these comments, the viewers from countless realms finally discerned who had previously mocked and belittled Vegeta. The authors of these remarks had also ridiculed him before. They are indeed members of the Ginyu Force. It is no wonder they dared to scorn Vegeta, for he truly appears weak in their presence. However, This perception is merely relative to those from other worlds. Within the Dragon Ball universe, many regard the Ginyu Force with disdain. Among them, one individual's focus is not on the Ginyu Force's strength, but rather on Guldo's ability to pause time. In Universe 6, the concept of time pausing intrigues the assassin Hit. If someone of comparable power were to utilize this ability, could my time skip counter it? Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6, ponders this question. He possesses the time skip technique, which allows him to bypass brief intervals of time. While Guldo's time pausing ability can be disregarded due to the vast power disparity, the prospect of facing someone of similar strength wielding such a skill raises significant concerns. Is his time-stopping ability still of any use? I truly wish to test it. Unfortunately, within the 6th universe, he cannot find anyone whose strength is comparable to his own. The disparity with others is simply too vast. As for the god of destruction, the difference in power is insurmountable. Moreover, no one possesses the ability to halt time. Thus, this notion remains merely an aspiration. Vegeta, you lot had better watch out. The moment I transform into a Super Saiyan, your demise will be upon you. Vegeta expressed his displeasure through a message. Had this been in the past, he would never have dared to utter such words to the Ginyu Force, excluding Guldo. After all, he was no match for anyone other than Guldo. Yet now, he harbors little fear. He is no longer intimidated by Frieza. Why should he fear the Ginyu Force? As long as he learns how to become a Super Saiyan from this video, he shall no longer be afraid of them. Frieza, oh ho 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 Vegeta. You think you can become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, Frieza, who else could possibly become a Super Saiyan besides me? Are you suggesting that Kakarot, that fool, might? Frieza, yet it appears you are about to be slain by Raikou. Raikou, Frieza, watch closely as I eliminate Vegeta. Countless spectators continued to watch the video, wondering if Vegeta and the others would indeed fall to Raikou. Would Goku once again arrive too late? In the video, just as Raikou was about to strike down Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, a spaceship finally descended upon Namek. The hatch opened, and Goku emerged. After 6 days of travel, Goku had finally arrived on Namek. Moreover, he had completed his training under 100 times gravity. Through his ability to sense energy, Goku quickly grasped the dire situation of Vegeta and the others. He realized that Krillin and Gohan's energy levels had plummeted, indicating their impending demise. Wasting no time, Goku swiftly flew to their location, arriving just before Raikou could unleash his attack. Goku's arrival captured the attention of all present. He first offered a Senzu Bean to Gohan, restoring him to peak condition. Next, he provided one to Krillin. The final bean was given to Vegeta. After consuming the Senzu Beans, both Vegeta and Krillin returned to their prime, leaving Raikou utterly perplexed. How could the three he intended to defeat suddenly regain their full strength? This confusion was not limited to Raikou alone. Cap, how is it possible that Vegeta and the others, who were on the brink of defeat, suddenly recovered? Goku, it seems it was because Goku gave them a green bean. Naruto, is that bean truly so miraculous? Can it restore one to peak condition in an instant? Krillin, indeed, that bean is called a Senzu Bean. It can heal all injuries. Goku, remarkable, truly astonishing. If the Navy could possess these mystical beans, how many lives could be spared? Luffy pondered, if I had those beans back then, would Ace still be alive? His comment rendered many silent as they reminisced about friends lost to grievous injuries. If only they had those beans, perhaps their friends would have survived. Simultaneously, they marveled at the world of Dragon Ball, enchanted by its myriad divine artifacts. Each wondrous item could evoke profound astonishment. One could only speculate how many more divine objects and formidable beings remained undisclosed in the Dragon Ball universe. It was unequivocally splendid, far surpassing the brilliance of their own world combined. In West City of the Dragon Ball realm, Lin Luo chuckled at the comments on the screen. The awe expressed by individuals from various worlds towards the mystical beings was entirely understandable. Even the mightiest beings from fantastical realms would surely be astounded by the bean's effects. It is crucial to note that the bean's efficacy does not depend on the strength of the consumer. The extraordinary power of these beans can heal all wounds, regardless of the consumer's prowess. When Goku first consumed a mystical bean, it was after his battle with old Piccolo, during a time when his strength was still modest. Yet later, these beans were capable of restoring even Cell to full form, and in Dragon Ball Super, they could rejuvenate both Goku and Vegeta entirely. Such miraculous effects explain why these beans have remained so rare since the inception of Dragon Ball. They must not be left unsealed. In a fantastical domain, the mystical beans could mend the injuries of a fledgling warrior while also healing the wounds of mighty emperors, even celestial emperors. In such realms, these beans would be so coveted that peak warriors would vie for them. Inside a spacecraft, Vegeta's countenance darkened upon realizing that he had been rescued by Kakarot. He was a prince of the Saiyans. Losing to a lower-class warrior was one thing, but now this lower-class warrior had saved him. Such indignity was unbearable for his proud nature. To make matters worse, he had actually consumed the bean on screen. He wished he could step into the video and admonish his on-screen self not to accept Kakarot's charity. Moreover, Vegeta mused, even with his enhanced power. He was no match for Rikum, let alone Kakarot. And aside from Rikum, Berta and Jis were also watching. Could it be that Kakarot could triumph over these three? To Vegeta, Goku seemed intent on running from Earth to Namek merely to meet his demise. After all, on Earth, one-on-one, he was not Goku's equal. He needed the assistance of others to defeat him. How much time has truly passed? Even if the opponent has indeed achieved 100-fold gravity training, what substantial power could that possibly confer? Perhaps, if they joined forces, they might stand a chance against the Ginyu Force. But to ally with Kakarot, this lowly warrior? How could he, the proud prince of all Saiyans, stoop to such a level? He already felt a profound sense of shame collaborating with Kakarot's son and that bald fellow named Krillin. He could not afford to be seen alongside Kakarot. Vegeta gazed at his own image in the video, murmuring to himself. He was genuinely concerned that the version of himself on the screen might acquiesce to an alliance with Kakarot. Yet, the subsequent footage revealed to Vegeta that his fears were unfounded. In the video, after rescuing Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, Goku placed his hand atop Krillin's head. Moments later, he gleaned what Krillin and Gohan had been up to during their time apart. He then turned his gaze toward Rikum, advancing step by step. Rikum dismissed Goku entirely, even intending to unleash his ultimate attack to eliminate everyone, including Goku. However, before he could execute his plan, Goku delivered a swift elbow strike that incapacitated him in an instant. Goku's speed was astonishing, so rapid that neither Krillin nor Gohan comprehended the unfolding events. Only Vegeta perceived the truth. In the instant Rikum prepared to strike, Goku appeared before him with blinding speed and unleashed a formidable elbow blow that felled his opponent. Kakarot's battle prowess had transcended the limits of the Saiyans. How had he accomplished such a feat? Vegeta was utterly astonished, and a thought struck him, a possibility. Could it be that he had become a Super Saiyan? The notion was unfathomable. A Super Saiyan, a warrior of legend among the Saiyans, emerges once in a millennium. He could surpass the limits that all Saiyans deemed insurmountable. If the legend held any truth, then the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan would indeed be me. Vegeta could not reconcile the idea that the fabled Super Saiyan could be a mere lowly warrior. Ichigo Kurosaki. He obliterated Rikum in an instant. Has Goku's power grown to such an extent? Arlo. Could it be that he has transformed into a Super Saiyan? But he seems unchanged. Kakashi. Or could it be the result of his training under 100-fold gravity? If that is the case, then such an achievement is quite extraordinary. Makarov. It must be the fruits of his training. After all, he appears unchanged and does not resemble a Super Saiyan transformation in any way. Rock Lee. Guy-sensei. Is there any jutsu that can increase gravity? I want to train in a high-gravity environment. Mike Guy. I wish I knew, but even I am uncertain. Fujitora. Fortunately, I possess the powers of the gravity fruit. While I may not reach Goku's level of strength, I can still enhance my own abilities. Zengoku. Fujitora. You hail from the pirate world as well? Would you consider joining the Marines? In the world of pirates, upon witnessing the barrage of messages regarding Fujitora, Sengoku immediately rose to his feet. Quick, find Fujitora. If he is not at headquarters, summon him at once. Observing the remarkable results of Son Goku's training in a high-gravity environment, he was astonished to learn that Fujitora possessed the power of the gravity fruit. Sengoku could hardly contain himself. If Fujitora could manipulate gravity, then he could potentially facilitate training for the entire Navy. The thought of the Navy honing their skills under such conditions was almost unfathomable. Naturally, their strength would not reach the extraordinary heights of Son Goku. However, even a mere doubling of the Navy's power would be sufficient to pursue and vanquish pirates. Thankfully, Fujitora was part of the Navy. Had he been a pirate, Sengoku would have been in a dire predicament. Fujitora's single message had catapulted this future Navy admiral into the limelight, his name echoing throughout the pirate world and beyond. Countless individuals were stirred to action upon witnessing Son Goku's training results. The strength gained from training in a high-gravity environment was astonishing. While they might not attain such incredible feats as Son Goku, even a few-fold increase in their capabilities would be immensely beneficial. Yet, the singular obstacle remained. They lacked access to a high-gravity environment and the means to replicate such conditions, leaving them in great discomfort. In the fairy tale world, a call went out. Is there anyone who commands gravity magic? We promise the finest treatment to those who join our guild. Various wizard guilds issued similar proclamations, inviting those skilled in gravity magic to join their ranks. Mastery of such magic would not only enhance individual strength, but also bolster the entire guild's power. In the realm of Xingtian, a voice queried, do we have no methods to enhance gravity? Welcoming the patrons, Xiao Tian posed the question. If their armored summoners could train in a high-gravity setting, surely facing the underworld demons would become significantly easier. I cannot say for certain. The welcoming host replied with a rueful smile. At least, to my knowledge, we do not. Within the secret chamber of the Bawang group, Liu Fa felt a pang of regret as he reflected on the efficacy of training in a high-gravity environment. Had he known the benefits beforehand, he would have arranged for such training sessions. Chapter 20, Frieza Moves. My battle power is 530,000. Given the technological prowess of Ares, controlling gravity was not particularly challenging. After all, that fellow, the Flame Emperor, was confined within a zero-gravity high-magnetic prison. If a zero-gravity environment could be created, then a high-gravity environment could certainly be established. However, Ares had yet to experiment with training under high-gravity conditions. Now, Liu Fa lamented, had he known the remarkable outcomes of training in such an environment, he would have led his subordinates in this endeavor from the outset. If that had been the case, he would not have needed to flee from Ares. Directly overthrowing the reign of King Pier poses no challenge. Sun Wukong has cultivated in an environment of 100-fold gravity, enhancing his strength from being no match for Vegeta to a level where he can effortlessly defeat Raikou. The might of Raikou has already been showcased in the videos, where he effortlessly overpowers an already enhanced Vegeta. The magnitude of this power increase is utterly terrifying, even if the effects vary due to the differences in worlds. Even a mere 1% of Sun Wukong's prowess would be immensely formidable. On Earth, Vegeta has already attained the capability to obliterate the planet. His enhanced strength speaks for itself. Furthermore, Raikou's power surpasses that of Vegeta, suggesting that he could obliterate not just one Earth, but potentially 10. He could even destroy celestial bodies larger than Earth. And what of Sun Wukong, who can vanquish Raikou? Even if he were to possess only 1% of his training results, he would likely wield a power comparable to that of the Shura armor. This is a strength he can achieve through sheer physical prowess, rather than relying on the armor itself. The disparity between the two is indeed colossal. Alas, this world offers no remedy for regret. Luffy, consumed by remorse, finds himself devoid of alternatives. While Luffy laments his choices, the myriad of powerful beings who have not adapted their gravitational techniques can only feel a sense of loss. As for Raikou, his disbelief is palpable, impossible. How could I, Raikou, be defeated by a Saiyan, that filthy monkey? I refuse to believe it. This must be a fabrication. Initially, Raikou took pleasure in pummeling Vegeta, but upon witnessing his own swift downfall at the hands of Sun Wukong, disbelief envelopes him. Beside him, Bart and Ji's wear equally grim expressions. After all, they were mere spectators in the video. If Sun Wukong has dispatched Raikou, they are surely next in line. Fortunately, they are a duo. Even if Sun Wukong is formidable, he cannot possibly contend with their combined strength. On Earth, the remarkable results of Wukong's training under immense gravity ignite hope among Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien. They ponder the possibility of training in a similar high-gravity environment, as the video indicated that Wukong's 100-fold gravity was created with the aid of Bulma's father. If he can do it, so can they. Moreover, Wukong conquered that gravity in just 6 days. Though they may not match his prowess, they have a full year to master the 100-fold gravity. Perhaps, by the end of that year, they might even surpass Wukong in strength. With this ambition in mind, Krillin and the others scattered across Earth make their way to West City, seeking Bulma's father's assistance in creating a high-gravity training environment. Even Piccolo, out in the wilderness, finds himself torn with desire to pursue the same path. Yet, he felt that, given his identity, it should not be an easy endeavor. With this thought, Piccolo's gaze fell upon Gohan below. Gohan, the son of Goku, possessed a lineage that might afford Piccolo access to a high-gravity training environment through him. After some contemplation, Piccolo resolved to give it a try. Subsequently, he accompanied Gohan to West City. On the Snake Way, he pondered whether the esteemed King Kai possessed such a high-gravity setting. Naturally, Goku was eager for the opportunity as well, for this was the training method he had employed first in the video. Alas, he was deceased now. Otherwise, he could have sought out Bulma's father. Perhaps he should consider resurrecting himself? But then again, the techniques bestowed upon him by King Kai were invaluable. He yearned to master the Spirit Bomb. This predicament left Goku in a state of indecision. King Kai, dear King, do you possess a high-gravity environment? He inquired. The gravity here is 10 times that of Earth, but it does not reach the 100-fold standard, King Kai replied. However, I can create a similar environment for you. That suffices. I shall train there, Goku responded, relieved by King Kai's message. He continued his journey. Originally, Goku had conceived the idea of training under a 100-fold gravity inspired by his experiences on King Kai's planet, where the gravity was 10 times that of Earth, allowing him to appreciate the benefits of training in such extreme conditions. Goku, along with the warriors of Earth, resolved to train in this high-gravity environment. This decision, however, did not bode well for Vegeta, who found himself in a state of discontent. He even contemplated whether a trip to Earth was worthwhile. Ultimately, he decided to go. As long as he could transform into a Super Saiyan through this video, it mattered not if Kakarot and the others enhanced their strength through high-gravity training. They would never be his match. What if Kakarot also mastered the Super Saiyan transformation? Impossible. A low-class warrior like Kakarot could never achieve such a transformation. Only he possessed that capability. In the video, having defeated Raikou, Goku subsequently vanquished Berta and Jis. During his journey, he encountered Captain Jinyu, who attempted to swap bodies with him. However, with the combined efforts of Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, They managed to help Goku regain his body, leaving Jinyu transformed into a frog. As Goku's body had sustained severe damage, Vegeta took him to a healing chamber for recovery. During this time, he intended to rest and regain his strength. Meanwhile, the Dragon Balls had been gathered through the efforts of the three factions, awaiting the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. At this moment, due to the annihilation of the Jinyu force, Frieza finally took matters into his own hands. He headed to the Namekian stronghold to inquire about the summoning incantation, encountering a diminutive Namekian along the way. However, due to pressing matters he had to attend to, he chose to spare his opponent. Upon arriving at the stronghold of the Namekians, he encountered the formidable Namekian warrior, Neru, who stood in his way. Utilizing his scanner, he discerned that Neru possessed a battle power of 42,000. Subsequently, Frieza uttered a phrase that would echo through the annals of history. My battle power is 530,000. In light of the vast disparity in strength, Neru was no match for Frieza, who effortlessly inflicted severe injuries upon him. Frieza delivered his declaration of battle power with an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely commenting on a trivial matter. Yet, the countless spectators who heard these words could not help but shudder. The very fact that Frieza could state such a figure with such ease transformed it into a harrowing tale for everyone else. Chapter 21. Frieza's Contempt. The Super Saiyan is no threat. 530,000 in battle power. I recall that when Son Goku fought against Jinyu, his battle power peaked at 18,000. Remarked Duanmuyan. Frieza's battle power is 3 times greater. Added Kaido. I wonder what battle power our respective world's top warriors possess, pondered Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pity that Son Goku lacks a tail. Otherwise, he could have Vegeta create an artificial moon for him to transform into a great ape, he mused. In that case, his battle power could reach 1,800,000, enabling him to defeat Frieza. Sanji countered, however, Goku loses his sanity when he transforms into a great ape. It would be wiser to have Vegeta take that form. But with Vegeta's current strength, even as a great ape, he wouldn't stand a chance against Frieza, replied Li Xian Nan. It depends on whether Vegeta's battle power exceeds 53,000 before his transformation into a great ape, Zhang Chulan commented. Even if he reaches that threshold, I still believe it unwise to let him transform. Otherwise, after dealing with Frieza, Goku and the others would be doomed, he concluded. I see. So the Super Saiyan transformation is intended to confront Frieza, said Zhu Jing. If the Great Ape transformation amplifies battle power tenfold, then the Super Saiyan transformation must be equally formidable, he reasoned. Thus, once Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, his battle power should be no less than 1,800,000, Dagu asserted. How could that lowly warrior Kakarot possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed. Only I possess the ability to become a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Dagu suggest that Goku might become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta could no longer remain composed. He could tolerate the prior suggestions of providing Kakarot with an artificial moon or that he might not be a match for Frieza in his great ape form. However, the notion that Kakarot could achieve the Super Saiyan transformation was intolerable to him. The title of Super Saiyan belonged solely to him. Oh ho ho ho. 1,800,000 battle power. Do you truly believe that even if this Son Goku possesses such power, he could defeat me? Frieza taunted. Frieza, you know nothing of my true power. Aboard the spaceship, Frieza swirled his glass of red wine, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Indeed, his current battle power stood at 530,000, but that merely represented his weakest form. Should he unleash his full might, a mere 180,000 battle power would be inconsequential. Moreover, his trepidation towards the Super Saiyans had significantly diminished. Initially, he believed that the emergence of a Super Saiyan would pose a formidable challenge, even a threat to him. Yet, it appeared otherwise. The Super Saiyan transformation was merely an upgrade, slightly more powerful than the base Saiyan transformation. A Saiyan-S transformation could amplify their power tenfold, while the Super Saiyan could achieve a 20-fold increase, at best. Even if Goku, as depicted in the video, attained a 20-fold boost, his battle power would only reach 360,000. While impressive, it remained insufficient before Frieza. The Super Saiyan was hardly a cause for concern. Thus, Frieza concluded that the Saiyans must be eradicated. He harbored no desire for Goku, Vegeta, or any other Saiyans to evolve into a genuine threat, not even in the slightest. Therefore, the extinction of the Saiyan race was imperative. However, on another note, the individual known as Lin Luo, who released the video, possessed an intriguing acumen. It was notable that his battle power was 530,000, a fact known to few. Yet Lin Luo seemed to be aware of it. Such talent, if possible, Frieza would welcome into his fold, utilizing him for his own purposes. The revelation of Frieza's strength also sent ripples of astonishment through the audience. His statements effectively conveyed that his true power exceeded 180,000, implying that he had concealed his prowess within the video. They could hardly fathom the extent of Frieza's strength, nor could they grasp the true might of the Super Saiyan transformation. It had become evident that to contend with Frieza, one must embrace the Super Saiyan form. The greater Frieza's displayed power, the stronger the Super Saiyan must be. This was precisely why Lin Luo refrained from showcasing Goku's transformation and battle against Frieza from the outset. Had he done so, the viewers from myriad realms would not have fully comprehended the Super Saiyan's strength. A gradual build-up was essential, first illustrating the might of Frieza's subordinates, such as the Jinyu Force, followed by the demonstration of Frieza's own power. Ultimately, the emergence of the Super Saiyan, capable of rivaling and even defeating Frieza, would serve to highlight the Super Saiyan's formidable nature. This technique was a hallmark of Akira Toriyama, a method of brilliant exposition that Lin Luo would certainly not forego. It was precisely this masterful build-up that rendered the Super Saiyan transformation one of the most iconic in the annals of anime history. From the very outset of the Namek saga, the groundwork for the birth and formidable nature of the Super Saiyan has been meticulously laid. Unlike the inexplicable emergence of the sun god Nika, which relied heavily on a cadre of fervent fans to fill in the gaps, the notion that Luffy's departure into the sea on a sunlit day serves as a foreshadowing of his ascension to the status of the sun god Nika is, frankly, ludicrous. Now, Frieza begins to unveil his immense power. The video showcasing the transformation into a Super Saiyan reaches its exhilarating segment. In this footage, after vanquishing Nail, Frieza approaches the Grand Elder of Namek, the very creator of the Dragon Balls, to inquire about the incantation for utilizing the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder informs him that he has already imparted the incantation to a young Namekian named Dandy. This revelation leads Frieza to recall his previous encounter with the young Namekian, realizing he has been outmaneuvered. He promptly retraces his steps, intent on intercepting Dandy. Simultaneously, Krillin and Gohan embark on their own mission. Seizing the opportunity while Vegeta slumbers, the duo stealthily transports the Dragon Balls to a more distant location. Just as Dandy arrives on the scene, with Dandy's assistance, the Namekian dragon Shenron is summoned. The summoning of the dragon casts a shadow over the land, awakening Vegeta from his slumber. Observing the distant dragon and the vanished Krillin and Gohan, Vegeta comprehends that he has been deceived. He hastens toward the dragon's location. As the Namekian dragon, Shenron possesses the power to grant 3 wishes. While he can resurrect individuals, he can only revive one person at a time. This limitation ignites a dispute between Yamcha and Tien over who should be resurrected first. At this juncture, Piccolo proposes that he should be the first to be revived, as his resurrection would also bring back Kami. This arrangement is agreed upon by Yamcha and Tien, leading to Piccolo's revival. For the second wish, Piccolo expresses his desire to return to Namek, yearning to engage in battle within his homeland. Regarding the third wish, no decision has been made, nor is there time to deliberate, for Vegeta has arrived. Chapter 22, Vegeta, I am on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. Wangu, he has been revived. It is truly miraculous. This Dragon Ball can indeed resurrect individuals. Luffy, if only we had this Dragon Ball, could Ace be brought back to life? Marco, if we possess the Dragon Ball, our father could also return. Daegu, indeed, if we had the Dragon Ball, Lucia could be revived as well. Upon witnessing Piccolo's actual revival, the audience from all realms is left in no doubt that the Dragon Balls possess the extraordinary capability to resurrect the deceased. Although they had previously been astonished by the wonders of the Dragon Balls, having never witnessed their power firsthand, had left a sliver of skepticism. However, that doubt has now been completely dispelled. Piccolo's resurrection has unequivocally demonstrated the might of the Dragon Balls. This realization prompts countless individuals to reflect wistfully, for in their hearts, they each harbor a longing to resurrect someone dear to them. Alas, they are devoid of the Dragon Balls. For the warriors accustomed to the Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls of Namek brought an astonishing revelation. Krillin remarked, the Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes? They are far superior to those on Earth. Yamcha added, indeed, but unfortunately, they can only revive one person at a time. In that regard, the Earth's Dragon Balls are stronger. Tien Shinhan noted, nonetheless, Piccolo is quite shrewd. He can revive first, allowing the Elder Kai to resurrect, and then Yamchu, Kaiatsu, and I can use the Earth's Dragon Balls for our revival. Piccolo retorted, do you think I am as foolish as you all? Krillin questioned, but now that Vegeta has arrived, are we truly going to permit him to realize his wish? Vegeta laughed heartily. What other options do you have but to comply? He declared, my wish is about to be fulfilled. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta was immensely exhilarated. He had not anticipated that the version of himself depicted in the video could not only transform into a Super Saiyan, but could also attain immortality. To Vegeta, the Namekian dragon still had one wish remaining, and now that he had arrived, that wish was undoubtedly his. The version of him in the video was on the cusp of acquiring eternal life. Frieza, just you wait. Frieza exclaimed, that wish is rightfully mine. Vegeta, and those 2 little brats, you best brace yourselves. I will not let you escape my wrath. In stark contrast to Vegeta's excitement, Frieza's mood was far less favorable. Upon witnessing the version of himself in the video being outwitted, he was already displeased. The realization that Krillin and the others had utilized what should have been his Dragon Balls only intensified his irritation. 3 wishes. He could have fulfilled 3 wishes. Yet now, he would receive none. His only hope was to reach the last wish before it was granted. Otherwise, he would have unwittingly paved the way for Vegeta and his companions. Thus, he continued to watch the video, harboring a sliver of hope. The other spectators were equally intrigued. Would Vegeta truly succeed in realizing his wish? In the video, Vegeta implored Din to assist him in fulfilling his wish. Initially, Krillin, Gohan, and Din were opposed, as Vegeta was, after all, their adversary. However, Vegeta informed them that Frieza was on his way, and Goku had yet to recover. Only by acquiring immortality could he stand against Frieza. Otherwise, they would all perish. Krillin, swayed by Vegeta's reasoning, recognized the validity of his words. Consequently, he beseeched Din to grant Vegeta's wish. Just as Vegeta was filled with anticipation and Din and Gohan felt a sense of reluctance, the Namekian dragon Purunga suddenly vanished. Witnessing this, Din was overwhelmed with sorrow. Because he was aware that this was due to the demise of the Grand Elder, who had created the Dragon Balls of Namek, Vegeta's aspirations lay in ruins, igniting within him an overwhelming fury that compelled him to consider attacking Krillin and the others. Yet, in the very next moment, he was struck dumb. His gaze fixated ahead. His entire being began to tremble. Krillin and Gohan turned to look behind them, only to behold a figure standing upon a massive rock, regarding them with an icy stare. It was none other than Frieza. Frieza had arrived. Damn it, I failed to realize my wish. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He had been eagerly prepared to witness himself in the video fulfilling his wish and attaining immortality. But now, he was confronted with the grim news of failure. And Frieza had come. Was this not the end for him? As for transforming into a Super Saiyan, although he was confident that only he could achieve such a transformation, given the present circumstances, how could he possibly become a Super Saiyan? He was utterly at a loss. Vegeta, as well as Goku's son and the little bald one. Your demise is imminent. Frieza could hardly contain his anticipation to witness the carnage that awaited them. These individuals had obstructed his path to wish fulfillment, and he would not let them escape unscathed. So, Vegeta and his companions are destined to perish at Frieza's hands, mused Goku. And once Goku recovers from his injuries, he will transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza? I have asserted that only I can become a Super Saiyan. It is impossible for that lowly warrior Kakarot to achieve it. Vegeta retorted. Do you truly believe a Super Saiyan could defeat me? If not for the fact that you and I dwell in different realms, you would already be dead, Frieza replied. Goku's remark inadvertently offended both Vegeta and Frieza simultaneously. Observing their reactions, Goku refrained from further comment. Although he and they existed in disparate worlds, one could not dismiss the possibility of future interconnections among the realms of their respective video networks. Thus, he was keen to avoid offending such formidable beings with an impulsive remark that could jeopardize his own world. He understood all too well that neither Vegeta nor Frieza was a foe his pirate world could afford to provoke. Even the combined strength of his entire world would pale in comparison to a mere flick of their fingers. The disparity was insurmountable. But since this video showcases the transformation into a Super Saiyan, it is certain that a Super Saiyan will emerge, Ichigo Kurosaki asserted. Given the current situation, Goku indeed stands the highest chance, especially since Vegeta and the others are about to be slaughtered by Frieza. Could it be that Vegeta will transform into a Super Saiyan just as Frieza is poised to strike? Ichigo pondered. Indeed, that must be the case. Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes alight with realization. It is surely when Frieza aims to kill me that I shall transform into a Super Saiyan. Although he is uncertain how he has achieved this, he is convinced of his impending transformation. Given the current circumstances portrayed in the video, it is evident that should he fail to become a Super Saiyan, he would undoubtedly perish at the hands of Frieza. This indicates that his metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan is imminent. Frieza, Vegeta, do you truly believe that merely transforming into a Super Saiyan will enable you to defeat me? Frieza now harbors no fear of the Super Saiyan. After all, it is merely a transformation and not a guarantee of victory. If, upon transforming, his power remains inferior to Frieza's, he will not pose a threat. Chapter 23. Frieza's Transformation, the Ultimate Technique of Slaughter. Vegeta, Frieza, you must be terrified. Terrified of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta, once I become a Super Saiyan, I will undoubtedly defeat you. Unlike Frieza, Vegeta firmly believes that his transformation into a Super Saiyan will grant him the strength to vanquish Frieza. After all, the Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior among the Saiyans. Defeating Frieza should be a straightforward endeavor, wouldn't it? Frieza, is that so? I eagerly await your attempt. Frieza, by the way, Vegeta, do not be so overconfident at this moment. Frieza, otherwise, when the time comes and you have not transformed into a Super Saiyan, it will be quite embarrassing for you. Vegeta, that is impossible. Which other Saiyan besides me could possibly become a Super Saiyan? That lowly warrior Kakarot. Vegeta, Frieza, just you wait. I will soon transform into a Super Saiyan and then defeat you. Frieza, I am looking forward to it. Vegeta and Frieza's bickering went unchallenged by the others. Once their exchange concluded, the remaining spectators redirected their focus back to the video. Presently, it seems that the only solution lies in Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Therefore, will Vegeta indeed fulfill his promise and transform into a Super Saiyan to conquer Frieza? Or, as Frieza suggested, will he still be unable to match Frieza's might even after his transformation? At that moment, the video narration commenced. As a cosmic ruler entangled in a rivalry with both Goku and Vegeta, Frieza shares a notable similarity with the Saiyans. He too possesses the ability to transform, and not merely into one form. To be precise, Frieza's transformations are not truly transformations, but rather a gradual return to his original state. However, one could argue that Frieza's changes also qualify as transformations. What the audience currently witnesses is Frieza's initial form, which can also be deemed his ultimate form. Soon, he will reveal his second form. In the video, Vegeta asserts to Frieza that he is aware of Frieza's capacity to transform. With unwavering confidence, he challenges Frieza to do so, declaring that alongside Krillin and Gohan, they can indeed overpower Frieza. Thus, he yearned to witness the true strength of Frieza after his transformation. Frieza informed Vegeta that his current form was the result of 3 regressions from his original state. The motivation behind this was that his initial form possessed such immense power that maintaining it was exceedingly taxing. Given Vegeta's challenge, Frieza decided to demonstrate his might. In the next moment, Frieza enacted his first transformation. His physique began to enlarge, and the 2 small horns atop his head morphed into something akin to bull horns, curving upwards with a formidable stature. However, the alteration in size was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the overwhelming energy emanating from Frieza, which was vastly superior to what it had been previously. In this form, my battle power exceeds 1 million. Frieza uttered a statement that plunged Vegeta into despair. Vegeta had never anticipated that Frieza, post-transformation, would be so powerful. His strength surpassed all expectations. He had believed that even with Frieza's transformation, he, alongside Krillin and Gohan, could still defeat him. Yet now, his confidence wavered. After transforming, Frieza initiated his assault, piercing Krillin's body with his horns and subsequently casting him into the sea. Witnessing this horrific scene, Gohan was consumed by fury. In a surge of unparalleled strength, he unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Frieza. This provoked a question in Vegeta's mind. Could it be that Gohan was the true Super Saiyan? However, the disparity in power between Gohan and Frieza proved insurmountable. His onslaught, though fierce, inflicted no significant harm on Frieza. Just as Frieza prepared to strike again, an energy blade hurtled towards him from behind. Although Frieza evaded the attack, it severed his tail. This energy blade was unleashed by none other than Krillin. Remarkably, the Krillin who had been brought to the brink of death by Frieza had inexplicably recovered all his injuries. Krillin, what a pity. If my attack had connected, I could have cleaved Frieza in 2. Yamcha, Krillin, that move of yours is incredible. You actually managed to sever Frieza's tail. Tien, indeed. Even Vegeta couldn't achieve that. Piccolo, it's a shame he still managed to dodge it. Otherwise, we wouldn't need a Super Saiyan to intervene. Goku, if one could master such a technique, wouldn't they be invincible in their own realm? Naruto, that move is far more impressive than my Rasengan. Zhang Chulan, the power gap between Krillin and Frieza post-transformation is undeniably vast. Zhang Chulan. Yet this technique can sever Frieza's tail. What an extraordinary feat of exceeding one's limits. Saitama, my punch could split the earth in half. Saitama, but Krillin's attack could likely cleave the earth entirely. Countless beings across the multiverse marveled at Krillin's energy blade. They had just heard that Frieza's battle power after transformation exceeded 1 million. Although they were unaware of Krillin's true combat prowess, the disparity between him and Frieza was undoubtedly vast. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming strength, Krillin's technique, the Spirit Slice, was capable of severing Frieza's tail. Had Frieza not evaded at the last moment, he would have been cleaved in 2. The Spirit Slice was nothing short of a miraculous ability that transcended realms. If they could master such a technique, they would stride confidently through their own world. After all, given their strength, while they may not be the strongest in existence, the gap between them and the top-tier warriors was not insurmountable. In West City on Earth, Lin Luo was not surprised by the barrage of comments. He fully endorsed Zhang Chulin's assessment of the Spirit Slice as a godly technique for slaying foes beyond one's level. It is worth noting that Krillin had nearly employed this very move to eliminate both Nappa and Frieza, even when the disparity in their strengths was significant. This attests to the formidable nature of the technique. Within the manga, no one had ever successfully countered the Spirit Slice. The scene where Cell withstands the Spirit Slice was an original plot twist. Had Krillin truly managed to cleave Frieza in twain, there would have been no need for the Super Saiyan to intervene. Perhaps Frieza's brutal methods of execution towards Krillin stemmed from the fact that his tail had been severed by him. This act inadvertently catalyzed the birth of the Super Saiyan. Lin Luo was curious about Frieza's thoughts upon witnessing the emergence of the Super Saiyan. He eagerly anticipated that moment. Although Krillin nearly bisected Frieza, The technique could only be employed once, for Frieza would inevitably prepare defenses thereafter. Following this, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta would engage in a fierce battle against the transformed Frieza. Yet, their combined strength proved insufficient to match Frieza's might. Meanwhile, on Namek, Piccolo encountered a severely wounded Nail. After merging with Nail, Piccolo experienced a significant boost in power, even believing himself capable of facing any opponent unafraid. Just as Vegeta and the others found themselves at an impasse against Frieza, Piccolo arrived on the scene. Chapter 24. Frieza's transformation is merely an addition. How terrifying is the Super Saiyan? Due to his fusion with Nail, Piccolo's prowess had increased considerably. He even resolved to face Frieza in a one-on-one duel. Piccolo possessed the confidence to stand toe-to-toe with Frieza in his first transformation stage. During the clash between Piccolo and Frieza, Vegeta and Frieza made a significant discovery. Den possessed the extraordinary ability to heal those who were gravely injured. Upon learning of Den's capabilities, Vegeta conceived a plan. He intended for Krillin to severely injure him, after which Den would restore him to health. Saiyans have a natural ability. Emerging from the brink of death dramatically enhances their power. Vegeta aimed to exploit this method to augment his strength, perhaps even to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. However, Krillin, unaware of Vegeta's intentions, initially refused. Under the relentless pressure from Vegeta, he instinctively struck out, severely injuring the suppressed Vegeta. Meanwhile, on another front, Frieza, unable to subdue Piccolo, underwent a transformation into his second stage. In this phase, Frieza's appearance resembled that of an alien creature, with a significantly smaller frame compared to his initial form. However, his power had surged dramatically. After transforming into this second stage, Piccolo stood no chance against Frieza and was swiftly wounded. In a bid to instill greater despair in Krillin, Gohan, and others, Frieza did not linger in this second stage for long and proceeded to his third stage of transformation, which could be considered his final form. In this ultimate stage, Frieza appeared even smaller than before. At first glance, he seemed weak and posed little threat, but appearances can be deceiving. The first action Frieza took upon entering his final form was to eliminate Den. Fortunately, Den had just healed both Vegeta and Piccolo. Although Den had perished, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta were all in peak condition. At this juncture, Vegeta, having recovered from the brink of death, experienced a significant boost in power, restoring his confidence. Frieza, I have now become the Super Saiyan you fear most, Vegeta boldly declared to Frieza, pointing at himself with his right thumb. Haha, Frieza, just watch. I will soon defeat you. Excited by the video of himself, Vegeta sent a provocative message challenging Frieza. In his eyes, the healed version of himself in the video had undergone a considerable enhancement in strength. He was certain he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although he was puzzled by the lack of visible change in his appearance, he dismissed it. He was undoubtedly a Super Saiyan now. However, he had not anticipated Frieza's mastery over 3 transformations. Thankfully, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, or else he truly would not have stood a chance against Frieza. As for Frieza's response to Vegeta's taunts, he felt no need to engage. He would speak after the version of himself in the video had thoroughly beaten Vegeta. Would that version be capable of accomplishing it? Ridiculous. Even if the video-s Vegeta appeared not to resemble a Super Saiyan, Frieza was confident that even if his opponent had truly transformed, he would not be intimidated. For the other viewers, the question of whether Vegeta had genuinely become a Super Saiyan was of great concern. They were also intrigued by another matter, the astonishing number of transformations Frieza could execute. Frieza can undergo so many transformations? Exclaimed Goku. When he transformed for the first time, his battle power exceeded 1,000,000. Cap added. How formidable will he be in his final form? Zhang Chulan remarked. Even the video showcasing Frieza's transformation alone would suffice to secure victory in this event. Yet, he continued, Frieza's transformation is merely an adjunct to this video. The transformation of the Super Saiyan must be truly fearsome. Upon reading Zhang Chulan's comments, countless viewers were seized by a shiver. Indeed, the mere display of Frieza's transformation was enough to claim triumph in this transformation event. No other videos submitted for the event could possibly rival Frieza's metamorphosis. However, Frieza's transformation was merely a supplementary aspect of this video. The focal point of this presentation is the Super Saiyan transformation, which must be incredibly daunting. They struggled to fathom its magnitude, yet it undoubtedly exuded immense strength, potentially surpassing even Frieza's transformation. Otherwise, the spotlight would have been on Frieza, not the Super Saiyan. Saitama opined. Now, this is the true cosmic emperor. Boros pales in comparison. He cannot even transform. In Saitama's eyes, Boros, this so-called ruler of the universe, was utterly insignificant. Frieza, on the other hand, epitomized the essence of a cosmic sovereign. Boros could not even measure up to Frieza in his untransformed state, let alone the Frieza depicted in the video. In the Land of Light, the Ultraman brothers, First Generation, 7, Jack, and others, felt a profound sense of relief. They had encountered numerous formidable monsters, yet most paled in comparison to Frieza. despite Frisia's diminutive stature. Appearing as if he could be crushed underfoot by these towering giants, strength transcends mere physical dimensions at a certain threshold. Size and strength only hold significance when one is weak. Even among the current inhabitants of the Land of Light, few Ultramen could stand against Frisia. However, the new generation of Ultramen might possess the capability. These young heroes, resplendent with their flamboyant transformations and diverse powers, could potentially confront Frisia. Yet, could they truly withstand the might of a Super Saiyan? Furthermore, if the Dragon Ball universe harbored transformations even more potent than that of a Super Saiyan, would these youngsters be able to measure up? It can only be said that the terrifying potential of the Dragon Ball universe might well exceed that of these Ultramen. At this moment, countless viewers, engrossed in the video, shared a singular question in their minds. Had Vegeta truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? Could he genuinely defeat Frisia? The forthcoming content of the video would soon reveal the answer. Within the footage, Vegeta, now believing himself to be a Super Saiyan, engaged Frisia in battle with great confidence. Yet, the outcome was far from favorable. His once proud assertion of having attained Super Saiyan strength proved woefully inadequate against Frisia. His every attempt failed to inflict even a scratch on Frisia. Instead, it was he who found himself battered and bruised on the ground after a merciless beating from Frisia. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan braced themselves for battle, knowing that with Vegeta defeated, it was now their turn. Meanwhile, aboard Frisia's spaceship, Goku, who had been undergoing treatment, finally completed his recovery, mending all his injuries. He exited the ship and sensed Frisia's location, swiftly racing to join his son and comrades. Chapter 25. The Birth of the Super Saiyan. In that moment, all transformations paled in comparison. In the Dragon Ball world, Earth, upon witnessing Goku's timely arrival, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo were nearly moved to tears. After all, in the previous video, it was Goku's tardiness that led to the demise of Yamcha, Tien, and others. Now, Goku had arrived without delay. Had he been even a minute late, they would likely have fallen to Frisia's wrath. Yet, alongside their relief, a wave of concern washed over them. Though Goku had healed completely, would he truly be a match for Frisia? Given the current circumstances, only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he hope to contend with Frisia. However, Goku did not appear to be on the verge of such a transformation. Frisia, oh ho ho ho, Vegeta-san, is this the Super Saiyan? Truly formidable. No wonder you Saiyans are hailed as legendary warriors. Upon hearing Frisia's mocking remarks, Vegeta's expression darkened, becoming darker than ink itself. He had anticipated witnessing how he would triumph over Frisia, only to find himself the one being defeated. But why? In the video, he had seemingly gained immense strength, surpassing the limits of a Saiyan. Why, then, was he still no match for Frisia? Furthermore, it appeared that he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan in the footage. Could it be that the tale of the Super Saiyan had nothing to do with him? Was it truly that Kakarot, that lowly warrior, would achieve the transformation? No, he refused to believe it. He would not accept it. Yet, it seemed that only Vegeta was in denial. The other spectators from across the realms had already begun to discern the truth. Meliodas, it seems that the Super Saiyan is indeed Goku's transformation. Alru, indeed, with Vegeta severely injured by Frisia, it is unlikely he will transform. Alru, and Gohan is also not likely to transform, leaving Goku as the most probable candidate. Uchiha Sasuke, the question now is how Goku became a Super Saiyan. Naruto Uzumaki, Saiyans needed to see a full moon to transform into great apes previously. Naruto Uzumaki, could it be that to become a Super Saiyan, they need to witness something specific? Uchiha Sasuke, stop making wild guesses. Even the Saiyans themselves do not know, and your speculation will lead you nowhere. Naruto Uzumaki, I was merely speculating. Why must you speak of me so harshly? Goku's adversary, Frisia, responded. In any case, the Super Saiyan should soon make an appearance. The battle between Son Goku and myself is undoubtedly the final confrontation. His words garnered the agreement of the surrounding audience. Indeed, this clash had reached its most exhilarating phase. The emergence of the Super Saiyan was imminent, as the video had meticulously built up to this moment. In the footage, Goku stood face to face with Frisia, marking their first encounter. When faced with Frisia's assault, Goku effortlessly deflected it with a single hand. This spectacle astonished Frisia and elicited hearty laughter from Vegeta. Frisia, he is the Super Saiyan you fear most. Initially, Vegeta believed that Goku was the Super Saiyan, then shifted his belief to Gohan, and ultimately considered himself as one. Yet, in the end, he conceded that Goku was indeed the true Super Saiyan. Vegeta's assertions irked Frisia, leading him to unleash a devastating beam that pierced Vegeta's heart. In his final moments, Vegeta revealed his innermost thoughts to Goku, confessing that their home planet had been annihilated by Frisia. He implored Goku to avenge their fallen Saiyans. After uttering these heartfelt words, tears streamed down Vegeta's face as he breathed his last. Goku, in turn, honored Vegeta's memory by burying him. Witnessing this, Vegeta trembled with emotion. Had he not been aware that he was still aboard the spaceship, he might have erupted in fury. He, the proud prince of the Saiyans, had wept before countless witnesses. And even more humiliatingly, in front of Kakarot, that lowly warrior. His current feelings could only be encapsulated in 2 words: disgrace. The proud Saiyan prince. Reduced to mere fodder for Frieza, and worse yet, he had entrusted the hope of avenging their race to Kakarot. He longed to ask the version of himself captured in the video what he was truly thinking. Furthermore, his demise in the video indicated a crucial truth. The Super Saiyan transformation was not his own. It was highly likely that it was Kakarot, the lowly warrior, who achieved it. Regardless of his acceptance of this reality, it was evident that this was the case. Yet, amidst the humiliation and difficulty in accepting such a notion, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Vegeta. The legendary warrior of the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan, was about to manifest. He would witness a scene that countless Saiyans had never experienced. In the video, after burying Vegeta, Goku engaged in a fierce battle with Frieza. Unlike Vegeta, Goku could exchange blows with Frieza for a time. Initially, Goku was able to hold his ground, but as Frieza escalated his power, Goku began to falter. Even with his ultimate trump card, the 20-fold Kaioken, Goku could merely draw a stalemate against Frieza, who was only exerting half of his strength. The sheer terror of Frieza surpassed Goku's wildest imaginations. It then dawned upon Goku that there existed but one method to vanquish Frieza, the Spirit Bomb. However, gathering the necessary energy required time. During this crucial period, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo risked their lives to buy Goku the precious moments he needed. At last, through their valiant efforts, Goku completed the Spirit Bomb and hurled it towards Frieza, both of them vanishing into the depths of the ocean. But just as Goku and his companions believed they had triumphed over Frieza, they were stunned to discover that he had survived. Though he bore significant injuries, he was still very much alive. Frieza launched an assault on Goku, only to be intercepted by Piccolo. In a cruel twist, Frieza then lifted Krillin into the air, squeezing him until Krillin could only utter a desperate Goku, before he exploded into a burst of fireworks. The death of Krillin ignited a spark of fury within Goku. He hung his head, so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. You dare. As he spoke, he instinctively lifted his gaze. In that moment, his dark hair began to stand on end, subtly shifting to a golden hue, while his black pupils flickered to a shade of green. Bolts of lightning crackled down from the heavens, and small stones floated around him. A golden aura began to manifest, capturing the astonishment of Gohan and perplexing Frieza, who was left wondering what transformation was unfolding before him. With a thunderous roar, Goku erupted in a blaze of golden energy. His hair stood erect. His pupils transformed to green, casting a fierce glare at Frieza. Thus, the legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan was born, a moment of explosive genesis. The instant Goku ascended to Super Saiyan, all other transformations paled in comparison. Chapter 26. Rage, the pivotal key to the Super Saiyan transformation. When Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. As this golden-haired, green-eyed warrior cloaked in golden energy made his entrance, countless spectators across the realms stood in awe. At the birth of the Super Saiyan, they felt that all prior transformation displays were rendered insignificant. In that moment, they understood that transformations could be categorized into 2 types: the Super Saiyan transformation and all others. Countless individuals were entranced, gazing at the Super Saiyan Goku on their screens, spellbound. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, as even through the medium of a video, they felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Super Saiyan Goku, making it difficult to breathe. Was this truly the essence of a Super Saiyan? The being capable of reducing Frieza, who commanded 3 transformations, to mere backdrop? Was this the legendary warrior of the Saiyans? Indeed, it surpasses their wildest imaginations. Even though Sun Wukong has yet to engage in battle, they can intuitively deduce, simply by the sheer force of their thoughts, that once transformed into a Super Saiyan, he is undeniably formidable beyond measure. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto gazes at the footage of Sun Wukong, contrasting it with his own Sage Mode and Ninetales Chakra Mode. In terms of visual flamboyance, he concedes that his transformation is somewhat more ostentatious than that of the Super Saiyan. However, when it comes to the aura of pressure, he can only admit that the Super Saiyan far eclipses his own transformation. If only the entity sealed within me were a Super Saiyan, I would have long ascended to the position of Hokage. Moreover, no one within the ninja realm would stand a chance against me, Naruto muses. The Ninetales, overhearing him, can only respond with silence. What could he possibly say? Could he assert that he is comparable to a Super Saiyan? That would be ludicrous. If the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could pin him down, then a Super Saiyan could effortlessly obliterate him innumerable times over. Do you truly believe you possess the merit to have a Super Saiyan sealed within you? The Ninetales, at a loss for words, resorts to a mocking retort directed at Naruto. Faced with the Ninetales' derision, Naruto offers no rebuttal. Indeed, he recognizes his unworthiness. Not only is he unfit to claim the title of Super Saiyan, but even in comparison to Vegeta or Master Roshi, he feels woefully inadequate. In the world of One Piece, Why is it that the golden-haired Super Saiyan emanates such an overwhelming presence and charisma? Aboard the Thousand Sunny, Sanji, stroking his own golden locks, expresses his envy. The disparity between himself and the Super Saiyan is staggering. He even contemplates whether he should emulate Sun Wukong and style his hair upright. Previously, he thought such a hairstyle appeared foolish, but after witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, he must admit that the upright hair looks quite striking. Even if he cannot attain Sun Wukong's strength, possessing a fraction of his charisma would be splendid. He wonders how many admirers that might attract. In the land of light, the golden Super Saiyan, is it not reminiscent of the ultimate life form, Tartarus? Thus, is gold the hallmark of the powerful? The Ultra brothers recall Tartarus, who certainly brought considerable trouble to their realm, posing a threat on par with Belial. The Super Saiyan is golden, and so is Tartarus. Should they consider dyeing their hair gold as well? Moreover, one wonders, if they could transform into Super Saiyans while in their Ultraman forms, how much would their power increase? The thought is utterly unfathomable. Throughout the myriad realms, countless individuals yearn for the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, embodying both strength and allure. Alas, they are not Saiyans. Among them, the one who desires this transformation the most, undoubtedly, is Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball universe, within the confines of the spaceship, cursed Kakarot, the one who has transformed into a Super Saiyan, is indeed you. At this moment, Vegeta's emotions were a tumultuous blend of resentment and exhilaration. The resentment stemmed from the fact that the first to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation was not he, the prince of all Saiyans, but rather Kakarot, a mere lower-class warrior. He had been surpassed by a subordinate. The exhilaration arose from the undeniable truth of the Super Saiyan legend. Moreover, if Kakarot could attain this transformation, there was no reason that he, the Saiyan prince, could not as well. However, a troubling thought soon crossed his mind. Damn it, I have been slain by Frieza. Vegeta's previously exhilarated expression darkened in an instant. The version of him in the video was already dead. This meant that, at least in the realm of the video, he could not showcase his Super Saiyan form to the myriad worlds. Furthermore, there was another pressing question. How on earth did Kakarot manage to transform? Frieza had merely killed a few of his companions, and yet he transformed? It was incomprehensible. He simply could not grasp it. If he could not understand this, did it imply that he would be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan himself? So who could enlighten him on how Kakarot achieved this transformation? And he was not the only one harboring such questions. Kefla, so who can tell me how this Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan? Kefla, are there any limitations? Is it only the Saiyans of Universe 7 who can do this? On the planet Sadal in Universe 6, Kefla was eagerly seeking answers. She had long been curious whether the Saiyans of their universe could also attain the Super Saiyan form. And now, the Super Saiyan had indeed emerged. Setting aside the question of strength, at least in terms of appearance, she was thoroughly satisfied. Thus, she was desperate to understand how this transformation occurred and whether it was exclusive to the Saiyans of Universe 7 or if the Saiyans of Universe 6 could achieve it as well. Beerus, I see, is it due to anger? Beerus, witnessing a companion being slain by Frieza, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beerus, what remains unknown is whether this method could enable Goku to become a Super Saiyan god. As the god of destruction, Beerus had discerned how Goku transformed. It was indeed due to anger. Goku's rage had surpassed all limits, prompting his transformation. This led him to ponder a question. Since Goku could become a Super Saiyan out of anger, could he also transform into a Super Saiyan god for the same reason? If so, he might need to contemplate whether to eliminate all of Goku's companions to incite his fury. Beerus's commentary left others enlightened as well. Anger? So if I were to become enraged, could I also transform? Vegeta, Caulifla, and others were lost in contemplation. However, to what extent must their fury escalate to trigger a transformation? What circumstances could evoke such profound anger within them? Caulifla seemed relatively composed. Yet Vegeta found it difficult to fathom anything that could elicit such intense rage. He believed that even the indignities he suffered at the hands of Frieza would not suffice to reach the threshold for transformation. Otherwise, he would have transformed long ago in the video. Wasn't he insulted enough by Frieza in that footage? Yamcha remarked, "Ah, I see. Frieza's murder of Piccolo has incited considerable wrath in Goku." He continued, and the slaying of Krillin proved to be the final straw. Tien Shinhan added, "Indeed. Of all the lives he could take, why must it be Krillin?" Chapter 27. I am Goku, the Super Saiyan from Earth. As a warrior who grew alongside Goku, Yamcha and Tien were acutely aware of the profound bond shared between Krillin and Goku. In their youth, Krillin had been slain once, prompting Goku to rush out in a fit of rage, disregarding even Master Roshi's counsel. Now, with Frieza having killed Krillin once more, it was no surprise that Goku would transform in response to such anger. Goku felt deeply moved. The bond he shared with Krillin was indeed resilient enough to withstand this trial. Krillin's death had become the pivotal moment for Goku's ascension to Super Saiyan. The significance of this was not lost on him. In West City, Lin Luo watched the barrage of comments with a hint of exasperation. Anger was, without a doubt, a crucial factor for achieving Super Saiyan transformation. However, in the later stages of Super Saiyan proliferation, the transformation had become somewhat trivialized, even reduced to a mere technique. Goten and Trunks could transform at will, and the Saiyans of Universe 6 had similarly acquired the ability after mastering the technique. Yet, it must be noted that the most formidable Saiyans transformed into Super Saiyans through sheer fury. Goku is a prime example, and both Vegeta and Gohan also transformed in response to their anger. Likewise, Broly's transformation was ignited by rage after Frieza murdered his father. Thus, the four most powerful Saiyans shared a commonality in their methods of transformation. It was through their wrath, rather than mere technique, that they attained their Super Saiyan forms. Goku exclaimed, "Damn it! Krillin has been killed once again." He lamented, "Krillin has already been resurrected once with the Dragon Balls. He cannot return now." On Snake Way, Goku was indeed concerned about his transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet his primary concern lay in the fact that this was Krillin's second death. The Earth's Dragon Balls had limitations. Once someone had been revived, they could not be brought back a second time. Thus, this time, Krillin was truly gone. And it was no wonder Goku was so enraged. Krillin echoed, "Indeed, I cannot be revived again." Tianjin fan. I see now, no wonder Goku is so enraged. Frieza truly deserves all the contempt. Yamcha. At last, I comprehend why the video asserted that the emergence of the Super Saiyan was entirely orchestrated by Frieza. Piccolo. Had Frieza merely slain me, Goku might not have transformed at all. Piccolo. Yet, he insisted on extinguishing Krillin's life. Chaozu. It's all right, Krillin. I too am beyond resurrection now, and I shall accompany you. Chaozu's words plunged Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin fan, and others into a profound silence. The reality dawned upon them that they would never again encounter the two. Bulma. Why are you all so sorrowful? Bulma. Since you are already aware of the future, why not alter it? Bulma. Besides, haven't you all come to train at my home? If you grow stronger, surely no one will perish. Upon seeing Bulma's message, the warriors felt a spark of hope. Indeed, now that they were cognizant of what lay ahead and had arrived at Bulma's residence, they could soon train in a high-gravity environment. Their power would undoubtedly surpass that of their former selves in the video. They would change the course of events depicted. Goku, let us give it our all, everyone. I will also strive diligently under King Kai. Krillin, yes. We will surely put forth our utmost effort. The warriors were filled with fervor, determined to alter the future. Inspired by their enthusiasm, countless individuals across the realms felt invigorated. Even those bedridden from injuries could not resist the urge to push through their pain and contribute. Meanwhile, Frieza, ho ho ho, are you all a tad too naive? As if Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan guarantees his victory over me. Frieza, ultimately, a Super Saiyan is merely a transformation. Frieza, do you truly believe that Goku's power after transforming will surpass mine? Frieza, why do you all appear so certain that Goku will surely triumph? Had it been before, Frieza would have felt uneasy upon witnessing Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, upon realizing that it is merely a transformation, he felt reassured. Even if the Super Saiyan transformation is formidable, if Goku's strength prior to the transformation is not substantial, he would still be incapable of defeating Frieza. And just how powerful could the Super Saiyan transformation be? Even if it were to enhance his strength tenfold, it would at most yield a twofold or threefold increase. He would remain no match for Frieza. Thus, as he observed the praises of the Super Saiyan in the comments, he could only find it amusing. They acted as though Goku's transformation alone would enable him to defeat him. Krillin, Frieza, just wait and see. Goku will undoubtedly defeat you. Tianjin fan, indeed. You will lose to Goku. Yamcha, you have no idea how powerful Goku truly is. Piccolo, on this point, I concur with their assertion. You have no understanding of Son Goku. As a warrior who has grown alongside Goku, Krillin and the others are filled with unwavering faith in him. Previously, Goku was no match for Frieza. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, is he still not a match for Frieza? Would that transformation be in vain? They understand Goku. Regardless of the perilous situations he encounters, he always prevails. The old Piccolo was like this, the current Piccolo is like this. And even Vegeta from the last video embodies this belief. Thus, they trust that Frieza will succumb to Goku as well. Frieza, is that so? Then let us wait and see. Frieza offered no rebuttal. He anticipated the moment Goku would lose to him, relishing the opportunity to mock these individuals. At that moment in the video, after Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he urged Gohan to take Piccolo and flee swiftly. Piccolo was still alive, and they sought a way to heal him. Frieza, however, would not allow Gohan to leave unscathed, but as he prepared to strike, Goku intervened. Mind your hands. You wretched creature. You, who take pleasure in killing, have even slain Krillin. I am genuinely furious. Frieza, Goku bellowed, engaging Frieza in a fierce battle. After his transformation, the once formidable Frieza appeared insignificant in Goku's presence. Frieza's attacks could not find their mark on Goku. Even when Goku allowed Frieza to land a blow, it failed to breach his defenses. This left Frieza in a state of disbelief. Nonetheless, he remained confident, convinced that Goku was no match for him. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Frieza taunted, gesturing to himself with his left thumb. Then, Goku unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon him, leaving Frieza battered and bewildered. Who are you exactly? Frieza gasped, finally unable to maintain his composure under Goku's relentless assault. You have known me all along, have you not? Goku replied coolly. I am a Saiyan from Earth, originally a lover of peace. Yet now, awakened by rage, I am the Super Saiyan, Son Goku. Chapter 28. Thus, they perished. Goku's philosophical realm. You, cruel fiend, I shall never forgive you. You claim you will not forgive me? Does that imply that your Saiyan kin, who have taken so many lives in the past, were justified? In response to Frieza's profound inquiry of the soul, Goku offered but a single sentence. Thus, they perished. This statement left Frieza at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Goku's reply was entirely unexpected, not only for Frieza but for countless others across the multiverse. Goku thus, the Saiyans met their demise, a simple phrase, yet imbued with profound significance. Zhang Chulan. Indeed, Sun Wukong is also a Saiyan. His words imply that anyone who commits mass murder is in the wrong. Zhang Jiwei, not even their own race, is exempt from this judgment. Sun Wukong is not only immensely powerful, but also possesses a remarkably mature mindset, truly a master of his generation. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, do you see? You ought to learn from Sun Wukong instead of relying solely on your verbal escapades. Naruto Uzumaki, I find this reasoning flawed. It is other Saiyans who have harmed innocents. What connection does that have with Sun Wukong? Naruto Uzumaki, if I were Sun Wukong, I would certainly confront Frieza about this matter. Uchiha Sasuke, that is precisely why I suggest you learn from Sun Wukong rather than merely talking about it. It is evident that even Naruto's closest friends are growing weary of his incessant chatter. After all, Uchiha Sasuke is one of the frequent targets of Naruto's verbal onslaughts. Observing the discussions across the myriad realms regarding Sun Wukong's statement, Lin Luo nods in satisfaction. His intention in including this segment was to showcase Sun Wukong's profound philosophical perspective to others across the realms. Why has Dragon Ball become a timeless masterpiece? Even a globally recognized classic? Beyond the author's exceptional artistry, the embedded themes within are strikingly resonant. Dragon Ball does not delve into grand philosophical discussions as some other works do, yet the truths it conveys are potent enough to overshadow countless other narratives. Just consider Sun Wukong's poignant remark, that is why they perished. Such a statement alone is sufficient to eclipse numerous works that relish in grandiloquent discourse. In other narratives, one would insist on lengthy debates with Frieza. However, the collective attention is captivated by Sun Wukong's utterance. In contrast, Vegeta's focus is solely on Frieza. Vegeta, haha. Frieza, do you see? This is the Super Saiyan. You stand no chance against him. Vegeta, who was it that claimed even if Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would not be Frieza's equal? Vegeta, Frieza, is your face aching now? Inside the spaceship, Vegeta is exuberant, even animated in his gestures. Although he is not the one transforming into a Super Saiyan, which vexes him greatly, witnessing Frieza being thoroughly beaten elevates his spirits immensely. The version of himself that Frieza killed could not witness this spectacle, but the reality unfolds before his eyes now. He finally witnesses the sheer might of a Super Saiyan. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan warrior is indeed immensely powerful. After transforming, Frieza stands no chance against Kakarot. Even a lower-class warrior transforming into a Super Saiyan exhibits such strength. One can only ponder the magnitude of power that the Saiyan Prince himself would unleash upon transformation. I dare not even contemplate it. Yet, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires an overwhelming surge of rage. For me, this presents quite a challenge. This conundrum also vexes Vegeta. If indeed transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitates such profound fury, how is he to acquire this boundless wrath? Meanwhile, aboard another ship en route to Earth, Frieza, upon witnessing Vegeta's commentary, crushed his wine glass in a fit of rage, his expression darkening. He had initially believed that even if Goku were to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would still not pose a threat. After all, a Super Saiyan transformation is merely that, a transformation. The true measure of strength lies in the power held prior to the metamorphosis. He dismissed the pre-transformation Goku entirely, and thus did not regard the transformed Goku with any seriousness. However, reality proved to be far removed from his expectations. The version of himself depicted in the video was, astonishingly, no match for Super Saiyan Goku. How could this be? Just how much power does this Super Saiyan transformation bestow? Fortunately, Frieza was aware that his own strength was far from exhausted. Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you are celebrating far too prematurely, he taunted. Surely, you do not believe this is the extent of my power? Frieza was well aware that the version of himself in the video had yet to unleash his full potential. He could not fathom that, upon revealing his complete strength, he would still fall short against Goku. Frieza's commentary sparked curiosity and anticipation among countless viewers across the multiverse. If Frieza had not yet revealed his full strength, just how formidable would he be when he finally did? Who would emerge victorious, he or Goku? After being silenced by Goku's retort, Frieza chose to take immediate action. Yet, he still found himself unable to contend with Goku, who considered him too weak. This provoked Frieza, causing him to erupt in fury as his physique began to swell with power. He was now about to reveal his true strength. Frieza informed Goku that he had not previously unleashed his full capacity, as doing so would drastically affect his lifespan. However, he now had no choice but to do so, and Goku, rather than hindering Frieza, welcomed the challenge of witnessing his full power. Should I be in Goku's position, I would seize the opportunity to strike Frieza while he is in the throes of transformation, remarked Duanmu Yin, observing from the land of Wawa. Seeing Goku stand idly by, Duanmu Yin found it perplexing. This was not the first time he had witnessed such a scenario. Similar scenes had unfolded in videos featuring other armored summons and Kamen Riders, where villains took their time to transform while heroes merely waited. He could not fathom why one could not take advantage of the villain's vulnerability during their transformation. Why must they wait for the villain to complete their metamorphosis? This was a recurring theme among other armored summons and Kamen Riders as well. In this instance, Sun Wukong exhibits a similar disposition. Is it possible that he alone is deemed normal? Krillin remarked, "You fail to comprehend. Wukong revels in combat against formidable adversaries." He further added, "Seeing Frieza unleash his full power fills Wukong with joy. How could he possibly intervene?" Yamcha concurred, "Indeed, if one were to articulate it. Wukong possesses an unparalleled passion for battle." Duanmu Yin mused, "So, it is true that Sun Wukong is a battle fanatic. This revelation is indeed comprehensible. As a combat enthusiast, it is natural for him to derive pleasure from witnessing his opponents grow stronger. Wukong's actions become understandable. Yet the motivations of the other armored summoners and masked riders elude him, as they are not driven by a similar fervor for battle." Chapter 29, The Farmer and the Serpent, Sun Wukong and Frieza. In his quest to ensure his victory over Sun Wukong, Frieza not only summoned his full strength, but also undertook another measure. He concentrated a death ball, not intended to strike Wukong, but rather to obliterate the planet Namek. Frieza aimed to annihilate Namek. Unprepared for such a move, Wukong was unable to intervene in time. The death ball struck Namek, inducing drastic changes upon the planet. The weather turned tumultuous, and the very tectonic plates of the planet shifted. Frieza proclaimed to Wukong that in 5 minutes, Namek would meet its demise. Even if he were to fall short in defeating Wukong, the Saiyan would not survive, as they cannot endure in the vacuum of space, while Frieza could. Thus, he would be the sole survivor. Nevertheless, Wukong remained unperturbed. His singular focus was to vanquish Frieza. After Frieza unveiled his full might, Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. This delighted Frieza, who believed his status as the emperor of the universe was secure. Yet, what Frieza failed to notice was that no matter how many attacks he unleashed upon Wukong, or how many times he brought him to the ground, Wukong would rise again and again. His countenance bore no trace of despair. Instead, he exuded an air of calm assurance, as if everything lay within his control. Meanwhile, during the fierce battle between Frieza and Wukong, King Kai undertook a significant action. He instructed the deity on Earth to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish to resurrect those who had fallen victim to Frieza, as Piccolo had yet to perish. The deity remained alive. Following King Kai's command, he urged Bobo to quickly gather the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to grant the wish. The Earth's dragon had no limitations on the number of individuals it could resurrect. Thus, upon the completion of the wish, those who had been slain by Frieza on Namek were revived, including the Grand Elder of Namek. Subsequently, King Kai communicated with the Grand Elder, urging him to utilize the final wish of Namek's dragon to transfer all life on Namek, excluding Frieza, to Earth. However, his transmission was interrupted by Wukong, who wished to modify the content of the wish. Let him and Frieza remain, while the others evacuate to Earth. He intends to determine the victor on planet Namek. The King Kai, unable to resist Goku's determination, reluctantly agrees. Subsequently, the Grand Elder of Namek instructs Dandi, who has been revived, to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. The emergence of the dragon captures Frieza's attention. He breaks free from Goku and soars towards the dragon, proclaiming his desire. Fortunately, as he does not articulate his wish in the language of Namek, Porunga disregards him. After Dandi fulfills his wish, all individuals on Namek, save for Goku and Frieza, are transported to Earth, including Vegeta. Just before the transfer, Vegeta witnesses Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, you have finally achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta remarks with a sense of awe, before being whisked away to Earth. Thus, only Goku and Frieza remain on Namek, with less than 5 minutes until its destruction. Goku's actions leave countless spectators perplexed. Why doesn't Goku return to Earth with the others? Namek is on the brink of annihilation. Even if he defeats Frieza, he will perish alongside the planet. Even a battle fanatic should value their own life. This is rather extreme. To seek a conclusion with Frieza while disregarding his own life? Goku's fervor for combat is truly unfathomable. In the land of light, the Ultra Brothers are equally bewildered by Goku's choices. If it were for Earth, they would willingly sacrifice themselves without concern for their lives. However, they would never recklessly endanger themselves for the sake of battle. Goku had the opportunity to evacuate alongside the others, leaving Frieza behind on Namek. Yet, he chose to stay, intent on determining the outcome of their clash. They simply cannot comprehend this. If they were in his position, they would undoubtedly opt to return to Earth with their companions. One can only conclude that Goku's fervent zeal for combat is beyond their understanding. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama clenches his fist, contemplating his own resolve. If faced with a formidable opponent, would he, like Goku, disregard his life solely for the thrill of battle? Perhaps he might. However, thus far, he has yet to encounter anyone who can truly challenge him. What a pity. With less than 5 minutes remaining, Goku and Frieza unleash a ferocious battle once more. As time progresses, Frieza, who initially held the upper hand, gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. "I'm done playing," Goku suddenly declares. "Since you unveiled your full power, your energy has been steadily waning. My interest has waned as well. My energy is nearly depleted, and I am leaving to seek a way back to Earth. You may remain here." The implication is that Sun Wukong had been toying with Frieza during their battle. Although Frieza appeared to have the upper hand, it was all part of Sun Wukong's deliberate strategy. After uttering these words, Sun Wukong turned his back on Frieza, leaving him with a profoundly classic expression, one that encapsulated anger, pity, and sorrow. As the Cosmic Emperor, how could Frieza possibly accept Sun Wukong's words and that expression? He rose to his feet and unleashed 2 attacks akin to his energy blade, which relentlessly pursued Sun Wukong. Despite Sun Wukong's evasive maneuvers, Frieza's onslaught continued to follow him. In the midst of dodging, Sun Wukong even found the opportunity to counterattack, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. However, as Frieza stood up, his own attacks loomed ominously behind him. Although Sun Wukong warned Frieza not to rise, it was already too late. Frieza was struck by his own assault, severed in 2. Witnessing Frieza lying on the ground, bisected, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of sorrow for him. Just as he was about to depart, Frieza's desperate pleas echoed through the air, "Please, save me. Please, save me." At that moment, Frieza was on the brink of death, his consciousness fading. Whether his cries for help were feigned or genuine remains uncertain. What is clear is that, in response to Frieza's pleas, Sun Wukong ultimately could not bear to forsake him, sharing some of his own energy. Thus unfolded the tale of the farmer and the snake, of Mr. Donghua and the wolf, of Sun Wukong and Frieza. As Sun Wukong soared into the distance, preparing to leave, a rejuvenated Frieza launched a final attack against him. "You bastard!" Sun Wukong roared, retaliating with a counterstrike that obliterated Frieza's offensive, rendering him utterly incapable of further combat. The battle between the Cosmic Emperor and the Super Saiyan culminated in the triumph of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Chapter 30. Krillin had never witnessed Sun Wukong in a state of anger. Genos. It seems that the Super Saiyan truly excels. Genos. Even the Cosmic Emperor Frieza is no match for Sun Wukong. Ichigo Kurosaki. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is both striking and powerful. How I wish I could transform as well. Ichigo Kurosaki. Alas, I am not a Saiyan. Sanji. Who says you aren't? After witnessing the transformation into a Super Saiyan, countless beings across the multiverse felt a profound sense of regret for not being Saiyans themselves. If they were Saiyans, wouldn't they also have the chance to become Super Saiyans? The transformation not only bestows immense power, but also exudes an undeniable charm. Is it not far more desirable than other transformations? One can only wonder if the Multiverse Video Network could grant them access to the Saiyan transformation. If so, that would indeed be splendid. In Universe 6, on Planet Salad, it seems that the Super Saiyan transformation knows no bounds, extending beyond just the Saiyans of Universe 7. Kefla was overwhelmed with excitement. Unlike her previous transformation into a great ape, which was contingent upon having a tail, this Super Saiyan transformation seemed to impose no such restrictions on the Saiyans of Universe 6. The true question lay in how to achieve this transformation. Previously, it had been suggested that the catalyst for such a transformation was an unparalleled fury. Yet, what could possibly evoke such immense rage within her? Kefla found herself in deep distress. Throughout her life, it appeared she had never encountered anything that could induce such profound anger. She faced a dilemma akin to that of Vegeta. They understood the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet remained oblivious to how to harness that pivotal, overwhelming fury. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, the cosmic tyrant was beginning to lose his composure. He had actually lost. The mighty ruler of the universe had been bested by the so-called monkey Saiyan, Goku. To add insult to injury, he had even sought Goku's assistance. As for the moment when Goku saved him, and Frieza retaliated without hesitation, that was inconsequential. Such behavior was, after all, typical of him. Indeed, the Saiyans posed a significant threat. This time, during his expedition to Earth, he would ensure they were denied the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyans. Furthermore, He resolved to personally seek the Dragon Balls from the very outset of his mission. Frieza had come to understand why the Dragon Balls had ultimately fallen into the hands of Krillin and Gohan, leaving him empty-handed. It was precisely because he had waited until the end to take matters into his own hands. Prior to that, he had relied on his inept subordinates, who proved utterly useless. Thus, this time, he would embark on the quest himself from the very beginning, determined to locate all the Dragon Balls. Once he acquired the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wishes, he would obliterate the Earth, reducing it, and Goku to mere cosmic dust. Knowing how he had faltered in the video, he was resolute in ensuring that such a failure would not repeat itself. However, reflecting on the battle's conclusion, he pondered why the video still appeared to have a segment left unplayed. What further content could it possibly contain? Frieza was not alone in his curiosity. The other viewers shared the same intrigue. Therefore, they continued to watch. Soon, a narration emerged from the video. The Super Saiyan transformation, while not the most powerful form available to the Saiyans, undoubtedly stood as the most iconic. Since Goku first unveiled this transformation, the Saiyans had entered an era of metamorphosis. As a form that surpassed the Great Ape transformation, the Super Saiyan may have seemed merely a change in hair color and a shift in IQ, lacking the immediate impact of the Great Ape form. Yet, in truth, the Super Saiyan transformation was significantly more formidable. It granted the user a staggering 50-fold increase in power. Moreover, this enhancement would not diminish even as the user's strength grew. The Saiyan transformations, even the weakest Great Ape form, possessed an astonishing premise. The amplification achieved post-transformation remains constant, unyielding to the increases in strength. This is indeed a terrifying prospect. Within the realm of gaming, the Super Saiyan form can be likened to a skill that amplifies power by 5,000. It is well known that any ability capable of enhancing strength by a percentage is extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, how could it be referred to as a noble percentage? Unlike certain other transformations, which tend to diminish in effectiveness as the transformer's strength escalates, the Saiyan transformations retain their potency even in the presence of overwhelming power from other realms. The prowess of ancient sacred bodies and innate holy physiques raises questions about whether they can amplify their bearer's strength to such an extent, and whether such enhancements can be sustained. Upon learning of the Super Saiyan's amplification factor, Frieza was unable to remain composed. Frieza, a 50-fold increase? Even so, how can I not be a match for Son Goku? Despite the impressive amplification factor of the Super Saiyan, Son Goku should not have been his rival, as Goku's power level prior to transformation was undoubtedly low. In the next moment, the video elucidated Frieza's doubts. Vegeta believed that merely becoming a Super Saiyan would render him invincible in the universe, capable of defeating Frieza. However, this was a fallacy. The Super Saiyan transformation merely amplifies strength by 50 times. Thus, if the initial power is insufficient, the transformation alone would not render one capable of facing Frieza. Frieza's final form, when utilizing his full power, boasts a combat strength of 120 million. Conversely, upon arriving on Namek, even with the 20-fold Kaioken, Goku's power was only around 180,000. Nevertheless, the Saiyans possess a formidable passive ability. When recovering from severe injuries, their strength can increase significantly. Therefore, by the time Goku completed his healing and arrived on the battlefield, his power had surged to 3 million. Consequently, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength increased 50-fold, reaching 150 million, thereby enabling him to defeat Frieza. Frieza, he must protest. The Saiyans have an unfair advantage. It was merely a recovery from injuries. Yet Goku's power surged dramatically, and to defeat him after transforming into a Super Saiyan, how can this not be deemed an unfair advantage? Therefore, even if Vegeta could indeed transform into a Super Saiyan, at that moment, he would not be able to contend with Frieza, as his base strength would fall short. Only after his revival and subsequent transformation would he stand a chance of barely defeating Frieza, given that his power level at that time would be 2,500,000. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat strength would reach 125 million, just slightly surpassing Frieza. Vegeta, he refuses to accept this. He had previously utilized the Saiyan passive ability to enhance his strength on Namek more than once. Ultimately, he even died and was revived. Yet, despite this, the strength he gained could not surpass the enhancement achieved by Kakarot's single recovery. He refuses to accept this. Is he not the Prince of the Saiyans? Why does Kakarot, this lowly warrior, experience greater enhancements? The video previously mentioned that the emergence of the Super Saiyan was orchestrated by Frieza. But why is this the case? This leads us to recount a rather amusing yet factual incident. Krillin has never witnessed Goku in a fit of rage. Chapter 31. Is the entanglement between Goku and Frieza not yet concluded? What does this have to do with me? Upon seeing the video reference himself, Krillin found himself perplexed. What does it mean that he has never seen Goku angry? However, upon reflection, it seems he indeed has never witnessed Goku in fury, only through the medium of video. In reality, such a moment has yet to transpire. Thus, Does his own transformation alongside Goku into a Super Saiyan hold an inseparable connection? Although Krillin is quite astute, he has yet to comprehend the implications of the video regarding himself. After all, one often finds clarity elusive when personally involved. Yet, soon enough, he would come to understand. It is well known that Krillin and Goku grew up together, training as brothers. Their bond is profoundly deep, unparalleled by any other. Therefore, Krillin can be considered Goku's Achilles heel, untouchable by anyone. In their youth, Krillin experienced his first death at the hands of the Demon King Piccolo's minion, Dambaran. This was the moment that ignited Goku's fury. The video abruptly shifts to the scene of Krillin's demise in his childhood. Witnessing Krillin's lifeless body, Goku was consumed by rage, disregarding even Master Roshi's words. He charged forth with unwavering determination, seeking vengeance for Krillin. So, such an event transpired back then. Observing the content of the video, Krillin felt a wave of nostalgia. He certainly recalled that incident. It marked his first death. Although he was subsequently resurrected, he remained oblivious to the events that unfolded in between. It appears that Goku was so enraged, yearning for retribution on his behalf. Indeed, the bond between him and Goku is undeniable. Goku's actions resonate profoundly with viewers who cherish friendship. For instance, members of a certain fairy tale guild can readily empathize with Goku's furious response in defense of his comrades. They too would stand against any foe for the sake of their guild. This marked Krillin's first death, while his demise on Namek would constitute his second. Through Goku's response to Krillin's initial death, we glean the depth of their relationship. The very Dambaran who took Krillin's life ultimately met a gruesome end at Goku's hands. Had Goku possessed greater strength at that time, he might have transformed into a Super Saiyan then and there. On Namek, Frieza committed an unforgivable act. He killed Krillin, and he did so in Goku's presence. Upon witnessing Krillin perish once more before his eyes, Sun Wukong erupted with an unfathomable fury, reminiscent of his childhood. This time, however, he possessed all the elements requisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan, thus achieving that magnificent transformation. This is precisely why the birth of the Super Saiyan can be attributed to Frieza's malevolent actions. Had he refrained from striking down Krillin, Sun Wukong would never have transformed into a Super Saiyan. It is also the reason why Krillin had never beheld the visage of Sun Wukong in wrath. All manifestations of Sun Wukong's anger occurred post-Krillin's demise, hence he was naturally absent from witnessing it. Within the confines of the spacecraft, Frieza came to a startling realization. So, it was indeed so? Who would have thought that the demise of a mere insect could herald the emergence of a Super Saiyan? Frieza comprehended the implications. As long as he spared that little bald head, a Super Saiyan would not come to be. Yet, to be fair, he could not wholly blame the version of himself depicted in the video. After all, who could have anticipated that extinguishing the life of a mere insect would lead to the birth of a Super Saiyan? However, now that he was enlightened, upon his arrival on Earth, he would not repeat the same blunder. Once he located the Dragon Balls, he would obliterate the planet without engaging in battle with Sun Wukong and his companions. He could not fathom that such a strategy would prevent the emergence of a Super Saiyan. On Earth, in West City, Krillin was overwhelmed with profound sentiment. No wonder the video elucidated why he had never witnessed Wukong's fury. He was the catalyst for it. Wukong's anger stemmed from the fact that someone had taken his life. In this lifetime, having such a brother was invaluable. With a commendable master and a loyal brother by his side, if only he could also have a good wife, it would be truly perfect. Yet, he pondered whether he would ever find a spouse in the future. If so, what kind of person would she be? At that moment, Frieza remained oblivious to the fact that even if Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still had a chance to emerge victorious. All it would take was a few push-ups. He was also unaware that Sun Wukong's act of sharing his energy would foreshadow future events. Nevertheless, such matters would inevitably unfold in subsequent videos. As the final narration concluded, the video depicting the transformation into a Super Saiyan reached its end. This last segment of narration stirred Frieza's curiosity. What did it mean that he only needed to perform a few push-ups? What implications lay in Sun Wukong sharing his energy, hinting at future occurrences? He was fervently eager to uncover the answers. Did this imply that his conflict with Sun Wukong was far from over? Would they cross paths again? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Frieza recalled the initial narration that proclaimed their encounter on planet Namek marked the beginning of their entanglement. Thus, would he continuously engage with Sun Wukong in the future? The illustrious emperor of the universe, perpetually dealing with a filthy Saiyan monkey? This perplexity mirrored the sentiments of Sun Wukong, Krillin, and their fellow warriors. Their thoughts diverged slightly from Frieza's, yet remained largely aligned. Did they truly believe that Son Goku had failed to eliminate Frieza? Or was it conceivable that Frieza had perished only to be resurrected by some means, subsequently entangling himself with Goku once more? Regardless, it appeared that Namek was not Frieza's final destination. In the future, Frieza would undoubtedly resurface. However, they remained unperturbed, for they were confident that even if Frieza returned, Goku would inevitably vanquish him once again. In West City, on Earth, Lin Luo glanced at the data from the two currently released videos. The statistics for the second video spoke volumes. The moment the Super Saiyan transformation occurred, both the barrage of comments and view count surged dramatically. Among the videos participating in the transformation event, the Super Saiyan transformation ranked supreme. The first video showcasing the Great Ape transformation also boasted impressive statistics, clearly indicating that the Saiyan transformations had indeed left a significant impact across the multiverse. Yet, he alone understood that these two transformations were merely the beginning. To gods of destruction like Beerus, the transformations that had emerged thus far were inconsequential, which is why they seldom spoke. Nevertheless, Lin Luo was steadfast in his belief that when the Ultra Instinct transformation and the Super Saiyan God emerged, even the gods of destruction would be moved. He earnestly hoped that the video featuring Ultra Instinct would secure the top spot in the event, not solely due to its immense power, but because its appearance at the power tournament would signify the presence of two Omni Kings. If this video could achieve first place, wouldn't that increase his chances of acquiring the Omni King's abilities? Should he truly obtain such powers, he would be invincible within the Dragon Ball universe. At that point, whether it was Vegeta or Frieza arriving on Earth, he would remain unfazed. Chapter 32, Beyond the Super Saiyan Transformation. After the presentation of the two videos, countless viewers from across the multiverse were thoroughly captivated. They were filled with curiosity regarding the additional transformations the Saiyans might possess. After all, in the Super Saiyan video, the narrator had asserted that the Super Saiyan was not the pinnacle of Saiyan transformations. This implied that there existed even more formidable transformations beyond the Super Saiyan. So, what transformations could possibly surpass the Super Saiyan? Moreover, what powerful beings lurked within the Dragon Ball universe? If the subsequent transformations were indeed stronger than that of the Super Saiyan, then the adversaries they faced must be even mightier than the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Amidst the eager anticipation of countless viewers, Lin Luo unveiled the third video before them, the transformation that transcended the Super Saiyan 2. Upon seeing the video title, a myriad of emotions surged through the audience. While the majority felt a shared sense of excitement, some individuals found themselves in a state of disarray. Within Frieza's spaceship, a shocked exclamation reverberated. What? The Saiyans, those wretched monkeys, have astonishingly unveiled transformations even more formidable than the Super Saiyan. Frieza found himself struggling to maintain composure. He was already astonished that the Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyans. Now, another transformation, Super Saiyan 2, had emerged. Was there to be a Super Saiyan 3 or 4 in the future? When did the Saiyans acquire such an array of transformations? Hadn't they previously been limited to their base forms? Indeed, the Saiyan race proved to be a perilous one. Perhaps the god of destruction, Beerus, sought to annihilate them out of fear of their potential. Meanwhile, aboard another spacecraft, Vegeta's emotions were in turmoil. He had always believed that the Super Saiyan was the pinnacle of Saiyan warriors. Even after learning that Super Saiyan was merely a transformation, he regarded it as the apex of Saiyan evolution. Yet now, the existence of Super Saiyan 2 had been revealed. Vegeta realized that he, as the Prince of Saiyans, was woefully ignorant of his own race. Even his father, King Vegeta, and their ancestors had failed to grasp the full extent of Saiyan capabilities. After all, the legends passed down among Saiyans only spoke of the Super Saiyan, with no mention of Super Saiyan 2. This implied that even their forebears had not discerned the existence of even greater transformations. So, who had achieved this Super Saiyan 2 transformation? Could it possibly be that lowly warrior Kakarot? No, that was improbable. The fact that Kakarot had managed to surpass him even once was already remarkable. He would not allow that chance to arise again. Vegeta was determined to be the first to manifest Super Saiyan 2. Countless spectators, filled with either anticipation or anxiety, continued to watch intently. Then, the narrator's voice resonated. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 could be traced back to the arrival of a young boy. A year had passed since Son Goku's victory over Frieza. During that year, the Namekians who had been relocated to Earth found a new planet to inhabit, departing from Earth. Moreover, those who had perished on Namek, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu, were all resurrected. Only Son Goku remained unrevived, as he had not perished. He simply chose not to return to Earth. After a year, Krillin, Gohan, and the others awaited not Goku, but an unexpected visitor, Frieza, who had been presumed dead on Namek. In the video, a colossal spaceship approached the solar system, swiftly nearing Earth. Within the spacecraft, Frieza gazed coldly at the distant blue planet. He appeared somewhat altered. Numerous parts of his body had been replaced with mechanical enhancements. Beside him loomed an imposing figure, reminiscent of Frieza's first form. This figure was none other than his father, King Cold. After a year of transformation and recovery, Frieza had come to Earth with his father, seeking vengeance against Son Goku. Within the confines of Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant seethed at the mechanical form he had become. Son Goku. He seethed, his teeth clenched. The transformation he witnessed in the video was entirely the fault of that Saiyan. Yet, amid his fury, a flicker of curiosity emerged. Could it be that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 was intended to confront both him and his father? If so, that would be utterly outrageous. It was one thing for a Super Saiyan to contend with him. Now a Super Saiyan 2 was also set against him. It seemed he could never escape the Saiyans. Other viewers shared similar sentiments. Zhang Chulan. Frieza is not dead, and he has returned to Earth for vengeance alongside his parents? Zhang Chulan. So, the appearance of Super Saiyan 2 is meant to combat Frieza? Zhang Gua. I don't think that's the case, based on the previous video. Super Saiyan 2 shouldn't appear so soon. Zhang Gua. Besides, didn't the narration imply that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 would begin with a certain boy? Zhang Gua. Yet. This boy has yet to make his appearance. Kakashi added, I concur, but the pressing issue is that Son Goku is not on Earth. It seems there is no one capable of standing against Frieza. This comment resonated with the other viewers. Indeed, with Son Goku absent from Earth, there was no one to thwart Frieza. Would Goku arrive in time? Or would he find that all his companions had perished by the time he returned? Perhaps even the Earth itself? Meanwhile, the warriors and the still uninitiated Vegeta gathered, preparing to confront Frieza upon his arrival. However, before they could reach the landing site, their senses detected an unfamiliar energy near Frieza and his entourage. At that moment, Frieza was commanding his minions to eliminate the Earthlings, relishing the agony it would bring Goku. Suddenly, a youth clad in a blue tunic, a sword slung across his back, appeared before Frieza. The young man declared his intent to slay the tyrant. Naturally, Frieza dismissed him, ordering his subordinates to dispose of the boy, only to witness the lad effortlessly dispatch them. Observing this, Frieza prepared to take matters into his own hands, believing it a stroke of fortune for the boy to face him directly. Yet, the youth's next words struck a dissonant chord within Frieza. There is more than one Super Saiyan, not just Mr. Son Goku. Here stands another. The implication was clear. The youth was revealing himself as a Super Saiyan. Frieza scoffed, unable to fathom this revelation. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression froze in disbelief as the boy began to transform. In the astonished gaze of Frieza, the youth ascended to the legendary form of a Super Saiyan. This left Frieza utterly dumbfounded, and in his shock, he staggered backward. He caught sight of the boy's gaze. A look he would never forget. The boy's eyes mirrored those of Goku during their fateful encounter on planet Namek. Chapter 33. Frieza, like a mere bystander, pondered the identity of this mysterious youth. Although Krillin and the others did not witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan, they could surmise its significance through their sensing of energy. Particularly, this energy bore a striking resemblance to Goku's when he ascended to Super Saiyan on Namek. This revelation left Vegeta in a state of bewilderment. Was there another Super Saiyan aside from Kakarot? Had two individuals surpassed him, the prince of all Saiyans? Vegeta's astonishment was not confined to the footage. It echoed in the very fabric of reality. Inside the spaceship, he exclaimed, impossible. This cannot be. Witnessing the boy's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he could no longer remain seated, nearly causing the ship to collide with the cosmos and meet a disastrous end. After regaining his composure, Vegeta's incredulity remained unabated. The content of the video had overwhelmed him. His astonishment stemmed not only from the existence of another Super Saiyan, but from a far more pressing question. Who was this boy? It was crucial to note that the transformation into a Super Saiyan requires one to be a Saiyan or at least possess Saiyan blood. Yet, among the living Saiyans, excluding himself and Kakarot, only Kakarot's son and his brother Tarbal remained. Of course, Nappa could be considered, but he was long deceased in the video, rendering him irrelevant. So who was this boy? From whence had this Saiyan emerged? How was it possible that he remained oblivious to the existence of other surviving Saiyans? The true enigma lay in the boy's identity. While the boy's transformation into a Super Saiyan was of great interest, Vegeta yearned to uncover the truth behind the boy's lineage. For the other onlookers, their curiosity was piqued by the possibility of the boy transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. After all, the narrator had previously mentioned that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 would commence with the appearance of a youth. Now that the boy had materialized, did this imply a connection between him and Super Saiyan 2? Could it be that this very boy would be the catalyst for that transformation? Though the answer to this question remained elusive, one thing was certain. Super Saiyan 2 was not intended to confront Frieza and his father. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Frieza and his father were on the brink of demise at the hands of this boy, who had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 2. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the boy exhibited extraordinary power, even surpassing Goku's strength during their confrontation on Namek. Frieza's attacks were utterly futile against him. Frieza! The boy called out from atop a massive boulder behind Frieza, unleashing a formidable attack. However, this attack was effortlessly evaded by Frieza, who even mocked the attempt, believing such an assault could never defeat him. Little did Frieza realize that this strike was merely a diversion. By the time he grasped the situation, the young warrior had already materialized before him, sword raised, and struck down with a single blow. Thus, the illustrious Cosmic Emperor Frieza was cleaved in two by the boy, subsequently reduced to several pieces. Following this, The youth unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated Frisia's remains into nothingness. The once mighty emperor, now rendered trivial, was swiftly dispatched in the early stages of this new version, alongside his father, King Cold, who met a swift demise at the boy's hands as well. This scene left Krillin, Vegeta, and others who had arrived utterly astonished. Particularly, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta, seasoned warriors who had previously battled Frieza, were incredulous. They could scarcely believe that the formidable Frieza, whom they had fought so fiercely, could now be so effortlessly dispatched by a mere child. Frieza, impossible. How could such a thing occur? Inside Frieza's spaceship, the Emperor could no longer maintain his composure. Initially, he had envisioned a confrontation with the Saiyans, believing that the Super Saiyan 2 transformation was designed to combat him and his father. Yet, he was utterly blindsided by the reality that he and his father were dispatched with such ease by the young warrior in the video. After traveling great distances to Earth seeking vengeance against Goku, he had not even laid eyes on his nemesis before meeting his end. Was his journey to Earth merely to deliver his own head? He could not accept this. He refused to believe it. He would rather be vanquished by Super Saiyan 2 than to simply perish without even encountering it. Ichigo Kurosaki. The power exhibited by this boy seems to surpass even that of Goku on Namek. Genos, the once mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza, a being of immense strength, has now been so effortlessly resolved. Roronoa Zoro. Indeed, the number of powerful individuals in the Dragon Ball universe is staggering. Frieza's swift defeat left a profound impact on the spectators. It is worth noting that in the previous video, Frieza had exuded an overwhelming presence. Before Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, Frieza instilled a sense of despair. Even after Goku achieved Super Saiyan status, victory came only after a fierce battle. Of course, Goku's decision to hold back played a role, but even without that, he could never have dispatched Frieza with the ease witnessed in this video. The once mighty Frieza, who had seemed invincible in the last video, was now akin to a mere insect crushed underfoot at the outset of this one. How could this not elicit astonishment and reflection? It can only be said that the abundance of powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe renders even cosmic emperors insignificant. Thus, the question remains, who is this young boy? Why does his strength surpass that of Sun Wukong? In the video, after vanquishing Frieza and his father, the boy reverts to his usual demeanor, greeting Vegeta and the others with warmth, a stark contrast to his earlier battle stance. He informs them of the time and location of Sun Wukong's arrival, suggesting they accompany him if they wish. Eager to uncover the boy's identity, Vegeta and his companions follow him to the designated landing site. While they await Sun Wukong, curiosity about the boy intensifies, yet he remains tight-lipped, divulging nothing beyond his age. 3 hours later, the ship carrying Sun Wukong descends upon Earth. Krillin, Gohan, and the others are elated, yet their intrigue deepens. For the boy had accurately predicted the time and place of his arrival. Who is he, and how does he know? Upon reaching the landing site, they behold a spherical spacecraft, and as its hatch opens, Sun Wukong emerges clad in distinctive attire. The boy then requests a private conversation with Sun Wukong, leading them to a secluded spot. There, the boy reveals that Frieza was originally meant to be defeated by Sun Wukong, but as he could not arrive in time, he had to intervene. Sun Wukong counters that he could have made it in time, having mastered a remarkable technique during his year in space, instant transmission. The boy murmurs, astonished that he has altered history, leaving Sun Wukong puzzled by his words. Upon learning that Sun Wukong can now transform into a Super Saiyan at will, the boy implores him to demonstrate this transformation. Chapter 34. The Allure of Power. Though uncertain of the boy's intentions, Sun Wukong complies, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The boy follows suit, and upon witnessing their transformations, Vegeta seethes with frustration from a distance. As the Saiyan Prince, he considers himself the strongest among Saiyans, yet now finds himself overshadowed by two who have surpassed him. Meanwhile, he remains clueless about how to achieve such a transformation, left to stew in his own vexation. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong and the boy, Vegeta's thoughts are consumed by jealousy. After their transformations, the boy alerts Sun Wukong before unsheathing the sword from his back and striking towards him. Initially, Sun Wukong makes no move to evade or defend, stating that he perceives no murderous intent from the boy, thus he believes the attack will cease. The boy warns him that he will not hold back the second time. In response, Sun Wukong extends a single finger, enveloped in energy, and with that finger alone, he effortlessly halts the boy's strike. An attack capable of cleaving Frieza into pieces, failing to even scratch him. Upon witnessing this scene, Frieza within the spaceship bore an expression of utter dismay. He had been effortlessly cleaved in twain, and yet Son Goku had merely blocked it all with a single finger? Did this imply that the version of himself depicted in the video was inferior to even Goku's finger? How astonishing it was that Goku's power had augmented to such an extent. What significance did his appearance in the video hold? Was it merely to accentuate the might of this youth in Goku? Here he stood, a once mighty emperor of the universe, now relegated to the status of mere backdrop. Eagle Eye. This is the allure of numerical superiority. This youth possesses no true swordsmanship. Eagle Eye, however, should I engage him in combat, both wielding swords? Eagle Eye, no matter how refined my swordsmanship may be, it would be futile against his casual strikes. In the world of pirates, Eagle Eye felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As the foremost swordsman of this realm, his sword skills were indeed extraordinary. Yet, what did that matter? This youth, lacking any genuine sword technique, merely swung his sword recklessly. Yet in actual combat, his swordsmanship paled in comparison to that of the youth. A mere casual swing from the opponent could end his life in an instant. This exemplified the chasm of power. This was the allure of numerical might. Zoro, indeed. It's not just this youth. Even the former Akairobe surpassed us. As a fellow swordsman, Zoro echoed similar sentiments. In the first video, whether Akairobe severed Vegeta's tail or struck him from behind, there was no artistry involved, just the simple act of drawing and swinging the sword. While he held firm confidence in his technique, the reality of combat was that he could not best either the youth or Akairobe. No matter how exceptional his swordsmanship, a mere straightforward slash from the opponent could spell his demise. It could only be said that, in the face of numerical anomalies, even the most skilled mechanics falter. This was the overwhelming might that shattered all forms of technique. Others sharing this sentiment included a cadre of Soul Reapers from the Soul Society. Their Zanpakuto were powerful in their own world and could unleash various abilities. Yet, what did that amount to? Before the numerical monstrosities, it was merely a matter of casual strikes. Li Shinon. Yet, it appears this is the first instance of a weapon-wielding powerhouse in the Dragon Ball universe, is it not? Duan Muyen. Indeed, whether it be Goku or other formidable beings, they do not typically wield weapons. Krillin. In truth, Goku once used weapons. But as his strength grew, the weapons became inadequate. Vegeta. It is a disgrace for a Saiyan to resort to weaponry. Vegeta. Do not let me discover his identity. If I do, I shall not let him go. Frieza. Vegeta. It seems you are not his match. Vegeta. As if you were any contender, you were cleaved into pieces. Frieza. You insolent fool. However, Frieza could not deny that he shared a similar notion with Vegeta. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly seize the chance to eliminate this youth. As the esteemed emperor of the universe, he found it utterly unacceptable that this young boy could so effortlessly dispatch him, akin to a mere roadside nuisance. How could he possibly let this boy slip through his fingers? He harbored a fervent hope that the boy resided on Earth and was not overly powerful. In this manner, he could resolve all grievances during his visit to Earth. After gauging Goku's strength, the youth expressed that Goku was a trustworthy individual, willing to divulge all matters to him. According to the young man's account, he had traversed time via a time machine from the future. His purpose was to inform Goku of two formidable adversaries that would emerge in 3 years. These two powerful foes had wreaked havoc in the future, even claiming the lives of numerous warriors. Tragically, his master, Gohan, had been slain shortly before his return to the past. In the present future, he was the sole remaining warrior. Astonishingly, these two formidable adversaries were not extraterrestrials, but rather androids. They were creations of Dr. Gero, designed to exact vengeance upon Goku. For Dr. Gero was a former member of the Red Ribbon Army that Goku had once vanquished. Do NMYN, a time machine, traveling through time and space? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Do NMYN. While interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball universe is one thing, now we even have time machines? LXNNN. The Dragon Ball universe is not only immensely powerful, but also technologically advanced. Zhu Jiaying, a time machine. I wonder who could have created such a marvel. It's simply divine. For those residing in the modern world, the impact of a time machine is profoundly staggering. After all, even among various forms of advanced technology, it belongs to the pinnacle of what exists only in the realm of fantasy. Previously, the interstellar travel technology demonstrated in the Dragon Ball universe, along with its various faster-than-light spacecraft, was already astonishing. However, the advancement of interstellar travel technology might still hold a glimmer of hope for realization after hundreds or thousands of years. Yet, a time machine may take millennia to merely scratch the surface of its development. LF. It's not too surprising, at least. Time travel technology in Ares isn't considered overly advanced. LF was rather unfazed. After all, with Ares technology, time travel was already achievable. The armored airships and the armor itself could facilitate such journeys. Of course, Ares could only compare its technological level to that of the Dragon Ball universe. In terms of strength, Ares was vastly inferior to the Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 35. Bulma. I wonder which woman bore a child with Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball universe, the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. At this moment, Beerus was in a state of utter panic. It is crucial to note that the Omni King and the Grand Priest had established regulations prohibiting arbitrary time travel. Only the Supreme Kai with a time ring was permitted such actions. Now, this occurrence of time travel had transpired within his 7th universe. Might the Grand Minister in a fit of rage obliterate the 7th universe? Beerus fervently prayed within. hoping that the Grand Minister and the Omni King would remain oblivious to the matter at hand. He wished that those troublesome individuals, particularly Kampa and Quitella, would refrain from alerting the Grand Minister and the Omni King. After all, he had his grievances with both of them. Alas, Beerus's prayers fell upon deaf ears. Quitella remarked, "Beerus, dear Beerus, surely you recall the regulations set forth by the Omni King and the Grand Minister, forbidding arbitrary manipulation of time and space?" He continued, "Now that this incident has transpired within your seventh universe, how shall you account for this to the esteemed lords?" Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, remained silent. Despite their existing tensions, he shared a fraternal bond with Beerus. Sibling rivalry may lead to quarrels, yet he would not stoop to actions that could result in the obliteration of the other. However, Quitella of Universe forebore no such reservations. With a pre-existing animosity towards Beerus, he was keen to seize this opportunity to exacerbate the situation. Witnessing Quitella's taunts, Beerus ground his teeth in frustration, wishing nothing more than to silence Quitella permanently. However, he had more pressing matters to address. "Esteemed Omni King and Grand Minister," he implored, "this is an occurrence from the future." He continued, "As of now, nothing of this sort has transpired in the seventh universe, and I shall take every measure to prevent it. I humbly beseech your leniency." Frisia, aware of Beerus's identity, yet ignorant of the Omni King and Grand Minister's significance, was taken aback by Beerus's humble stance. What manner of beings could render the god of destruction so subservient? If he could forge a connection with these two, perhaps he would no longer need to fear Beerus. As Frisia contemplated this, the wheels of ambition turned in his mind. The Omni King interjected, "Interesting indeed. I wish to see more of what unfolds in your seventh universe." With this revelation, Beerus exhaled in relief. Both he and the seventh universe had been spared, at least for the moment. Yet, he understood this reprieve was fleeting. Should no further captivating events occur in the seventh universe, it remained perilously at risk. Thus, he could only hope that this individual named Lin Luo would upload videos pertinent to the seventh universe, ones that would pique the Omni King's interest. Indeed, the safety of the seventh universe now rested heavily upon Lin Luo's shoulders. Beerus's concerns echoed in Lin Luo's mind as well. It seemed imperative that he acquire at least the abilities of an angel. The Omni King remained intrigued by the happenings in the seventh universe. But every video must inevitably come to an end. Once the videos concerning Universe 7 have concluded, it is conceivable that the Omni King might swiftly eradicate it. Only by attaining the status of an angel can one hope to evade such obliteration. Naturally, acquiring the powers of the Grand Priest, or even the Omni King himself, would be an even greater boon. All of this hinges upon the forthcoming videos and whether one can achieve a commendable ranking. This seems plausible, does it not? In the video, a young boy informs Goku that the two androids created by Dr. Gero possess immense power and are exceedingly ruthless. They have plunged the future into a hellish nightmare, mercilessly slaughtering countless individuals and even murdering their creator, Dr. Gero. It can be said that the future is entirely under the dominion of these two androids. Notably, Goku is absent among the warriors slain by the androids, as he succumbed to heart disease before he could engage them in battle. Upon learning this, Goku is filled with regret and a fervent desire to confront the androids. Observing Goku's distress, the boy presents him with a miraculous medicine that could cure his heart condition. With this remedy, Goku's ailment can be healed. In his interaction with Goku, the boy conceals his true identity. He introduces himself as Trunks, revealing that his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan stems from his father, Vegeta. The revelation of the boy's true lineage leaves the warriors, Nappa, Frisia, and even the bewildered Vegeta, stunned. It takes a moment for the realization to sink in. Vegeta, what? He is my son. How can this be possible? I could not possibly have a son. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta finds it increasingly difficult to remain composed. He had previously insisted that if he were to discover the identity of this boy, he would not spare him. Now, he is confronted with the revelation that this boy is indeed his son. The prince of all Saiyans, who currently has no woman by his side, suddenly finds himself with a son of such stature. It is utterly unfathomable. Frisia, oh ho ho ho, congratulations, Vegeta, you have a son now. Frisia, alas. It is a pity that your son has yet to be born. I shall not have the opportunity to exact my revenge upon him. Since this boy is Vegeta's son, he has not yet entered the world, which leaves Frisia feeling rather disappointed, as he cannot personally slay the one who will ultimately bring about his demise in the future. Bulma. Moreover, it appears that this Trunks was born on Earth, which implies that his mother must be a terrestrial woman. Bulma. I wonder which unfortunate woman would find herself bearing the child of Vegeta. In West City, at Bulma's residence, her expression reflects a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. From the previous videos, it is evident that Vegeta is a cold-hearted and brutal individual. How could a woman from Earth possibly choose to bear his child? She cannot help but wonder about the identity of this woman. Surely, she must revere him. Or perhaps, this woman is blissfully unaware of Vegeta's true nature and the deeds he has committed. However, It is quite unimaginable that a man like Vegeta would father a child with a woman from Earth. Nevertheless, this matter bears no relevance to her. After all, she is currently Yamcha's girlfriend and would never conceive a child with Vegeta. One wonders whether this Trunks will disclose the identity of his mother, and if so, upon viewing such videos and understanding Vegeta's character, would she still be willing to bear his child? Chapter 36. Yamcha's Misery. Murdered and his woman taken in the realm of Dragon Ball, within a secluded valley on Earth, Dr. Gero, who had yet to transform himself into an android, became acutely aware of the outcomes and fate that awaited him in the future. Indeed, he succeeded in creating androids of formidable strength. Alas, it was a source of immense regret that Goku did not perish at the hands of his creations. This left Dr. Gero feeling profoundly disappointed. His extensive investment of time and effort into developing stronger androids was primarily motivated by a desire for vengeance against Goku, who had single-handedly dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, an organization once poised to dominate the world. He could not accept such humiliation. Moreover, the android number 8 he initially crafted had been taken away by Goku. Thus, he aspired to create even more powerful androids to eliminate Goku. The good news was that he indeed succeeded in engineering stronger androids. The bad news, however, was that Goku did not meet his demise at the hands of these creations. He succumbed to illness instead. The worst news still was that he perished at the hands of his own androids. It appears that I must incorporate control devices within the androids to ensure they remain entirely under my command. Despite foreseeing his grim fate, Dr. Gero did not surrender. At most, he would add a control mechanism during the creation of the androids to maintain absolute dominance over them. His primary concern now was whether Goku and his companions would preemptively eliminate him upon discovering his existence and intentions. Of course, even if they did attempt such a course of action, he remained unperturbed. After all, they were unaware of his whereabouts. Concealed within this valley, he felt relatively secure. His immediate preoccupation was the nature of the androids he had produced. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and the other warriors were preoccupied with a different matter. Krillin, can you believe it? Goku, afflicted by heart disease. And to think he could perish from it. Yamcha, this doesn't add up. How could Goku, in such good health, develop heart disease? 10. While illness may not necessarily correlate with strength, Goku possesses such immense power, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, and yet he could still suffer from heart disease? Bulma. Thankfully, there are effective medications. Otherwise, Sun Quan might truly succumb to heart disease. Upon witnessing these comments, Lin Luo found them quite relatable. After all, in his previous life, many had speculated about Goku's heart disease. It is said that Sun Wukong developed heart disease due to consuming the super divine water in his youth, compounded by his excessive use of the Kaioken technique. Others speculate that the mere act of poisoning could lead to his demise, given his affliction. Lin Luo recalls having watched several choice videos where individuals opted between battle power and equivalent monetary value. The majority chose battle power, for to select otherwise would be tantamount to an affront to the essence of Dragon Ball. Yet, some chose wealth, asserting that poisoning could indeed eliminate even the mightiest warriors, especially since Sun Wukong could succumb to heart disease. However, the true cause of Sun Wukong's heart condition is neither the super divine water nor the overuse of Kaioken. In Akira Toriyama's other work, Galactic Patrolman Jaco, it is explicitly stated that Saiyans possess remarkably strong physiology, immune even to toxins capable of annihilating entire civilizations. The heart disease afflicting Sun Wukong is attributed to a specific toxin developed by the Galactic Patrol aimed at Saiyans, rather than a vendetta against him. Given the Saiyans' brutal nature, the Galactic Patrol perceives them as akin to terrorists, thus justifying their actions from their perspective. Sun Wukong merely fell victim to collateral damage. At this juncture, he is yet to be poisoned, and the Galactic Patrol, upon witnessing these videos, would likely refrain from poisoning him in the future. Consequently, the occurrence of Sun Wukong's heart disease seems improbable. However, a pressing question remains regarding whether Trunks will ever be born. His father, Vegeta, is now aware of his existence, and his mother's identity is on the verge of revelation. If both parents oppose his birth, it follows that he would not come into being. Lin Luo can only internally express his apologies to Trunks, not out of malice, but due to a prior oversight while creating his videos. Zhangya. So this Super Saiyan 2 transformation is intended to combat the androids. Zhangya, wait a moment. These androids were created by Dr. Gero, who is a human from Earth, meaning Kakashi, meaning the technological advancements in the Dragon Ball world surpass our wildest imaginations. Lufa. Lufa also grasped the implications. If Super Saiyan 2 was indeed devised to confront androids, then the technological prowess of the Dragon Ball universe far eclipses that of Ares. After all, Ares is hardly worthy of summoning even a Super Saiyan, let alone a Super Saiyan 2. Upon handing the heart disease cure to Sun Wukong, Trunks sparked a revelation in him. Trunks' mother not only developed a remedy for heart disease, but also engineered a time machine. The woman possessing such abilities seems to be someone he knows. In the next moment, Trunks unveiled the identity of his mother. She was right there. Trunks gestured towards Vegeta and the others. Upon receiving confirmation, Goku instinctively fell to the ground in astonishment. For in the direction Trunks indicated, there was but one woman. Bulma. Bulma. How can this be? How can it possibly be me? As the identity of Trunks' mother was revealed, Bulma could no longer maintain her composure. Just moments ago, she pondered the idea of revering Trunks' mother, only to discover that she had borne a child with the cold-hearted and ruthless Vegeta. Now she was being told that she was that very woman? In the future, she would actually have a child with Vegeta? No. What on earth was she thinking in that future? Why would she choose to have a child with Vegeta? Was it possible that she was coerced by him? That certainly seemed plausible. Krillin, Bulma? How could it possibly be Bulma? Isn't she with Yamcha? Tien, could it be that Bulma was taken from Yamcha? Sanji, if that's the case, Yamcha truly has it rough, having perished at the hands of Vegeta's minions during the Saiyan invasion. Sanji, and now? He has even lost his woman to Vegeta. Kakashi. Thankfully, Yamcha was not killed by Vegeta, otherwise, it would have been even worse for him. Chapter 37. This is the fate of the ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world. Initially, the spectators from various realms were unaware of the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha. However, after Krillin's remark, they became enlightened. Consequently, they felt deep sympathy for Yamcha. During the Saiyan invasion, he was the first to perish, and tragically, he fell to the hands of a mere minion of Vegeta. Now, he had even lost his woman to Vegeta. It can only be said that his fate is truly lamentable. The only solace is that he was not slain by Vegeta. Otherwise, being killed by Vegeta and losing his woman to him would have been far worse. Yamcha, impossible. I refuse to believe Bulma would betray me. Yamcha, I get it. Vegeta must have forced her. Seeing the multitude lamenting his misfortune, Yamcha could no longer remain silent and rushed to respond. This, of course, reflected his genuine thoughts. He could not bring himself to believe that Bulma would betray him. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that she had been coerced by Vegeta. Yamcha's remarks resonated with countless viewers who nodded in agreement. Indeed, given Vegeta's nature, forcing Bulma was certainly within the realm of possibility. However, the subsequent content of the video would reveal to them just how naive they truly were. In the video, a regained Goku informed Trunks that he had assumed Bulma would be with Yamcha. He even chided Bulma for choosing Vegeta over anyone else. Blushing, Trunks explained to Goku that the reason his mother separated from Yamcha was due to Yamcha's notorious infidelity. The heartbroken mother, having been wounded by Yamcha, encountered the proud yet lonely father. Subsequently, it was she who took the initiative. However, they did not marry, as both were individuals of considerable pride. Yamcha expressed his disbelief, pondering whether Bulma had indeed taken the lead in their relationship. Kakarot speculated that perhaps it was Vegeta who had been compelled by her. Vegeta, inside the spaceship, wore an expression that was a tapestry of emotions, disbelief, surprise, and a flicker of anticipation and excitement. The notion that he, the prince of all Saiyans, could be coerced by a mere Earth woman was astounding, let alone the fact that they had a child together. Yet, with his immense power, how could such a woman possibly impose her will upon him? Thus, it seemed that the version of himself in the video had willingly engaged in this union. Vegeta's feelings were in turmoil. As a proud Saiyan prince, he held disdain even for female Saiyans. Yet, in an unexpected twist of fate, he found himself entwined with an Earth woman, with whom he had progeny. By Saiyan standards, familial bonds should be tenuous, especially for one of his stature. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, gazing at the image of his future son and companion in the video softened his demeanor. If Vegeta's emotions were complex but tinged with excitement, Yamcha's feelings were akin to an explosion. He felt like a fool, having initially believed that Bulma was forced into her relationship with Vegeta, a notion that many had seemingly accepted. Now, it was revealed that Bulma had been the one to take the initiative, and in the future, she would part ways with him due to his infidelity. This realization painted him in a less than flattering light. Had he been more faithful, Bulma would not have sought out Vegeta. Such revelations left him feeling utterly humiliated before countless witnesses. Determined to amend his ways, Yamcha resolved to curb his flirtations and devote himself wholeheartedly to Bulma. He could not allow the past to repeat itself. At present, he needed to redirect the attention of the others. I believe we should focus on the androids, Yamcha suggested. After all, this video pertains to the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and the androids are undoubtedly linked to that evolution. Upon reading Yamcha's comments, the other viewers shifted their focus. Indeed, the intricate web of love and conflict was merely a side note in the grand narrative, with the true essence lying in the androids and the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. In the video, after imparting all he knew to Goku, Trunks departed in his time machine. Once he was gone, Goku shared Trunks' revelations with the others, carefully concealing Trunks' true identity. Aware that formidable foes awaited them in the future, the other warriors resolved to train diligently over the next 3 years. During this process, Sun Wukong recounted to them the tale of his escape from Namek. After he vanquished Frieza, he initially intended to depart aboard Frieza's spaceship, only to find it malfunctioning. At that critical moment, a spherical spacecraft appeared before him. He utilized this vessel to flee Namek and arrived on the planet Yardrat, where he trained and mastered the divine technique of instant transmission. Subsequently, the warriors parted ways, promising to reunite 3 years hence. 3 years later, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered at the designated location for the emergence of the androids. Bulma also arrived, cradling an infant in her arms. The others were unaware of the child's identity, but Sun Wukong knew, though he refrained from disclosing it for the time being. Since the androids lacked energy signatures, they could not locate them through sensing but had to rely on their own search efforts. Yamcha was the first to encounter an android, discovering one resembling an elderly man, designated Android 20. Unfortunately for him, he was no match for Android 20, who pierced his body with ease. Fortunately, the others sensed his dwindling energy and realized something was amiss. Otherwise, Yamcha would have become the first fallen warrior. Sun Wukong and the others rescued Yamcha and confronted the two androids, Android 20 and Android 19, the latter resembling a rotund figure. Initially, Sun Wukong and his companions intended to relocate the battle, but the androids struck decisively, leveling the city they occupied. Witnessing this devastation, countless spectators fell into silence, particularly the inhabitants of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. Was this their fate before such monsters? They felt like mere ants, easily crushed by these formidable beings. Conversely, the inhabitants of Earth from various Ultraman universes felt somewhat fortunate. They had previously believed their situation dire, frequently encountering monsters that wreaked havoc in their cities. However, compared to the Dragon Ball universe's Earthlings, they were indeed much luckier. After all, when monsters ravaged their cities, the destruction was often limited to a few buildings, resulting in relatively few casualties. But in the Dragon Ball universe, entire cities could be reduced to rubble in an instant. What of the ordinary people within those cities? Their fate was all too evident. As ordinary citizens in the Dragon Ball world, their destinies were not in their own hands. Chapter 38. The Birth of Super Saiyan 2. Is it due to Vegeta? In the Dragon Ball world, West City, Lin Luo remained silent as he gazed upon the obliterated city. This was not his first encounter with such a scene. Previously, he had only witnessed it in anime and had not traversed into this realm, so it had not struck him deeply. Yet, the scenes depicted in the video, although constructed from his memories, felt entirely different. They were not mere animated sequences, but stark realities. The impact was far more profound than any animated portrayal. What was more pivotal was that he was currently in the Dragon Ball universe. This realization fueled his determination to secure victory in the Video Network transformation event. It is only through this path that he can ascend to become the paramount warrior in the realm of Dragon Ball, seizing his destiny into his own hands. It is essential to recognize that the scene depicted in the video indeed illustrates the fate of ordinary individuals within the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, this is not the sole narrative. There are further tragedies to unfold. The likes of Cell consuming innocents, and Majin Buu ruthlessly exterminating the entire populace of Earth, all culminate in the Tournament of Power, which ultimately determines the fate of Universe 7. Each of these events starkly reveals the helplessness of the weak in the Dragon Ball world, a fate he is determined to escape. He yearns to become the ultimate powerhouse, to grasp his destiny firmly within his grasp. Should he triumph in the transformation contest, this aspiration shall be realized. Prior to the battle, Android 20 reveals himself as Drive Jero, having modified himself into a cyborg. He then commands Android 19 to engage in combat with Goku, believing that Goku would prove no match for 19. For years, he has meticulously gathered combat data on Goku, which has been transmitted to 19, rendering Goku at a disadvantage. However, during Goku's journey to Namek, no data was acquired, leaving Dr. Jero unaware of Goku's capability to transform into a Super Saiyan. When Goku does achieve this transformation, he swiftly gains the upper hand against 19. Even though 19 can absorb energy, he remains no match for Goku. Yet, as time passes, Goku's condition begins to deteriorate, reverting to his normal state. Clutching his chest in agony, Goku's heart condition has flared up. Gohan informs Piccolo that due to Goku's persistent good health, he had neglected to take his special medicine, resulting in an unresolved heart ailment. Subsequently, Yamcha assists Goku off the battlefield, returning to Korin Tower to acquire the necessary medicine, while Piccolo, Tin, and others remain to continue the fight. Yet, they are no match for the androids. In this dire moment, a figure radiating golden light materializes before them, Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, Super Saiyan. At last, I too have attained the Super Saiyan form. Witnessing his own transformation in the video fills Vegeta with exhilaration. He has finally become a Super Saiyan. He has long fretted over the possibility of never achieving this form, fearing he would forever be overshadowed by Kakarot. Now, he revels in the fact that he has succeeded. As a fellow Super Saiyan, he refuses to believe he is inferior to Kakarot. Indeed, he is convinced he may even surpass him. Yet, the pressing question remains, how did the version of himself in the video achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Did he harness the rage sufficient to trigger such a metamorphosis? Just then, the answer to this question is unveiled. As they behold Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others are left utterly astonished. Vegeta has astonishingly transformed into a Super Saiyan. How did he accomplish this? Without reserve, he shared his experience. For 3 years, he had diligently trained in outer space, yet he could not attain the Super Saiyan form. The thought that Kakarot, a mere low-class warrior, had succeeded where he, the prince of all Saiyans, had failed filled him with profound shame and resentment, which ultimately culminated in an overwhelming fury that enabled his transformation. With no heart condition to hinder him, Vegeta dominated Android 19 throughout their confrontation. He even intentionally allowed 19 to absorb his energy, showcasing his unparalleled strength. In the end, 19 met his demise under Vegeta's new ultimate technique, the Final Flash, leaving behind nothing but his head. Witnessing this, Android 20 realized he stood no chance against Vegeta and hastily retreated. As androids lack a life force, locating 20 became a daunting task for Vegeta and his companions after his escape. Fortunately, Bulma was aware of Dr. Gero's laboratory, nestled within a valley. The warriors divided into 2 groups, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others set out to find Dr. Gero, while Gohan escorted Bulma and Baby Trunks back. During the search for Dr. Gero, future Trunks arrived once more via the time machine. Upon seeing the severed head of Android 19, his expression changed dramatically, for this was not the android he recognized. What, then, was the nature of the androids his father and the others had battled? Soon, Trunks encountered Vegeta and the others, during which his true identity was revealed. They subsequently located Android 20 just before he reached the laboratory. However, just as Vegeta was about to strike, Android 20, in a fit of desperation, shouted loudly. He warned Vegeta and his companions that if he were allowed to release the other 2 androids, their doom would be assured. Fueled by his inflated ego from newfound strength, Vegeta brazenly permitted Android 20 to unleash the other 2 androids, despite Trunks' attempts to intervene. Duan Yuyan, I already foresee what is to come. Duan Yuyan, Vegeta will undoubtedly prove no match for the 2 androids. It is likely that Goku will return after recovering from his heart condition. Duan Yuyan. He will then successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2 and vanquish the 2 androids. Duan Yuyan's predictions garnered consensus among the other viewers, who shared similar sentiments. After all, it was evident that Vegeta could not defeat the 2 new androids. Otherwise, Super Saiyan 2 would not have emerged. These 2 new androids were surely meant to be confronted by the power of Super Saiyan 2. Cap. However, to return to the matter at hand. This Vegeta truly is reckless. Cap. Had he eliminated Dr. Gero earlier, the emergence of those 2 androids would have been averted. Zhang Chulan remarked. If we consider it this way, can we not say that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 is partly due to Vegeta? He continued, after all, if he hadn't let Dr. Gero escape, those 2 new androids would not have appeared, and consequently, Super Saiyan 2 would not have manifested. Chapter 39 delves into the identity of the androids, as the siblings seek refuge. Zhang Chulan's assertions garnered considerable agreement from the audience, as they indeed held merit. Lin Luo nodded in affirmation, indicating that Zhang Chulan's statement was accurate. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 undeniably had roots in Vegeta's actions, but not in the manner initially suggested. Rather, it was after Vegeta intentionally allowed Cell to achieve his perfect form. After all, Super Saiyan 2 was developed specifically to combat Perfect Cell. In this context, the creation of Super Saiyan 2 could indeed be attributed to Vegeta. Moreover, after Vegeta's deliberate facilitation of Cell's transformation, he also contributed to a masterpiece of global acclaim. However, both Duanmu Yin and Zhang Chulan's interpretations were met with disapproval from Vegeta himself. Vegeta exclaimed, "You are all spouting nonsense. How could I possibly be incapable of defeating those 2 new androids?" He declared, "Just wait and see. I will undoubtedly deal with those 2 newcomers." Duanmu Yin countered, "If that is the case, how did Super Saiyan 2 come into existence?" To which Vegeta replied, "How should I know? Regardless, I will certainly handle those 2 new androids." Although the strength of the 2 new androids remained unknown, Vegeta was confident in his prowess as depicted in the video. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had already become exceptionally formidable. How could mere androids possibly rival him? As for the origins of Super Saiyan 2, that was beyond his knowledge, nevertheless. He was certain it was not intended to confront those 2 newcomers. Vegeta's remarks sparked immense anticipation among countless viewers. Would Vegeta, as he claimed, triumph over the 2 new androids, or would he be bested by them, necessitating the emergence of Super Saiyan 2? The answers to these 2 questions would soon be unveiled. Within the video, after experiencing numerous trials, Dr. Gero finally arrived at his laboratory. Subsequently, he released the other 2 androids within the facility, designated as Android 17 and Android 18. Android 17 was a striking young man with black hair, while Android 18 was a stunning blonde beauty. At first glance, this youthful pair appeared rather weak. However, in reality, their strength was formidable, and they possessed boundless energy and stamina, to the extent that even Dr. Jero could not control them. Thus, he had no choice but to seal them away. Had it not been for his reliance on himself and Android 19 in seeking vengeance against Goku, Dr. Jero would never have released these two androids. To exert control over them, Dr. Jero devised an emergency stop device capable of halting the activities of androids 17 and 18. Due to the presence of the controller, the two androids feigned utmost reverence towards Dr. Jero upon awakening. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his companions arrived at the exterior of Dr. Jero's laboratory. After demolishing the entrance, the scene within the facility unfolded before their eyes. Upon spotting Vegeta and his allies, Dr. Jero commanded androids 17 and 18 to confront them. However, seizing the opportunity while Dr. Jero's attention was diverted to the warriors, Android 17 snatched away the remote control and shattered it. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful kick that severed Dr. Jero's head, thus ending the life of the very man who had created him. The foreboding words of Trunks had materialized into reality. Dr. Jero perished at the hands of his own creations. Inside the laboratory, Dr. Jero watched in horror as he witnessed his own demise captured on video. His original intention had been to manufacture androids and incorporate a control device to ensure their complete obedience. Yet, it appeared that such measures had proven futile. The footage revealed that despite his attempts, the controller had been seized, leading to his own death at the hands of Android 17. It became evident that merely adding a control device was insufficient. The androids must be devoid of consciousness, existing solely to heed his commands. Swiftly, Dr. Jero devised a solution to eliminate the android's consciousness entirely. Without awareness, they would be compelled to follow his orders. Thus, these two androids were the embodiment of his future creations. Yet, he pondered whether they were entirely artificial beings or if they were transformed humans. At this juncture, Dr. Jero's research branched into two distinct avenues. One focused on creating pure androids, complete automatons, while the other aimed to modify humans into androids, resulting in beings that were neither wholly human nor entirely robotic. He remained uncertain about the origins of androids 17 and 18 as depicted in the video. Somewhere on Earth, a brother and sister duo gazed in astonishment at the video of the two androids. The boy, named Robbies, and the girl, named Razali, were siblings, and their appearances bore an uncanny resemblance to those of androids 17 and 18. Indeed, they were the unaltered versions of the future androids. Robbies and Razali were their true names. The realization struck them. Would they ultimately be transformed into androids? As they beheld the future versions of themselves in the video, their astonishment deepened. Once ordinary humans, they were destined to become androids in the future. Although the prospect of becoming androids seemed appealing, they would much prefer to remain ordinary people, for who would willingly choose to become a machine? In essence, they were confronting the grim possibility of being captured by Dr. Jero and subsequently transformed into androids. Robbies mused aloud, contemplating their fate. Hiding will be futile. Dr. Jero will undoubtedly track us down. Thus, they could only seek refuge. Lazuli spoke up beside them. They all wished to avoid becoming androids, and in the absence of transformation, they were utterly no match for Dr. Jero. Whether they chose to hide or resist, neither option bore fruit. Thus, they had no choice but to seek someone to protect them. The best choice, without a doubt, was Sun Wukong and his companions. From previous footage, it appeared that they could find Sun Wukong and his allies in West City. Let us journey to West City and locate them without delay. Agreed. Having made their decision, the siblings promptly set off. Dr. Jero was likely already aware of their presence and was probably preparing to capture them. Time was of the essence. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Krillin felt a surge of emotion upon seeing Android 18. He believed he had fallen for this android at first sight. However, the thought of Trunks' warnings about the future being thrown into chaos by androids filled him with despair. Why? Why must this Android 18 be an antagonist? What a pity. In contrast to the aforementioned individuals, the attention of other spectators was drawn elsewhere. Chapter 40. The Shock of Infinite Energy. Everyone desires Dr. Jero. Juji, infinite energy. So, these two androids are perpetual motion machines. Duanyan, infinite energy. A concept unattainable by modern technology. Who would have thought it could be realized by a scientist in the Dragon Ball world? Duanyan. One can only say that the technological level of the Dragon Ball world is rather terrifying. Lufa. If they possess infinite energy, does that mean that even without genetic codes, these two androids have boundless life? Infinite energy. This concept is not merely beyond the realms of ordinary worlds. Even in worlds like the world of Diga and the world of Xingtian, where technology far surpasses the norm, infinite energy exists only in theory. Even if Ares could create a genetic code for life, granting eternal existence, he still could not achieve infinite energy. Regardless of Ares spacecraft or various weapons, none embody infinite energy. Whether the armor constitutes infinite energy remains uncertain, but the summoners of the armor do not possess infinite energy. Their stamina will inevitably wane. Yet, the infinite energy that eludes the greatest scientists of an entire civilization has been singularly accomplished by a scientist in the Dragon Ball world? This is utterly outrageous. One individual has produced a perpetual motion machine. Such intellect is beyond imagination. Li Xian Nan, Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world. Though lacking in strength compared to those alien monsters, are certainly not inferior in terms of technology and wisdom. Li Xian Nan, how can there be such a vast disparity among Earthlings? Dagu. Yet, this Dr. Gero does not utilize this technology for the betterment of humanity. Instead, he employs it for his own selfish ambitions, ultimately perishing at the hands of the very androids he created. It is indeed a poignant realization. Dr. Gero's intellect surpasses my own, enhanced by the powers of the brain fruit, by countless magnitudes. Should I uncover the secret to limitless energy, my aspirations would finally come to fruition. What does Dr. Gero aspire to? His dream is to create a world where energy can be shared freely. If he could achieve the same groundbreaking discovery of infinite energy, that dream would become a reality. Alas, he finds himself unable to do so. Upon the revelation of Dr. Gero's achievement, innumerable scientists across the multiverse were shaken to their core, yearning to journey to the Dragon Ball world for an enlightening dialogue with him. It becomes clear why the intervention of Super Saiyan 2 is necessary. These two androids possess boundless energy, and should their strength be comparable, they could exhaust their opponents entirely. Are these androids truly capable of rivaling the might of Super Saiyan Vegeta and Goku? Otherwise, the involvement of Super Saiyan 2 would be unwarranted. Vegeta scoffs, dismissing them as mere creations of Earthlings, questioning their strength. Watch closely. I shall swiftly deal with them, he declares with contempt, his expression revealing his disdain for the androids, whom he views as mere refuse fabricated by Earthlings. What strength could they possibly possess? Could Earthlings truly engineer androids that transcend the might of a Super Saiyan? Preposterous. He is a Super Saiyan, a warrior among Saiyans. There is no way he could be outmatched by technology conceived by Earthlings. The video swiftly provides an answer to whether Vegeta could contend with these androids. After eliminating Dr. Gero, androids 17 and 18 release another android, 16, whom Dr. Gero had explicitly cautioned against unleashing. However, they pay no heed to his warnings. According to Dr. Gero, android 16 is even stronger than they are, yet they remain skeptical. Unlike 17 and 18, who were modified from humans, 16 is a wholly artificial being crafted by Dr. Gero himself. The three androids disregard Vegeta and the others nearby, as their mission, as instructed by Dr. Gero, is to eradicate Goku. Feeling slighted by their indifference, Vegeta intervenes, prompting Android 18 to engage him in battle. In the initial confrontation, Vegeta and Android 18 appear evenly matched. However, as time progresses, Vegeta's stamina begins to wane, while Android 18, endowed with infinite energy, remains inexhaustible. Thus, she gradually began to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, Android 18 delivered a decisive kick that severed Vegeta's arm, bringing this battle to a close. Meanwhile, the other warriors, including Trunks and Piccolo, attempted to intervene but were thwarted by Android 17. Despite the collective efforts of the fighters, they were utterly defeated by 17 alone. After vanquishing Vegeta and his companions, the three androids departed. Before leaving, Android 18 bestowed a kiss upon Krillin's cheek, a gesture that indelibly etched her into his heart. Frieza, Vegeta, what was it you just said? You can handle these two androids? Frieza, you can't even defeat a single android. Vegeta, impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta was on the brink of madness. In the footage, he was, astonishingly, no match for the androids. He couldn't even best a single female android. How could this be possible? He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. That female android was merely a creation of Earthlings. How could she possibly rival him? Yet, aside from Vegeta, the other spectators were not particularly surprised, as they had anticipated this outcome. If Vegeta could triumph over the androids, then how could Super Saiyan 2 ever manifest? Although they were not surprised, they still felt a sense of lamentation. Goku, if only this Dr. Gero were a scientist in our navy. Goku, if he were to create a few androids, what would pirates even matter? Goku's commentary garnered considerable agreement from the crowd, as many longed for a scientist like Dr. Gero. His creations could outmatch even the Super Saiyans. What kind of scientist wouldn't he be coveted? In the realm of culinary captives, if the Gourmet Association could recruit Dr. Gero, obtaining the complete menu of Acacia would be a mere trifle. The association's leader, Sanjiro, mused quietly. Chapter 41. The Benevolent Androids, a Reflection Across Worlds. Sanjiro's thoughts echoed those of many nefarious villains, all wishing for an ally like Dr. Gero to create androids that could aid them in achieving their ambitions. Whether they could control Dr. Gero and his androids was an entirely different matter. Unfortunately, Dr. Gero resided in the Dragon Ball universe, far beyond their reach. On the journey to West City, the siblings Lazuli and Lapis also witnessed the power of their own android selves in the video. Yet, they remained steadfast in their convictions. They did not wish to become androids. They recalled Trunks mentioning that their future selves were cruel and violent, having killed many and turned their world into a hellscape. They had no desire to become such beings. Moreover, They understood that the stronger their exhibited power in the video, the greater the danger they faced. Dr. Gero would undoubtedly seek to capture them. Thus, they had to hasten to West City and find refuge with Goku and the others. By the way, you actually kissed that bald-headed Krillin? Could it be that you have developed feelings for him? Lapis mused, recalling the earlier scene, and directed his words toward his sister beside him. Leave it be, Lazuli replied with a fleeting glance, uttering a single word. She could not comprehend why her video self would kiss Krillin. Yet, the notion of harboring affection for Krillin? That was utterly inconceivable. Who would ever be enamored with that little bald fellow? Piccolo's commentary emerged, prompting contemplation among others. I remember Trunks mentioning that we warriors were all slain by the androids. He stated, but why? In the video, did they refrain from killing us? Tien Shinhan chimed in. Indeed, when Yamcha encountered Dr. Gero, the doctor nearly ended his life. He continued, yet these two androids had ample opportunity, yet chose not to eliminate us. Krillin concurred. Indeed, they do not seem as ruthless as Trunks described. This revelation left countless viewers perplexed, as the behavior of the androids in the video appeared to starkly contrast Trunks' assertions. Was it possible that the androids depicted in the video had not yet transformed into the cruel and malevolent beings of the future? Amidst their bewilderment, the narration commenced. Androids 17 and 18, originally known as Lapis and Lazuli, were once ordinary siblings on Earth, forcibly transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Although they are indeed androids and Trunks had claimed they are exceedingly wicked in the future, in truth, they still possess a semblance of humanity. It could be stated that the beings in the video, while resembling their future counterparts, exhibited entirely different temperaments and capabilities. As the narration concluded, the events of 17 and 18's journey in search of Goku unfolded before the viewer's eyes. After defeating the warriors, they commandeered a large truck without taking any lives. Even when confronted by a gang, they merely taught them a lesson without resorting to lethal force. When the police apprehended them, they tossed aside the squad car without harming the officers. Thus, throughout their travels, they did not kill a single person. Aside from Dr. Gero, 17 and 18 had spared the lives of all. Not only did they refrain from harming warriors like Piccolo and Krillin, but they also did not take the life of any ordinary citizen. One could assert that they exhibited remarkable kindness. Had anyone else possessed their strength, they likely would have acted far more ruthlessly. Listening to the narration while observing the actions of 17 and 18, countless viewers across realms were profoundly moved. Although they were oblivious to the meaning behind the narration's phrase, I do not eat beef, they wholeheartedly agreed with the assertion that these two androids were exceptionally benevolent. As the narration articulated, 17 and 18 wielded such immense power. At this juncture, it could even be said that they were invincible. Yet, in such circumstances, they astonishingly chose not to take the life of a single individual. Even the petty thugs who sought to trouble them were spared. If this is not benevolence, then what truly embodies kindness? It is essential to remember that prior to their transformation into androids, they were merely ordinary inhabitants of Earth. Were it not for their extraordinary powers, others might have succumbed to tyranny, reveling in their might and becoming tyrants in their homeland. This monologue, intentionally inserted by Lin Luo, reflects his genuine admiration for androids 17 and 18. He has encountered numerous critiques echoing similar sentiments. Broadly, they ponder what one might do upon acquiring the invincible power contained within the Dragon Balls. On the first day, I shall protect the Earth. On the second day, I shall abstain from consuming beef. On the third day, I shall embrace my homeland. On the fourth day, I shall safeguard my Earth. On the fifth day, how dare you inhabit my Earth without my consent? While these statements carry a humorous undertone, who can guarantee that jest will not morph into reality? Who can assure themselves that they would remain steadfast after becoming invincible? Yet, 17 and 18 have achieved this remarkable balance. In the early stages of the Android saga, they were indeed unparalleled, yet they refrained from tyranny, merely commandeering a truck and ultimately ending the life of Dr. Gero, sparing everyone else. Such is the essence of their goodness. This is precisely why 18 is revered as the goddess of Dragon Ball. Beyond her undeniable beauty, her character radiates grace. Had she mirrored her future counterpart's malevolence, even her beauty would not have rendered her the universally recognized goddess. Zhanghua, the video speaks the truth. It is incredibly rare for beings of such immense power to retain their humanity and kindness. Cap, their character is superior, surpassing even the majority of pirates and most navies. Zhang Zhuwei, how wonderful it would be if those formidable beings possessed such noble hearts. Duan Mu Yan, were there individuals of such virtue among the Oksar, I would never have become a killing machine. Li Haoyan, who could argue otherwise? If only there were such individuals within the underworld. Countless souls across myriad realms express their yearning for more individuals of such caliber, believing that their worlds would flourish with their presence. Even Lazuli and Lapis felt a swell of pride upon witnessing the accolades bestowed upon them through the comments. At that moment, a particular remark captured the attention of the audience. Piccolo, but if that is the case, then Super Saiyan 2 should not be intended for these two androids. Piccolo, Could there be an adversary even stronger than them? Piccolo's comment sparked fervent discussion among the viewers. Chapter 42, The True Enemy. Who resides within the cocoon? Zhonghua. Indeed, if the androids are so virtuous, then Super Saiyan 2 must not be meant to confront them. Zhonghua. Therefore, are there even more formidable foes lurking? Kakashi. Although Vegeta and Piccolo have been thoroughly beaten, I believe they will not oppose the androids again. Kakashi. It seems that Super Saiyan 2 is indeed not meant to combat them. Duanmu Yin. So, the true enemy has yet to surface? Li Xian Nan. I see. Much like my situation, I initially assumed the beasts were the ultimate adversaries, only to discover there are entities like the Kai and the Dark Protectors lurking in the shadows. Xian Sheng. Yet, given that this video discusses these two androids, Xian Sheng, the genuine foe must be connected to them. Dagu. Precisely, otherwise, this video would not squander time introducing and elaborating on these androids. Ichigo Kurosaki. So, who is the true enemy, and what ties do they have to these androids? Ichigo's inquiry resonates with the other spectators, particularly with warriors like Piccolo and Krillin. For the audience at large, this is merely entertainment, but for Piccolo, Krillin, and their comrades, this is a matter of personal relevance. It pertains to their future. Thus, their desire to uncover the identity of the true enemy is palpable. As the androids seek Goku, the warriors embark on their own paths. Firstly, Krillin and Trunks head to Goku's residence to relocate him to Master Roshi's for further treatment. Meanwhile, Piccolo proceeds to the Sacred Temple, preparing to merge with the Supreme Kai. As for Vegeta, having been struck by Android 18, he finds a cliff to contemplate. Lost in thought, upon arriving at the temple, Piccolo's intentions are clear to the Supreme Kai, who does not refuse him. Originally, Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were one entity, with Piccolo being the dark thoughts expelled from the Supreme Kai's consciousness. Upon merging, they will revert to their original, complete Namekian form, a Super Namekian that rivals even Super Saiyans. However, upon their fusion, the Dragon Balls vanish. Meanwhile, en route to Master Roshi's, Trunks receives a call from his mother Bulma, informing him that another time machine has been discovered. Trunks, Krillin, and Gohan arrive at Bulma's home, and after learning the location of the time machine, they set off for their destination. Upon arrival, they find the time machine overgrown with moss, indicating it has been abandoned for some time. Trunks declares that this machine is indeed his own. Nearby, they encounter a green cocoon, which has been breached, with its contents now vanished. The presence of the cocoon instills a sense of unease among them. What is this cocoon? Did the being within it travel here via the time machine? Bardock. Hence, what lies within the cocoon is the true enemy. Bardock. Super Saiyan 2 should be designed to confront it. Zhang Chulan. But what exactly resides within the cocoon? Is it an insect? Zhang Chulan pondered the nature of his connection with the two artificial beings, questioning why he would embark on yet another time machine. Duanmu Yin remarked on the existence of two time machines, one of which was the same as Trunks's. Yet it appeared that the entity within the cocoon had taken its place. Although Duanmu Yin did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear to all present. Since the time machine was commandeered by the creature within the cocoon, the original owner, Trunks, had likely met with an unfortunate fate. Yet, Naruto Uzumaki interjected, but isn't Trunks still alive? Could there possibly be another Trunks? Li Xian then added, such matters related to time travel are indeed perplexing. At that moment, the Angel Whis stepped forward to elucidate. Indeed, there exists another Trunks, but he does not belong to the same timeline as the Trunks in the video. He continued, you may comprehend this as a parallel universe. Kawaii grasped the concept, saying, I see, so theoretically, there are countless Trunks. Yagyu mused, so, this entity within the cocoon originates from another parallel universe? Daigu concluded, no wonder a Super Saiyan 2 is required. A formidable being from another parallel universe is not something to be trifled with. The notion of parallel universes was readily accepted by the new generation of Ultramen. As they traversed various parallel realms themselves, they understood that adversaries emerging from alternate realities are indeed formidable. To vanquish such foes, they had to acquire new powers and unlock new forms. Thus, this creature within the cocoon necessitated the intervention of a Super Saiyan 2. The pressing question remained, what exactly was this entity within the cocoon, and what was its connection to the androids, androids 17 and 18? It seemed implausible that there was no relation at all. Otherwise, the extensive discourse on androids at the beginning of the video would have been a mere exercise in futility. It was unlikely that Lin Luo, the video's publisher, would indulge in such triviality. The emergence of the cocoon revealed the intricate complexities of the situation, and during their investigation, the warriors finally encountered the being within. This creature, with its dark green body adorned with black spots and a long tail reminiscent of an insect, was named Cell. By absorbing the life force of Earth's inhabitants, his power grew exponentially, resulting in entire cities being reduced to desolation. Upon encountering Cell, Piccolo discovered a horrifying truth. The creature possessed the energies of several individuals, including Goku, Piccolo himself, and Krillin. To unravel this enigma, Piccolo feigned defeat, hoping to satiate Cell's curiosity before his demise. Seizing this opportunity, Cell transformed into a veritable oracle, divulging certain secrets to Piccolo. Originally, Cell was also an artificial being created by Dr. Gero. The doctor gathered numerous warrior cells, amalgamating them to produce Cell, which explains the multitude of energies within him. Moreover, from the information left by Dr. Gero, it is evident that by absorbing androids 17 and 18, he could transform into his ultimate form. However, in the timeline he inhabited, those two androids were missing. Consequently, he murdered Trunks from his timeline and subsequently traveled back in time using a time machine. The information provided by Cell allowed Piccolo to deduce the situation's essence. Chapter 43 reveals that androids 17 and 18 are merely the materials Cell needs to achieve his complete form. In Piccolo's reasoning, the Trunks of this timeline must have defeated androids 17 and 18. However, just as Trunks was about to return to the past to share the good news, he was ambushed and killed by Cell. Following this, Cell utilized the time machine to arrive in the present timeline. This indicates that Cell's original timeline exists in a future beyond that of the Trunks they are familiar with. Having acquired the information he sought, Piccolo shed his previous despondency. Observing this transformation, Cell realized he had been deceived, yet based on his understanding, Piccolo should not possess such intelligence. Piccolo informed Cell that due to his fusion with the Supreme Kai, he had gained the wisdom of the Kai. Just as Piccolo was poised to confront Cell, the latter executed a powerful technique known as the Solar Flare, incapacitating Piccolo and escaping. Afterward, Piccolo relayed all he had learned to the arriving Krillin and Tien. Upon grasping the situation, it became evident to the warriors what their next steps should be. First and foremost, they needed to locate Cell. Secondly, they must prevent Cell from absorbing the androids. The most effective strategy would be to defeat androids 17 and 18. Subsequently, Krillin and Trunks returned to Dr. Gero's laboratory, where they discovered Cell's embryo and the blueprints for the androids underground. Trunks and Krillin took the blueprints and destroyed Cell's embryo, ensuring that this timeline Cell would not emerge. Daigyu, I never imagined that this creature in the cocoon had such a background. He too is an artificial being. Kakashi, moreover, by absorbing androids 17 and 18, he can attain his perfect form. Zhang Chulan. So, these two androids are merely the materials Cell needs to become complete. Naruto Uzumaki. But since the Cell from the past timeline has already been dealt with. Naruto Uzumaki. Does that mean the Cell from the future will also vanish? Sasuke Uchiha. You're so foolish. It's been stated that these are parallel universes, and they do not affect each other. Whis. Indeed, events from the past do not influence the future. At most, it creates a new parallel timeline. Bardock. It seems that Super Saiyan 2 is intended to confront Cell. In the Warring States period, it appears highly likely that Cell has successfully transformed into his perfect form. The warriors failed to prevent this transformation, revealing that Cell is indeed the true adversary. The Super Saiyan 2 was specifically designed to confront him, and there is a strong possibility that Cell will attain his complete form. On the road to West City, observing the barrage of speculations, Lazuli and Lapis wore expressions of deep concern. The individuals depicted in the video would be absorbed by Cell, implying that their future selves were doomed. Indeed, their reluctance to become androids was justified. Was Dr. Gero's intention in transforming them into androids merely to provide Cell with the materials necessary for his evolution? Within the confines of Gero's laboratory, he reveled in his brilliance. Marveling at his ability to create such a formidable being as Cell, he watched the video with great excitement. Although he had not yet conceived of such a notion, the future version of himself had already acted upon it. Now that he was aware, he would expedite Cell's emergence. Dr. Gero understood that time was of the essence. The warriors featured in the video would undoubtedly attempt to thwart him, thus he needed to act swiftly. Moreover, the laboratory was no longer secure, as its location had been revealed in the footage. A relocation was imperative. Yet, the dilemma was that this facility housed all his equipment and research. Changing laboratories was no simple task. While he could transport the data, the equipment would remain behind. Remaining in place would mean certain doom. He pondered for a moment and resolved to take the data with him, intending to fabricate and procure new equipment at a different site. Although this delay would postpone the emergence of the androids and Cell, it would at least diminish the likelihood of discovery. For these powerful beings, their focus lay on Cell's identity and strength. However, for the countless ordinary individuals across the multiverse, particularly those on Earth within the Dragon Ball realm, their concerns centered on those absorbed by Cell. Previously, Dr. Gero and Android 19 had effortlessly annihilated an entire city, claiming the lives of its inhabitants. Now, Cell had absorbed the people of several cities. These ordinary souls found themselves powerless in a world dominated by such monstrous entities, utterly unable to dictate their own fates. As the multitude of viewers continued to watch the video, they were eager to understand how Cell absorbed androids 17 and 18 and what his perfect form truly entailed. In the video, androids 17 and 18 remained oblivious to Cell's existence, unaware that they were merely components for his evolution. They arrived at Goku's home, only to find him absent. Android 16 informed them that Goku might be at Master Roshi's house. Upon their arrival at the Turtle Hermit's abode, they indeed found Goku. At this moment, Piccolo stepped forward, proposing a change of battleground. The three agreed. Subsequently, Piccolo and the trio of androids ventured to a distant island. Android 17 regarded Piccolo, whom he deemed a defeated foe, with disdain. However, Piccolo had merged with the nameless Namekian, transforming into the primordial Super Namekian. In this form, Piccolo's strength matched that of Android 17. The two engaged in an intense battle, seemingly evenly matched, yet akin to the conflict between Vegeta and Android 18. Android 17 possessed boundless energy and limitless stamina, while Piccolo did not. As time progressed, Piccolo began to tire. It was at this juncture that a figure entered the fray, Cell. The commotion from the clash between Piccolo and Android 17 had drawn Cell's attention. Upon seeing Cell, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of Cell's intentions and urged Android 17 to flee. Yet, Android 17, unfamiliar with Cell's nature and motives, dismissed him entirely. Piccolo warned Android 17 that Cell aimed to absorb him, and once he assimilated both him and Android 18, he would become the ultimate warrior. In response to Piccolo's words, Android 17 gestured towards Cell with his right thumb pointed at himself, declaring, "I am the ultimate warrior." However, after making this gesture, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Despite Android 17's unending energy, it was rendered futile against Cell's superior strength. He was soundly beaten by Cell, who then seized the opportunity to swallow Android 17 whole. Following the absorption of Android 17, Cell underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 44. The entire Earth is searching for Dr. Gero. After absorbing Android 17, Cell, initially diminutive and insect-like, experienced a dramatic evolution. His physique grew tall and robust, and his previously indistinct face began to take on a more human appearance. Yet, the external changes were not the most significant aspect. The crucial factor was the substantial enhancement of Cell's power. The aura he emanated instilled fear even in Piccolo. On the road to West City, I was absorbed by that grotesque creature. Lapis found it hard to accept as he watched the video of himself being consumed. Being absorbed by such an ugly being felt like a nightmare. If you were absorbed, it seems my turn is not far off. Lazuli's expression mirrored his distress. With her brother now absorbed, it was clear that she was the next target for Cell. However, Lapis, you were somewhat overconfident, Lazuli remarked to her brother. Piccolo had already warned you to flee, yet you chose to engage Cell instead. Had you run, Cell would not have found it so easy to absorb you. Hearing his sister's words, Lapis found himself unable to refute them. Indeed, watching the video, he felt a twinge of discomfort at his own arrogant demeanor. Clearly, his character was not inherently like this. It appears that after being transformed into an android, his personality underwent some alterations, becoming haughty and arrogant. However, it is fortunate that despite his metamorphosis into an artificial being, he still retains a semblance of humanity. He has not devolved into a malevolent and brutal creature. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to confront his own existence. Yet, as reiterated, as long as he does not succumb to becoming an android, the absorption of others will not transpire. For the other spectators, the scene of the absorption of number 17 was anticipated long before it occurred. After all, they had previously surmised that Cell would attain his perfect form. Thus, the moment of number 17's absorption did not evoke overwhelming astonishment. Their surprise lay elsewhere. Goku remarked, "I recall that Cell was not even a match for Piccolo before. Had Piccolo not feigned defeat to gather intelligence, he would have easily triumphed over Cell." He continued, "Yet, look at how little time has passed. Cell can now effortlessly overpower number 17. Just how much life energy has he absorbed?" Goku's commentary left countless viewers, particularly the ordinary ones, in a state of silence. They were acutely aware that Cell could enhance his strength by consuming the life energy of others. The transformation from being unable to contend with Piccolo to easily defeating number 17 was unimaginable in terms of the life energy he must have consumed. It was likely that several cities had transformed into desolate wastelands, devoid of any survivors. The mere thought of those who perished at Cell's hands sent shivers down the spines of even the villains. While they too had taken lives, in comparison to Cell, they seemed almost benevolent. Cell truly embodied the essence of a demon. What could Dr. Gero have been feeling when he created such a monster? Given the current circumstances, it is fortunate that Dr. Gero had been eliminated by number 17 earlier. Otherwise, he would likely have met his demise at Cell's hands. Naruto wondered, "I wonder if Dr. Gero regrets having created such a terrifying demon." Dr. Gero retorted, "Regret? Why should I regret? The fact that I could create such a powerful android fills me with admiration for myself." As he gazed upon Cell in the video, his eyes sparkled with affection. The ability to engineer an android like Cell was a testament to his exceptional prowess. He would not relent. However, the content of the video also served as a warning. Creating androids is permissible, but he must be able to exert complete control over them. Otherwise, it would be akin to nurturing a tiger at one's side. Dr. Gero's comments incited a wave of condemnation, yet he paid them no mind. Bulma proposed, "How about we preemptively locate Dr. Gero and eliminate him?" She added, "That way, there will be no androids or Cell to contend with." This suggestion by Bulma had indeed been raised in the original narrative, though it had garnered no support. However, upon learning about the artificial beings created by Dr. Gero, particularly the formidable Cell, the warriors unanimously supported Bulma's proposal. Indeed, Krillin remarked, "At this juncture, Dr. Gero has likely not yet produced any androids. If we can preemptively address him, we can avert the impending crisis of the androids." Although Vegeta is en route to Earth, I believe he would also concur with this suggestion, Tien added. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta remained silent upon hearing Tien's remark, but instinctively nodded in agreement. Deep down, he too harbored a desire to eliminate Dr. Gero. After all, the very existence of this individual had tarnished the pride of the Saiyans. Despite their transformation into Super Saiyans, they found themselves unable to contend with the androids he had created. Such a being could not be allowed to continue existing. If they could eradicate him and thereby prevent the emergence of the androids, he would undoubtedly support that endeavor. In that case, Krillin proposed, "Let us hasten to locate Dr. Gero and then return to our training." After all, Bulma's father's high-gravity device is still under construction, he added. "Excellent idea," Yamcha agreed. With their minds made up, the warriors resolved to track down Dr. Gero and eliminate him before he could pose any further threat. In the past, they would have hesitated to take action against such an elderly figure, but now, armed with the knowledge of his malevolent intentions and the ruthless nature of Cell, they felt no moral burden. Following their declarations, many Earthlings within the Dragon Ball universe also voiced their desire to assist in the search for Dr. Gero. After all, the threat posed by Cell to them was paramount. They were not willing to become mere life energy for Cell's consumption in the future. Thus, a fervent wave of animosity towards Dr. Gero swept across the Dragon Ball world, with nearly everyone on Earth actively seeking him out. Although the Saiyans were set to invade Earth in a year's time, the threat posed by Dr. Gero was deemed far graver. First, they must deal with Dr. Gero. "Krillin," called out Lapis, "Lazuli and I are currently en route to West City. Could you possibly come to our aid?" "Who are you?" Krillin inquired. "We are the two androids from the video, though we have yet to be transformed into androids by Dr. Gero," Lapis explained. "Very well, please share your current location." Krillin responded. Chapter 45. A bag of Senza beans and a pack of cigarettes. Second stage cell control for a day. Inside the laboratory, Dr. Gero wore a rather grim expression. He deeply regretted sending those two messages. Had he known, he would have refrained. Now, the entirety of Earth was in pursuit of him. If he had already created the androids and transformed himself into one, it would not matter. He would not fear them. But the dilemma was that he remained merely an ordinary human. Apart from possessing exceptional intelligence, he is merely an ordinary individual in terms of strength. If he were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. What exacerbates his predicament is that the two materials he used to create the androids are now set to converge with those warriors. Although he could seek alternative materials, he cannot guarantee that these substitutes will be as formidable as the androids depicted in the video. After all, the video provides concrete examples, and it stands to reason that he would attempt to replicate those. However, it seems that option is no longer viable. Nevertheless, those concerns can be addressed later. For now, he must devise a means to evade the global search. While the technology at his disposal surpasses that of the rest of the world, it is still insufficient to withstand the relentless pursuit of the entire planet. Among those searching for him are the very warriors he fears. In that moment, Dr. Gero felt a twinge of despair. Do NMYN. This is precisely the right course of action. Since we are forewarned of a threat, we must extinguish it in its infancy. Do NMYN wholeheartedly endorsed the actions of Krillin and the others. Were he in their position, he would have acted similarly. Just as he would seize the opportunity to apprehend anyone he suspected might transform into an Oozuru before they could do so. After all, those destined to become Oozuru are unlikely to be virtuous individuals. Would it be prudent to wait until they transform into Oozuru to deal with them? Preposterous. Li X NNN. Given the technology of the Dragon Ball world, locating Dr. Gero should not prove difficult, right? Li H ODN. Not necessarily. Dr. Gero's technology is superior to that of the entire world, making him hard to find. Krillin. No worries, if all else fails. We can use the Dragon Balls to wish for Shinran to reveal Dr. Gero's location. Yamcha, but we still need to resurrect Goku, right? Krillin, we still have the Namekian Dragon Balls, don't we? Krillin, to our friends on Namek, if you are watching this video, would you be willing to assist us if the need arises? Elder Namek, of course. At present, all Namekians are aware that Krillin, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan are their benefactors. Although events on Namek have yet to unfold, and may never do so, they are bound by gratitude. If called upon for help, they will undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Krillin, it's settled. With the assurance of assistance from the Namekians, Tien, Yamcha, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With the Dragon Balls as their safety net, they felt reassured. Now, They eagerly anticipated seeing where Dr. Gero would attempt to flee. Zhang Chulan. It appears that the Dragon Ball world will not witness the emergence of androids after all. Zhanghua. It can be said that the future of the Dragon Ball world has been irrevocably altered. Zhanghua, alas. I too wish for a glimpse of a video that would foreshadow our world's future. Kakashi, who wouldn't he? I too yearn to know what lies ahead for our world and what my own future holds. Many shared these sentiments and aspirations. After all, if one could foresee the future, they would be able to prepare in advance and alter the course of events. Unfortunately, apart from the videos from the Dragon Ball universe, there have yet to be any spoilers regarding the future. In the world of Dragon Ball, located in West City on Earth, Lin Luo felt no stirrings within as he observed the barrage of comments. He had long been aware that the release of his video would indeed alter the future of Dragon Ball. But so what? He had published the video with such an intention, as a traveler who had crossed into a world he was familiar with. If he did not aspire to change the plot and the future, what was the purpose of his journey? Even those protagonists who merely followed the original storyline could not ensure that the narrative would unfold precisely as before. As for the concern that Goku and his companions would be unable to transform due to the changes in the future, the truth remains that, given their capabilities, they would find a way to transform regardless of the storyline's trajectory. Many agree with the notion that it is not the Saiyans who have elevated Goku, but rather Goku who has uplifted the Saiyans. Thus, even if the future diverges, lacking the events on Namek or the androids, Goku would still be the same Goku. Finding alternative means to become a Super Saiyan. Moreover, once he acquires the abilities showcased in the videos, he could also teach Goku and the others. Once he attains powers equivalent to or surpassing that of an angel, instructing them to become Super Saiyans would be a trivial matter. And mastering Ultra Instinct would pose no challenge at all. Therefore, there is no need to worry about Goku and his allies. Ichigo Kurosaki. By the way, now that Android 17 has been absorbed, the next target must be Android 18, right? Kakashi. Indeed, it seems that Cell will soon achieve his perfect form. Countless viewers are filled with curiosity about what Cell's perfect form will entail. After absorbing Android 17, Cell seeks to continue with Android 18, only to be halted by Android 16. Android 16 possesses greater strength than both Androids 17 and 18, even being able to temporarily withstand Cell's second form. Yet, this resistance is short-lived, as 16 soon falls and is injured by Cell. Piccolo, too, is sent flying into the sea by Cell's second form, his fate uncertain. Just as Cell is about to absorb Android 18, a figure materializes before him. This figure is none other than Tien Shinhan. To prevent Cell from absorbing Android 18, he stakes his life on the line, relentlessly unleashing his Kikaho to suppress Cell, thereby buying precious time for Android 18 to escape. This marks yet another moment of glory for Tien, a long-awaited resurgence since his previous highlight during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, when he battled Goku. His remarkable display has given rise to a saying that has been passed down: one bag of senza beans, one pack of cigarettes, and Cell's second form under control for a day. What does this imply? The essence of the matter is that Tien Shinhan, equipped with a bag of senza beans and a pack of cigarettes, could simultaneously indulge in smoking while utilizing the beans to restore his energy, thereby unleashing the Kikaho to hold the second form Cell at bay for an entire day. One must understand that the disparity in power between Tien Shinhan and the second form Cell can aptly be described as a chasm. His remarkable performance is no less impressive than when Krillin severed Frieza's tail with his Kienzan. In fact, one might argue that Tien's display surpasses that of Krillin's during that fateful encounter. After all, the power gap between the second form Cell and Tien is indeed greater than that between the first form Frieza and Krillin. Chapter 46. The Enchanted Realm That Leaves All in Awe. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Observing his own performance in the video and listening to the narrator's accolades, Tien could not help but puff out his chest slightly. He felt a sense of pride for the figure he saw on screen. Certainly, he was acutely aware of the potential consequences of his reckless display of Kikaho. He could very well meet his demise. However, if his sacrifice could thwart Cell's transformation into his perfect form, then his death would be entirely justified. After all, the narrator had proclaimed this as his long-awaited moment of glory. The last time he had experienced such a high point was during his battle with Goku at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Since then, he had been bereft of noteworthy moments. During the Saiyan invasion, he fell victim to Nappa, contributing little. The situation on Namek was no better, as he did not even return to life. Now, in the Android Saga, he had finally become relevant once more. Even if this moment of brilliance cost him his life, it would be worth it. Krillin, Tien is truly risking it all. He probably has not even considered the prospect of survival. Vegeta, indeed. If Cell manages to break free, it spells certain doom for him. Krillin, no, my point extends beyond that. Krillin, the excessive use of Kikaho can be fatal. Otherwise, why would the narrator mention preparing a bag of senzu beans for Tien? Upon reading Krillin's comments, the other fighters nodded in agreement. They were well aware that utilizing the Kikaho consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Overexertion could indeed jeopardize one's life. Tien's reckless application of this technique clearly demonstrated his disregard for life, all to prevent Cell from achieving his perfect form. Zoro, unfortunately. Cell will likely still attain his perfect form in the end. Zoro, Tien's actions merely delayed Cell's transformation. Sanji. So, ultimately, Cell managed to locate Android 18. Sanji, but how did he find her? This raised a myriad of questions among the audience. Cell's ability to locate Android 17 stemmed from the commotion of the battle with Piccolo, which drew Cell's attention. This was quite understandable. However, the means by which he discovered Android 18 remained a mystery, unless Android 18 was also engaged in combat with others, which seemed unlikely given the current circumstances, as the fighters would likely avoid engaging her to prevent Cell's evolution into his perfect form. The warriors, indeed, were no match for her. So how did Cell manage to find Android 18? With a sense of curiosity, the audience continued to watch the video. In the footage, thanks to Tien's valiant efforts, Android 18 successfully escaped, preventing Cell from achieving his perfect form. However, due to the excessive use of the Kikaho, Tien himself was left on the brink of death. In that perilous moment, a figure emerged, rescuing both him and Piccolo, who had fallen into the sea, bringing them back to safety. And that figure was none other than Goku. Indeed, Goku's heart condition had been cured. Through instant transmission, he saved Piccolo and Tien, whisking them away from under Cell's very nose. After administering some senzu beans, the two regained their strength. Goku's recovery was indeed a cause for celebration. But with his power, he too would not be a match for Cell. Nevertheless, Goku remained unperturbed. He contemplated a method to enhance his strength, the hyperbolic time chamber. This extraordinary room allows 1 year to pass inside, while merely a day elapses outside. He had ventured into it during his childhood while training at the temple, although he had spent only a few days within its confines before emerging. To augment his power, the hyperbolic time chamber was an excellent option. Subsequently, he took Gohan and used instant transmission to reach Vegeta's side. Trunks was also present, watching his father intently. Goku informed Vegeta of a place that could greatly aid in their training, inviting him and Trunks to join him. Vegeta consented, yet with the condition that he enter first. Goku agreed. Soon after, they arrived at the temple, and Vegeta along with Trunks entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Meanwhile, Cell began his search for Android 18. He scoured the nearby islands, knowing that 18 was accompanied by 16, and to avoid detection, she would not fly. Therefore, she must still be in the vicinity. In his quest to locate 18, Cell obliterated numerous islands, some of which housed entire cities. The number of lives lost at his hands was staggering. On the other side, Krillin handed the blueprints of the androids to Bulma. With the blueprints, Bulma could devise a controller capable of halting the androids in an emergency. If they could stop 18, they could thwart Cell's evolution into his perfect form. Thus, a day passed. During this time, Cell still had not found Android 18. However, Bulma successfully constructed the emergency stop controller and handed it to Krillin. Moreover, Vegeta and Trunks had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Rock Lee, the hyperbolic time chamber. A day outside equals a year inside. What an extraordinary place. Rock Lee, does this mean one can rapidly enhance their strength here? Kapu, why doesn't our world possess such a miraculous place? If it did, I would have captured Roger long ago. Countless formidable beings gazed enviously at the hyperbolic time chamber, an extraordinary realm where 1 day outside equates to a year within. If they could cultivate within, their strength would undoubtedly soar. The crucial point is that only a single day has passed outside. It can be said that this place allows them to attain formidable power in a remarkably short time. As more revelations about the Dragon Ball world emerge through the videos, their astonishment towards it only deepens. However, this is hardly surprising. After all, the hyperbolic time chamber would amaze anyone, even in a fantastical realm. It is essential to recognize that the hyperbolic time chamber pertains not only to the laws of time, but also to the laws of space. A room with an infinitely expansive interior. The laws of time and space are paramount in any universe. Even the mightiest beings in fantastical worlds are astounded upon learning of the hyperbolic time chamber. Such a training ground, characterized by divergent time flow and an infinite expanse, is reserved for protagonists alone. Dagu. Could it be that after training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan 2 and subsequently defeat Cell? Shinshung. But hasn't Cell not yet achieved his perfect form? Isn't Super Saiyan 2 meant to combat his perfected state? Vegeta, haha. It must be so. I have surely mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 and dealt with Cell. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta is brimming with excitement. At long last, he can surpass that Kakarot. He has finally outpaced Kakarot, becoming Super Saiyan 2 before him. The fact that a mere lower-class warrior could transform into a Super Saiyan before him irks him greatly. If Kakarot were to achieve Super Saiyan 2 first, he would truly be unable to contain himself. However, it now appears that he has triumphed. He has transformed into Super Saiyan 2 faster than Kakarot. Frieza, Vegeta. Do not rejoice too soon. Beware of being proven wrong later. Frieza, Cell has yet to attain his perfect form. Super Saiyan 2 is not likely to manifest so soon. Chapter 47, World-Renowned Painting, Ole wa su pa Vegeta da. Frieza does not believe that Vegeta can already transform into Super Saiyan 2. After all, if Super Saiyan 2 is merely to confront the second form of Cell, would that not be rather undignified? It is known that Goku's Super Saiyan was intended to face Frieza at full power. A transformation that exceeds Super Saiyan should not be simply employed against a second form Cell, should it? Vegeta, who told you that Super Saiyan 2 must be used against perfect Cell? Vegeta, can I transform into Super Saiyan 2 and eliminate this second form Cell? Yamcha no. Tien, no. Frieza no. Those who harbor discontent towards Vegeta unanimously assert that it cannot be. They refuse to accept Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Frieza, needless to say, has established an adversarial relationship with Vegeta and certainly does not wish for him to attain Super Saiyan 2. Likewise, he does not wish for Goku to transform either. As for the warriors, although in the video, Vegeta and they are comrades, they are still unable to accept this reality. After all, they had fought fiercely against Vegeta not long ago, and in a year's time, they would again confront him in battle. How could they possibly accept that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 before them? Naturally, they hoped that Goku would once again be the first to achieve this transformation. Witnessing such widespread dissent against him, Vegeta was nearly driven to exasperation. Unfortunately, there was little he could do. Retaliating through comments would be futile. Thus, he chose to remain silent for the moment, planning to unleash his frustrations once the video progressed further. Vegeta was confident that the subsequent content would depict his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 as he decisively confronted Cell. After Vegeta and Trunks exited the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Gohan entered to train. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his son set out to confront Cell on a remote island. They located Cell, who was perilously close to the location of Android 18. Had it not been for the arrival of Vegeta and Trunks, Cell would have found her imminently. Cell regarded their presence with utter disregard, perceiving Vegeta and Trunks as no match for Androids 17 and 18, let alone himself. However, in the next moment, Vegeta let out a fierce roar, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped him. He then proceeded to dominate Cell in combat. Before the second form of Cell, Vegeta appeared invincible. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Vegeta exclaimed, unable to contain his elation. I told you, it's definitely me who transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and defeated Cell. But is this really Super Saiyan 2? Krillin questioned. It seems to me that there is not much difference from Super Saiyan. Indeed, Piccolo concurred. While Vegeta's power has certainly increased, he appears unchanged in form. Who said that transforming into Super Saiyan 2 must be accompanied by a visible change? Vegeta retorted. Do you even know what a Super Saiyan 2 looks like? To Vegeta's remarks, Krillin and the others found themselves at a loss for a counterargument. Indeed, they had no knowledge of what a Super Saiyan 2 truly resembled, making Vegeta's claim not entirely implausible. Yet, could it be that Vegeta had indeed surpassed Goku in achieving the Super Saiyan 2 transformation? Their skepticism lingered as they continued to watch. In the video, Vegeta exhibited overwhelming strength, rendering Cell utterly powerless. Cell, filled with resentment, shouted that if he could absorb Android 18 and attain his perfect form, Vegeta would surely not stand a chance against him. At that moment, buoyed by his significantly enhanced power, Vegeta's demeanor swelled with arrogance, leading him to believe he was invincible. In a bid to further showcase his prowess, Vegeta afforded Cell an opportunity to locate Android 18 and attain his perfect form. Naturally, Trunks was unwilling to comply. Yet, as he prepared to strike Cell, Vegeta intervened. Meanwhile, on another front, Krillin, armed with the controller, successfully found Android 18. With a mere press of a button, he could immobilize her and ultimately destroy her. However, at this crucial juncture, Krillin recalled the moment when Android 18 had kissed him on the cheek. Enchanted by her grace and beauty, he made a startling decision. He discarded the controller, crushed it beneath his foot, and allowed Android 18 to escape. Piccolo, Tien, and the others exerted every ounce of their strength to prevent Cell from achieving his perfect form. Yet, two individuals ultimately betrayed their efforts. The first was, of course, Vegeta. Had he not granted Cell the opportunity, the latter could not have transformed. The second was Krillin. Had he not chosen to prioritize a woman at that critical moment, Android 18 would have been obliterated. Thus, Cell's ascendance to perfection was contingent upon the actions of these two. They owed an apology to Piccolo, Tien, and the others. However, in comparison, Vegeta's transgression was far more egregious. Therefore, he would soon face the consequences, leaving behind a masterpiece of turmoil. As for Krillin, his decision bore unexpected benefits. As the narration concluded, the video revealed Cell locating Android 18. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, she was ultimately unable to prevent her absorption by Cell. Upon consuming Android 18, Cell underwent a remarkable transformation. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, enveloping his form in a radiant golden light. As the golden glow dissipated, the previously bulky and unattractive second stage Cell vanished, replaced by a well-proportioned and handsome perfect Cell. With the aid of Vegeta and Krillin, Cell achieved his perfect form. Now transformed, Cell regarded Vegeta with disdain. Yet, Vegeta remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Confronted by perfect Cell, he maintained his previous air of confidence, gesturing towards himself with his right thumb and proclaiming his famous line, "O Loa, Super Vegeta." Moments later, he found himself thoroughly beaten by perfect Cell. The power that could have easily crushed second stage Cell proved futile against this new foe. The tides of battle had turned. Ultimately, Cell landed a devastating elbow strike against Vegeta's back, sending him crashing to the ground and concluding the confrontation. Vegeta lay unconscious, a stark contrast to his earlier confident demeanor. Chapter 48. Vegeta must apologize to others. Frieza, Super Vegeta? Indeed, it is super. You were knocked down shortly after uttering that phrase. Frieza struggled to maintain his composure. Though he had contemplated the possibility of Vegeta facing defeat, he never anticipated it would manifest in such an abstract manner. Just after declaring himself as the speedy Vegeta, he indeed found himself swiftly overwhelmed. One must concede, he possessed a remarkable level of self-awareness. Frieza, I can't shake the feeling that this scene seems somewhat familiar. Frieza? Ah yes. I recall you uttering similar words in the previous video. Frieza, you mentioned that you had transformed into the Super Saiyan I dread most, only to be swiftly brought down by me. Observing Frieza's mockery, Vegeta's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, to have suffered a similar fate twice, with the same visage. In the last video, he faced Frieza thus, and now. In this video, he confronted Cell in the same manner. Each time, after harboring unwavering confidence in his own abilities, he was effortlessly crushed by his opponent. Truth be told, he yearned to inquire of his counterpart in the video what precisely he was thinking. Zhangguo. I can only say that Cell's transformation into his perfect form owes an indelible debt to Vegeta. Zhangguo. During the banquet, without Vegeta's presence, Cell wouldn't have dared to make a move. Zhang Jiwei. Twice, Vegeta granted Cell 2 opportunities. Zhang Jiwei. The first was at Dr. Gero's lab. Had he not released Dr. Gero, androids 17 and 18 would not have been liberated, and Cell would not have absorbed them. Zhang Jiwei now? This is the second instance. Duanmu Yan. The crux of the matter is that Trunks attempted to intervene both times, only to be thwarted by his father. Duanmu Yan. I truly sympathize with Trunks. The mere thought of Trunks being burdened with such a hapless father filled Duanmu Yan with pity. If his teammate were similarly inept, he would prefer to fight alone. Yet, on the other hand, it seemed he indeed had no allies. He had always been a solitary warrior in the fray. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, I apologize for having let down your efforts. Krillin, had I destroyed Android 18, Cell would not have achieved his perfect form. Krillin decisively accepted responsibility. He was uncertain of the thoughts of his counterpart in the video, but as an observer now, it was abundantly clear that Cell's evolution to perfection bore his share of culpability. An apology was warranted. 10. Krillin, this cannot solely be attributed to you. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest with Vegeta. Yamcha, Krillin has apologized. What about Vegeta? Why doesn't Vegeta step forward to apologize? Yamcha, according to the narration in the video, he ought to bow to Piccolo, Tien, and the unfortunate Android 18, who was absorbed by Cell due to his actions. Vegeta, of course, would not concede to an apology, yet he found himself unable to retort, opting instead for silence, consumed by impotent fury aboard the spaceship. That Yamcha was truly insufferable. Was it necessary to target him merely for having taken his woman? Piccolo, I fail to understand why you did not destroy Android 18. As a Namekian, Piccolo was perplexed by matters of love and affection, thus he could not comprehend why Krillin behaved the way he did. Meanwhile, Tien understood and bore no ill will towards Krillin. It was evident that Krillin had developed feelings for Android 18. On their journey to West City, Lapis remarked to her sister, it seems that Krillin has taken a liking to you. That kiss you shared with him left a lasting impression. Lazuli remained silent. Yet deep within, she felt a stirring upon witnessing the video where Krillin refrained from destroying her. The thought of Krillin coming to retrieve them sent her thoughts into disarray, leaving her uncertain about how to face him. The video's narrator had indicated that Krillin's actions had bestowed upon him certain advantages. What advantages were these? Did they pertain to her? Was it possible that she and Krillin were now together? Yet, that could not be, for she had been absorbed by Cell, and thus should have perished. Or perhaps she had been resurrected afterward. She was uncertain, left to ponder whether the video would provide clarity. Upon witnessing his father's defeat, Trunks stepped forward, insisting that Krillin escort his father to safety while he remained behind to confront Cell. After Krillin departed with Vegeta, Trunks unleashed his own power, his muscles swelling as he transformed into a formidable figure. The energy he emitted surpassed that of Cell. It appeared that Trunks had indeed surpassed Cell in strength. However, when the battle commenced, none of Trunks' attacks landed on Cell, who toyed with him effortlessly. Cell remarked to Trunks that despite his superior strength, his speed had significantly diminished. Striking an opponent with ineffective attacks served no purpose. Acknowledging Cell's words, Trunks recognized his errors. Cell inquired if there were no stronger opponents. To which Trunks replied that Goku and Gohan were training and would surely defeat him. This piqued Cell's interest. He spared Trunks' life and announced his intention to host a tournament akin to the World Martial Arts Tournament, dubbed the Cell Games. Subsequently, Cell appeared on television, broadcasting the details of the Cell Games to the entire world, including the time and location, set for 9 days hence. Remarkably, less than a day after Cell's announcement, Goku and Gohan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, both maintaining their Super Saiyan forms. Gohan had also achieved the transformation. Others were left puzzled by their sustained Super Saiyan appearances. Yet Vegeta instantly recognized the advantage. If one could acclimate to the Super Saiyan state, the strain on the body during power enhancements would lessen. After Goku and his son emerged, they first indulged in a hearty meal before Goku donned his signature martial arts uniform. Son Gohan had requested Piccolo to provide him with a set of Piccolo's attire. Subsequently, Son Goku took Son Gohan away, first visiting the Korin Tower to meet Master Korin. Goku sought Korin's assessment of the power disparity between himself and Cell, having unleashed merely half of his energy. Though it was only a fraction, it radiated immense strength, affecting even the distant temple high above Korin Tower. The others, sensing Goku's energy, were filled with astonishment, while Vegeta experienced a profound sense of frustration, having once again been surpassed by Goku. According to Master Korin's evaluation, Goku's power still fell short of Cell's. Yet, Goku remained undeterred, appearing as though he had anticipated this conclusion. Son Gohan, standing nearby, was equally astonished, not by his father's strength, but by the realization that his father had become so formidable. His unspoken thought lingered. Was the energy his father had just displayed truly that powerful? Why was everyone else so surprised? Did he not feel that intensity himself? Chapter 49. Cultivate diligently, study earnestly, nourish well, and rest adequately. Piccolo, doesn't Gohan feel that his father's strength is remarkable? Piccolo, could it be that Gohan's current power rivals that of Goku, or even surpasses it? As Gohan's father, Piccolo discerned the underlying meaning of Gohan's thoughts. He was perplexed by the lack of appreciation for Goku's strength. Was Gohan's power truly comparable to his father's? However, reflecting on Gohan's innate talent, Piccolo felt a sense of clarity. Why had he been training Gohan? It was precisely because of Gohan's extraordinary potential, hoping he could contribute during the Saiyan invasion. It now appeared that he had underestimated Gohan's capabilities. Son Gohan, am I really not weaker than Dad? That seems unlikely. Gohan himself lacked confidence, for he regarded his father as the strongest. How could he possibly be on par with him? Yet, returning to the video, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Surely, that transformation had occurred within the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Goku. Gohan, you are unaware of the vast potential within you. Son Goku, even if you surpass me, it would not be surprising. Goku was not taken aback by the prospect of Gohan's strength equaling his own. In fact, he considered it entirely normal. After all, he had recognized Gohan's extraordinary potential even when he was an infant. Surpassing him was not an unusual occurrence. Frieza, if this little brat is not inferior to Son Goku, does that mean he has surpassed Vegeta? Frieza, Vegeta, what does it feel like to be surpassed by a child? Frieza mocked Vegeta, yet he too felt a measure of exasperation. Wasn't the Super Saiyan supposed to be the legendary warrior of the Saiyans? How was it that Super Saiyans had become so prevalent? If Goku could transform, then surely Vegeta could as well. The one who killed his own Trunks is indeed something. And now, even such a young boy can transform. How has this Super Saiyan become so trivial? In response to Frieza's mockery, Vegeta offered no rebuttal. For deep within him, witnessing Gohan surpass him did not evoke any feelings of resentment. This puzzled him. Why was he indifferent to Gohan's ascendance? Vegeta was still unaware that his true concern lay solely with whether Goku would surpass him. He simply could not abide the thought of Goku eclipsing him. As for others, their surpassing him held little significance, especially that of the younger Gohan. In fact, he even felt a sense of regret for Gohan's abandonment of training. Ever since Goku had defeated him and surpassed him once, Vegeta's aspirations had narrowed down to just Goku. The surpassing of others was inconsequential, but Goku surpassing him? That was intolerable. Goku brought Gohan to Master Roshi's island, preparing to pick up Chi-Chi and depart. He had also devised a training regimen for the father-son duo. With just 9 days remaining until the Cell Games, Goku's plan entailed 3 days of rest, followed by 3 days of training, and concluding with another 3 days of rest. Gohan found this arrangement perplexing. Was such a schedule truly feasible? Was it reasonable for the rest period to outweigh the training time? Goku's reasoning stemmed from his discovery of a method to defeat Cell, while also aligning with the core principles imparted by his master, Master Roshi. The essence of the Turtle School's teachings could be distilled into 16 words: train diligently, study hard, eat well, and rest properly. Master Roshi, despite having fallen to a level akin to a mere spectator, remains an eternal sage. His wisdom is timeless. The simplicity of these 16 words belies the profound truths they convey. After all, how else could he have nurtured the mightiest Saiyan, Goku, and the strongest Earthling, Krillin? Listening to the narrative accompanying the video, countless viewers from across the multiverse were moved. Train diligently, study hard, eat well, and rest properly. It is easy to say, but difficult to practice. Zhangguo. In essence, Master Roshi's 16 words convey the notion of focusing on the task at hand and avoiding distractions. Zhangguo yet. Achieving this is immensely challenging. Zhang Zhuwei. That reflects the mindset of a true master. I am still far from Roshi's realm. Zoro, I see. So when it's time to train, one should train earnestly, and when it's time to eat, one should eat well. Zoro understood. To become the world's greatest swordsman, he trains rigorously, even contemplating his training during meals and sleep. However, according to Master Roshi's philosophy, one should focus solely on training during training sessions. And when it is mealtime or rest time, one should dedicate themselves entirely to those activities, without entertaining thoughts of training. If these 16 words were uttered by others, he would undoubtedly dismiss them and find no merit in their reasoning. Why not dedicate the time meant for meals and rest to cultivation instead? Such an approach would undoubtedly expedite the enhancement of one's strength. However, these insights were derived from the turtle hermit himself. Not only did he nurture the formidable Saiyan known as Goku and the strongest earthling, Krillin, but the turtle hermit's own power was sufficient to obliterate the moon. The wisdom of such a powerful master must hold profound significance. Zoro resolved to adopt this philosophy moving forward, to cultivate when the time called for it, to savor meals earnestly, and to rest without the burden of thoughts about training. Not only Zoro, but countless other strong individuals and aspiring warriors prepared to embrace the turtle hermit's 16 words. While they may not achieve the strength of the turtle hermit or Krillin, becoming stronger in any capacity is indeed worthwhile. Krillin, I truly miss those days. I remember these 16 words were imparted to us by Master Roshi during our afternoon nap with Goku. Krillin, at that time, I was perplexed. After all, Goku and I had trained so hard in the morning. How could we suddenly take a nap at noon? The contrast was quite stark. Goku, I recall it too. Those memories are truly nostalgic. Both Goku and Krillin fondly reminisced about that time, for it was during those moments that they forged their enduring friendship. Although they no longer trained under the turtle hermit, they consistently adhered to his teachings. Indeed, their training was rigorous, yet, during meal and rest times, they refrained from contemplating training-related matters. It was this philosophy imparted by the turtle hermit that has sustained them to the present day. However, countless spectators found themselves puzzled. Would Goku's strategy truly enable him to defeat Cell in 9 days? According to the words of Kyo-sama, was his power not inferior to Cell's? Why then? Did Goku appear utterly unfazed? Was there some other source of confidence? With these questions lingering in their minds, they continued to watch the video. Chapter 50. The Foolish Antics of Satan, Global Confusion. In the video, during the 9 days leading up to the commencement of Cell's game, Goku lived a remarkably relaxed life as per his plan, even taking his family out for outings and camping. However, a certain event disrupted Goku's leisurely existence. Cell's declaration to the world cast a shadow of unease over the globe. The king dispatched a vast army to confront Cell, yet, in the face of Cell, the military technology of ordinary humans proved utterly ineffective. Airplanes, tanks, and artillery, products of human ingenuity, could not even scratch a single hair on Cell. Conversely, with a mere wave of his hand, Cell annihilated the entire army. The two sides were on entirely different levels. The loss of numerous lives prompted Goku to realize the necessity of having the Dragon Balls as a safeguard, ensuring that those slain by Cell could be revived. However, the Supreme Kai has merged with Piccolo and vanished, taking the Dragon Balls with him. The only solution is to find another Supreme Kai, specifically one from Namek. Without this, the creation of the Dragon Balls would be impossible. To achieve this, Goku must forsake his leisurely life. To locate a suitable Supreme Kai, he instantaneously transported himself to the new homeland of the Namekians. Having defeated Frieza, Goku holds immense respect among the Namekians. Upon learning of his intentions, the new Grand Elder of the Namekians recommended a fitting candidate, Dend. During Goku's previous time on Namek, Dend forged deep friendships with Krillin and Gohan. Thus, Goku brought Dend to Earth, where he became the new Supreme Kai. Under Dend's abilities, the once-lost Dragon Balls re-emerged. Subsequently, Goku set out to gather the scattered Dragon Balls across the globe, reserving them for use after the Cell games concluded. Previously, Goku and Bulma had invested considerable time collecting the Dragon Balls, but for the current Goku, gathering them proved effortless, as he swiftly located all of them. Meanwhile, on the side of ordinary humans, there were also notable developments. World Martial Arts champion Mr. Satan declared his intention to participate in the Cell games and defeat Cell. He dismissed Cell's terrifying actions, such as effortlessly annihilating entire armies, as mere tricks, claiming they were pre-prepared explosives. With a little caution, he asserted they posed no real threat. Mr. Satan's declarations thrilled countless supporters, eagerly anticipating his victory over Cell to save the world. This marked Mr. Satan's first appearance, which many found rather comical. However, his antics would not end there. What many do not realize is that Mr. Satan genuinely deserves the title of hero. One thing I find intriguing is that, as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, some young individuals believe him to be invincible. Yet, why do older generations share this belief? It is worth noting that the previous champion was none other than Goku himself. Goku has defeated Demon King Piccolo twice and saved the world on 2 occasions. Yet during the Cell Saga, it seemed as though the entire world solely remembered Mr. Satan, completely forgetting Goku. A mere comparison of their performances in the World Martial Arts Tournament would reveal the true value of Mr. Satan's championship title is rather lacking. Hearing the narration in the video, the people of Dragon Ball Earth were equally perplexed. At this time, Mr. Satan had not yet become a world champion, and so few knew of him. As for Goku, although 5 years had passed since his victory over Piccolo, the memory of that battle remained vivid. Moreover, 8 years ago, they had all experienced the terror brought by Demon King Piccolo, who Goku had ultimately defeated. Thus, the narrator's confusion mirrored their own. Why, in the future? Do they all idolize this Satan? Could it be that those who knew Sun Wukong have all perished? Although Cell has indeed taken many lives, it seems improbable that he could annihilate every elder in the world. It can only be said that they are perplexed by this phenomenon. Moreover, they resonate with the narrator's assertion, deeming Satan's actions utterly clownish. A mere trick? Cell's maneuvers are far beyond the realm of simple illusions. Furthermore, they have witnessed the extraordinary. The capabilities exhibited by King Piccolo, along with the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo at the World Martial Arts Tournament, left them in awe. At that time, they never considered it mere sleight of hand. Yet this Satan dares to attribute it to trickery? One can only conclude that it is indeed quite absurd. However, what baffles them is the narrator's claim that Satan truly deserves the title of hero. Could he possibly perform any heroic deeds? Within a certain martial arts dojo, Satan, who is yet to become a world champion and is diligently training, watches the video with a mixture of excitement and concern. The excitement stems from his future as a world champion, while the concern arises from the exposure of his future actions in the video. Would this affect his popularity? As for his statements in the video, he finds no fault. After all, for ordinary individuals like them, the existence of Cell and Sun Wukong is simply too extraordinary. Isn't it quite normal to be skeptical? In a state of disbelief, their superhuman actions could easily be perceived as mere trickery. Of course, he no longer holds this view. He has now come to realize that this world is indeed extraordinary. His title as world champion is merely that of a champion among ordinary people, significant, yet not overwhelmingly so. But returning to the question, does he truly deserve the title of hero? Could it be that he is the one who ultimately defeats Cell? Satan is filled with excitement, eagerly wanting to uncover what he has done to warrant such a title. Soon, 9 days pass, and the time for Cell's game arrives. Sun Wukong and his companions reach the venue, while Satan, accompanied by his 3 disciples and reporters, also arrives. Due to the presence of reporters, the Cell games will be broadcasted live to the world. In Satan's eyes, Sun Wukong and his friends are merely there to cause trouble. He first sends his 3 disciples to battle Cell, yet Cell effortlessly dispatches them without even moving. Subsequently, Satan steps into the fray, but Cell merely swats him away with a casual strike. Nonetheless, neither Satan nor his disciples perish, indicating that Cell has refrained from delivering a lethal blow, likely considering it beneath him to slay such fools. The actions of Satan and his companions serve no purpose other than to display their foolishness. Of course, Satan perceives it differently. He believes Cell is cheating, having installed springs around the arena to launch him away. He intends to challenge again, but alas, he has already lost his opportunity. As the true participants of the Cell games made their entrance, the first to step into the arena was none other than Sun Wukong. Chapter 51, The Four Bodies Fist, comparable to the unity of the 3 pure ones. In Cell's perspective, Sun Wukong, being the strongest of the opposing faction, should have been the last to enter. After all, he had permitted a wheel battle. Thus, it seemed illogical for Piccolo, Trunks, and Vegeta to engage first, exhausting his stamina, leaving Sun Wukong to reap the rewards. Why then was Sun Wukong the first to take the stage? Yet, despite the confusion, with Sun Wukong in the fray, there was no reason to decline the battle that ensued. A fierce confrontation erupted between Sun Wukong and Cell, surpassing the comprehension of onlookers like Mr. Satan, who could only attribute their clash to mere tricks. Throughout the intense skirmish, Cell unleashed a variety of techniques, including Tien's 4 Bodies Fist, which allowed him to manifest into 4 separate entities, each devoid of weaknesses. Remarkably, the strength of the 4 cells remained intact, yet Sun Wukong managed to counter them. This showcased that Sun Wukong was far from Cell's match, as Cell had not even exerted his full power. Were he to unleash his complete might against 4 equally formidable cells, how could Sun Wukong possibly contend? Perhaps this leniency stemmed from the Saiyan cells within Cell, who relished the thrill of battling strong opponents. Thus, Cell chose to prolong the fight with Sun Wukong rather than swiftly defeating him. The commentary resonated with countless viewers, who recognized this stark reality. Indeed, facing a single Cell posed a challenge for Sun Wukong. How could he possibly overcome 4 equally strong versions? If Cell were intent on vanquishing Sun Wukong, he could likely achieve that with ease. The only reason he refrained was that he was savoring the confrontation. This further illuminated the considerable power disparity between Sun Wukong and Cell. Yet, to return to the matter at hand, Cell's four bodies fist was astonishingly a mere technique. The ability to split into four while retaining full strength seemed utterly preposterous. Yuzuki Naruto, though this four bodies fist can only create four duplicates. It pales in numbers compared to the multi-shadow clone technique. Yuzuki Naruto, however, the clones created by the multi-shadow clone technique lack combat prowess. While this four bodies fist produces three additional entities with equal strength to the original. In comparison to the multi-shadow clone technique, the four bodies fist was undeniably superior. What good is quantity without combat effectiveness? 10. In truth, my four bodies fist has its weaknesses upon transformation. Each entity's strength is reduced to a quarter of the original. 10. One can only say that Cell wields this technique far more effectively than I do. Observing Cell execute his technique, surpassing his own capabilities, Tien's emotions were indeed complex. He pondered how Cell accomplished such a feat, wishing his own four bodies fist could be devoid of weaknesses. Alas, he is not Cell. Due to the considerable weakness inherent in this technique, he has refrained from employing it since his battle with Goku. Were he to possess the flawlessness of Cell, the fourfold fist would undoubtedly become his most formidable move. Kapu. If only it could be utilized without weaknesses like Cell's, then this fourfold fist would be invincible. Ichigo Kurosaki. To conjure three clones of equal strength to oneself is indeed an extraordinary feat, Saitama. Wouldn't that allow one to battle against oneself? For those without opponents, this move is quite advantageous. Duan Koyen. Does that mean I could don all four sets of armor by myself? Who needs teammates? My only ally is myself. Naruto Uzumaki. Tien, Mr. Tien, I wonder if you could teach us this technique. Tien Shinhan. Our systems of power differ. Even if I were to teach you, it may not be feasible for you to learn it. Tien's remark rendered numerous aspirants eager to master the fourfold fist silent. Indeed, in their fervor to acquire this technique, they overlooked this crucial point. Different systems of power render each other's techniques unteachable. What a pity. In West City, Lin Luo was not surprised by the multitude eager to learn the fourfold fist, for it is undeniably potent, albeit with its weaknesses. If it were Cell's version of the fourfold fist, it would be utterly invincible. The ability to create three clones of equal strength is immensely powerful. This technique is akin to the Taoist principle of one qi transforming into three purities, as espoused by Laozi, one of the ancient sages. However, mastering the latter is fraught with difficulty, whereas the fourfold fist is considerably simpler. Regrettably, it bears a weakness, unless, like Cell, one can eliminate that flaw. Yet, one cannot help but wonder, what if Goku and Vegeta were able to master this technique, creating four versions of themselves to merge? Would we witness the simultaneous emergence of Gogeta and Vegito? What about the fusion of two Gokus? A squared Goku? In the video, Cell, reveling in his battle with Goku, deemed the rule that falling from the platform constitutes a loss to be meaningless. Subsequently, he obliterated the arena, freed from the confines of the platform. They could now engage in battle without limitation. After sparring for some time, Goku made a stunning move. He began to gather energy for a Kamehameha, channeling his full strength, directed at Cell, who dismissed Goku's actions as mere posturing. To Cell, it seemed that as long as he evaded, the earth would vanish in the wake of Goku's assault. Yet soon, Cell's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that Goku was indeed serious and genuinely prepared to unleash his full power. Cell was unaware of Goku's intentions, but enlightenment struck him in the next instant as Goku executed the first ever instant transmission Kamehameha. Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear before Cell, subsequently unleashing the fully charged Kamehameha. With Wukong's formidable strike, Cell's upper body was obliterated, leaving only his lower half intact. Witnessing this spectacle, Yamcha and Tien were immensely pleased, believing that Wukong had triumphed over Cell. However, Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks remained grave, as Wukong's own expression did not waver. He could still sense Cell's energy. Be cautious, Wukong. Cell can regenerate, Krillin shouted in warning. In the next moment, Cell's remaining lower half sprang to life and grew back its upper body. In the Dragon Ball universe, on Earth, Piccolo, who was in search of Dr. Gero, halted upon witnessing this event. He understood all too well why Cell possessed such capabilities. Is it due to my cells? Thus, Cell has my regenerative abilities. Piccolo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his own cells would become the greatest obstacle to Wukong's victory over Cell. Chapter 52. Wukong's first surrender. It's your turn to enter the arena. Piccolo. Wukong, I apologize, old friend. If it weren't for my cells, your attack would have decisively defeated Cell. Wukong, there's no need for your apologies. This isn't your fault. Krillin. Exactly, Piccolo. You shouldn't bear the blame. If anyone is to blame, it should be Dr. Gero for creating such a monster. Tien. Had Cell possessed fewer cells, Wukong would have likely emerged victorious. As warriors, Krillin and the others were acutely aware of Piccolo's regenerative abilities and understood that he was not to blame. The true culpability lay with Dr. Gero, who had collected his cells. However, the other spectators were perplexed. Sanji, but how can Cell still be alive after his upper body was blown apart? Zoro, I've only heard of beings surviving with their lower halves missing, but I've never seen anyone live after losing their upper halves. Zoro, moreover, I've never encountered anyone who could regenerate. Shanks, if I possessed such abilities, surely my right hand could be restored. Not just Shanks, but countless individuals with physical impairments envied Cell's regenerative prowess. If only they possessed such a capability, their lost limbs could be restored, and they would no longer fear the loss of arms or legs. Though not as extreme as blood resurrection, this regenerative ability was sufficient to evoke envy in many. Cap, but what does this have to do with Piccolo? Could he also possess this regenerative power? Genos, I recall that Piccolo demonstrated this ability when facing Cell. His left arm was absorbed, yet he grew a new one. Genos, I wonder if this ability would be effective against robots. Zingwa, indeed, that is the case. Therefore, Cell's possession of Piccolo's cells grants him Piccolo's regenerative abilities? Zingwa, how then do we defeat Cell? In the myriad realms of existence, most individuals have never encountered an adversary endowed with regenerative abilities, leaving them at a loss as to how to vanquish such foes. To them, it seems that a being capable of regeneration cannot truly be defeated. Tanjiro Kamado asserted, surely there must be a way. Even opponents with regenerative powers possess vulnerabilities. He continued, many demons in my world also bear this ability, yet they can still be vanquished. Piccolo, do you have any weaknesses related to your regenerative capabilities? Are you aware of how to address them? Asked Duan Muyan. Piccolo remained silent, unwilling to divulge his own regenerative weaknesses. Revealing such information could render him a target in the future. However, if Cell indeed shared a similar flaw, then Goku's previous strike should have been sufficient to eliminate him. As long as Cell's head remained intact, he could continuously regenerate. Yet, Cell's upper body had been obliterated. If Cell's weaknesses mirrored his own, then Cell ought to be dead. Thus, it seemed that Cell's head was not his vulnerability. Had Cell perhaps modified his regenerative ability? If that were the case, Piccolo found himself at a loss for how to defeat Cell, unless he could incapacitate him to the point of being unable to regenerate. However, it appeared that Goku currently lacked the requisite strength. So, was it not Goku who would defeat Cell? Or had something transpired that enabled Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan 2? Is it possible, Carp speculated, that Cell made a mistake akin to Frieza S later on? He continued, what if he killed Krillin, igniting Goku's fury and triggering his transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Carp's hypothesis sparked intrigue among many. It was plausible. Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan precisely because Frieza had slain Krillin. With Krillin present, if Cell were to commit a similar blunder and kill him, might Goku not ascend to Super Saiyan 2 once more? Krillin, observing Carp's conjecture, felt exasperated. Was he destined to become the catalyst for Goku's transformation yet again? The troubling aspect was the high likelihood of this scenario. After all, it was his sacrifice that had facilitated Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Thus, if history were to repeat itself, his demise could indeed lead to Goku becoming a Super Saiyan 2. Yet, did that mean he was fated to die again? Would he have to perish with each of Goku's transformations? If so, that would be quite tragic. Surely not. Could it be that Krillin is to be sacrificed once more? Yamcha questioned incredulously. But isn't Goku currently engaged in battle with Cell? How could Cell possibly target Krillin? Tien Shinhan pondered. Perhaps the clash between them inadvertently affected Krillin. Or maybe Cell, losing interest, opted to attack us spectators instead? Piccolo suggested. Bulma interjected. You all are scaring Krillin with your theories. And it's not certain that this is the case. Bulma, can't Goku transform into Super Saiyan 2 by himself? Vegeta, no. Why do you all think it's Kakarot who becomes Super Saiyan 2? Could it not be me? Yamcha, you? Your power pales in comparison to Goku's. How could you transform into Super Saiyan 2? Frieza? Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, are you overestimating yourself? In deriding Vegeta, both Yamcha and Frieza appeared to stand united. Faced with their rebuttals, Vegeta could only seethe in impotent fury. How had he become so utterly useless in this Cell games? How had he descended to the level of a mere bystander? It would not be surprising if Krillin's contribution surpassed his own. The spectators from myriad realms remained oblivious to what was to come. Yet, they were aware that the emergence of Super Saiyan 2 was destined to occur amidst the battle against Cell. Most likely, it would be Goku who transformed first. However, would it truly be as previously depicted, with Krillin being sacrificed to facilitate the transformation? If that were the case, Krillin would indeed be unfortunate. In the video, Goku and Cell continued their fierce combat for a time before Goku halted, gathering his energy. Cell assumed Goku was fatigued and believed he could allow Goku to consume a Senzu bean before resuming their battle. Yet, in the next moment, Goku made a startling declaration. I surrender. Goku surrendering. His capitulation astonished Cell and left Krillin and the others in disbelief. It is essential to note that Goku had never surrendered since his debut. This marked the first occasion he had ever done so. Goku acknowledged the chasm between himself and Cell, realizing he could not triumph over Cell, hence his surrender. However, despite his capitulation, others would continue to battle Cell. As he spoke, Goku prepared to designate the next combatant to face Cell. According to him, this individual was capable of defeating Cell. Upon receiving this news via radio, Mr. Satan, utterly confused, mistakenly believed Goku referred to himself. He feigned an ailment, urging others to inform Goku that he was unable to fight at that moment. Yet, he was overthinking. Goku turned towards Krillin and the others, revealing the identity of the person he had chosen. It's your turn, Gohan. Chapter 53. I thought he would designate Krillin, sending him to his doom. Piccolo, Gohan. How could it be Gohan? Piccolo, Goku. You intend to send your son to his death. Upon hearing Goku's choice, Piccolo, Gohan's father, could no longer contain himself. He had anticipated Goku might select Vegeta or Trunks. Yet, he could never have imagined that Goku would choose his own son. Chi-Chi, exactly Goku. What are you doing? How can you let Gohan take the stage? Chi-Chi could no longer sit idly by. If she were not so far from Goku, she would have seized him by the collar to express her outrage. Is this truly how one conducts themselves as a father? How could one allow their own son to confront such formidable foes? The selection of Son Goku's designated fighter has left countless onlookers across the realms astonished. Although Son Gohan appears to have grown considerably stronger, he remains, after all, Goku's son and quite young at that. If it were anyone else proposing a battle, it might be more understandable, yet it is, astonishingly, his own father who has made this choice. Should Gohan prove no match for Cell, then Goku's decision would effectively amount to sending his son to his demise. They introspectively ponder, if placed in a similar situation, would they designate their own child, one who seems scarcely 10 years old, to face such a powerful adversary? Likely not. Thus, they find it difficult to comprehend Goku's rationale. Goku, Piccolo. Chi-Chi, please refrain from becoming overly agitated. Goku, my actions imply that I believe Gohan is capable of defeating Cell. Piccolo, but if even you cannot match Cell, how can Gohan possibly stand a chance? Piccolo, he has only recently grasped the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Chi-Chi, Goku, I cannot permit you to send Gohan into such perilous circumstances. Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, hurry and locate that Dr. Gero. We must ensure he does not create Cell. As a mother, how could Chi-Chi allow her child to confront such a formidable enemy? Observing Chi-Chi's fervent reactions, Lin Luo finds himself in agreement. To be honest, he previously struggled to understand her, even finding her rather irksome. He is not alone in this sentiment. Many shared his views. However, as he matured, he gradually came to appreciate Chi-Chi's perspective. Though he has no children of his own, he can empathize with a mother's concern for her offspring. For a mother, her child holds more importance than the entire world. From the viewpoint of others, Gohan may indeed have the potential to save the world. Thus, sending him to confront Cell seems justifiable. Yet from Chi-Chi's perspective, how could any mother consent to such dangerous endeavors for her son? Of course, while Lin Luo now understands Chi-Chi, he still finds certain aspects of her reasoning somewhat peculiar. For instance, her belief that if Gohan saves the world, he won't be able to attend a good school. What correlation exists between the two? If Gohan were to truly save the world, would it not stand to reason that he would have an easier time gaining admission to a prestigious institution? Furthermore, her assertion that if Gohan triumphs over Cell, he will inevitably face defeat in other areas is perplexing, while her reluctance to have her child face formidable foes is entirely comprehensible. Her statements leave much to be desired in terms of clarity. Krillin, Piccolo, try not to be too anxious. Krillin, remember, based on Gohan's previous performance, his strength may very well rival Goku's, or even exceed it. Krillin, Chi-Chi, do not fret. After all, such events have yet to unfold. Yamcha, indeed, Goku would never allow Gohan to walk into death. He chose Gohan for battle with one singular reason. Goku believes that Gohan possesses the strength to vanquish Cell. Piccolo, however, even if Gohan surpasses Goku, it does not necessarily mean he can defeat Cell. The disparity in power between Cell and Goku is substantial. Gohan may not be capable of contending with him. Vegeta, is it possible that the one who transforms into Super Saiyan 2 is not Goku, but rather Gohan? Vegeta's comment instantly captivated countless individuals. Kakashi, your assertion carries a degree of plausibility. Sasuke, so Gohan perceives his father as weak because he has already attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Naruto, that indeed seems possible. Sasuke, you are quite astute. Sasuke, well, Naruto, this is merely a rational conjecture. Only someone with your intellect would fail to grasp it. Sanji, no, even our Captain Luffy could not fathom that. Luffy, huh? Lee, so does this imply that Gohan will transform into Super Saiyan 2 and subsequently defeat Cell? Duanyan, that appears to be the case. Duanyan, however, I initially believed that Goku intended for Krillin to be his choice. I thought he aimed to sacrifice Krillin to incite rage and trigger the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Duanyan's perspective left many with quizzical expressions, incredulous at the notion. Given the bond between Goku and Krillin, It is unfathomable that Goku would contemplate such an act. While Cell may indeed kill Krillin, provoking Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Goku would never deliberately send Krillin to his demise. Lin Luo, however, found Duanyan's idea to be entirely reasonable, as there exists a precedent in the narrative of the villain, Rot. Piccolo. All of this remains mere speculation. Gohan may not be capable of defeating Cell. Piccolo, perhaps, upon witnessing Gohan being struck down, even facing death at Cell's hands. Goku might unleash his rage and transform into Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo. Regardless, I do not endorse Goku's decision. Even if Goku could potentially transform into Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo still disapproves of Goku's actions, for such a transformation would come at the cost of Gohan's sacrifice. Is there truly no alternative to selecting Gohan? Duanyan's suggestion is also a viable option. After all, Krillin has already been sacrificed once. What is stopping them from doing so again? In truth, he would prefer Krillin's sacrifice over Gohan's. It is not as if this would be a new occurrence. Krillin has grown accustomed to it. However, his disapproval bears little weight, as Goku has already acted as depicted in the video. Fortunately, this transpires solely within the confines of the video. In reality, once they locate Dr. Gero, Cell will cease to exist, and such events will never unfold. If such events were to transpire in reality, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to prevent them. Chapter 54. How could one be so detrimental to their own son? Even Cell has begun to revel in the chaos. In the video, Goku approaches Gohan, urging him to take the field. Naturally, this decision incites protest from others. Krillin, Piccolo, and the like express their disapproval, particularly Piccolo, who vehemently opposes Gohan's involvement. However, Goku reassures them that Gohan has grown significantly stronger without their knowledge. When Gohan was younger, he fought alongside them, and at that age, Goku himself was still quite naive. Goku then inquires if Gohan struggled to keep up in the recent battle. Gohan replies that he feels both Cell and his father have yet to unleash their full potential. Goku informs Gohan that he cannot speak for Cell, but he himself has indeed given his all. The fact that Gohan perceives Goku's effort as insufficient suggests that Gohan sees his own strength as merely average. After all, if Goku has exerted his utmost and Gohan believes there is more to be revealed, does that not imply that Goku's full strength is not as formidable in Gohan's eyes? Gohan's silence affirms this notion. Go, Gohan, reclaim peace. Have you not always aspired to be a scholar? With his father's encouragement, Gohan no longer resists. He removes his cape and approaches Cell. With a mighty roar, he unleashes his energy, astonishing Piccolo and others, as well as Cell himself. Even Vegeta is internally bewildered, questioning how Gohan has cultivated such immense power. Once Gohan's energy settles, Goku performs an astonishing act. He requests a Senzu bean from Krillin, leading others to assume he intends to consume it himself. Instead, he offers it to Cell. Goku asserts that Cell is not at full strength, and engaging in battle with Gohan under such circumstances would be unjust. Witnessing Goku's actions, countless beings across the multiverse are left speechless. They are genuinely curious if Gohan is truly Goku's biological son. How could one be so detrimental to their own offspring? Not only onlookers from other realms, but even the warriors themselves express their helplessness. Krillin, Goku, your actions are rather inappropriate. Krillin, I understand your desire to confront powerful adversaries. Otherwise, you would not have intentionally released Vegeta and Frieza. Krillin, but you cannot jeopardize your own son. As Goku's closest ally, Krillin is well aware of the reasons behind Goku's previous decisions to let Vegeta and Frieza go. They are formidable opponents, and keeping them around may allow for future battles. However, that is Goku's personal conviction. If it were him battling Cell, that would be one thing. But now, it is his own son, Gohan, who is set to face Cell. How could he even mention fairness while giving a Senzu bean to Cell? Have you ever sought Gohan's opinion? Have you inquired if he finds this to be fair? One cannot help but say that Goku truly excels at leading his son into peril. Yamcha remarked, Goku, your actions are utterly inappropriate. Tenshinhan added, indeed, Gohan is still just a child. Subjecting him to such intensity is not right. Piccolo questioned, have you asked Gohan if he considers this fair? Have you consulted him on whether he wishes to face a fully powered Cell or one that has already been worn down by you? Piccolo continued, you cannot impose your own perspectives upon Gohan. Chi-Chi exclaimed, Goku, you are being excessively unreasonable. Goku's conduct has left the warriors who grew up alongside him unable to bear witness any longer. Meanwhile, those from other worlds, unfamiliar with Goku, refrain from voicing their opinions. Yet they too harbor disapproval of his actions, who would intentionally disadvantage their own child. Even if Goku believes Gohan can defeat Cell, such an approach seems unnecessary. Should Gohan falter against Cell, what a dire predicament that would be. Vegeta commented, Kakarot, this is the essence of a Saiyan. We are devoid of familial bonds. He continued, your treatment of your son aligns perfectly with our Saiyan nature. Vegeta remains unfazed, as the bonds among Saiyans are often tenuous. If a son proves inadequate, it is not unusual for them to be disregarded. Goku's behavior towards his son is merely par for the course. Have you not noticed his own cold demeanor towards his son Trunks? Bulma retorted, Humph. Do not compare yourself to Goku. He undoubtedly loves his son. His actions are merely a reflection of his character. Bulma added, As for you, Trunks is unfortunate to have you as a father. Vegeta countered. It appears that Trunks is our child, is he not? If he wishes to voice his thoughts, it should be directed at you, as it was your initiative. Bulma responded, Now that I am aware, I certainly will not take the initiative again. Others observing Bulma's remarks could only feel pity for Trunks. Poor Trunks. He will no longer make an appearance. Cell, having consumed the Senzu Bean, has returned to his peak form. He then commenced battle with Gohan. Initially, Gohan's resolve to fight was weak. He merely defended against and evaded Cell's assaults. He expressed to Cell that he harbored no desire to fight or to kill, even against a villain as formidable as Cell. He further confided in Cell, stating that he now comprehends why his father urged him to engage in battle. Each time he becomes overwhelmingly enraged, he unleashes a power that surpasses his limits. This must be the strategy his father had in mind. However, Cell perceived Gohan's words as an attempt to instill fear within him. He was not naive enough to believe Gohan's claims. In fact, he intended to provoke Gohan further to witness if he could indeed unleash a power that transcends his limits. Thus, every attack Cell launched was aimed at inciting Gohan's fury. Yet Son Gohan found himself unable to summon rage. In a calculated maneuver, Cell seized the opportunity to embrace Son Gohan, attempting to strangle him in a lethal grip. Observing this scene, Son Goku merely stood by, adorned with a smile of approval, as if this tableau was precisely what he wished to witness. Aware that Son Gohan would transcend his limits in a fit of anger, Cell commenced his reckless antics. Son Goku did not intervene. Instead, he watched with satisfaction as his son was ensnared by Cell's merciless hold. Unbeknownst to him, this act of folly would ultimately rebound upon himself. As for Cell, do you not find his actions strikingly familiar? Does it not echo the earlier instance when Vegeta deliberately allowed Cell to achieve his perfect form? It is evident that Cell possesses the essence of both Son Goku and Vegeta, inheriting their audacity. Fortunately, he lacks the cells of future Trunks. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire, for future Trunks is never reckless. Chapter 55, Tears That Ascend, The Birth of Super Saiyan 2. Zhangguo. No wonder Cell's behavior seems so familiar. Zhangguo. It just dawned on me. As the narrator pointed out, his actions mirror Vegeta's from before, don't they? Zhang Chulan. Previously, Vegeta believed himself invincible. Hence he intentionally allowed Cell to transform into his perfect form. Zhang Chulan. Now, Cell, eager to witness Son Gohan's fury, deliberately provokes him, and it is indeed quite similar. Dagu. I see now. Thus, upon being enraged, Son Gohan transforms into Super Saiyan 2. Upon reading Dagu's comment, others nodded in agreement, having come to the same realization. They initially presumed that it would be Son Goku who first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, only to be surprised that his son achieved this transformation first. Duan Mu Yin. That said, it is rather disheartening how Son Goku seems to abandon his son. Watching his child endure such punishment at Cell's hands, he stands with arms crossed, wearing a look of contentment. Others shared in this sentiment of exasperation. After all, as a father, witnessing one's son being battered without offering assistance is one thing. To do so while appearing pleased is quite another. They truly felt sympathy for Son Gohan, who seemed to be suffering greatly. However, they were also intrigued by the narrator's remark regarding the boomerang effect that would strike Son Goku. What could this imply? Kakashi. In all honesty, if it weren't for Cell, Super Saiyan 2 would not have manifested. Kakashi. It can be said that Cell has committed the same error as Frieza. Genos. Frieza killed Krillin, prompting Son Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan. Genos. Cell enraged Son Gohan, leading him to become Super Saiyan 2. This serves as a testament to the perils of recklessness. Frieza would like to assert that he was not being reckless. In the video, his act of slaying Krillin was not merely a matter of vengeance. It bore no relation to recklessness. It is Cell who embodies that recklessness, indeed. Indeed, there is also Vegeta, who is equally audacious. Cell, possessing Vegeta's cells, has undeniably inherited his boldness. It is quite shameful that the esteemed Frieza's cells would coexist with those of Vegeta within Cell. To provoke Gohan, Cell undertook numerous actions, all to no avail. At that moment, Android 16 suddenly appeared and embraced Cell, revealing that he harbored a bomb within himself, intending to perish alongside Cell. At such close proximity, an explosion would surely spell doom for even Cell, potentially preventing any chance of regeneration. However, he was thwarted, as Krillin informed 16 that Bulma had dismantled the bomb within him. Subsequently, Cell swiftly dealt with 16, leaving only his head to roll before Satan and the others. Witnessing this scene, Gohan's fury began to surface. Sensing this change, Cell resolved to intensify his efforts. He then turned his attention to the onlookers, including Goku, creating several miniature cells to launch an assault upon them. These diminutive cells possessed formidable strength, easily overpowering Krillin, Tien, and others. Even Vegeta and Trunks could only manage a tenuous stalemate against them. Goku, having expended considerable energy, found himself suppressed as well. Observing his elders in peril, Gohan's rage escalated. Cell, delighting in this development, realized success was imminent. Meanwhile, on another front, Android 16, as a pure robot, lingered in existence despite only having his head remaining. He implored Satan to place him near Gohan. The others insisted that Satan refrain from intervening in the conflict between monsters, as ordinary individuals should not become entangled. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Satan acquiesced. Cradling 16's head, he approached the vicinity of Gohan and Cell, ultimately casting the head into the fray. At that moment, Cell was poised to command the miniature cells to unleash carnage, but 16's appearance captured his attention. 16 conveyed to Gohan that fighting for peace was a noble endeavor, and there was no need to suppress his anger. He implored Gohan to safeguard the nature and wildlife he cherished. After uttering this final plea, Cell crushed 16's head underfoot, erasing him from existence. This act paralleled Frieza's ruthless execution of Krillin, igniting the final spark that would detonate the fury of Goku and his son. As 16's head was obliterated before him, a crimson light flashed through Gohan's mind, shattering the last vestige of restraint he had imposed upon his anger. At last, he was wholly liberated. Gohan roared, relinquishing all restraint over his fury. A powerful, overwhelming energy erupted forth from him. Gohan's transformation drew the attention of all, particularly Cell. He had changed. Sharu gazed at Sun Wukong with a dazed expression, his lips uttering words of disbelief. The transformation of Sun Wukong exceeded his expectations. In that moment, Sun Wukong's hair stood tall, save for a single tuft that drooped on his forehead. The surrounding golden aura transformed into a fierce, shooting blaze, and arcs of electricity flickered across his body intermittently. Tears welled in Sun Wukong's eyes, but rather than cascading down, they floated upwards, tears that defied gravity. At that precise moment, the accompanying music played perfectly, harmonizing with Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 and the surreal sight of his ascending tears. It could only be described with a few words, striking and iconic. Meanwhile, the audience from various realms, witnessing Sun Wukong's metamorphosis into Super Saiyan 2, stood utterly entranced. The impact they felt was no less profound than when Sun Wukong himself first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although they were aware that Sun Wukong would eventually attain Super Saiyan 2, the reality of witnessing it firsthand left them awestruck. Whatever grandeur they had imagined for Super Saiyan 2 paled in comparison to the actual spectacle before them. Indeed, one cannot conceive of scenes that surpass their own experiences. After a considerable pause, someone finally regained their composure. "Is that Gohan? Is that truly Gohan?" exclaimed Piccolo, astonished and filled with pride. His astonishment stemmed from the elegance displayed by Gohan in the video, Super Saiyan 2. He was even mightier than his father, Sun Wukong. It was remarkable that at this time, Gohan was still just a little boy, and yet he would grow to such formidable strength in the future. His pride was derived from the knowledge that he had played a part in Gohan's development. The video clearly depicted a strong bond between Gohan and himself, showcasing a depth of emotion that often surpassed that of Gohan's relationship with Sun Wukong. He felt like Gohan's second father. How could he not take pride in that? Chapter 56. This is Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Gohan surely embodies resilience. Indeed, he is truly the son of Wukong. A tiger father begets no dog, remarked Krillin. Gohan, you are simply astounding, added Yamcha. Wukong, you have a remarkable son, said Tien Shinhan. Having grown up alongside Sun Wukong and witnessed his journey, Krillin and the others beamed with paternal pride as they watched Gohan in the video. Their dear friend Sun Wukong had such an exceptional son, and they could not help but feel elated for him. In West City, at Bulma's home, she remarked to Gohan, "Do you see this? This is the future you." Embracing Gohan, she smiled, her heart filled with emotion. This was the son of Sun Wukong, far surpassing that of Vegeta's offspring. Gohan blinked his little eyes, gazing at the video of his future self, a smile blossoming on his face. Although his aspiration was to become a scholar, the sight of his own potential filled him with joy. However, witnessing the formidable future self of his son filled him with joy. Sun Wukong, Gohan, well done. For the sake of your dreams, go and defeat Cell. Observing his son surpass him, Sun Wukong felt no sense of loss. Instead, he was immensely pleased. On one hand, he had long recognized Gohan's potential, while on the other, the prospect of battling alongside his son was exhilarating news for someone who relished combat. Meanwhile, the other spectators gradually regained their composure. Naruto Uzumaki, with golden hair like mine, how is it that I am so vastly different from this Super Saiyan? Sasuke Uchiha, because he is a Saiyan, whereas you are merely an ordinary Earthling. Zhang Chuan, did you see that? Gohan's tears are floating upwards. This scene is profoundly moving. Zhang Jiwei, his tears flow for Android 16, a sorrowful warrior whose tears ascend. It is indeed a poignant moment. Li Xian Nan, coupled with the background music of the video, I can only say it is both touching and impressive. Li Haoyan, It's not that the transformations in other videos are lacking. It's just that the Saiyan transformations are extraordinarily captivating. Upon reading this barrage of comments, those who had submitted transformation videos for the event nodded in agreement. After viewing the videos released by Lin Luo, they had ceased to hope for their own videos to achieve recognition in the event. As Li Haoyan articulated, it was not that their transformations were inferior. Rather, the Saiyan transformations were simply remarkable. In the world of Dragon Ball, on Earth, in West City, the audience from all realms marveled at Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Lin Luo was not surprised. It is known that while the transformations of Saiyans are flashy and varied, the most iconic transformations undoubtedly belong to Sun Wukong as he becomes a Super Saiyan and Gohan as he transforms into Super Saiyan 2. The former needs no elaboration, overshadowing the transformations from other works. The latter, in turn, firmly established Gohan as the most popular character, albeit only recently surpassed by the character known as 2.5 bar Wukong. This remains a perplexing matter for Lin Luo. How did that 2.5 bar Wukong manage to eclipse the iconic Super Saiyan 2 Gohan? In his mind, the moments of Sun Wukong's first transformation into Super Saiyan and Gohan's initial transformation into Super Saiyan 2 were undeniably the most classic transformations. Although they may not match the power of subsequent transformations, in terms of classic status, these two transformations certainly surpass all others. Krillin, now that Gohan has transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Cell's fate should mirror that of Vegeta's before, right? Krillin, previously, Vegeta allowed Cell to achieve his perfect form, only to be brutally defeated. Cell's outcome should be similar now. Piccolo, need I say more? The current Cell is certainly no match for Gohan. Frieza, Vegeta, what do you have to say about this scene? After all, Cell has learned from your previous encounter. Vegeta, Frieza, it seems your previous actions were not dissimilar to his, were they? Frieza, that is not the same. I am not reckless, but you are. Piccolo, however. To return to the narrative, the narration states that only future Trunks is not reckless, a sentiment with which I do not entirely concur. Piccolo, Gohan is not reckless either. But is that truly the case? After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan no longer harbored any hesitation or aversion towards battle. He faced the small Cell Juniors, who even Vegeta and Trunks could only manage to stalemate. In Gohan's presence, they could not withstand a single blow. Each punch and kick from Gohan dispatched a Cell Junior, leaving Vegeta and the others astonished by his prowess. Before long, all the Cell Juniors were vanquished by Gohan. He tossed a Senzu bean to Trunks, instructing him to feed it to everyone while he approached Cell. At this moment, Cell was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Although Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Cell still did not believe he would be defeated. Nevertheless, he unleashed his full power for the first time. Previously, he had not fought at full strength against Goku. Now, facing Gohan, Cell was compelled to give his all. Confident in his full power, Cell was nonetheless met with Gohan's disdain, which irked him greatly. However, he soon realized that Gohan indeed possessed the merit to look down upon him. Every attack Cell launched was either effortlessly dodged by Gohan or completely blocked. Despite Cell's full effort, he remained utterly powerless against Gohan. Witnessing his ultimate warrior struggle against Gohan, Cell began to lose composure. He soared into the sky, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha wave. He warned Gohan to remain still, or else the earth would vanish. Cell sought to compel Gohan to stand still and absorb his attack. Gohan, however, did indeed remain stationary as Cell had instructed. Yet, when Cell's attack approached him, Gohan retaliated with a Kamehameha of his own, sending Cell's assault back and obliterating half of his body. Following this, Gohan flashed a disdainful smile at Cell, further igniting Cell's fury. At that moment, Goku shouted for Gohan to swiftly eliminate Cell. Yet, Gohan's disposition had slightly shifted. Resolving him now? It was still too soon. He had yet to endure sufficient hardship. Gohan's response took Goku by surprise, prompting another urgent plea for Gohan to finish off Cell. This time, however, Gohan did not even deign to respond. Observing Gohan's demeanor, many spectators felt a sense of foreboding. Based on their past experiences and previous footage, they feared Gohan's actions would have consequences. Chapter 57. Being reckless comes at a cost. Gohan and Vegeta serve as cautionary tales. Krillin. Piccolo, did you just say that Gohan won't get carried away? Krillin, isn't he starting to get carried away now? Tin. Oh no, Gohan is getting carried away without immediately dealing with Cell. Tien. Although I am uncertain about what will unfold next. Since Gohan is getting carried away, unexpected events may ensue. Many concurred with Tien's assertion. Even if there was a previous advantage, once one gets carried away, consequences may follow. The most classic example is Vegeta, who allowed Cell to reach his perfect form. Now, Gohan too has begun to get carried away. Despite his current strength overwhelming Cell, the repercussions of his recklessness remain uncertain. At that moment, Piccolo found himself at a loss for words. He had previously asserted that aside from future Trunks, Gohan would not get carried away. Yet, here he was, suddenly acting recklessly, leaving Piccolo feeling the sting of his own words. However, based on previous video content, Gohan did not seem to possess such a personality. Could it be that after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Gohan experienced a shift in his demeanor? Goku. Gohan, this attitude of yours is unacceptable. Goku, have you seen what everyone is saying? You must heed their words. You cannot afford to get carried away any longer. Yet, in response to Goku's admonition, some had their own remarks. Piccolo, Goku, old friend, others may have the standing to advise Gohan against getting carried away, but you do not. Piccolo, did you not also act recklessly? If it weren't for you giving Cell those senzu beans, Gohan would have likely resolved the matter without granting Cell any opportunity to recover. Krillin, indeed, Goku, had Gohan not transformed into Super Saiyan 2, you would have been in quite the predicament. Others may have the authority to counsel Gohan against recklessness, yet Goku and Vegeta are the least qualified. After all, they too have acted without restraint. The one most qualified to advise is future Trunks, who has never acted recklessly. Now, countless viewers are curious about what will transpire after Gohan's recklessness. Will nothing occur? Or will his actions lead to unforeseen consequences? The video continues. Infuriated by being toyed with by Gohan, Cell became consumed by rage, his body swelling into a formidable figure. His strength significantly increased, yet his speed diminished considerably. At this moment, Cell made the same error as Trunks had before, focusing solely on augmenting his strength while neglecting the loss of speed. Attacks that cannot hit the enemy bear no significance. After evading all of Cell's assaults, Gohan launched his own counterattack. His first punch struck Cell's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach in agony and spew forth a stream of acid. The second punch was an uppercut that connected with Cell's chin, sending him crashing to the ground. Just merely two punches, were all it took to incapacitate Cell. These were Gohan's two mighty iron fists. After enduring two powerful punches from Gohan, Cell underwent a transformation. He clutched his mouth, his body swelling ominously. In the next moment, a figure was expelled from his mouth, none other than Android 18. However, she lay on the ground, unconscious and drenched in an unknown liquid. Following the expulsion of 18, Cell could no longer maintain his perfect form and regressed to his second stage. 18 is not dead. This is wonderful, exclaimed Krillin, filled with joy upon witnessing 18's emergence from Cell. He had feared that she would perish after being absorbed by him. But now, the glimmer of hope shone bright. She was alive. But what about me? Lamented Lapis, feeling a mix of happiness and dread. While he rejoiced at his sister's return, he worried about his own fate. Was he still trapped within Cell? If he had not been expelled, he would inevitably share a grim fate with Cell. Do not despair. Perhaps you will be released shortly, reassured Lazuli, though uncertainty loomed over their hopes. In the video, after relinquishing his perfect form, Cell recognized his impending doom. If he couldn't even contend with Gohan in his perfected state, his chances were dire now. In a shocking turn of events, he began to swell further, announcing to Gohan his intention to self-destruct. He aimed to take the Earth and all its inhabitants with him. Gohan desperately sought to intervene, but Cell warned that any attack would hasten the detonation. As Cell expanded, the time until his explosion dwindled to mere seconds. Gohan, filled with regret, sank to his knees, pounding the ground with his fists, his face a mask of remorse. Had he heeded his father's advice and dealt with Cell sooner, such calamity might have been averted. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others found themselves at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, Goku's face broke into a smile, as if a plan had crystallized in his mind. I have thought of a way. Only this method can save the Earth. Farewell, everyone. He bid his final goodbye to the others before instantaneously teleporting to Gohan's side. Upon witnessing this, Krillin and the others grasped Goku's intent, sorrow etched across their faces. Gohan, you did well. Please tell Mom I'm sorry and take good care of her. Goku urged. Gohan, realizing his father's intentions, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, but knew it was too late to stop him. Goku, taking Cell with him, used instant transmission to leave Earth, heading to King Kai's planet. King Kai, taken aback by the sudden arrival of Goku and Cell, listened as Goku explained that he could think of no other place to go. Moments later, Cell detonated, resulting in the obliteration of Goku, King Kai, and the entire planet. Klein and others also sensed the disappearance of Son Wukong's aura, realizing what had transpired. Meanwhile, Son Gohan cried out to the heavens, his voice laden with regret. Observing these events, countless spectators across the myriad realms were profoundly moved. Indeed, when Gohan succumbed to his reckless abandon, an unexpected tragedy unfolded, leading to Son Wukong's sacrifice. Klein remarked, "This is certainly something Wukong would do." Piccolo added, "Gohan, do you see now? This is the price of your recklessness." He continued, "Now you understand that recklessness demands a toll, whether it be from you or Vegeta." Kapu interjected, "Indeed, recklessness exacts a price." Vegeta's cost was being brutally beaten by Cell, nearly facing death. Kapu concluded, and the price Gohan paid was the life of his own father. Through their personal experiences, Gohan and Vegeta served as cautionary tales, imparting the lesson to countless individuals across the realms. Recklessness comes at a cost. This revelation inspired many to resolve steadfastly against such folly, even when the advantage lay with them. In Chapter 58, Vegeta's initial actions were entirely focused on the father-son duo of Wukong and Gohan. The North Kai exclaimed, "Isn't anyone going to offer me peanuts? Son Wukong, why did you bring Cell to my realm? On King Kai's planet." The North Kai could no longer contain his frustration, feeling he had been unjustly caught in the crossfire. What did I do to deserve this? Why must I accompany Son Wukong to his doom? Son Wukong sheepishly replied, "Apologies, dear King Kai." He continued, "But as I said in the video, I couldn't think of anywhere else at the moment." The North Kai retorted, "You should stay away. Hurry and resurrect yourself. Don't come here." Son Wukong pleaded, "Please. King Kai, I still wish to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb from you." It seemed he had no choice but to become acquainted with Son Wukong. Goku questioned, "By the way, why couldn't Wukong have taken King Kai back to Earth before Cell self-destructed?" Zhang Chuan echoed, "Exactly. Cell doesn't explode immediately. Wukong certainly had time to bring King Kai back to Earth. That way, they wouldn't have to perish." The North Kai lamented, "Wukong, why?" Son Wukong responded, "I truly do not know what I was thinking in that video." Klein suggested, "There's a possibility that Wukong didn't realize he could do that." Yamcha concurred, "Indeed. This behavior aligns perfectly with Wukong's character. As warriors who grew up alongside Son Wukong, they understood him profoundly. It was entirely plausible that he overlooked the option to take King Kai back to Earth. Such was his nature. Alas, poor King Kai," Kakashi remarked. "In any case, regardless of the circumstances, Cell has finally been eradicated, albeit at a grievous cost." Sasuke Uchiha reminded, "Kakashi-sensei, do not forget that the Dragon Ball universe possesses the Dragon Balls, which can certainly be used to resurrect Son Wukong." Kakashi replied, "Oh, how could I forget about the Dragon Balls?" Upon receiving Uchiha Sasuke's reminder, the others who lamented the demise of Son Goku suddenly had a spark of realization. Indeed, the realm of Dragon Ball is unlike their own. In their world, death is final. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, the existence of the Dragon Balls, those mystical orbs, holds the promise of resurrection for Goku. Krillin remarked, "But the Dragon Balls can only bring someone back to life once. This must be Goku's second death." Piccolo countered, "Not quite. We can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive Goku." "Ah, I see now. That alleviates our concerns," Krillin acknowledged. "Even though Goku can return, it does not mean that Gohan can afford to be reckless," Piccolo warned. "Son Goku, Gohan, remember this lesson. Do not act carelessly in the future." "I understand, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied earnestly. Yamcha interjected, "But isn't Cell capable of regeneration? He wouldn't have perished after self-detonation, would he?" Piccolo clarified, "No, his regeneration has its weaknesses. The self-detonation obliterated him completely, ensuring he cannot return." However, just as Piccolo finished his remark, an unexpected energy beam pierced through Trunks' body, startling everyone present. "Let me see who was struck," they murmured, only to discover it was Trunks. At that moment, a voice rang out, capturing their attention. To their astonishment, the voice belonged to Cell. Furthermore, Cell had transformed back into his perfect form, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. It was evident that he not only survived, but had also significantly enhanced his power. The question of how Cell was still alive left Gohan and the others bewildered. Yet, Cell, ever the talkative one, willingly divulged the secret of his survival. He revealed that a chip in his head ensured his regeneration as long as it remained intact. Fortunately, after his self-detonation, the chip had survived unscathed, allowing him to come back to life. Moreover, possessing Saiyan cells enabled him to dramatically increase his strength upon revival, even granting him the ability to master Goku's instant transmission. In summary, his power had surged to such an extent that he no longer feared Gohan. The revelation stunned the others, while Gohan felt a surge of determination. This was his chance to avenge his father. However, before he could strike, another figure leapt into action, Vegeta. Enraged by the sight of Trunks' demise, he charged recklessly at Cell, only to be effortlessly defeated. Just as Cell prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, Gohan intervened, shielding Vegeta from Cell's attack. Nevertheless, although Vegeta was saved, Gohan's left hand suffered severe damage, leaving him significantly weakened. Upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta was engulfed in profound remorse. He never anticipated that as the Prince of the Saiyans, he would become a burden to Gohan. "I am truly sorry, Gohan." Following the moment when Vegeta first shed tears before Son Goku, he now, for the first time, extends an apology to Gohan. It can be said that both of these significant firsts were taken from him by the father and son duo of Son Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's apology, Gohan felt a pang of despair within. The fact that such a proud individual as Vegeta would offer an apology indicated that he recognized the dire state of their circumstances. Frieza interjected, "Oh ho ho ho, it is indeed remarkable to hear Vegeta's apology. This is truly a rarity." Buldo added, "Lord Frieza, what is so surprising? Did you not witness Vegeta weep earlier?" Frieza retorted, "Vegeta's first tears were shed for Son Goku, while this apology is directed towards Gohan." He continued, Vegeta, you have bestowed both of these firsts upon the father and son. Vegeta exclaimed, you wretched scoundrels. I shall not let this go unpunished. Frieza scoffed. I shall not engage with your words in this video. He continued, but do you possess the strength to back them up now? Frieza added, with your current battle power. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you would still fall short against me. At Frieza's remarks, Vegeta found himself at a loss for retorts. He could only harbor this grievance for future reckoning. Krillin remarked, even more astonishing is that Cell is still alive. Furthermore, his power has increased significantly. And he has even killed Trunks. Piccolo expressed, once again, I am reminded of how revolting my regeneration ability can be. He continued, while this ability serves me well, it is utterly grotesque when employed by an adversary. Vegapunk inquired, I am more curious about Dr. Gero. What material is the chip in Cell's head made from? He pondered, Cell self-destructed, yet this chip remains unscathed? Dr. Gero, how was this material developed? Chapter 59. Can he really come back? Father and son Kamehameha. With Vegapunk's observation, the other spectators finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, their focus had been on Cell's newfound strength and power, neglecting the critical question of how he could resurrect. According to Cell, as long as the chip in his head remained intact, he could regenerate indefinitely. However, the issue lies in the fact that he had previously self-destructed. Moreover, his detonation had even resulted in Son Goku's demise, indicating the immense power behind that explosion. Yet, astonishingly, under such tremendous destructive force, the chip in Cell's mind emerged unscathed. Was this chip not excessively durable? An explosion capable of annihilating Son Goku and reducing Earth to ashes, yet it could not shatter a mere chip? What material was this chip composed of? This mystery piqued the curiosity of countless scientists. Regrettably, Dr. Gero did not provide them with answers, for he himself was unaware. After all, he has yet to comprehend the intricacies of androids 17 and 18, let alone the formidable Cell. Who can fathom the materials that his future self utilized to fabricate the chip within Cell's head? Saitama pondered, setting aside the matter of the chip. Cell's power has significantly surged, and Gohan has sustained an injury to one of his arms. He continued, in his current state, Gohan may no longer stand as a match for Cell. How then shall we vanquish this foe? Or is it that we have failed to eliminate him altogether? Saitama envisioned an alternate scenario, were he to confront an adversary whose strength had dramatically increased, whilst grappling with an injury that rendered one arm unusable. What course of action would he pursue? His allies would be of little assistance, though he had never encountered such a predicament. He felt compelled to contemplate how he might respond if it were he in such a dire situation. However, no viable solution came to mind. With an injured arm and diminished strength, facing an opponent whose power had eclipsed his own, and with teammates unable to provide aid, he truly saw no effective means to overcome the challenge. Saitama's musings cast a pall of reflection over the others, who too found themselves ensnared in contemplation. Yet they too could not devise a solution. Yamcha lamented, it is all Vegeta's fault. Had it not been for him, Gohan would not have been wounded. He added, if Gohan had remained unscathed, there would have been a chance to defeat Cell. Could Gohan have triumphed over perfect Cell had he not been injured? Lin Luo could not say for certain, yet he believed it was indeed plausible. However, the answer to this question would remain elusive, for in the video, Gohan was already injured. As for whether Cell could manifest in reality, that was another matter entirely. Krillin interjected, on the other hand, Vegeta's fury stemmed from witnessing Trunks' demise. He surely seeks vengeance for his son. He mused, who would have imagined that the cold and ruthless Vegeta would one day seek retribution for his child? Yamcha retorted, come now, if he truly cared for Trunks, he would not have intervened when Trunks attempted to eliminate Dr. Gero and Cell. He asserted, without his interference, Cell would never have attained his perfect form, and Trunks would not have perished. Yamcha contended, it can be said that he is indirectly responsible for Trunks' death. Is it not a tad too late for him to express concern for Trunks? While Yamcha's words were harsh, stemming from the fact that Vegeta had taken his beloved, others had to concede that there was a kernel of truth in his sentiments. Had Vegeta demonstrated the same concern for his son earlier, as he now exhibited in seeking vengeance, Cell would have been vanquished long ago, and Trunks would still be alive. To claim that he indirectly caused his son's demise was not without merit. Piccolo interjected, now, it may not only be Trunks at stake. The rest of us may soon fall victim to Cell as well. Although the video depicted a scenario where he might meet his end, Piccolo refrained from blaming Gohan, holding only himself accountable for his inability to assist. Son Gohan, I apologize, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, and the others. Son Gohan, if I had dealt with Cell, things would not have turned out this way. Krillin, Gohan, you needn't burden yourself with guilt. Krillin, just remember, do not act recklessly in the future. Ting, indeed, Gohan, what does it matter if one dies? We have all faced death. Another encounter holds no significance. Yamcha, it might even be an opportunity to reunite with Goku, so there is no need for you to feel remorse. The warriors bore no grudge against son Gohan, for without him, they might have perished long ago. Although Gohan had indeed acted recklessly, he was still but a child, and they found it difficult to chastise him. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was a future event yet to unfold. As long as there was a chance for correction, hope remained. Frieza, Goku is dead, and my killer, Trunks, has also met his end. Frieza, is Vegeta to follow suit? How delightful. Frieza, alas, none of these deaths will be at my hands. Frieza eagerly anticipated the moment when Vegeta and the others would perish at Cell's hands. Meanwhile, the audience began to wane in their fortitude, some even closing their eyes. Yet inwardly, they prayed for a miracle. Having learned from past mistakes, Cell refrained from recklessness this time. He began to amass energy. Intent on dispatching Gohan and the others with finality, he proclaimed to Gohan that he had gathered enough power to obliterate the entire solar system. Initially, Gohan was engulfed in despair, uttering apologies to his father for his inability to save the Earth. Cell, witnessing Gohan's surrender, was convinced that a mere attack would bring an end to it all. Unbeknownst to him, however, Goku still had a trick up his sleeve. Gohan heard his father's voice resonate in his ears, revealing that Goku was communicating with him from the afterlife through King Kai. After a heartfelt exchange, Gohan's fighting spirit was rekindled. He then began to channel energy with one hand, preparing for a direct confrontation with Cell. Simultaneously, both unleashed the Kamehameha, their energies clashing and causing the very earth to tremble. Yet, with only one hand in use, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage, defeat merely a matter of time. The ethereal image of Goku appeared beside Gohan, adopting the same stance for the Kamehameha. The father and son were now executing a technique known as the father-son Kamehameha. Goku urged Gohan to release all his power, for Gohan's hesitations stemmed from concerns about potentially destroying the Earth. Goku reassured him that they could simply use the Dragon Balls to restore it afterward. As Gohan conversed with his father, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others joined the fray, launching their own attacks against Cell in an effort to weaken his onslaught. However, their efforts proved futile, their strength insufficient to inflict any real damage upon Cell. At that moment, a formidable attack struck Cell, prompting him to instinctively turn around. This assault was unleashed by Vegeta. It was this very moment that granted Gohan the opportunity he needed. Chapter 60. Goku is the greatest mastermind behind the scenes. Now is the time. With a powerful shout from Goku, Gohan echoed his cry, releasing his energy in full force. Once suppressed, Gohan now turned the tide, overpowering Cell without allowing him a chance to retaliate. As Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha, he advanced towards Cell. Behind him, Cell perceived the ethereal image of Goku performing the Kamehameha. No, this is impossible. How can this be? Under the overwhelming power of the father-son Kamehameha, Cell could only utter a few fragmented words of resentment before vanishing completely under Gohan's onslaught. This time, Cell would not regenerate. Through Gohan's relentless efforts, Cell was finally obliterated. Subsequently, Krillin and the others escorted Gohan, along with the bodies of Android 18 and Trunks, away from the scene. After their departure, reporters approached Mr. Satan, inquiring whether he had indeed defeated Cell. With Gohan and the others gone, Satan seized the opportunity to claim the glory for himself. Naruto, that's wonderful. Gohan has triumphed. Zoro, indeed, it's truly splendid. Witnessing the miraculous turn of events, where Gohan had reversed his fate to vanquish Cell, countless spectators erupted in joyous cheers. Naturally, they preferred to witness Gohan's victory over Cell's. And now, they had indeed witnessed the miraculous. Especially the inhabitants of Earth from the Dragon Ball universe, who exuberantly shouted their gratitude toward Gohan. After all, had Gohan lost, their lives would have been in peril. It could be said that Gohan had saved them. This left them exceedingly displeased with Satan's attempt to claim credit. Is this the individual they would idolize and revere in the future? They could not fathom how they would come to admire such a person. Kaido, if I were Cell, I would definitely be dissatisfied. How could there be someone coming back from the dead? Kaido, even though Goku is already dead, he still managed to assist Gohan. Yet, what Kaido did not realize was that, in the future, he would not encounter opponents returning from the dead. However, he would face adversaries capable of performing sit-ups, becoming invincible with each repetition, which was far more disconcerting. Do you comprehend the significance of striking Luffy's Conqueror's Haki and the transformation of the Gum Gum fruit into the Nika fruit? The name of Kaido's mentor is known to all. Garp. Speaking of which, now that Cell has been dealt with, why hasn't the video concluded? Is there more content to come? Sengoku. The latter part will likely involve narration discussing additional aspects beyond the transformations. Sengoku. After all, the previous two videos included such commentary. A multitude of viewers were keenly curious about what further revelations the narration would bring in this video. In the temple, after Dandy's healing, Gohan and Android 18 returned to their original forms. Upon awakening on the 18th, Krillin devoted himself to caring for her, which made it apparent to others that he harbored feelings for her. However, 18 showed no interest in Krillin and chose to leave. Subsequently, Piccolo and the others summoned the Eternal Dragon. The Dragon Balls created by Dandy differed from those made by the Guardian of Earth. The current Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, but resurrecting a large number of individuals would require the consumption of 2 wishes. The first wish was naturally to revive those who had fallen victim to Cell's malevolence. Thus, Trunks was brought back to life, but Goku was not revived, as he had already been resurrected once, and the Earth's dragon could not restore the same individual a second time. The disappointment among the others was palpable upon hearing the dragon's words, yet Dandy suggested that they could travel to Namek to use its dragon. At that moment, Goku's voice resonated in their ears. He informed Krillin and the others that Bulma had once mentioned how enemies were often drawn to him. After some contemplation, he realized the truth in her words. Therefore, he chose not to be resurrected, believing that this would keep Earth safer. He reassured his companions that they would reunite in the afterlife when their time came. Goku's optimistic and magnanimous sentiments did not surprise those who had known him from the beginning, as he had always been this way. With Goku declining resurrection, the dragon had one wish remaining. Krillin first wished to transform androids 17 and 18 into ordinary humans, but the dragon lacked the power to fulfill this request. He then wished to deactivate the bombs implanted within them, which the dragon granted. When faced with the bewilderment of the others, Krillin explained that having bombs inside them was quite pitiable. As for why he wished to disarm 17, he believed that 17 and 18 were better suited for one another. Unbeknownst to him, 18 had been eavesdropping from a distance, and she heard both his wish and his words. She clarified that 17 was her twin brother and asserted that she would not develop feelings for him. Nonetheless, as she departed, she expressed her gratitude to Krillin. The following day, the group bid farewell to Trunks as he returned to the future. The saga of Super Saiyan 2 transformations and the androids reached its conclusion here. Upon returning to his timeline, Trunks easily vanquished the malevolent 17 and 18, as well as the version of Cell from his era, restoring peace to his future. Next, as per tradition, I shall delve into matters beyond transformations. Firstly, Goku's reluctance to be resurrected is noteworthy. Bulma's observations were indeed insightful. Most of the adversaries that plagued Earth were drawn here due to Goku. Except for the initial menace of King Piccolo, every other foe was somehow connected to him. The newly reborn Piccolo sought vengeance against Goku. Raditz came to confront his Saiyan brother. And both Vegeta and Nappa were on Earth to seek the Dragon Balls as well as to confront him. As for Frieza, his intentions were clear. He sought retribution against Goku on Earth. The androids, including Cell, were created by Dr. Gero as a means to exact vengeance on Goku for the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, one could argue that the majority of adversaries he faced were indeed summoned to Earth by him. From this perspective, Goku could be perceived as the most significant behind-the-scenes threat to the planet. Upon hearing the narrator's commentary and reflecting on their past experiences and viewed footage, Goku, Krillin, and others realized this was indeed the case. Except for the initial threat posed by King Piccolo, all subsequent enemies that appeared on Earth were indeed there seeking Goku. However, to label Goku as the ultimate mastermind behind these events would be somewhat excessive. Naturally, they understood that the narrator's remarks were made in jest. It would be rather foolish for anyone to blame Goku based on such commentary. In fact, such foolish individuals do not exist on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. Or if they do, they would not dare voice their opinions. It is evident to all that without Goku, the Earth would have faced annihilation countless times. The reason ordinary people could be revived is largely due to Goku and his companions utilizing the Dragon Balls. To accuse Goku, anyone daring enough to speak out would find themselves swiftly silenced by others on Earth, without Goku's monstrous allies needing to intervene. Chapter 61. The Law of Cause and Effect. Next, let us discuss the matter of Mr. Satan. I believe everyone recalls my previous remarks regarding his numerous clownish antics. Countless viewers nodded in agreement, remembering his antics before, during, and after the Cell games. While they could endure his other foolish behaviors, they could not tolerate his audacity in claiming credit for defeating Cell, despite having contributed nothing to the effort. Did he obtain the consent of Gohan and the others to assume all the glory? It must be noted that Goku sacrificed his very life to vanquish Cell. How could Mr. Satan shamelessly take credit for that? Yet, I previously stated that although Mr. Satan has exhibited many clownish behaviors, he is also deserving of the title of hero. Why do I assert this? It can be elucidated through 2 key events. The first pertains to the battle against Cell. Upon hearing the narrator's commentary, countless viewers expressed their confusion. During the conflict with Cell, they only witnessed Mr. Satan's clownish antics. Were there any heroic deeds? Not only did others feel this way, but even Mr. Satan himself was perplexed, recognizing that his actions in the video were rather foolish. As for any heroic acts, were there any? Why was Gohan able to transform into Super Saiyan 2? It was because Cell had crushed Android 16's head, igniting Gohan's fury. But why did Android 16's head appear before Cell and Gohan? It was because Mr. Satan had thrown it, when Android 16 requested his assistance. Everyone else was urging him not to help, yet Mr. Satan chose to intervene. In this matter, he is truly deserving of the title of hero. After all, he is merely an ordinary individual. One must ponder if it were someone else. who would possess the audacity to approach Cell and Gohan while bearing the head of Android 16. This is an act fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to one's demise. Upon hearing the narrator's account, countless spectators fell into a contemplative silence. Previously, they had not given much thought to Satan's actions. To them, it seemed a matter of course. However, the narrator's words prompted a realization. Indeed, setting aside other considerations, merely the courage to bring Android 16's head close to Cell is already a mark of heroism. As the narrator stated, who else would possess such bravery? Perhaps many would claim, with bravado, that they too would act similarly, that they would be courageous in such a scenario. But when faced with the reality of such a situation, would they truly stand by their words? Who can guarantee that they would not flee in fear? Yet, Satan genuinely summoned the fortitude to assist Gohan. For this alone, calling him a hero is entirely justified. His contribution to the defeat of Cell cannot be overlooked. This is why, despite initially being portrayed as a comic relief character, Satan enjoys a favorable reputation, with the vast majority of Dragon Ball fans harboring no animosity towards him. For he indeed rises to the occasion. Although his strength is that of an ordinary man, he has reached the limits of what one in his position can achieve. Moreover, as a world champion, he chose not to remarry for the sake of his daughter, displaying a profound love for her. His willingness to step up in times of need renders him remarkably admirable. The emergence of Super Saiyan 2 can be attributed to two individuals. The first, of course, is Cell, for without him, Gohan would not have transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The other is Vegeta, for had it not been for him, Cell would not have achieved his perfect form. Furthermore, Vegeta contributed to what can be described as a masterpiece. As the narrative unfolds, the video showcases Vegeta declaring himself as Super Vegeta. Why is this deemed a masterpiece? Primarily because Vegeta's assertion led to his swift downfall, as he was indeed bested and struck down by Cell. Moreover, this close-up captured the gesture he made, which has since become iconic. What gesture, you may ask? Countless viewers observed Vegeta's right thumb pointed at himself. Many were puzzled as to the significance of this gesture. Some gestures are best left unmade, and Vegeta's is one such example. Aside from the man whose visage exudes invincibility, all others who have employed this gesture have met with failure. Goku experienced this, Frieza as well, and Android 17 too, with Vegeta being no exception. Thus, many refer to this thumb-pointing gesture as the gesture of failure, a veritable symbol of causality. Vegeta has undoubtedly popularized this gesture, unabashedly repeating it on multiple occasions, each time meeting with defeat. His persistence is commendable. Countless individuals reflected upon the videos they had previously viewed. The image of Sun Wukong making this gesture was unfamiliar to them. However, it seemed that both Frieza and Android 17 had indeed performed it. Zhang Chulan, I recall now. Frieza made this gesture while battling Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, only to be soundly defeated by him. Zhanghua and Android 17 also made this gesture towards Cell, after which he was absorbed. Clin, now that you mention it, I remember that Goku also made this gesture when facing his brother Raditz. Clin, ultimately, he was defeated by Raditz. Kakashi, it appears that this gesture should truly be avoided. Those who attempt it seem to face misfortune. Naruto Uzumaki. So who is that man with an expression of invincibility? Duanmu Yen. In any case, to avoid misfortune, one must absolutely refrain from making this gesture. Duanmu Yen resolved, even if it cost him his life, never to make this gesture. After all, while others might endure some setbacks, they had someone to support them. But he was alone in his battle against Aux. If he were to falter, Earth would face dire consequences. Naturally, others shared Duanmu Yen's sentiments, even with support, who would willingly face defeat if it could be avoided, especially Vegeta and Frieza, who were indeed the victims. Seizing the moment before any misfortune struck, they decided to eradicate this possibility at its source. They would never perform this gesture that brought misfortune. Simultaneously, they harbored a similar question. If the version of me in the video refrained from making this gesture, would I have avoided defeat at the hands of Frieza and Vegeta? If I had not made this gesture, would I have escaped being bested by Sun Wukong? However, they surmised that the answer to this question would remain elusive. Finally, they pondered the intensity of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Like the Super Saiyan 2 is also a transformation that results in a significant power increase, precisely double that of the Super Saiyan. Thus, it equates to 100 times the base power. Chapter 62. Is there still hope for those unable to transform into Super Saiyans at the age of 20? Zhanghua 100 times. I recall that the Super Saiyan grants a 50-fold increase, while Super Saiyan 2 provides a 100-fold. Kapu, the Super Saiyan is already formidable, and Super Saiyan 2 can double that. Kakashi, no wonder Cell was no match for Gohan. His power effectively doubled. How could one contend with that? Naruto Uzumaki, doubling one's strength seems manageable, yet how could the disparity grow so vast? Uchiha Sasuke, are you foolish? When one's power is weak, a doubling of strength does not amount to much. Uchiha Sasuke, yet, when one becomes stronger, even a slight increase can create a significant gap. Duanmu Yen, it's akin to doubling $1. it merely becomes $2, a minor difference. Duanmu yen. However, doubling 100 million results in 200 million. Now that difference is substantial. Ichigo Kurosaki. Sigh, I have grown weary of expressing envy. Why am I not a Saiyan? This sentiment resonates with countless individuals. Indeed, why are they not Saiyans? Moreover, many may harbor misconceptions regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan. In this particular video, the transformation into a Super Saiyan is depicted in several stages. For instance, during the battle between Vegeta and the second form cell, it is referred to as the first stage of Super Saiyan. Trunks, with his muscular expansion, is identified as the second stage of Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan maintaining their Super Saiyan forms are termed as Super Saiyan Full Power. Consequently, many mistakenly believe that Super Saiyan Full Power represents the pinnacle of strength and that each successive stage of Super Saiyan is stronger than the last. While there is some truth to this notion, it is not accurate to assert that there are varying degrees of strength within the Super Saiyan transformations. Whether one has just transformed into a Super Saiyan or has achieved Super Saiyan Full Power, the enhancement to their strength remains unchanged, consistently at 50 times their normal capacity. The appearance of multiple stages in the Super Saiyan transformations is merely a reflection of the enhancements to Goku and Vegeta's base powers. The full power of the Super Saiyan does not provide a greater enhancement in strength. Rather, it decreases energy consumption and prolongs endurance. This is a fact overlooked by many self-proclaimed Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Lin Luo recalls having encountered opinions suggesting that the power increase of a Super Saiyan is tiered according to its stages. For example, the initial transformation might yield a 10-fold or 20-fold increase, while the ultimate full power would represent a 50-fold increase. Such claims are utterly absurd. Others believe that the full power of a Super Saiyan does indeed surpass the strength of a newly transformed Super Saiyan, which is equally ludicrous. The power enhancement remains consistent at 50 times. The only difference lies in the increased endurance of the full power form. The disparity in strength at each Super Saiyan stage is not due to the transformation itself, but rather an enhancement of Goku and his allies' base strength. It can only be said that many so-called Dragon Ball fans merely engage in superficial discourse, much of which is mere conjecture. I must conclude by stating that Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9 to save the world. I am now 20. Yet I cannot even transform into a Super Saiyan. Is there any hope for me? Thus, we reach the conclusion of this video. To delve deeper into the transformations of the Saiyans, stay tuned for the upcoming videos. With that, we bid farewell to the video on the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Unsurprisingly, this video has profoundly shocked countless individuals across the multiverse. In this video, viewers not only witnessed transformations surpassing that of the Super Saiyan, but also glimpsed the advanced technology of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe. Time machines, androids, and other extraordinary technologies have left those who pride themselves on their own world's advancements in awe. It is evident that their understanding of the Dragon Ball universe remains woefully insufficient. In fact, after viewing the 3 videos related to the Dragon Ball universe, their comprehension of it is merely the tip of the iceberg. Even if it is merely the tip of the iceberg, it has already profoundly captivated their gaze. They are convinced that subsequent videos about the Dragon Ball universe will further broaden their horizons. Naturally, they wish to echo the narrator's sentiments by remarking that they, too, are yet unable to transform into Super Saiyans. Does that mean there is no hope for them? While Gohan saved the world at the tender age of 9, where do they find themselves at that age? Still caught up in their mundane existence. In the world of Dragon Ball, somewhere outside West City, Krillin has located both Lapis and Lazuli. Upon seeing Krillin, the two of them breathe a sigh of relief, with one another present. They can be escorted to West City for sanctuary. They need not become androids after all. Although they appear powerful and possess limitless energy in the videos, they have no desire to become androids. Moreover, even in the videos, the versions of themselves who have already become androids harbor a deep resentment towards Dr. Gero for transforming them. This clearly indicates that even those transformed into androids do not wish to remain so. However, Lazuli feels a twinge of awkwardness upon seeing Krillin. As the video version of herself shared a kiss with him, he has continuously protected her, even going so far as to wish for the removal of the bomb within her. He has also confessed his affection for her. As for her, it seems she has developed a fondness for him, too, after witnessing their interactions in the video. If this continues, it is quite likely that their futures will intertwine. Yet, knowing this in advance feels rather uncomfortable, especially since her present self harbors no such feelings for Krillin. Observing their exchanges in the video leaves her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Cough. Cough. I shall now take you to Bulma's house. Afterward, I must seek out Dr. Gero, Krillin states, equally awkward, while inwardly he sighs. Now that Lazuli is aware of future events, it appears he has lost his chance. Still, as long as she remains safe, that is what truly matters. Subsequently, Krillin brings the two to Bulma's residence and ensures they are settled. Just as he prepares to set off in search of Dr. Gero, a message appears. Yamcha, everyone. I have located Dr. Gero. Within a certain valley, Yamcha glances at the unconscious Dr. Gero before sending a message to the others. Before embarking on his quest to find Dr. Gero, he inquired with Bulma and learned the location of the doctor's laboratory. By the time he arrived, Dr. Gero had already fled. However, in his current state, Dr. Gero is merely an ordinary man, unable to escape far. After a thorough search, Yamcha eventually tracks him down. He reflects on how, in the video, he was the first to discover the androids. Back then, when Dr. Gero transformed into an android, he was no match for him and was pierced through the body. Now, however, the tables have turned, with Yamcha having incapacitated Dr. Gero, thus avenging his video self. Chapter 63. A transformation that cannot last long. Krillin, excellent. In that case, let us bring him back. Regarding how to deal with him, let us deliberate together, Clint suggested. It is regrettable that Dr. Gero has strayed onto a misguided path. Had it not been for this, his remarkable talents could have propelled Earth's technology to unprecedented heights, remarked Zhanghua. Yet, since he is now aware of the events that will unfold in the future, could he possibly redeem himself? Pondered Genos. When I found him, he was in flight, Yamcha recounted. If he truly wished to turn away from his malevolent ways, he would not have fled. In any case, let us first bring him back, Piccolo concluded. Upon learning of Dr. Gero's capture, Lin Luo felt a twinge of sentiment. The androids would not manifest. The videos he had released had already altered the course of the future multiple times. Yet, was this not precisely what he desired to witness? If he had foretold the future, and it remained immutable, what purpose did the foresight serve? As for the disposition of Dr. Gero, it was no longer his concern. Now that Dr. Gero was in the hands of the warriors, he could no longer perpetrate evil. Given the warriors' nature, while they would likely refrain from taking his life, a lifetime of imprisonment was certainly within the realm of possibility. In any event, within the tangible realm of Dragon Ball, the androids 16, 17, and 18 would not come to be. Furthermore, Cell would not emerge. Of course, the unaltered Lapis and Lazuli still existed. They were no longer androids, merely ordinary Earthlings. Yet, based on their circumstances, this was precisely what they had hoped for. After all, not everyone wishes to become an android. As Lin Luo continued to disseminate his videos, it was likely that many of the antagonists from the original narrative would not materialize. Nevertheless, even if they did, it mattered little. Once he acquired the invincible power of the Dragon Ball universe, he would regard these adversaries as mere trifles. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Kaishin, East Kaishin was exceedingly curious about Lin Luo's identity. The ability to know future events was an achievement beyond even his divine reach. If Lin Luo truly possessed such knowledge, did he also know the whereabouts of the sorcerer Babidi and the fiend Majin Buu? Characters like Frieza and Cell would pale in comparison to Majin Buu. Even the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 transformations would not stand a chance against him. In fact, he believed that even subsequent transformations of the Saiyans would prove futile against Majin Buu. While he remained uncertain of the strength of these later transformations, he was acutely aware of Majin Buu's formidable power. Even if Goku and his companions could amplify their strength 100-fold through transformation, they would still fall short against Majin Buu. The only course of action available to him was to eliminate Babidi before Majin Buu's emergence, thereby ensuring that Buu would remain sealed. However, the challenge lay in locating Majin Buu's whereabouts. Thus, he placed his hopes upon Lin Luo, trusting that since Lin Luo possessed such extensive knowledge of the future, he might hold the key to their salvation. What of Babidi's whereabouts? Is he aware? Will he make an appearance in the subsequent videos? Just as the Supreme Kai pondered this, Lin Luo's next video emerged, titled Transforming into Super Saiyan 3, a form that cannot endure for long while alive. This title alone sent shockwaves through the audience. Beyond the obvious implication that Super Saiyan 3 surpasses Super Saiyan 2, countless viewers were intrigued by the phrase cannot endure for long while alive. Does it imply that one must perish to utilize this transformation? Kefla mused. I am well aware that Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation far superior to Super Saiyan 2. But what does it mean to be unable to endure for long while alive? Must one succumb to death to sustain it? Or is it that death is a prerequisite for its use? Goku interjected, what do you think, Vegeta? Vegeta retorted, how should I know? I'm merely observing this video for the first time like everyone else. Frieza chimed in, surely, the Saiyans have not exhausted their transformations? Super Saiyan was tolerable. Super Saiyan 2 was acceptable, but now there's a Super Saiyan 3? Just tell me how many forms exist in total. Will there be a Super Saiyan 10? Frieza's frustration boiled over. After all, he had long commanded the Saiyans, yet no one had manifested a Super Saiyan until now. When did these transformations proliferate? Are the Saiyans themselves even aware of their own capabilities? Suddenly, Frieza recalled the video detailing the Super Saiyan transformation, where the narration suggested that Goku and Vegeta had unlocked their genetic potential on planet Namek. Is this what it pertains to? It seems plausible that these transformations originated from that pivotal moment. So, they unlocked the Saiyan gene themselves? Quite impressive indeed. Beerus interjected, I too am curious whether there exists a Super Saiyan God among the Saiyan transformations. Unlike other transformations, Beerus held a particular interest in the Super Saiyan God. Previously, he may have considered it merely a singular Saiyan, a distinct individual. However, it now appeared that the Super Saiyan God could indeed be a transformation in its own right. Yet, this remains speculation. Ultimately, it hinges on whether Lin Luo will release a video dedicated to elucidating the Super Saiyan God. Should such a video appear, it would confirm the Super Saiyan God as a transformation. If not, it would suggest otherwise. In response to the inquiries of the two, no one offered a reply. While others were oblivious, Lin Luo chose to remain silent. After all, as long as they continued to watch his videos, their questions would eventually be answered. If he addressed them now, it would strip away the intrigue. He sought to leave them in suspense. Super Saiyan 3, by its very name, clearly denotes a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2. This transformation, for a period, became a source of anguish for Vegeta. What could this possibly mean? Upon hearing the narration, Vegeta straightened his posture. Why has this transformation become his torment? Could it be that Super Saiyan 3 was the form he initially achieved? Yet, due to the overwhelming strain of this transformation, did it lead to his demise? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed to him, as he could not conceive of any other explanation. This realization stirred excitement within Vegeta. Previously, the transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 were monopolized by Kakarot and his son, as they were the first to attain those forms. Now, with Super Saiyan 3, was it finally his turn as the Prince of Saiyans to achieve this transformation first? Chapter 64. The true power of the ghostly Bob must be examined through Chi-Chi and Bulma. 7 years after the conclusion of the Cell Games, Gohan transformed from a 9-year-old boy who became Super Saiyan 2 to save the world into a 16-year-old high school student. During these 7 years, the Sun family welcomed a new member. The scene shifts to reveal a child who bears an uncanny resemblance to Goku in his youth. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Chi-Chi did not betray Goku after his demise. This child is named Goten, Goku's second son, a legacy left behind before the onset of the Cell Games. It can be said that Goku truly lived by his words, 3 days of rest followed by 3 days of training. Goten was conceived during one of those 6 nights of respite. Incidentally, many believe that Kaguya, the girlfriend of the formidable Ken, possesses the ghostly Bob, as she can withstand Ken's assaults. Yet the true essence of the ghostly Bob must be assessed through Chi-Chi and Bulma, for they are capable of withstanding the onslaught of both Goku and Vegeta, 2 Saiyan Titans. Son Goku, apart from Gohan, will I have another child? Gohan, am I going to have a brother? Chi-Chi, I will have a child named Goten. The Sun family found themselves momentarily stunned, as the video commenced with revelations that caught them off guard. Nevertheless, this was a fortuitous turn of events. Krillin, congratulations, Goku. Goten looks just like you did as a child. It's evident he is your son. Yamcha, indeed, seeing him brings back memories of your youth, Goku. Bulma, Goku in his childhood, what a nostalgic time that was. As they gazed upon Goten, those who had known Goku since his youth began to reminisce. After all, that era was one they would forever cherish. However, returning to the question at hand, what does the term ghostly Bob signify? Why are Bulma and Chi-Chi associated with it? Upon grasping the narrator's implication, both Bulma and Chi-Chi felt a flush of embarrassment. How could the narrator indulge in such innuendo? In the world of Ken, does Kaguya possess the ghostly Bob? Could she also be a member of the Ken family? Ken was thoroughly perplexed. By all accounts, organs named after ghosts are not exclusive to the Ken lineage, are they? If Kaguya truly possesses the ghostly Bob, would that not make her a member of the Ken family as well? Why, then, does the narrator assert that the true ghost Ba is Kiki and Bulma? Surely, they cannot also belong to the Vama family. It is utterly perplexing. He truly cannot comprehend it. Even with his ghostly intellect, he remains baffled. Regarding the authentic meaning of ghost Ba, Baki lacks clarity, though one could say he possesses a certain innocent charm. For others, the notion of ghost Ba merely serves as amusement, as their attention is directed towards Goten. Zhangguo. Could it be that this Super Saiyan 3 is related to Goten? Zhangguo, such a small child transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Cap. If that is the case, he must be far stronger than his brother. Kakashi, indeed. Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at 9, while Goten achieved Super Saiyan 3 at 7. It is quite absurd. Ichigo Kurosaki. That is not necessarily the case. Is it not said that Super Saiyan 3 cannot be maintained for long while alive? Ichigo Kurosaki. It is also possible that Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 after his death in the afterlife. Naruto Uzumaki. Can one still act after death? Ichigo Kurosaki. In my experience, I can. Chao Yambing. Many deceased individuals here become guardian spirits. Chao Yambing. If we adhere to the rules of my world, could it not be that Goku's descendants allow him to become their guardian spirit? Would that not render them invincible? Chao Yambing expressed that possessing a guardian spirit as formidable as Goku would render any kingdom or organization mere trifles. Even Huang Fulondo would not pose a threat in his eyes. He is uncertain whether Goku could contend with the legendary figures from myths. But he is confident that Huangfu Longdo's divine martial spirit, Ling Xingtian, would not stand a chance against Goku. Those divine martial spirits are not as powerful as depicted in legends. Zhang Chulan, have you forgotten so quickly? In the previous video, did Goku not rise from the dead to aid Gohan in defeating Cell? Zhang Chulan. Thus, in the Dragon Ball world, it seems one can continue to exist in the afterlife after death. Genos. If that is the case, then Ichigo's speculation may hold merit. Zhang Jiwei, nevertheless, even if this young Goten has not transformed into Super Saiyan 3, there should still be a connection to it. Zoro. But how could such a small child be related to Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Jiwei. We shall await the video for an answer. In the video, peace returns to Earth following Cell's defeat. The warriors enjoy tranquil lives, and Gohan becomes an ordinary high school student in Satan City. Ordinary citizens believe that Satan was the one who vanquished Cell, and as a gesture of gratitude, they renamed his city Satan City. Gohan, now a high school student at one of its institutions, may not have a lengthy school life. Yet he can undoubtedly be regarded as the protagonist of the inaugural campus manga, concealing his identity and power while masquerading as an ordinary boy. In the shadows, he secretly punishes wrongdoing while inadvertently revealing his prowess before his classmates, provoking astonishment. Moreover, he has captivated the attention of numerous young ladies on campus, particularly the school's heroine, Videl. These elements are reminiscent of many male protagonists in subsequent school-themed narratives, yet Gohan embodies these traits earlier than most. Upon hearing the narration, many male leads from various school worlds cannot help but express their admiration. Indeed, Gohan's attributes resonate with their own. Some conceal their identities to attend school, while others mask their true abilities. They too have garnered the affections of several female classmates. Gohan's demeanor and actions mirror theirs strikingly, with the notable distinction that he ascended to Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9, saving the world in the process. Within a martial arts dojo in the Dragon Ball universe, Mr. Satan's attention is wholly fixated on Videl. Did he just hear that Gohan attracted Videl's interest? Could it be that Gohan might one day become his son-in-law? If that were the case, it would mean he would be related to Goku. How splendid that would be. His son-in-law is none other than the 9-year-old savior of the world, and his relative is the hero who has rescued it more than once. Such connections would be formidable. Videl, did you notice? This Gohan could very well be your future husband, Mr. Satan remarks to his 4-year-old daughter, who remains blissfully unaware of what a husband is, thus rendering her indifferent to her father's words. Chapter 65. The influence of the Jinyu Force on Gohan's life. In the video, Gohan appears as an ordinary high school student, yet clandestinely transforms into a Super Saiyan to confront the thugs of Satan City. With his golden hair, those who have encountered him refer to him as the Golden Warrior, though none are privy to the true identity behind the mask. On his first day of school, Gohan captures the attention of many female classmates, including Videl. His extraordinary athleticism, exemplified by his ability to leap over 10 meters in gym class, leaves Videl particularly impressed. So intrigued is she that she covertly follows him, eager to uncover his secrets and true nature. Gohan, troubled by Videl's persistent surveillance, seeks assistance from Bulma, requesting her to create a device that can conceal his identity. While Bulma is working, Gohan wanders her home, encountering the 8-year-old Trunks and Vegeta. At this juncture, Vegeta has shed the bitterness he bore 7 years ago, presenting himself more like a caring elder. He even thoughtfully advises Gohan that he has not trained in a long while, cautioning him that his body may be growing rusty and encouraging him to train diligently. This gesture from Vegeta epitomizes the concern of a mentor for his junior. Over the course of these 7 years, Vegeta's demeanor has softened considerably. He is now a stark contrast to the person he was upon his arrival on Earth. He became a son-in-law to the Brief's family, and his reminders to Gohan were entirely those of an elder concerned for a younger generation. One can only say that it truly moved me to tears. However, it is worth noting that among his juniors, Gohan is held in the highest regard by Vegeta, even surpassing his own son Trunks. After all, Gohan fought alongside him on Namek and saved him during the Cell games. Moreover, Gohan's innate talent is undeniably remarkable. It is no wonder that someone like Vegeta would place such value on such an exceptional junior. Regrettably, as one listens to the narration and observes the Vegeta in the video advising Gohan not to neglect his training, countless viewers are left astonished. After all, the Vegeta from the previous video was not only brimming with aggression, but also exuded pride and arrogance. The notion of him caring for his juniors seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, the Vegeta captured in this moment appears to be an entirely different person. Has the 7 years spent on Earth truly transformed him? Among those most astonished by the significant changes in Vegeta is, naturally, Vegeta himself. Sitting in the spaceship, he gazes at his own image in the video, bewildered. He never anticipated that his future self would evolve in such a manner. 7 years residing on Earth. This marks the second planet, apart from his homeland of Planet Vegeta, where he has stayed for such an extended period. Clearly, the version of himself in the video has indeed mellowed. Could it be that his future self has genuinely changed? No longer the proud and cold-hearted prince of the Saiyans. Has he become more human? And that little boy, his own son. The infant cradled in Bulma's arms in the previous video? How could the illustrious Prince of Saiyans find himself in such a predicament? No one can alter him. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite appearing furious and seemingly dissatisfied with his portrayal in the video, Vegeta harbors little genuine anger within. Meanwhile, Nappa, seated beside him in the spaceship, wears a somewhat sinister expression. How could this Vegeta, who had killed him, be transformed by those Earthlings? He cannot accept it. Frieza, Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you are no longer that proud and merciless prince of the Saiyans. Frieza, you have assumed the form of an Earthling. Vegeta, faced with Frieza's taunts, Vegeta remains silent, unwilling to engage. After all, he has already been bested by his own son. It is hardly worth his concern. The video continues to play. After a brief pause, Bulma presents Gohan with a device, a watch. Upon pressing a button on the watch, Gohan is adorned in a black bodysuit with a green jacket, complete with a red cape and helmet. This ensemble cannot be described as unattractive. It is simply highly distinctive. Upon donning this outfit, Gohan's demeanor seems to transform entirely. As he soared back home, he encountered a gang of highway robbers along the way. He boldly confronted them. And when they inquired about his identity, Son Gohan paused for a moment, then performed a series of movements, declaring the title he had just conceived, Super Saiyan Superman. Of course, his actions and the title were met with ridicule from his adversaries. However, once Son Gohan demonstrated his formidable strength, they capitulated. Subsequently, the moniker of Super Saiyan Superman began to spread far and wide. Do you recall the video of the Super Saiyan transformation, in which I mentioned a significant influence on Son Gohan's life? The Jinyu Force played a pivotal role in shaping his existence. Why do I assert this? One merely needs to observe Son Gohan's recent antics. The choreography he executed, in his eyes, was undeniably cool, yet to others, it appeared rather foolish. Is this not reminiscent of the Jinyu Force? For those who may have forgotten, allow me to refresh your memory. As the narrator's voice faded, the video split into two segments. On the left, Son Gohan posed in his Super Saiyan Superman stance, while on the right, the 5 members of the Jinyu Force showcased their moves before Frieza. Although the actions were distinct, the essence was the same, eliciting a cringeworthy embarrassment. Moreover, both parties seemed thoroughly pleased with their performances, believing themselves to be quite dashing, while onlookers perceived them as awkward and silly. The two robbers mocked Son Gohan, and Frieza, witnessing the Jinyu Force's antics, broke into a cold sweat, his face flushed. The fact that even the mighty Emperor of the universe could feel such humiliation speaks volumes about the Jinyu Force's embarrassing display. Now, you can understand why I claim the Jinyu Force has profoundly influenced Son Gohan's life. The encounter on Namek left an indelible impression on the young Son Gohan, who was merely 5 years old at the time. Watching the video and listening to the narration, countless viewers felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths, particularly the elder members of Son Gohan's family. They never imagined he possessed such a side. The Super Saiyan Superman movements were enough to make them cringe. Yet, astonishingly, Son Gohan believed his actions to be quite impressive. This lad has undoubtedly been deeply affected by the Jinyu Force. It is all the Jinyu Force's fault. Chapter 66. Can one return to the living after death? What difference does it make whether one lives or dies? Inside Frieza's spaceship. Observing the Jinyu Force's dance in the video, Frieza's expression mirrored that of his on-screen counterpart, intensely awkward. Although he disagreed with some of the narrator's assertions, such as the notion of a love-hate relationship between himself, Goku, and Vegeta, he wholeheartedly agreed with the evaluation of the Jinyu Force. Despite being his most loyal subordinates, he could not deny that their peculiar interests were simply bizarre. Each time they danced before him, he found himself engulfed in embarrassment. To make matters worse, Jinyu often concocted new moves on a whim. With each occurrence, new awkwardness unfolds. However, he never anticipated that such an embarrassing display would inadvertently influence the son of Sun Wukong, leading him astray as well. Could this be considered a unique form of retribution? Jinyu, I refuse to accept this. What an exquisite movement. How could it possibly be deemed awkward? Jinyu, you simply lack appreciation. Even Jinyu, who had long refrained from sending comments, could no longer contain himself. He could endure being called weak, and even the transformation into a frog was bearable. Yet, he could not tolerate anyone labeling his most cherished dance as awkward. This was undeniably the most graceful of performances. Others simply did not possess the ability to appreciate it. Jinyu, Son Gohan, although we were adversaries on Namek, I must concede that your perception is quite commendable. You grasp a fraction of my essence. Jinyu, however, your movements still cannot compare to mine. Given the chance, I could teach you a few techniques. Naturally, at present, Son Gohan remained unaffected, and thus, he had no intention of responding to Jinyu. As for the others, they were too indifferent to engage with him, solely focused on swiftly moving past this embarrassing episode, wishing not to discuss such a mortifying display any further. In the video, as Son Gohan ascended to the status of Super Saiyan Man, this title garnered increasing recognition. Much like the previously renowned Golden Warrior, many sought to uncover the identity of the Super Saiyan Man, Yet Son Gohan adeptly kept it concealed. As the daughter of Mr. Satan, Videl typically assisted the police of Satan City in apprehending criminals. During one particular mission, Son Gohan, concerned for her safety, shadowed her to neutralize adversaries. It was during this incident that his identity was inadvertently exposed by Videl. She leveraged Son Gohan's identity as a means of coercion, compelling him to participate in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. She informed him that her father, Mr. Satan, was the champion of the previous tournament, while the champion before him was a man named Sun Wukong. The similarity in names led her to speculate that Sun Wukong was his father. Son Gohan had no choice but to admire Videl's deduction, for she was indeed correct. At that moment, Videl remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. She merely perceived Son Gohan as a worthy opponent. She even requested him to teach her the flight technique, enabling her to soar through the skies. With leverage in Videl's hands, Son Gohan could only acquiesce to her demands. In preparation for the tournament, Son Gohan sought out Bulma to modify his attire. While the clothing remained unchanged, he opted to forego the helmet in favor of a white cap and a pair of sunglasses. Naturally, this new ensemble elicited mixed reviews. Upon learning that Son Gohan intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Vegeta declared his own intention to join. 7 years prior, he had been no match for Son Gohan, but during this interval, he had diligently trained. In contrast, Son Gohan had neglected his training. Thus, Vegeta felt confident in his ability to rival Son Gohan. He was eager to challenge him during the tournament. Just then, a voice echoed in their ears. "I will participate too." It was none other than the voice of Sun Wukong. Upon hearing that familiar voice, both Son Gohan and Bulma were filled with excitement. Goku conveyed that the fortune teller could bring back the deceased for a single day in the realm of the living. He intended to utilize this day to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The prospect of Goku's participation also thrilled Vegeta, who had initially only wished to spar with Gohan, but was now presented with the unexpected opportunity to engage with Kakarot himself. For him, there could be no greater delight. As Goku prepared to return temporarily for the tournament, Gohan eagerly relayed this news to Krillin, Piccolo, and others, inviting them to join. It is worth mentioning that after 7 years of peaceful living, Krillin had grown his hair. Moreover, he and Android 18 had welcomed a daughter, and the three of them resided in Kame House. I have a daughter?" Krillin exclaimed, bewildered as he gazed at the young girl in the video. Was this little girl truly his daughter, the offspring of him and 18? Thus, according to the natural progression of events, he would eventually win 18's heart and have a child with her? The thought brought a smile to his face. Although such a scenario seemed improbable now, especially since Lazuli had not been transformed into an android, and she was aware of future events, making it unlikely for them to be together. Nevertheless, seeing his future self basking in happiness was fulfilling enough for him. He hardly even registered the fact that he had grown his hair. "Congratulations, Krillin. Among us, Goku is the first to have a child, Bulma the second, and you are the third," chimed in Yamchu, Tien, and others, extending their congratulations to Krillin. His daughter, after all, was also their descendant. The addition of a new progeny was indeed a delightful occurrence, albeit one confined to the realm of the video, as reality would not unfold in the same manner. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Yamcha and Tien sighed in unison, acknowledging the alterations that had transpired in the future. Krillin's family, it seemed, had likely been lost. Other spectators, however, were less concerned with Krillin's daughter and more captivated by the forthcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. "It seems this tournament will not be tranquil," remarked Bardock. "Considering that each transformation corresponds to a foe, it is possible that the enemy corresponding to Super Saiyan may third appear at the tournament," noted Duan Muyan. However, returning to the point, in the Dragon Ball world, one can be revived after death, which is understandable, Marco added. "But what of those who have not been revived? What difference does it make whether one is dead or alive?" Marco expressed his envy, pondering whether such a concept existed in his pirate world, allowing him to reunite with his father and Ace. Yet, his envy naturally leaned more toward Dragon Ball. If only their pirate world possessed Dragon Balls, he could resurrect his father and Ace. "I see now. Hence, Goku will transform into Super Saiyan 3 during his day in the realm of the living." Li Xian then concluded. Since he has already passed away, the video title states that Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation that cannot be sustained for long while alive. In regard to Li Xinan's speculation, the other spectators nodded in agreement. Although they remained unaware of the precise implications of living without the ability to endure for long, it undoubtedly pertained to death, and had not Sun Wukong already perished? Thus, this transformation must be linked to him. Chapter 67. The Super Saiyan transformation has become trivial. This is the essence of bloodline theory. Inside Vegeta's spacecraft, he declared, "No, I refuse to believe that Super Saiyan 3 is also tied to Kakarot. It is high time I seize the forefront." While Shinnan's conjecture held some merit, Vegeta chose to remain unconvinced. Kakarot and his offspring had already stolen the limelight, achieving greater transformations ahead of him. Surely, it was his turn now. Otherwise, where would his dignity as the Prince of Saiyans reside? He He would rather believe that his inability to survive long after transforming into Super Saiyan 3 was a reality than accept that this transformation was still connected to Kakarot. However, on another note, did he and Kakarot's progeny not intend to participate in that so-called World Martial Arts Tournament? Since he opted to take part in the video, it indicated that he must believe his strength was not inferior to Son Gohan's. In other words, could he envision himself defeating Son Gohan? As for whether he could conquer Kakarot, that remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he was confident that his prowess would not fall short of Kakarot's. After all, Kakarot had been deceased for 7 years. Even if he had trained in the afterlife for that duration, he should not be comparable to him. After all, he had the affluent Bulma aiding him. The gravity chamber was constructed by Bulma's father, his father-in-law. His training environment was undoubtedly superior to Kakarot's. So, could it be said that he could defeat Kakarot and his son? He harbored little interest in the champion title of the tournament. However, the prospect of vanquishing Kakarot and his offspring intrigued him greatly. In preparation for a commendable performance at the tournament, Son Gohan temporarily set aside his studies to regain his strength. He enlisted the help of his younger brother, Son Goten, and during this assistance, he witnessed Goten's remarkable talent. At merely 7 years of age, Goten not only possessed considerable strength, but could also transform into a Super Saiyan. This tournament would see Son Goten participating as well, albeit in the youth category, essentially a children's competition. Initially, the brothers planned to train diligently until the tournament commenced. However, the arrival of Biddy Lee disrupted their plans. Biddy Lee requested that Son Gohan teach her the flight technique, thereby consuming some of the time allocated for Gohan and Goten's training. Meanwhile, Vegeta was training alongside his son Trunks in an environment of 150 times Earth's gravity. In such conditions, Trunks found it challenging to move, prompting Vegeta to instruct him to step outside. Yet, in the next moment, Trunks astonishingly transformed into a Super Saiyan, leaving Vegeta dumbfounded. Particularly when Vegeta learned that Son Goten was also capable of transforming, he began to question his own existence. After all, Super Saiyan was the legendary form of the Saiyan warriors. What immense effort had he and Kakarot invested to achieve such a transformation? And yet, these mere 7 or 8-year-old children were already able to do so. When did the transformation into Super Saiyan become so commonplace? Trunks and Goten, at such tender ages, are capable of assuming the Super Saiyan form, a testament to their remarkable talents. However, this is also intrinsically linked to the era in which they were born. By the time they came into existence, their fathers, Goku and Vegeta, had already mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. Hence, they inherited the genetic legacy of the Super Saiyan lineage, facilitating their own transformations. Many perceive the Dragon Ball universe as one steeped in the doctrine of bloodlines, attributing Goku's prowess to his Saiyan heritage. Yet, the reality is that it is not merely Goku's Saiyan blood that renders him formidable. Rather, his very existence has elevated the potential of Saiyan lineage. Even Gohan, who at the tender age of 9 transformed into Super Saiyan 2 to save the world, is not a product of this bloodline theory. If one were to adhere strictly to the doctrine of bloodlines, it is Trunks and Goten who epitomize this notion. To transform into a Super Saiyan requires a sufficient number of cells, and these two young boys have inherited a substantial amount of genetic material from their fathers, allowing them to achieve the transformation at such an early age. Upon hearing this narrative, the initially astonished spectators, who were taken aback by Trunks and Goten's ability to become Super Saiyans, experienced a moment of clarity. They had believed that such young children could transform into Super Saiyans with ease, surpassing even Goku in their potential. Ultimately, it became clear that their innate advantages were the key. They were beneficiaries of their father's legacy. They are acutely aware of the arduous journey Goku and Vegeta undertook to attain the Super Saiyan form. Goku sacrificed Krillin, and Vegeta expended considerable effort to succeed. Yet, these two youngsters, having directly inherited their father's Super Saiyan lineage, can transform with relative ease. Kefla pondered aloud. Is it true that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires cells? Are these cells exclusive to the Saiyans of Universe 7, or do we possess them as well? To this day, Kefla remains uncertain about how to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Previously, it was said that rage was the key, but she is unsure how to harness such overwhelming anger. Now, the requirement of having sufficient cells complicates matters further. If the Saiyans of Universe 6 lack these cells, then no amount of effort on her part would yield results. Meanwhile, Vegeta harbored thoughts that mirrored his portrayal in the video. He, too, perceived the transformation into Super Saiyan as having lost its significance. Once, a Super Saiyan was a rarity, emerging only once in a millennium. However, ever since Kakarot achieved the Super Saiyan form, it seems that any Saiyan can now transform. Could it be that even his combat-inept brother, Tarbal, might one day attain this power? No wonder the narration in the video mentioned that he and Kakarot unlocked the genetic potential on Namek. Indeed, since the advent of their ability to transform into Super Saiyans, the value of the Super Saiyan status has diminished. One cannot help but wonder if, in the future, even Super Saiyan 2 might also lose its worth. The video continues to unfold. Under the tutelage of Sun Wukong, both Bidalai and Sun Goten have mastered the art of flight, allowing them to soar through the skies. Subsequently, the two brothers were finally able to immerse themselves in their training. On the day of the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong suggested that they refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans, as he wished to keep his identity as the Golden Warrior concealed, a reason he chose not to disclose. Fortunately, Vegeta and the others concurred, recognizing the fairness in all participants opting not to transform. At the tournament venue, the long-deceased Sun Wukong made his appearance before everyone. It was evident that his childhood friends, who had grown alongside him, were overwhelmed with emotion. Upon seeing him, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Oolong, and Bulma, who had shared countless memories with him, found their eyes glistening with tears. While the others were also delighted, they did not shed tears. Notably, this was the first encounter between Sun Wukong and his younger son, Sun Goten. Upon arriving at the competition grounds, Sun Wukong and Krillin encountered an old acquaintance, the most dedicated referee of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Having witnessed the growth of both Sun Wukong and Krillin, he was unlike any ordinary individual. He had observed their performances in the tournaments multiple times and understood that it was not Mr. Satan who defeated Cell, but rather Sun Wukong and his companions. He readily accepted the notion of Sun Wukong's halo, a sign of his return from the afterlife to participate in the tournament, demonstrating his worldly wisdom. Chapter 68, The Kaishin. It certainly seems to exude an air of prestige. Unlike previous tournaments, this iteration featured preliminary rounds that did not involve combat among contestants, but rather a test of punching power. A punching machine would be set up, where each participant would strike it, revealing their punching power as a numerical value. The top 16 would advance to the finals. Before the preliminary rounds commenced, Mr. Satan showcased his punching power, boasting a score of 137. He arrogantly declared that he would await challengers in the finals, ready for someone to defeat him. In response to his ostentatious display, Krillin remarked that there were many capable of besting him. For the other contestants, each one exerted their utmost effort to achieve higher numbers. While for Sun Wukong and his companions, the goal was to strike as low a number as possible. This clearly illustrated that Sun Wukong and Krillin, as esteemed disciples of Master Roshi, possessed superior control over their power compared to others. Among the contestants, Piccolo achieved the highest score, followed by Android 18, then Krillin, and finally Sun Wukong. This demonstrated Sun Wukong's exceptional mastery over his strength, with Krillin close behind. Although Krillin ranked last in power, his command over it was only second to Sun Wukong, a testament to his training under Master Roshi. Son Gohan had yet to test his power, as he and Bidalai waited in line towards the back. As for Vegeta, he displayed little interest in controlling his strength and obliterated the punching machine with a single blow, leaving the audience in awe. However, strictly speaking, he had indeed controlled his power. Otherwise, it would not merely involve shattering a punching machine. Fortunately, I did not bring disgrace to Master Roshi, Krillin remarked. Although my strength is the weakest among the participants, my control over power is second only to Goku's. Piccolo, feeling disgruntled, noted, the number I recorded is surprisingly the highest. Does this imply that my control over power is the worst? Despite achieving the highest score among their group, he found no joy in it. After all, ordinary individuals aim to achieve the highest numbers possible, while they were tasked with keeping their scores as low as feasible while still securing a place in the finals. This required a refined control over their strength. The one with the lowest score under such conditions demonstrated superior mastery. Goku's score was the lowest, which came as no surprise. After all, he is Goku. However, Krillin's score was the second lowest, yet Piccolo had the highest. This suggested that his control over power was inferior to Krillin's. As for Vegeta, he chose not to comment. Piccolo, do not be disheartened. After all, both Goku and I are disciples of Master Roshi and have undergone his training, Krillin reassured. Though our strength as Earthlings may not compare to you extraterrestrials, we certainly do not fall short in terms of technique. This statement may have drawn skepticism from many. Yet Lin Luo wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, in the vast universe, Earthlings' prowess is negligible. Subsequently, they are unable to keep pace with Goku and Vegeta, relegating them to mere background characters. However, this pertains solely to strength. In terms of technical skill, Earthlings are undeniably formidable. Take, for instance, the manipulation of ki, such as sensing ki and suppressing one's own energy, techniques pioneered by Earth martial artists. As the foremost martial artist of Earth, Master Roshi is exceptionally skilled. Even though his strength has waned compared to others, his technical prowess and philosophical insights consistently aid Goku and his companions. Master Roshi has even glimpsed the rudiments of the ultimate technique, showcasing the high aptitude of Earthlings in technical skills. Regrettably, their potential is constrained by their limited strength. This punching machine is quite impressive, Kirai. Is it possible for you to invent a similar one? Asked Giamake. With such a device, not only can one gauge their strength, but it can also train them in the mastery of that strength. Indeed, Vegapunk, can you create one? Several individuals expressed interest in the punching machine. After all, this device not only tests strength, quantifying it into specific numbers, but also trains individuals in controlling that strength, making it a valuable tool for training purposes. Captain, I will do my best, Kirai replied. I will give it a try, Vegapunk added. While the notions of time machines and transforming androids were far beyond their reach, they felt that the punching machine might be attainable. After completing their tests, Goku and the others decided to watch the matches of the junior group. After all, Goten and Trunks would also be participating. On their way to the youth competition venue, Goku and his companions encountered Gohan and Videl. Videl had been observing Goku and his group, sensing that they were quite extraordinary. Then, to her astonishment, the leader of the group greeted Gohan, appearing to be quite familiar with him. Once Goku and the others departed, Videl immediately inquired about Gohan's acquaintance with the mysterious figure. Gohan revealed that the leader was indeed his father. This revelation left Videl flabbergasted, as she had previously heard Gohan mention that his father had passed away. Gohan explained that was why his father had a halo above his head, a clarification that rendered Videl momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, in the youth category, Goten and Trunks swiftly dispatched their opponents, ultimately facing each other in the final match. From the onset, they engaged in an intense battle, leaving the audience in awe. Even Videl, who had just arrived, was taken aback by the extraordinary level of combat exhibited by the two young fighters, which surpassed that of ordinary humans. In the end, Trunks emerged victorious, defeating Goten and claiming the championship. Subsequently, the group made their way to a restaurant to dine. The Saiyans dining experience was far more delightful than that of any food broadcaster. As they finished and were leaving, they encountered two individuals along the way. One was an elderly man with white hair, a flushed complexion, and adorned with a pair of earrings, exuding an air of age. The other was a young man with a pineapple hairstyle, also sporting white hair and earrings, who hovered gracefully in midair. Goku did not recognize them, but the elder was acquainted with him. He introduced himself as Shin, specifically seeking Goku to witness his prowess. From his demeanor, this young man named Shin appeared to possess an impressive stature. Indeed, his identity was equally remarkable. He was the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, a deity standing at the pinnacle of that universe, on par with the god of destruction. However, it is essential to remember his current elevated status. In the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, the elder was astonished to see himself and Kibito on Earth in the video. How could they possibly be on Earth? Could it be that Babidi and Majin Buu were also present? Chapter 69. The Dragon Ball world truly has gods. I am indeed of high caliber. Shin was well aware that he would not venture to Earth without reason, and few matters could capture his attention. Babidi and Majin Buu were undoubtedly of utmost importance. Thus, his presence in the video on Earth suggested that Babidi and Majin Buu could indeed be there. Was he on a quest to find Majin Buu? Lord Supreme Kai, it is indeed very likely that Majin Buu resides on Earth, Kibito pondered. However, we cannot ascertain whether. At this moment, Majin Buu and Babidi are also on Earth. The content depicted in the video pertains to events of the future. Following Jebediah's reminder, King Kai suddenly realized that even though Babidi and Majin Buu may be shown on Earth within the video, it does not necessarily mean they are currently present there. After all, the footage illustrates occurrences that have yet to transpire. Based on the timeline hinted at in the previous video, the events portrayed occur several years hence. It is conceivable that Babidi and Majin Buu have yet to arrive on Earth, which presents a troubling situation. As a realization dawned upon him, King Kai's expression soured. There exists a possibility that Babidi is also viewing this video. Should he discover that his location has been revealed, he would undoubtedly avoid Earth, thereby eluding detection. As the universe's foremost sorcerer, Babidi has every intent to conceal himself, and even King Kai would find it challenging to locate him. My lord, we could utilize the Dragon Balls, Jebet suggested at that moment. Even if the Dragon of Earth lacks sufficient power, we can summon the Namekian Dragon. We could simply inquire about Babidi's whereabouts. Indeed, Jebet, you make a compelling point. King Kai's eyes lit up with newfound clarity. How had he overlooked this? He could indeed employ the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, Lord Beerus has awakened. Even if Majin Buu were to revive, he would be but a fleeting concern before Lord Beerus. With this thought, King Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Previously, the matter of Majin Buu had weighed heavily on his mind, preventing him from relaxing. But now it seemed trivial. Not only could he utilize the Dragon Balls to ascertain Babidi's location, but with Lord Beerus now awake, Majin Buu posed little threat. Now, he could watch the video in peace. Jebet, the version of myself portrayed in the video exudes a certain grandeur, does it not? It does not tarnish my identity as King Kai. Moreover, the narration encourages the audience to remember my distinguished appearance. Does this imply that I might showcase an even more impressive visage in the future? King Kai expressed his anticipation. However, Jebediah's eyelids twitched uneasily. He sensed that matters might not unfold as King Kai envisioned. If King Kai were indeed to present a more illustrious image later, why would the narration urge the viewers to remember his current appearance? Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the 7th universe, the universe's foremost sorcerer Babidi was also watching the video. A cold smirk crept across his grotesque visage as he observed King Kai on screen. Babidi, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards King Kai for the murder of his father, relished the thought of tormenting him. He was aware that King Kai was in pursuit of him. Since the video indicated that King Kai had ventured to Earth, it was highly likely that he himself was also on Earth, thus rendering that destination off-limits. Nevertheless, he was curious whether his future self had managed to lift the seal on Majin Buu. He yearned to witness what Majin Buu truly looked like and longed to have such a powerful subordinate at his disposal. Meanwhile, the attention of other viewers remained fixated on King Kai's identity. King Kai? Another deity? Kapu, what kind of deity is this? I recall that the so-called heavenly god was merely a Namekian. Kapu, I suspect that the Supreme Kai is also an extraterrestrial. Jebit, preposterous. The Supreme Kai is a genuine deity, not a mere human. Kai indeed. The Supreme Kai transcends us four Kais and the Grand Kai, holding the highest position among the divine. He is not just an alien. Upon witnessing the misconceptions surrounding the Supreme Kai, both Jebit and Kai could not refrain from voicing their objections. It is true that the Earth's deity is an alien. However, the Supreme Kai is a true god. Moreover, he occupies the most exalted rank, equal in status to the god of destruction, albeit lacking in power compared to the latter. They could not tolerate any disparagement directed towards the Supreme Kai. Jebit and Kai's explanations astonished countless onlookers. So, does the Dragon Ball universe indeed possess deities? Authentic gods? Initially, when they discovered that the deity of the Dragon Ball world was a Namekian, they presumed that there were no gods in this realm. The so-called deities were merely extraterrestrials. Now, however, the Supreme Kai is a genuine god, and the highest-ranking one at that, not an alien. This revelation struck a profound blow to some atheists. Yet, upon reflection, they found solace. Their atheism was confined to their own world. Other realms might possess true deities, which bore no relevance to their beliefs. They remained atheists in their own world, while becoming theists in others. Now, a question arises. What brings the Supreme Kai to Earth? In his eyes, Earth must be but a tiny planet at the universe's fringe. With the Supreme Kai's presence on Earth, it is hard to believe he comes without reason. Thus, could it be that his arrival is connected to the adversary the Super Saiyan 3 is about to confront? It is highly probable. Curiosity piqued. Countless spectators continued to watch the video. In the footage, the Supreme Kai's impressive demeanor left Goku and Piccolo feeling that he was no ordinary being. This also added an element of surprise to the upcoming martial arts tournament. At the drawing venue, the 16 contestants who advanced through the preliminaries would draw lots to determine their initial opponents. Among them, Krillin was the first to take the stage. Piccolo's opponent was the Supreme Kai, while Gohan was set to face Jebit, the Supreme Kai's attendant. Android 18's opponent was Satan, and Goten and Trunks disguised themselves as a competitor named Masked Man to infiltrate the tournament. However, the most noteworthy aspect was the matchup between Goku and Vegeta. They were to face each other. This pair would clash in the very first match. When the tournament commenced, Krillin effortlessly dispatched his opponent, advancing with ease. As it came time for the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the two refrained from engaging in battle. The Supreme Kai gazed at Piccolo with a serene smile, while Piccolo, feeling utterly immobilized, regarded him with a newfound respect. Ultimately, he resolved to forfeit. Upon retreating backstage, Piccolo speculated that his opponent was the Grand Kai. However, the arrival of Jebit revealed a far more shocking truth. His adversary was none other than the Supreme Kai. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. This scene of grandeur elicited a smile from the Supreme Kai, who was not at all surprised. After all, he was indeed the Supreme Kai. Such an air of majesty was only to be expected. Given that this Piccolo had fused with the Earth's deity, it was only natural for him to feel the weight of divine pressure. Furthermore, the Supreme Kai believed that this display of grandeur was merely the beginning. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, I am remarkable. My aura is unparalleled." Chapter 70. Misled by the Supreme Kai, Babidi must indeed be terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, Videl was competing in the tournament. Her opponent was a robust man named Spabovich, marked by a black symbol on his forehead. Initially, Videl held the upper hand. However, she soon realized that no matter how fiercely she attacked, Spabovich always managed to rise again. Even when she inadvertently snapped his neck, sending his head spinning behind him, he effortlessly reattached it, displaying an unsettling nonchalance. This unnerved Videl, yet she refused to concede. The outcome was that Spabovich delivered a brutal onslaught, sending her soaring through the air, which proved futile, as he too could fly. Ultimately, Videl sustained severe injuries and lost the match. Backstage, Gohan witnessed this turn of events and transformed into a Super Saiyan, destroying his attire in the process. Had it not been for Goku's calming presence, Gohan would have charged forth to defend his wife. Spabovich is quite peculiar. His neck was broken, yet he could mend it himself, remarked Goku. Could this be related to the enemy we are to face as Super Saiyan 3? Pondered Carp. You are correct. Spabovich is under the control of the sorcerer Babidi, stated Shin. This means he has been enchanted and can no longer be considered human, he continued. Though the Supreme Kai did not recognize Spobovich, he was familiar with the symbol on his forehead, Babidi mark. Babidi possessed the ability to manipulate others, thus it was clear that Spobovich was indeed under his thrall. This also suggested that Babidi would eventually make an appearance on Earth. However, after witnessing this footage, it was likely he would refrain from doing so. Regardless, there was little cause for concern. With Lord Beerus awakened, the likes of Babidi and Majin Buu would hardly stir any significant trouble. Yet, it must be said, while Babidi is the universe's foremost sorcerer, he hardly merits a confrontation with Super Saiyan 3. Therefore, the true adversary for Super Saiyan 3 must be Majin Buu. Though it is undeniable that these Saiyans possess formidable transformations, would they truly suffice against Majin Buu? He was unaware of the true might of Super Saiyan 3. Yet he possessed knowledge of the formidable strength of Majin Buu, which was on an entirely different level compared to Cell. Though Super Saiyan 3 undoubtedly surpassed Super Saiyan 2, it appeared inadequate for confronting Majin Buu. The narration in the video elucidated that these transformations among the Saiyans essentially served as a means of amplifying their power, reflecting the base strength of the Transformats. Given Goku and his companions' inherent strength, even their transformation into Super Saiyan 3 would likely fall short against Majin Buu. At that moment, King Kai Shin maintained his regal demeanor as a deity, akin to his initial appearance in the video. Though he acknowledged the Saiyan strength, he did not regard it as overwhelmingly significant. Unbeknownst to him, however, his lofty stature was soon to be challenged. Babidi was soundly defeated, but fortunately, Goku had procured some senzu beans. The next match was set to feature Gohan against Jebit. Due to the need to administer senzu beans to Babidi, there was a brief delay in the proceedings. Upon Gohan's return to the arena, Jebit encouraged him to transform into a Super Saiyan, eager to witness the prowess of one. At that moment, Jebit, much like King Kai, retained the pride and arrogance befitting his status as a servant to the deity, dismissing the Saiyans as mere humans. Initially, Gohan hesitated, aware that transforming in front of a crowd could have significant repercussions, potentially hindering his education. Just as he wrestled with this dilemma, Piccolo called out to him with a nod of approval. Piccolo's message was clear. He urged Gohan to transform. With his mentor's endorsement, Gohan felt compelled to comply. King Kai then advised Goku and the others to remain composed, regardless of what transpired. He warned them that Spobovich and another individual named Yam would target Gohan. Krillin interjected, asserting that Gohan could handle them single-handedly. King Kai, however, disagreed, and his companions misconstrued his intent, believing that Spobovich and Yam were exceedingly powerful, perhaps even stronger than Gohan. Kakashi mused, "Why do I sense that this King Kai holds Gohan in disdain?" He further remarked, "Although Spobovich is indeed peculiar, can he truly defeat Gohan?" "Absurd," Genos chimed in. "This is reminiscent of how many in the Hero Association initially underestimated my master, thinking he was nothing special." He added, "It merely illustrates their lack of discernment." Sanji countered, "Yet he is still a King Kai, a revered deity in the Dragon Ball universe, undoubtedly well-versed in many matters." He pondered, is it possible that Spobovich and this Yam truly possess strength that rivals or surpasses Gohan? Zhang Chulan noted, "Did that King Kai not mention that these two are under Babidi's control?" Zhang Chulan remarked, "If even Babidi's minions possess such formidable strength, just how powerful must Babidi himself be?" Naruto Uzumaki responded, "I see, thus the necessity to transform into Super Saiyan 3 to confront him." Zoro added, "Indeed, this Babidi must be terrifyingly strong." Countless spectators have been misled by the Kaioshin, coming to believe that Spobich and Yamcha are exceptionally formidable beings, with Babidi being an even greater force behind them. They recalled the Kaioshin's previous description of Babidi as the universe's foremost sorcerer, which certainly sounded impressive. Amused by the barrage of comments, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Under the Kaioshin's misguided influence, the audience now perceived Babidi as a fearsome adversary that could only be challenged by Super Saiyan 3. However, he understood their perspective, as he too had initially thought Babidi was a significant threat upon his first viewing. Yet, it became evident that Majin Buu was indeed powerful, while Babidi was merely mediocre. The impression of Babidi's might was largely due to the Kaioshin's portrayal. When the Kaioshin first appeared, his air of superiority was undeniable. Yet, the reality was that he was merely a god who had not seen much of the world. While it was reasonable to be wary of Majin Buu, the Kaioshin's apprehension towards Babidi's other minions, believing that Goku and his companions stood no chance against them, revealed a lack of insight. Thus, every time Goku and his friends showcased their strength, the Kaioshin was taken aback, a stark contrast to his initial lofty demeanor. Lin Luo was certain that he was not alone in being deceived. Many others must have been misled by the newly introduced Kaioshin, thinking him an impressive and distinguished figure. This left Lin Luo quite eager to witness the reactions of the audience from all realms, including the Kaioshin himself, upon witnessing the latter's less-than-stellar performances. In Chapter 71, titled Lessons from the Video for All Realms, we see Gohan, having resolved to transform, declare, in that case, "Allow me to show you the realm I have attained beyond Super Saiyan." With that, he began his transformation, directly ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Although he had neglected his training for the past 7 years, he had mastered the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. As he transformed, the audience was left in awe. The identities of the mysterious Super Saiyan and the Golden Warrior were revealed. Gohan's classmates, including Videl, were astonished, never expecting that their classmate, Gohan, whom they had spent so much time with, would turn out to be the Golden Warrior. However, before Gohan could make a move, Spavich and Yamcha, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly leaped out, charging towards him. Their objective was to collect powerful energy, and Gohan, in his transformed state, was their target. Son Gohan sought to retaliate, yet at that moment, the Kaioshin intervened, seizing control of him. Bound by this influence, Son Gohan could only helplessly witness his energy being siphoned away by Spavich and Yamo. Once they had extracted his power, the two departed. The Kaioshin informed Goku and the others that Son Gohan would be entrusted to Jebit, urging them to follow him if they wished to uncover the truth. In pursuit of clarity regarding the unfolding events, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others chose to accompany the Kaioshin. Vegeta, initially reluctant, as his sole ambition was to engage in battle with Goku, found himself unable to deter Goku's departure and thus opted to follow suit. "This fellow is truly infuriating," Vegeta muttered, though the tone of his words bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a disgruntled spouse lamenting about her partner. After Jebit had tended to Son Gohan's wounds, he prepared to follow the Kaioshin and the others. At that moment, Videl appeared, expressing her desire to join them. Unable to refuse her, Son Gohan acquiesced. The Kaioshin and Jebit then began recounting the intricate history of the matter. It was revealed that long ago, when humanity had just begun to walk upright, a dark sorcerer named Bibidi emerged in a distant corner of the universe. Bibidi created a terrifying entity known as Majin Buu, who was solely driven by destruction and, in a brief span, annihilated several star systems. Initially, Vegeta dismissed this, believing such behavior was typical of their Saiyan kind. However, the Kaioshin, privy to Vegeta's thoughts, indicated that Majin Buu was far more formidable than he imagined. At that time, there were 5 Kaioshin, each possessing immense power capable of dispatching Frieza with a mere finger. Yet, 4 of these Kaioshin fell to the might of Majin Buu. His terror was so profound that even Bibidi, his creator, lost control over him, ultimately leading Bibidi to seal Buu away. Subsequently, the surviving Kaioshin, now present before them, seized the opportunity to eliminate Bibidi, believing that this would prevent Majin Buu's return. However, he later learned of a troubling revelation. Bibidi had a son, equally malevolent, named Babidi, who possessed the ability to release Majin Buu from his confinement. Presently, Babidi roams Earth with the sealed Majin Buu, and Spavich and Yamu are under his control. Thus, following these two might lead them to Babidi. Li Xian Nan. So, apart from Babidi, is there another Majin Buu we must confront? Li Xian Nan. Is it possible that, aside from those psychic beasts, there exists an even mightier foe we must face? Li Hao Tian. I cannot speak for your realm, but here, besides the underworld demon, we also have to contend with a being known as Luffy. Luffy. Boy, I am eager to see who will face whom. Do NMYN. So, aside from Akis, is it possible that I will have to confront other foes? The emergence of Majin Buu has led countless viewers to ponder deeply. Previously, they had believed that Babidi was the sole adversary requiring the intervention of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, now a new entity, Majin Buu, has surfaced. They remain uncertain as to whom Super Saiyan 3 is intended to combat. However, they have grasped a profound truth. The enemies they perceive may not be the only threats. Behind the current adversaries, there may lurk others. This realization has prompted many to reflect. Are the foes they face truly the entirety of the challenges that require resolution? Much like how Majin Buu stands behind Babidi, could there be even more formidable adversaries awaiting them? The possibility is certainly not to be dismissed. This has instilled a sense of vigilance in many. Moving forward, they must exercise greater caution, for other foes may emerge unexpectedly. It can only be said that the videos from the Dragon Ball universe released by Lin Luo have yielded significant insights. They not only unveil a terrifying world filled with overwhelmingly powerful foes and advanced technologies, but also impart valuable lessons. One can only conclude that these Dragon Ball videos are immensely beneficial. Within Frieza's spaceship, Frieza's expression was far from pleasant. Unlike the focus of other viewers, his attention fixated on a statement made by the Supreme Kai. What does it mean to say that I can be resolved with a mere finger? This Supreme Kai has far too little regard for me, Frieza. Indeed, Frieza was quite displeased by this remark. As the Emperor of the universe, it was unacceptable for him to be deemed so insignificant by this Supreme Kai. While Frieza had no objections to the Supreme Kai's strength, why must he be treated as a mere stepping stone to elevate the might of the Kais? Nevertheless, returning to the topic of Majin Buu, my father has warned me of 2 figures in this universe I should not provoke, the god of destruction Beerus and Majin Buu. I have already encountered Beerus, Now, only Majin Buu remains. Frieza muttered to himself, "Let me witness the true strength of this Majin Buu." A bitter pang of realization struck him. As the Emperor of the Universe, he found himself outpaced by the current version of events. Trunks, who could effortlessly defeat him, was no match for those artificial beings. And now, Majin Buu was about to make his appearance. This Universe Emperor truly felt his stature diminishing. Yet he recalled a prior statement from the video's narration, which claimed that simply performing a few push-ups would enable him to defeat Super Saiyan Goku. What could this imply? Might he appear in the future, and perhaps even grow stronger? Chapter 72. Those who insist on dragging their feet are quite irksome. Krillin, however. To return to the point, if this situation had not arisen, Goku and Vegeta would have been on the verge of battle. Krillin, the confrontation is currently hindered. I can only imagine how infuriated Vegeta must be. Tianjin. Indeed, he was quite exhilarated when he drew the opportunity to face off against Goku. Piccolo, Krillin. I suggest we focus on our own concerns for now. Piccolo, we too have accompanied Goku and the others. Do you truly believe we can be of any assistance? Krillin. Yes. A sudden wave of unease washes over me. We might find ourselves in peril. Piccolo refrained from further comment, yet he too felt a similar disquiet. After all, among those who had joined the expedition, aside from Videl, he and Krillin were the weakest. Should a confrontation with Majin Buu and Babidi arise, they would be of little help and might even become a burden. Reflecting on this, Piccolo couldn't help but smile bitterly. Once, he had been the formidable Demon King Piccolo, and he had contributed during the Saiyan invasion and on Namek. Even in the Android saga, he had played a significant role, at least managing to hold his own against Android 17. However, with the emergence of foes stronger than Cell, he feared he would soon be relegated to the same role as Yamcha, a mere background character. No, I must train harder to ensure I do not become a liability in the future. Once Bulma's father completes the gravity chamber, I shall conquer even greater levels of gravity. 100 times is insufficient. I shall strive for 1,000, 10,000, 100 million times. In any case, I refuse to be a burden. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin share this sentiment. None wish to become a hindrance. These warriors eagerly await the arrival of the gravity chamber. Seizing the opportunity before the formidable adversaries appear on the screen, they aim to strengthen themselves in advance. The Kaioshin and Kibito's narrative has provided Goku and his companions with a clearer understanding of the situation. Goku and the others are relatively unfazed, having faced numerous trials. In contrast, Videl feels as though she is deciphering an ancient tome. She has only just learned to fly and struggles to keep pace with Gohan and Kibito due to her limited power. Consequently, she is compelled to relinquish her pursuit. This outing with Gohan has enlightened her on many matters. Beyond the threats posed by Majin Buu and Babidi, she has come to realize that it was not her father who defeated Cell, but rather Gohan and his allies. She is acutely aware of her father's true capabilities. The emergence of Majin Buu and Babidi has made her recognize that Cell was not merely an illusion, but a genuine threat. She cannot fathom her father triumphing over Cell. With Videl no longer lagging behind, Gohan and Kibito accelerate their pace, preparing to catch up with the Kaioshin and Goku. Their speed astounds Videl. Here, I must commend Videl. Although her initial insistence on following Gohan was quite irksome, however, her decision to cease following them is indeed wise. At the very least, she will not be a hindrance. What? Why is Bidalai's insistence on tagging along so irksome? It stems from a lack of self-awareness. When she falters, will she not require others to assist her? Thus, if you find yourself in the company of such individuals, should a similar situation arise, either incapacitate them to prevent their participation or allow them to join, but resolutely disregard their well-being to avoid jeopardizing your own. The narrator's words resonated deeply with many, prompting nods of agreement as they recalled their own experiences. There are always those incapable of assessing their circumstances, particularly women. When events unfold, they insist on accompanying others. If they are reluctant, they will retort that even if they are unwilling, they will follow regardless, exhibiting a certain obstinacy characteristic of women, much like Bidalai before. Unbeknownst to them, such obstinacy is truly off-putting. Therefore, when they witnessed Bidalai's insistence on following son Gohan, and her declaration that if not allowed, she would go anyway, they felt a surge of irritation. Typically, those who speak in such a manner end up being a burden. It is they who insist on accompanying others, only to become a liability, requiring their friends to pick up the pieces. Even when issues arise, they expect their companions to resolve them. Out of camaraderie, they refrain from vocalizing their discontent, yet internally, they harbor a profound disdain for such behavior. Bidalai, however, exhibited a degree of self-awareness by choosing to withdraw rather than become a burden, which is commendable. The most exasperating and detestable are those devoid of such self-awareness. The narrator's commentary effectively echoed their sentiments. In the video, following Spobobik and Yamcha, the Supreme Kai and Goku arrived at a desolate expanse. Here, a passageway was revealed, flanked by two figures. One was a diminutive, grotesque old man with two antennae, Babidi. The other figure, tall and imposing, bore a symbol on his forehead. Recognizing him, the Supreme Kai was taken aback and informed Goku and the others that this individual is Dabura, the demon king of the dark magic realm, whose power is formidable. However, Dabura is currently under Babbidi's control, serving as his subordinate. Spobobic and Yamcha presented the energy they had gathered to Babbidi, anticipating a reward. Yet, Babbidi swiftly eliminated Spobobic and instructed another subordinate to dispatch Yamcha. Once these two were dealt with, he commanded Dabura to handle Goku and the others, leaving the Supreme Kai and the three individuals with immense energy, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, while the rest were to be dealt with. In the unfolding drama, it was Dabura who dealt with Jebit, Klin, and Bic. Upon receiving his orders, Dabura set his plan into motion. He swiftly approached Jebit and mercilessly took his life. Following that, he spat at Bic and Klin, and upon being touched by his saliva, they were transformed into stone. Subsequently, after casting a glance at Sun Wukong and the others, Dabura returned to his spacecraft, evidently luring them towards it with intent. The transformation of their companions into stone left Sun Wukong and his friends in profound sorrow. However, the Kaioshin cautioned them against touching the stone forms, lest they become irreversibly petrified. The implication was clear: there existed a means of restoration. Sun Wukong discerned the Kaioshin's insinuation. The solution lay in eliminating Dabura. As the Kaioshin articulated this possibility, his tone grew somber, indicating that he deemed this course of action nearly impossible. After all, Dabura was the demon king of the demon realm. To vanquish him would be no trivial feat. As the narrative progressed, the Kaioshin's previously lofty demeanor began to wane. Do you recall the grand entrance he made upon his initial appearance, embodying an air of superiority befitting his status? You shall soon witness further instances of his diminishing prestige. The audience, captivated by the narration, exchanged curious glances, having detected an unusual inflection in the narrator's tone when uttering the phrase high prestige. It carried a rather sardonic undertone. Is it just my imagination, or does it seem like the narrator's final remark had an oddly sarcastic tone? Pondered Duan Muyen. It's not merely your imagination. I noticed it too, replied Li Xingnan. So, does this imply that the Kaioshin will encounter numerous instances of diminished prestige moving forward? Inquired Zhang Chulan. There's no need to wait. It has already begun, Zhang Jiwei interjected. One can tell from the way he spoke about the method to reverse Klin and Bic's petrification. Indeed, he perceives the idea of killing Dabura as utterly inconceivable, leading him to believe that Klin and Bic will remain forever ensnared in stone, Kakashi remarked. While it is true that Dabura is heralded as a formidable demon king, is it not a bit unbecoming for a Kaioshin to be intimidated by a mere demon? Kakap added. Moreover, he seems to think that Sun Wukong and his allies stand no chance against Dabura, Kakap continued. However, many agreed with Kakup's assertion, believing that Dabura could not possibly match Sun Wukong and his companions. Despite the formidable reputation of the Demon King, they had witnessed the growth and evolution of Sun Wukong and his friends, and thus did not foresee their defeat at Dabura's hands. Beerus, your Kaioshin of the 7th universe is rather cowardly, comp-equipped, and his strength is lacking, considering he was bested by that Majin Buu 4 times. Beerus retorted. Despite these sentiments, Beerus harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the Kaioshin Shin. The latter's performance was an utter embarrassment for the 7th universe. Had it not been for the desire to spare others the ridicule of the 7th universe, he would have unleashed a barrage of criticisms. Initially, when Shin made his entrance, Beerus had found his demeanor somewhat satisfactory, as it lent a certain prestige to their universe. However, it was disheartening to witness such a swift decline. Moreover, judging by the commentary, it seemed this was not his first failure. In the realm of the 7th universe, the opponent was none other than Dabura, the Dark Demon Realm's monarch. Is it not entirely reasonable to find it impossible to vanquish him? Shin, the Kaioshin, was somewhat irked by the snide remarks of the commentary and the audience's comments. Was it truly disgraceful to be wary of Dabura? It was only natural. These individuals were oblivious to the terror that Dabura represented. While he was indeed a Kaioshin, it was entirely justifiable to be cautious. He believed that once they witnessed Dabura's true might, they would surely comprehend his stance. This was hardly a matter of losing face. But, was that truly the case? In the video, upon hearing the solution proposed by the Kaioshin, Goku uttered a statement that left Shin utterly incredulous. What? It's such a simple solution. Upon hearing Goku's words, the Kaioshin was rendered speechless, clearly taken aback by the simplicity of what he had deemed impossible. Subsequently, Goku, along with Gohan and Vegeta, soared towards Babbidi's spaceship. Although the Kaioshin repeatedly cautioned them against acting impulsively, warning that once they entered Babbidi's vessel, there would be no turning back, the trio paid him no heed. Consequently, the Kaioshin had no choice but to accompany them into Babbidi's spaceship. He informed Goku and the others that to escape the ship, they would have to defeat each formidable opponent Babbidi dispatched, layer by layer, until they reached Babbidi himself. Vegeta, however, proposed a more direct approach, suggesting they simply destroy the ship. Yet, the Kaioshin implored him not to do so, cautioning that a violent upheaval might prematurely awaken Majin Buu. Soon after, the first layer's guardian appeared, none other than the previously encountered Pui Pui. Meanwhile, Babidi, accompanied by Spopovich and Yamu, approached an egg, channeling energy into it. Rapidly, the indicator on a device situated before the egg pointed to the center, signifying that Gohan's energy was sufficient to unseal half of Majin Buu's power. Once they absorbed the energies of Goku and his companions, Majin Buu would be able to break free from his confinement. If they could injure Goku and the others, their energy would be siphoned away by the egg containing Majin Buu. When Babidi returned to his chamber, he observed through a crystal ball that Goku and his allies were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the order of their combatants. The first to enter the fray was Vegeta, followed by Son Goku, and lastly, Son Gohan. Babidi was taken aback by their actions, and even the Supreme Kai shared his astonishment. He had not anticipated that the three would wish to engage in individual combat. He informed Son Goku that Babidi had sought out several formidable warriors across the universe to control, and the creature known as Pui Pui was one of them. He urged the trio to fight together, but Son Goku insisted that Vegeta alone was sufficient. The Supreme Kai appeared skeptical, however. He soon witnessed Vegeta deliver a resounding beating to Pui Pui. Realizing that Pui Pui stood no chance against Vegeta, Babidi hastily cast a spell that altered the environment, transporting them to a distant planet. This planet was Pui Pui's birthplace, known as the High Gravity Planet, where the gravitational force was 10 times that of Earth. In Babidi and Pui Pui's view, such immense gravity would surely incapacitate Vegeta. The Supreme Kai shared this belief, urging Son Goku and Son Gohan to assist Vegeta. Yet, Son Goku merely instructed him to remain silent and observe. Vegeta declared that 10 times Earth's gravity was merely a trifle, and he felt no strain whatsoever. Pui Pui assumed he was boasting, only to soon realize the truth. Vegeta continued to pummel Pui Pui as if the tenfold gravity were non-existent. Ultimately, Vegeta effortlessly dispatched Pui Pui without sustaining a scratch. Vegeta scoffed at the notion that mere tenfold gravity posed a challenge, asserting that on his home planet, Planet Vegeta, the gravity was already 10 times that of Earth. Thus, both he and Pui Pui had been raised on a high-gravity planet. Moreover, the current Vegeta could easily handle hundreds or even thousands of times that gravity as a mere warm-up. A voiceover echoed, marking Chapter 74, The Supreme Kai. I now believe in Son Goku and his companions. The confrontation between Vegeta and Pui Pui served as yet another illustration of the Supreme Kai's elevated demeanor. He judged Son Goku and his allies through his own lens, perceiving Pui Pui as a formidable adversary and urging the trio to unite in combat. Yet, in the eyes of Son Goku and his companions, Pui Pui was merely a weakling easily vanquished with a mere flick of the wrist. It was indeed ironic for the illustrious Supreme Kai to harbor fears of such a trivial foe. I cannot help but question whether his claim of being able to defeat Frieza with a single finger was merely self-aggrandizing. His survival at the hands of Majin Buu likely stemmed from his own inadequacies. Of course, this was not the only instance of his lofty demeanor. Similar situations would soon arise. The narration of the video cast a dismal shadow over the Supreme Kai's countenance. What was meant to convey his concern for Son Goku and his friends had inadvertently become a display of his diminishing prestige. He was acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could lead to the awakening of Majin Buu. He felt compelled to justify himself. Supreme Kai, allow me to clarify. My actions in the video were solely to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Supreme Kai, if Son Goku and his companions were to inadvertently have their energy absorbed, it would undoubtedly result in the revival of Majin Buu. King Kai, you are unaware of the terrifying nature of Majin Buu. My actions are entirely justified. Vegeta, King Kai, indeed, we are not familiar with the dread that Majin Buu instills. Vegeta, however, the version of you in the video is also oblivious to our might. Vegeta, to consider a mere trash like him worthy of our combined efforts is rather insulting. Vegeta's dissatisfaction was palpable. After all, it was he who was depicted as the warrior in the video. This King Kai had summoned Kakarot and his son for assistance, which was a blatant affront to his abilities. Did he truly believe that he would sustain injuries from a foe of such insignificance? It was utterly ludicrous, particularly when this King Kai was aware that they Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyans. For him to still look down upon them and assume they needed to unite against Babidi's minions was indicative of his naivety. Goku, I find myself in agreement with Vegeta. Perhaps Majin Buu is indeed formidable. Goku, yet, based on the previous footage, King Kai, you must have conducted some research on Goku and the others. Goku, even you and Jebbit are aware of their potential to transform into Super Saiyans, yet you still harbor doubts. That is somewhat unreasonable. Kapu, it is one thing to doubt their capabilities against Majin Buu, and quite another to question their prowess against Dabura, given that he is the Demon Realm's king. Kapu, however, to dismiss even this weakling, compelling them to join forces, is decidedly inappropriate. Observing Goku and Kapu's sentiments, The others nodded in agreement. If ignorance of Goku and his companions was the issue, disbelief would be understandable. However, King Kai had clearly investigated them and was even cognizant of their ability to become Super Saiyans. In such circumstances, to still harbor doubts was perplexing. If they were to confront Majin Buu or Dabura, it might be justifiable. Yet, this weakling, who would likely be the least of Babbidi's minions, was hardly a worthy opponent for such skepticism. The fact that King Kai did not trust Goku and his allies against such a foe suggested a significant lack of discernment on his part. Perhaps he had been thoroughly intimidated by Majin Buu, though the latter had yet to make his appearance. From King Kai's perspective, his precautions were not entirely unwarranted. It is prudent to exercise caution to prevent Majin Buu's emergence. Nevertheless, to the audience, his actions diminished the dignity expected of a King Kai. Zhang Chulan. The King Kai in the video may have acted out of ignorance regarding Goku and his companions. Zhang Chulan. But what of the King Kai in reality? You have viewed the previous videos, have you not? You are aware of Goku's journey and growth. Zhang Chulan. Do you still harbor doubts about them now? King Kai. At this moment, I no longer distrust them when they face Babbidi and his subordinates. King Kai. However, should they confront Majin Buu, I shall maintain the same stance as in the video. The Supreme Kai expressed uncertainty regarding whether Goku and his companions, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, would stand a chance against Majin Buu. However, he wisely refrained from voicing this opinion, lest he be deemed inferior by those from various realms. Observing the Supreme Kai's commentary, countless spectators from across the multiverse could not help but chuckle. His perspective had shifted, which was a positive development. As for his assertion that Goku and the others would not be able to defeat Majin Buu without transforming, the audience remained silent, for they shared the same belief. If Goku and his allies could vanquish Majin Buu without transformation, the necessity for Super Saiyan 3 would have been rendered moot. This transformation likely existed specifically to confront Majin Buu. As for Babbidi, at present, he seemed rather unimpressive, possessing merely formidable magic. In the realm of fairy tale, he was regarded as the universe's preeminent sorcerer, surpassing even Jalal. His mastery of magic was unparalleled, and no one in their world could withstand it. While audiences from other realms might overlook Babbidi, the viewers from the fairy tale universe were keenly aware of his significance. After all, he was the universe's top mage. He eclipsed all the magicians in their world. Even the legendary dark mage Jalal paled in comparison before him. Yet, despite being such a formidable sorcerer, he appeared to hold little weight in the Dragon Ball universe. Magic seemed to lack prominence in this realm. One could only wonder if Majin Buu possessed any powerful spells that could showcase the true glory of magic. In the video, after effortlessly defeating Pui Pui, Goku and his companions returned to their previous chamber to await the emergence of their next adversary. Vegeta suggested they simply destroy the spaceship and head directly to Babbidi. The Supreme Kai quickly intervened, cautioning that a strong provocation might lead to the revival of Majin Buu. Nevertheless, Vegeta dismissed this concern, asserting that while Majin Buu might be formidable in the eyes of the Supreme Kai, he was hardly a threat to the Saiyans. He likened Buu to Dabura, stating that as long as they were cautious of his saliva, there was nothing to fear. Vegeta's remarks left the Supreme Kai questioning his very existence. Chapter 75. The Multiverse Excited. Can they cultivate the energy of the Dragon Ball world? Is what he says true? Goku, somewhat skeptical of Vegeta's claims, promptly inquired of him. He found it hard to believe that the Demon King's Dabura was regarded as insignificant by this group of Saiyans. After all, Dabura was a being whom even the Supreme Kai held in profound regard. He was second only to Majin Buu. Yet, according to Vegeta, he was nothing to fret over. How could the Supreme Kai possibly accept this? 7 years ago, there was a fellow named Cell, whose strength was roughly on par with Dabura. Although Son Goku did not explicitly state it, his words conveyed an acknowledgement of Vegeta's prowess. After all, Cell, whose abilities were comparable to Dabura's, had been defeated 7 years prior. Thus, Dabura could not be considered formidable. At that moment, the Supreme Kai realized the extent of his ignorance regarding the Saiyans. There might surpass his wildest imagination. It was evident that the Supreme Kai had finally grasped the formidable nature of Son Goku and his fellow Saiyans. Subsequently, one could hope he would no longer exhibit his previous naivete. Conversely, one might ponder whether the power of the Demon Realm King, Dabura, truly equated to that of Cell. The fact that Babbidi could command someone of Dabura's caliber speaks volumes of his exceptional abilities. Indeed, he is worthy of being called the universe's foremost sorcerer. Countless spectators were deeply moved. It is crucial to note that Cell was the ultimate being in the previous video, possessing immense strength. Yet, in this video Dabura, who stands on equal footing with Cell, is merely one of Babbidi's subordinates. This rapid evolution of power within the Dragon Ball universe is astonishing. I have come to understand that the ultimate antagonist from the previous video inevitably becomes a minor character in the subsequent one. To frame it in gaming terms, the formidable entities of one version are relegated to mere minions in the next. Before becoming a warrior of armor, I was a youth captivated by gaming. Thus, I can easily articulate the updates in Dragon Ball using gaming vernacular. Reflecting on the earlier video, other viewers readily concurred with my observations. The Grand Vegeta from the first video was reduced to a mere pawn under Frieza's command in the next. Frieza himself became a mere roadside obstacle in the Android saga. Now, Dabura, who rivals Cell, has been relegated to being Babidi subordinate. It seems the remnants of the old era cannot board the ship of the new age. Thus, one wonders if the mighty Majin Buu in this video will also become a mere footnote in the next. How many monsters lie hidden within the world of Dragon Ball? In the video, the second warrior to step forth is Son Goku, who is eager to engage Babidi's minions. Guarding the second tier is a towering, dark green humanoid beast with sharp claws. The beast is known as Yajirobe. The Supreme Kai recognized the adversary's identity, and just as he began to comprehend the Saiyan's formidable strength, he faltered again, believing that Goku alone could not contend with the beast Yajirobe, thus calling upon Vegeta and Gohan for assistance. Naturally, Vegeta and Gohan paid him no heed, and instead stood by to observe. Despite Yajirobe's massive size, he was surprisingly swift. Moreover, he could extend sharp tendrils from his wrists, catching Goku off guard and tearing his clothing, though fortunately, he sustained no injuries. In an effort to ensure Yajirobe's easier victory, Babidi once again cast his spell, transforming the environment of the battle room and transporting Sun Wukong and others, along with the monster Yigo, to a realm engulfed in darkness. According to the Supreme Kai, this was the planet of Yi Ji's origin, situated at the edge of the universe, a place where even the light of distant stars could not penetrate. Thus, it remained shrouded in complete blackness. However, his old habit resurfaced, as he worried that in such an environment, Sun Wukong would not be a match for Yigo, prompting him to seek assistance from Gohan and Vegeta. Yet, the two merely ignored him, insisting that he observe from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Yigo launched an attack on Sun Wukong. Although others could not see, Yigo had a clear view. Cautiously, he approached Sun Wukong, making not a sound, intending to eliminate him stealthily. However, to his astonishment, all of his strikes were evaded by Sun Wukong. In fact, Sun Wukong even delivered a kick to him, as if he could perceive Yi Ji's presence. Can you see me? Yigo pondered in confusion. Your movements create disturbances in the ki flow. Moreover, there are countless ways to perceive your presence. For instance, with that, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. The once dark space suddenly radiated with light. Actually, I wanted to mention that the strong in the Dragon Ball world seem to possess a perception of something called ki, Carper marked. This allows them to ascertain a person's location and identity without relying on sight. How do they accomplish that? Kakashi added, indeed, it appears they do not use their eyes to lock onto a target, but rather rely on sensing ki. Is this ki similar to the chakra from our world? He inquired. This ki should be the energy of the Dragon Ball universe, akin to the chakra in your Naruto world and the gourmet cell energy in our Food Wars universe, Alu explained. The ki of the Dragon Ball world is significantly more potent than the energy in our realms, Ichigo stated. Not only does it grant the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe terrifying power, but it also enables them to perform various feats, such as flying freely through the air. While the ability to fly is not exclusive to the Dragon Ball universe, in other worlds, those who can fly are undoubtedly top-tier warriors or possess unique abilities. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, flying has become a standard trait among the strong, with even an ordinary person like Videl capable of soaring through the sky with ease. In our world, we often say that people strive for a breath of life. Could this ki be related to the ki in the Dragon Ball universe? Duamuyin questioned. In truth, everyone possesses ki within them. Lacking ki is akin to being lifeless, Krillin explained. The only difference is that the vast majority do not know how to harness their ki. Upon reading Krillin's comments, countless individuals from various realms became excited. Everyone possesses ki. Does that mean there is ki within us as well? If we can learn to adeptly wield our ki and enhance it, could we not also reach the threshold of strength seen in the Dragon Ball universe? They do not aspire to possess the prowess of Saiyans like Sun Wukong or Sun Gohan. Even a fraction of the abilities exhibited by Earthlings such as Krillin and Yamcha would suffice to satisfy them. Chapter 76. The strength that Sun Gohan could attain through diligent training is beyond imagination. Cap, is the haki of our world also a form of chi? Could it enhance our strength? Do NMYN. Krillin, could you kindly enlighten us on how to harness and cultivate chi? Upon hearing Do NMYN's inquiry, the other spectators shared a profound anticipation. If they could learn the methods of utilizing and cultivating chi, might they not be able to transition into the power system of the Dragon Ball universe? This would surely surpass the strength of their own world. A mere Master Rashi could easily dominate their realm. Du NMYN, Li Xinan, and Li Haoyan, who are armor summoners, along with Tiandao Zongxi, Xiao Yi, and Xiang Tailang, the Kamen Riders, were equally eager. If they could train in chi, would they not be able to battle monsters with their physical forms? Armor would merely serve as a limitation. Even Dagu, Asuka, and Wameng, who are Ultraman human forms, would benefit similarly. If they could cultivate chi, They could confront monsters with their own strength. Should their power surpass that of their transformed Ultraman forms, transformation would no longer be necessary. However, all this hinges on one crucial condition. They must truly acquire the methods to utilize and cultivate Qi. Krillin, I am uncertain if our power system can be of assistance to you. Krillin, Master Roshi, what is your perspective? Master Roshi, we can certainly give it a try, but for now, let us focus on watching the video. Master Roshi, we shall discuss these matters after we have finished watching the video. Krillin, indeed. Witnessing Master Roshi's willingness to experiment, countless beings across myriad realms, including those at the pinnacle of their respective worlds, were profoundly exhilarated. Once they finished watching the video from the Dragon Ball universe, they would have the opportunity to receive guidance from its powerful beings and attempt to cultivate Qi. How could this not ignite their excitement? After calming their emotions, the audience resumed watching the video. In the footage, after Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, the Beast Jaeger opened its mouth to consume Sun Wukong's energy. Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state, and the surroundings grew dim. The Supreme Kai informed Son Gohan that the Beast Jaeger could devour light. Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan was inadvertently providing energy to his adversary. Son Gohan conveyed this insight to his father, asserting that he could defeat the foe without transforming. Yet Sun Wukong urged him not to intervene, and once again transformed into a Super Saiyan. The Beast Jaeger resumed its energy absorption from Sun Wukong. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed an even more formidable energy, causing the Beast Jaeger to explode. Witnessing this spectacle and feeling the intensity of Sun Wukong's power, Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. The power that Sun Wukong unleashed earlier exceeded even his own expectations. This surge of strength laid the groundwork for a series of subsequent actions by Vegeta. The proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, found himself once again struck down. The narration stirred immense curiosity among countless viewers regarding Vegeta's next course of action. With two of his subordinates swiftly dealt with, Babidi recognized the extraordinary nature of Sun Wukong and his companions. To assuage Babidi's concerns, Dabura resolved to intervene personally. Babidi harbored some reservations about Dabura, for without the resurrection of Majin Buu, Dabura was his most formidable trump card. Control? I am the king of the demon realm. There is no one in this world who demands my full strength, Dabura arrogantly declared before heading to the battle arena. Meanwhile, the third contestant on Sun Wukong's side was Sun Wufan. Vegeta remarked that Wufan had squandered 7 years of training, and both he and Kakarot had surpassed him in strength. Wufan sheepishly scratched his head at this observation. Upon witnessing Dabura's arrival, the Kaioshin was taken aback, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained unfazed. Their sole sentiment being that Babidi had exhausted his options by sending out Dabura. Likewise, the battleground for Wufan and Dabura shifted to a different location, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta refrained from interfering in Wufan's combat. Simultaneously, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wutian and Trunks, disguised as masked fighters, had their identities exposed due to Android 18's attack, resulting in their disqualification. Android 18 transferred the championship title to Satan for a sum of 20 million. The two youngsters encountered a returning Videl, from whom they learned of Babidi and Majin Buu's affairs. Subsequently, the mischievous duo decided to investigate Babidi and Majin Buu. At this moment, Sun Wufan and Dabura engaged in a fierce clash, each trading blows on equal footing. From this encounter, we can infer that had Wufan not injured himself while rescuing Vegeta, even the formidable Lightning Cell would not have been his equal. After 7 years of neglect, being able to contend with Dabura, who was on par with Cell, was quite remarkable. Vegeta had previously mentioned that Wufan's strength had diminished considerably compared to 7 years ago. As for whether Dabura was concealing his true power, while it is a possibility, it seems unlikely. His objective was to inflict harm upon Wufan. Thus he would aim to incapacitate him swiftly rather than hold back. Moreover, had Wufan not squandered these 7 years of training, Majin Buu would have been easily vanquished upon his emergence. Pikin, Wufan, do you hear me? You have been far too negligent in your training. Sun Wukong, indeed, Wufan. Had you not wasted your training, Majin Buu would not stand as your adversary. Both Pikin and Sun Wukong, as Wufan's mentors, expressed their frustration over his lack of dedication to training. Chi-Chi, you too. Gohan's aspiration is to become a scholar. Why must you insist on him training? Naturally, as a mother, Chi-Chi is quite displeased. However, her ire is directed towards Goku and Piccolo. Meanwhile, the other spectators lament Gohan's neglect of his training. After all, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 at the tender age of 9. Had he not squandered the past 7 years, how formidable could he have become? The thought is almost too daunting to comprehend. Even if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 during those 7 years, it would not have surprised them in the least. Regrettably, such a prodigious youth has let his training slip away. Without consistent practice, even the greatest talent is rendered futile. Yet, they hold their tongues, for they are merely outsiders. As for Gohan, though he is only 4 years old and still quite young, he can grasp the essence of his 16-year-old self depicted in the video. After all, he had already defeated Cell, achieving world peace. He has never been fond of fighting. And in a time of tranquility, it is only natural for him to forego training. Chapter 77. The fateful confrontation between Goku and Vegeta. In the video, as Gohan struggles to defeat Dabura, Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, grows increasingly anxious. His agitation captures Dabura's attention. He instructs Babidi to relocate them to the spaceship. And soon Dabura approaches Babidi. He proposes that Babidi can manipulate Vegeta, inciting him to engage in a battle to the detriment of both himself and Goku. Babidi, sensing the malevolence within Vegeta, begins to cast a spell, thereby controlling him and awakening his latent potential. Under this coercion, Vegeta clutches his head and screams, his expression contorted in agony. Witnessing this, the Supreme Kai comprehends the situation and urges Vegeta to focus and resist Babidi's influence. Alas, it proves futile. Once Vegeta regains his composure, a sinister symbol appears on his forehead, the mark of Babidi. This signifies that Vegeta is under Babidi's control. Subsequently, Babidi prepares an appropriate battleground for them, transporting them back to the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Their arrival captures the attention of all present. Vegeta smirks at Goku and nonchalantly strikes the audience, causing considerable casualties. The spectators begin to flee, igniting chaos. Kakarot, fight me. Unless you wish for these people to perish again, Vegeta declares, launching another assault, resulting in even more lives lost at his hands. This scene leaves countless onlookers in stunned silence. The rapidity of these events raises questions. How did Vegeta fall under control so swiftly? Moreover, he is unleashing havoc upon innocent civilians. Vegeta has been controlled. This is disastrous. Goku now faces a formidable new foe, exclaims Trunks. Babidi can only control those with malevolent thoughts, the Supreme Kai observes. Vegeta's dark desires have been uncovered, thus leading to his subjugation by Babidi. Naruto Uzumaki. I originally believed that after living on Earth for 7 years, Vegeta would have transformed into a good person. Naruto Uzumaki. To my surprise, he remains a villain. Frieza. Oh ho ho. How naive you all are to think that Vegeta could change for the better. Frieza. Don't you understand the saying that a dog can't change its nature? There is only one Saiyan like Goku. Vegeta. Frieza, you bastard. Don't you dare take this opportunity. You better pray that you won't change either. Frieza, Vegeta. Do you honestly think I would assist Goku and the others like the version of you in the video? Frieza. Although the version of you in the video is still a villain, at least he helped Goku and his friends. Frieza. But I, Frieza, absolutely will not. Even in death, I will never aid Goku. Frieza spoke with unwavering conviction, brimming with confidence. He was resolute in his refusal to assist Goku and his companions. After all, there exists an unbreakable grudge between him and Goku. How could he ever lend a hand to Goku? Furthermore, what circumstances could possibly compel him to help Goku? Thus, this was simply impossible. Such an occurrence would never transpire. He could assure that with complete confidence. Observers who had previously seen the video, having gained insight into Frieza's character, believed in his assurance wholeheartedly. To them, Frieza was an even more wicked villain than Vegeta. How could he possibly assist Goku? Of course, one individual held a differing opinion. West City. Frieza. Oh Frieza, how fervently you proclaim your certainty. I wonder how you will feel when you witness your performance in the Tournament of Power. Lin Luo murmured, his tone laced with anticipation, while others remained oblivious. He was well aware. Frieza would never help Goku, yet in the Tournament of Power, he had exerted considerable effort. When Frieza sees his own performance, his reaction is bound to be spectacular. Ichigo Kurosaki. So, besides dealing with Babidi and Majin Buu, Goku and the others must also confront Vegeta? Genos, I see. Because Vegeta was controlled, he injured Goku and Gohan, leading to their energy being absorbed. Saitama. And then, Majin Buu appeared, correct? Countless spectators comprehended the situation. They now understood how Majin Buu came into existence. It was indirectly released by Vegeta. Duan Muyan. One could say that everything began with that rock-paper-scissors match. Duan Muyan. If the outcome of that match had not resulted in Gohan being the third to enter, but rather had someone else face Dabura, Duan Muyan, then perhaps Vegeta would not have been controlled. Zhang Chulan. No, Vegeta could not have faced Dabura either. Otherwise, Dabura would still discover that Vegeta was susceptible to control. Zhang Chulan. Thus, the optimal allocation would be for Sun Wukong to engage with Dabura, while the distribution of Vegeta and Son Gohan could be left to chance. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, regardless of whether it be the likes of Pippi or the Beast, Vegeta and Son Gohan would effortlessly triumph over them. Regrettably, this remains a mere ideal allocation. The current predicament is that Vegeta has fallen under control. Before the emergence of Majin Buu, Sun Wukong and the others must contend with the ensnared Vegeta. Vegeta has slain spectators twice, aiming to compel Sun Wukong into combat. Sun Wukong, perceiving the underlying truth, transformed into a Super Saiyan after a moment of contemplation. He revealed a portion of the truth. stating that Vegeta had intentionally allowed himself to be controlled with the objective of battling him. Vegeta confirmed this, admitting that he indeed had orchestrated his own subjugation. The Supreme Kai was taken aback, unable to fathom that Vegeta had been deliberately ensnared for such a foolish reason. Vegeta's ire was ignited by the term foolish. Foolish? You deem this foolish? This is my very essence. My purpose is to engage in battle with Kakarot. He can only return to the mortal realm for a day, and I have awaited this day for eons. Yet, you, Supreme Kai, have intervened. Along with Babidi and that Majin Buu, you obstruct my battle with Kakarot. Thus, the only way forward is for me to be controlled by Babidi, allowing Kakarot and I to clash. Perhaps sensing Vegeta's unwavering resolve, Sun Wukong understood that he could not evade this fated confrontation. He resolved to engage Vegeta in battle, stipulating but one condition, that Babidi provide them with a different arena for their duel. Chapter 78. Remember Sun Wukong's words, for they shall be tested later. Sun Wukong consented to fight Vegeta, yet the Supreme Kai opposed. For if Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to clash, injuries would inevitably ensue. In such a case, their energy would be absorbed by Majin Buu, leading to his revival. The Supreme Kai stood before Sun Wukong, asserting that if he wished to battle Vegeta, he must first defeat him. Faced with the Supreme Kai's obstruction, Sun Wukong remained silent, raising his hand as a sphere of energy coalesced within it. He had demonstrated his determination through action. Even with the Supreme Kai standing in his way, he would not hesitate to strike. Sun Wukong's actions astonished both the Supreme Kai and Sun Gohan, as well as catching Vegeta off guard. Clearly, they had not anticipated Sun Wukong's intent to confront the Supreme Kai. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai faltered and stepped aside. Babidi acquiesced to Sun Wukong's condition, transporting them to a desolate expanse where they could unleash their full potential in battle. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, the apprentice Supreme Kai Zamasu observed the footage with palpable disdain. A Supreme Kai, reduced to such a pitiful state before mere mortals. How dare these humans show such blatant disrespect towards a deity? Zamasu held contempt for both the Supreme Kai Shin and Sun Wukong, viewing Supreme Kai Shin as having tarnished the dignity of the divine by compromising with humans. Zamasu's disdain for Son Goku stemmed from the audacity of a mere human daring to confront a deity. Such an act was a profound disrespect towards the divine. In that moment, Zamasu's conviction in his beliefs intensified. He was resolute in his desire to eradicate all of humanity. The very existence of humans was an affront that should not be tolerated. If they dared to threaten the gods now, what might they attempt in the future? However, he was merely an apprentice Kaishin at present, and to transform his thoughts into reality would require careful planning. In the realm of the 7th universe, the Kaishin's countenance was far from pleasant. He felt utterly insignificant in the presence of Goku and the other Saiyans. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated the immense power that these Saiyans possessed. Perhaps there was no need for Lord Beerus to intervene. Could these Saiyans vanquish Majin Buu on their own? Ha ha ha. Beerus, your Kaishin of the 7th universe seems rather cowardly. Kampa exclaimed. Silence, Kampa. As if your Kaishin of the 6th universe is not equally intimidated by Goku. Beerus retorted, clearly aware that if the Kaishin did not yield, Goku would indeed take action. He felt relieved that the Kaishin possessed sufficient self-awareness to step aside. Had the Kaishin fallen to Goku's hands, would not Beerus, the god of destruction, also meet his demise? That would be an unjust fate, dying in his slumber. Yet, the Kaishin ought to have realized that if Goku wished to spar with Vegeta, he should let them engage. Did he not comprehend the significance of his own life? Any harm that befell him could result in a tragic outcome for both him and Beerus. Fortunately, during the chaos wrought by Majin Buu, not all the Kaishins were slain. Otherwise, Beerus would have perished then and there. Humph. I shall see what capabilities this Majin Buu possesses. Beerus was exceedingly displeased with the creature that had nearly taken his life. Once he had viewed the pertinent footage, he would seek out Buu and obliterate him. In the video, prior to battling Vegeta, Goku bestowed one of his 2 remaining Senzu beans upon Gohan to restore his strength. As Gohan was destined to accompany the Kaioshin in pursuit of Babidi and Dabura, Goku urged Gohan to recall the feelings he experienced when confronting Cell. If he could harness his anger, none in this world would stand against him. Gohan, however, felt a twinge of regret for his father, as Goku had returned to the mortal realm to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, only to encounter such unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, the Kaioshin and Gohan prepared to board their spaceship. Yet, Babidi would not allow them to proceed unimpeded. He commanded Vegeta to obstruct their path. After enduring considerable torment, Vegeta ultimately chose to defy Babidi's orders, marking the first occasion that one under his control dared to refuse his command. Once again, he issued a command. Yet Vegeta remained steadfast in his refusal. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Even if my body is under your control, my dignity shall remain unyielded. Despite being manipulated by Babidi, Vegeta defied his orders. Babidi, displeased, recognized that Vegeta was merely a vessel for gathering energy. as long as he engaged in battle with Goku. Thus, Babidi paid little heed to Vegeta's insubordination. Once Gohan and the Supreme Kai departed, Goku's focus returned to Vegeta. I do not wish to be injured and inadvertently facilitate the resurrection of Majin Buu, so I shall unleash my full power from the outset. Vegeta expressed immense anticipation at Goku's declaration. Subsequently, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta praised Goku's strength, acknowledging that he had surpassed the Gohan of yore. In response, he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2, showcasing a power that rivaled Goku's. This realization led Goku to understand that swiftly concluding this battle would be a formidable challenge. The narrator's remark about Goku's full power left the audience momentarily stunned before they began to ponder. Could it be that Goku has not truly unleashed his full potential? Kakarot mused. It seems likely, for the narrator would not draw our attention to such a statement otherwise. Could it be that Goku has already attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3? Speculated Ichigo. That seems improbable, based on prior footage. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation occurs during the battle against Majin Buu, Kakashi countered. I suspect Goku is concealing some of his strength. Countless viewers concluded that Goku was indeed holding back, yet one individual found this notion intolerable. Impossible. Kakarot could not possibly be hiding power. Vegeta exclaimed, unable to fathom that Kakarot might conceal strength during their confrontation. For him, it was a profound insult. He could not accept that even under Babidi's control, he was still no match for Kakarot. Such a reality was unthinkable. Whether Goku is hiding his strength will soon be revealed, Yamcha remarked. Since the narrator has drawn our attention to it, the truth will certainly come to light. He added, however, the revelation may be difficult for you to accept, Vegeta. Despite his words, Yamcha eagerly anticipated the moment Vegeta's composure would shatter. After all, Vegeta was rather detestable, having not only slain his comrades, but also stolen his beloved. Chapter 79. This is all part of Vegeta's plan. Truth be told, he is simply too weak. I refuse to believe that Kakarot is still hiding strength. Vegeta declared. I intend to discover why the narrator insists we remember this statement. Though a sense of unease lingered within him, Vegeta remained resolute in his defiance. He found it impossible to accept, to convince himself that Kakarot truly concealed his strength. Yet unbeknownst to him, the more obstinate he became, the more painful the repercussions would be. The fateful clash between Goku and Vegeta, this pair of eternal adversaries, finally commenced. Their strengths were nearly equivalent, rendering it impossible to determine a victor in a brief skirmish. They exchanged blows, neither yielding ground. Before long, numerous scars adorned their bodies. Witnessing Vegeta hold his ground against him, Goku was taken aback. I initially believed my rigorous training in the other world had granted me an advantage. I never imagined I would find myself evenly matched with you. Vegeta, you must have trained even harder than I did. However, in response to Goku's speculation, Vegeta shook his head. No, you are mistaken, Kakarot. Deep down, I understand that no amount of effort on my part can ever allow me to surpass you. But how is it that? Goku was perplexed, questioning how Vegeta's power could rival his own. Vegeta then revealed to Goku the ordinary individuals, Spopovich and Yamo, who had appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Those two were merely mortals, yet after being manipulated by Babidi, they gained extraordinary strength. Thus, he surmised that being under Babidi's control could unlock power beyond one's limits. So, you deliberately allowed yourself to be controlled by Babidi. Goku comprehended fully, recognizing that Vegeta's choice to submit to Babidi was motivated by two reasons. One, to engage in battle with him, and the other, to attain greater strength. I wish to revert to my former self, to become the merciless being I once was. After having a family and living on Earth these past few years, I have come to appreciate this life. Therefore, I want to be controlled by Babidi, to return to who I was. Unconcerned with anything but having a proper fight with you. Thanks to that, my spirits are soaring. Vegeta confided in Goku his innermost thoughts. Vegeta, is that truly the case? Yet Goku discerned the hidden truth behind Vegeta's words. Do you all recall what I said when I defeated the beast, Yajirobe? It was precisely the immense energy unleashed during that battle that prompted Vegeta's subsequent actions. Now, do you understand the significance of those words? A voice echoed, elucidating the meaning behind them. Vegeta, having witnessed Goku's formidable energy, realized that his training over the years paled in comparison to Goku's. Thus, he chose to intentionally allow himself to be controlled by Babidi, in pursuit of the strength to contend with Goku. Had he believed he could match Goku, he might not have resorted to such a drastic measure. Upon hearing the voice's explanation, countless spectators were filled with emotion. So, the origin of Vegeta's control lies here. Waring states, I see now I understand. As a strategist, upon hearing the narration and reflecting on Vegeta's previous actions, enlightenment dawned upon him. So, during the battle between Son Gohan and Dabura, he deliberately feigned impatience to draw Dabura's attention, remarked Zhangguo. He did this intentionally, aiming to let Babidi know that he could be controlled, thereby allowing Babidi to manipulate him, added Duan Muyan. Is Vegeta truly so cunning? So, everything was part of a grand design, pondered Li Xian Nan. To put it plainly, it's because Vegeta is lacking. Thus he must willingly submit to Babidi to enhance his strength, Duanmu Yin clarified. But hasn't he grown fond of life on Earth? Why would he resort to such measures? Questioned Gu. His actions would surely sadden Bulma and Trunks, he continued, expressing his confusion. Were he in Vegeta's position? With a child and a wife, he would never forsake such a blissful existence. Does Vegeta wish to revert to his former self? Isn't the current Vegeta precisely the person he aspired to become? Queried Krillin. Indeed, but now that Vegeta is aware of future events, will he choose to alter his path? Reflected Piccolo. If the Vegeta from the video were to learn that his past self made a change, it wouldn't be a return to his former self, he mused. Change. Why would I change? I will not change, exclaimed Vegeta, coldly snorting within the spaceship. Even knowing the future, he remained resolute in his refusal to alter his nature. He was still the merciless Vegeta. The version of him in the video performed admirably and displayed remarkable cunning. All was according to his design. Yet, despite these thoughts, Vegeta instinctively glanced at the comments section. Upon seeing the absence of Bulma's name among the comments, he exhaled a sigh of relief, though he could not fathom why. Perhaps it was the dread of witnessing Bulma's disappointment in him? What irked him, however, was the fact that the version of himself in the video still could not surpass Kakarot, resorting to the means of being controlled by Babidi to bolster his power. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, why was he perpetually unable to eclipse Kakarot, this lowly warrior? He was perplexed. That aside, both Son Goku and Vegeta are injured. Their energy must have been absorbed by Majin Buu, Zhang Chulan stated. Majin Buu is on the verge of revival, but with Vegeta under Babidi's control, his energy is rendered useless, Sanji noted. Yet, Son Goku's energy alone should suffice, countered Uchiha Sasuke. Previously, Son Gohan's energy was enough to provide half of what Majin Buu requires to revive, and combined with Son Goku's energy, it will undoubtedly be sufficient, he elaborated. Thus, it follows that Majin Buu has gathered enough energy and is about to awaken, Zhang Jiwei concluded. This is bad, exclaimed Piccolo. Gohan and the Supreme Kai journeyed to Babidi's lair. If Majin Buu awakens, then Gohan Piccolo began to express his concern for Gohan. Should Majin Buu truly resurface, Gohan and the Supreme Kai would merely be walking into a death trap. Other spectators shared this apprehension, their worries for Gohan and the Supreme Kai mounting alongside a flicker of anticipation. They were eager to behold the form of Majin Buu, soon to be revealed. Chapter 80. Is this Majin Buu? He appears rather adorable. In the video, Gohan and the Supreme Kai stood before Babidi. Just as Gohan prepared to engage Dubra once more, a commotion erupted behind Babidi. He turned, and in the next moment, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. The instrument before Majin Buu's egg had reached its peak, indicating that the energy required for Buu's revival had been fully gathered. The Supreme Kai was puzzled as to how the energy had amassed so swiftly. Gohan deduced the truth, explaining that his father and Vegeta were currently battling at a power level that surpassed that of Super Saiyan. The damage they inflicted, along with the injuries they sustained, was significant. Due to their wounds, their energy had been absorbed. Although the energy had been collected, Gohan resolved to make one final effort. He concentrated his energy and unleashed a Kamehameha towards Majin Buu's egg. The egg was sent flying and soon shattered. However, much to Babidi's overwhelming excitement and the Supreme Kai's grave concern, the cracked egg released nothing but a cloud of smoke. This revelation astonished both Babidi and the Supreme Kai. I understand now. Majin Buu must have been sealed within the egg for too long, rendering him lifeless. The Supreme Kai speculated with great joy. The absence of Majin Buu was indeed the best news. Yet, Babidi was incredulous. After expending such effort to break the seal on Majin Buu, had it all been in vain? The Supreme Kai, elated, shared his joy with Gohan. However, Gohan's expression was one of seriousness. No, something is amiss. What an overwhelming energy, he exclaimed, gazing upward. The Supreme Kai followed suit, observing the pink mist enveloping the sky. This smoke had just emerged from the egg. Then, to the astonishment of Gohan, the Supreme Kai, and the others, the mist coalesced into a figure, a plump, pink form adorned with a singular antenna sprouting from the back of its head. Aside from the Supreme Kai, none present had ever encountered Majin Buu. Upon seeing the figure, the Supreme Kai's countenance darkened. No, it can't be. That is Majin Buu. I shall never forget that face. He gritted through clenched teeth. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Majin Buu had ultimately made his appearance. As he gazed at the image of Majin Buu on the screen, the Supreme Kai's expression remained grave. Although Majin Buu only appears in the video, the psychological shadow he casts is undeniably profound. Even through the screen, it compels his expression to turn grave. Observing the comments from other viewers, he feels a sense of helplessness. Sanji, is this Majin Buu? He looks rather adorable. Ichigo Kurosaki, indeed. I expected someone called a demon to look far more terrifying. Unexpectedly, he is quite charming. Naruto Uzumaki. Compared to this Majin Buu, I find Babidi to resemble a demon more. Lena, if the image of this Majin Buu could be made into a doll, it would surely sell like hotcakes. While he understands that Majin Buu may indeed be frightful, his appearance elicits exclamations of cuteness from numerous spectators. After all, the plump Majin Buu is undeniably endearing. In fact, several toy manufacturers are preparing to produce dolls modeled after Majin Buu for sale. As for the issue of image rights, surely, Majin Buu cannot traverse worlds to demand royalties from them. In a certain corner of the 7th universe, Babidi ponders, is this the Majin Buu created by my father? The image of this Majin Buu differs somewhat from his expectations. Can this rotund figure truly be the terrifying demon his father conjured? He glances at the egg beside him, which seals away this peculiar being. So, where lies the terror of this Majin Buu? Kaioshin, do not be deceived by his appearance. Kaioshin, Majin Buu is, in fact, an exceedingly fearsome entity. The Kaioshin feels it is imperative to caution the other viewers. Compass, by the way, this Majin Buu seems somewhat familiar. Doesn't he bear a resemblance to our Kaioshin from the 6th universe? Kaioshin, this Majin Buu took on this form after absorbing the Grand Kaioshin. Kaioshin, thus, his likeness to the Grand Kaioshin is understandable. Beerus, Compass, do you think it is possible that this Grand Kaioshin and your 6th universe's Kaioshin are brothers? Compass, it is not outside the realm of possibility. Watching the discussion between Beerus and Compass, Lin Luo finds amusement in their banter. Although the original narrative does not delve into the relationship between the Grand Kaioshin and the Kaioshin of the 6th universe, the notion of them being brothers is not implausible. After all, if the gods of destruction are siblings, it would be quite reasonable for the Kaioshin to share a similar bond. Yet, who would have thought that this Grand Kaioshin, absorbed by Majin Buu, once sealed away Moro? Perhaps it was his expenditure of divine power in sealing Moro that rendered him susceptible to being absorbed by Majin Buu afterward. In his prime, the Grand Kaioshin could likely have defeated Majin Buu. Nevertheless, it must be reiterated that these viewers are indeed easily misled by appearances. Though Majin Buu may appear adorable, he is, in truth, a profoundly fearsome presence. If Majin Buu were to appear before them, unbeknownst to his true nature, they might mistakenly perceive him as a benevolent being. One must not be deceived by the superficial appearances of things. Some entities and individuals that seem harmless can, in truth, be exceedingly fearsome. Upon his emergence, Majin Buu engaged in self-amusement, his demeanor and appearance leaving Babidi and Gohan, who were unaware of his identity, perplexed. Is this truly Majin Buu? He appears almost childlike. Meanwhile, Dabura, the demon king of the underworld, could not resist mocking him. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Dabura considered it a foolish act for Majin Buu to challenge him. Soon enough, he learned a harsh lesson. In merely 2 moves, a jab to the eye and a swift kick, Majin Buu rendered Dabura unconscious. The display of power astonished both Gohan and Babidi, confirming that Majin Buu was indeed a terrifying entity. Babidi was elated, seemingly indifferent to Dabura's fate. However, Majin Buu was not inclined to heed his commands. Nevertheless, under Babidi's threat of re-imprisonment, Majin Buu chose to comply. Babidi's first command to Majin Buu was to eliminate Gohan and the Supreme Kai. In Chapter 81, Majin Buu's magic led to Dabura's tragic demise. Seeing Babidi order Majin Buu to kill Gohan, Piccolo felt a surge of urgency. He had not yet fused with the Supreme Kai, thus felt no reverence towards him. The Supreme Kai's fate was of little concern to him. However, Gohan's safety weighed heavily on his mind. If Dabura, who was comparable to Cell, could be defeated in 2 moves by Majin Buu, what fate awaited Gohan, who had previously been evenly matched with Dabura? It could easily be a matter of just 2 moves. Moreover, there was no one to save him. Vegeta was under control, and Goku was occupied with Vegeta. At this juncture, it seemed that Gohan's demise at the hands of Majin Buu was nearly inevitable. Naruto exclaimed, "Wow! Majin Buu appears so adorable and behaves like a child." He continued, "I never imagined he could be so terrifying. He defeated Dabura in just 2 moves. Duan Mu Yen remarked, "This is truly a case of being outdated. The previous version of Cell would be dispatched by Majin Buu in merely 2 moves. Lee Sinan added, "If the prior version of Frieza were to face this version, would he not be utterly overmatched?" Frieza, feeling a desire to protest, found himself at a loss for words. The mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza, reduced to a mere bystander in the context of the androids, found himself without even the standing to be a mere footnote in the saga of Majin Buu. It is no wonder that his father warned him to never provoke the fiend known as Majin Buu. Indeed, he is an extraordinarily terrifying entity. Fortunately, Majin Buu is sealed away. Otherwise, what would become of Frieza? The entire universe would face annihilation at the hands of Majin Buu, rendering any aspirations of planetary real estate futile. Nevertheless, one must ponder, why did Beerus not intervene during Majin Buu's rampage? Could it be that Beerus is not a match for Majin Buu? That seems unlikely, as Beerus is a god of destruction. Or perhaps, when Majin Buu was wreaking havoc, Beerus was merely slumbering? That is certainly a possibility. Regardless, he has now witnessed the formidable power of Majin Buu. Furthermore, according to the Kaioshin, Majin Buu possesses the ability to absorb others' capabilities. Is it conceivable that he could grow even stronger? If Majin Buu were to absorb Goku, it would indeed be a most amusing spectacle. Frieza eagerly anticipates this event. He yearns to see Majin Buu absorb both Goku and Vegeta. After all, the version of himself in this video has been dead for quite some time, and the chaos of the universe no longer concerns him. In fact, he would welcome the turmoil. At this moment, the attention of countless spectators is riveted on Majin Buu and Gohan. Although they believe that Gohan is likely beyond salvation, they still harbor a glimmer of hope for a miracle. What if a miracle were to indeed occur? For instance, what if Gohan were to become enraged once more and transform into Super Saiyan 3? In the video, following Babidi orders, Majin Buu commences his assault. Despite Gohan's valiant resistance, he is utterly no match for Majin Buu. His attacks, while capable of creating craters upon impact, are swiftly undone as Majin Buu effortlessly restores himself. This astonishing regenerative ability leaves Gohan in awe. As for the Kaioshin, he is rendered utterly powerless, akin to a toy at the mercy of Majin Buu. Just as Majin Buu prepares to eliminate the Kaioshin, Gohan delivers a powerful kick that sends Majin Buu flying. Yet, this proves ineffective. Majin Buu retaliates with a colossal energy sphere, hurling Gohan away. The Kaioshin, summoning his final reserves of strength, detonates the energy sphere to propel Gohan to safety. For he knows that if Gohan were to be struck by it, he would be flung to an unknown fate. As Majin Buu readies to strike the Kaioshin once more, he is pierced by a long spear. The assailant is none other than Dabra. However, Babidi is far from pleased with Dabra's intervention. With Majin Buu at his disposal, Dabra, once his most trusted subordinate, has become a relic of the past. Dabra warns Babidi that Majin Buu is far too fearsome for him to control. Yet Babidi refuses to heed this caution, reprimanding Dabra instead. Despite being impaled, Majin Buu nonchalantly extracts the spear from his body, and his wound instantly heals. Subsequently, the antennae atop his head emitted a radiant pink laser. Upon being struck by the beam, Dabura was instantly transformed into a piece of chocolate, which was promptly devoured by the demon Majin Buu. Concurrently, the mischievous duo of Goten and Trunks arrived nearby, where they encountered the petrified forms of Krillin and Piccolo. In a moment of carelessness, Trunks accidentally toppled Piccolo's stone statue, shattering it to pieces. They also witnessed the scene of Majin Buu consuming Dabura, leaving an indelible impact on their tender hearts. Remarkably, due to Dabura's consumption, Krillin and Piccolo, who had been turned to stone, were restored to their former selves. Fortunately, it was Piccolo's statue that Trunks shattered, allowing for Piccolo's revival. Had it been Krillin's statue, the outcome would have been dire. Krillin, thank goodness Trunks broke Piccolo's statue. Krillin, if it had been mine, I would have perished. Piccolo, this little brat, what was he thinking? Chi-Chi, my Goten is well behaved. He wouldn't touch anything. Bulma, what do you mean by that? Trunks is also very considerate. He merely made an accidental collision with Piccolo's statue. Though Trunks was not present, Bulma, as the mother of the Trunks depicted in the video, defended him nonetheless. Zhang Chulan, the issue of the mischievous children is trivial. What matters is that Dabura met his demise in such a manner. Transformed into chocolate? Zhang Chulan, this death is rather gruesome. Duanmu Yan, this Majin Buu possesses not only terrifying strength, but also such extraordinary abilities. Kaido, I happen to know of a devil fruit with similar capabilities. Big Mom, if I had such powers, or if one of my subordinates did, it would be absolutely delightful. For someone with a profound love for sweets, Majin Buu's ability is a dream come true for Big Mom. It is noteworthy that Majin Buu's power allows him to transmute individuals into any confectionery. It remains uncertain whether he can also transform objects other than humans into treats. If so, it would be astonishing. Makarov, is this the demon created by Babidi? Possessing unparalleled magic. Urza, if Majin Buu wished, could he not turn our entire world into sweets? Such magic, in the context of the magically advanced realm of fairy tale, is utterly unprecedented. To some extent, this enchantment that converts beings into snacks is even more terrifying than those with catastrophic destructive potential. Chapter 82. Alas, the Supreme Kai is destined to become a snack. Piccolo, it seems we owe a debt of gratitude to the Supreme Kai. Had it not been for him, Gohan would not have been propelled away. Piccolo, at least Gohan still has a chance to survive, but had he remained, his fate would have mirrored that of Dabura. Krillin, however, it seems that now the Supreme Kai might meet a fate akin to Dabura's. Krillin, wait, we are also nearby. Could it be that? Feeling the possibility of being transformed into a mere snack sent a shiver down Krillin's spine. He could face death, but not in such a manner. Beerus, Supreme Kai, do you even comprehend your own identity? In the realm of destruction, Beerus could no longer contain himself. Surely, the Supreme Kai would not be devoured by Majin Buu. Would he? If the Supreme Kai perished, so too would this destroyer. Beerus had a fondness for Majin Buu's ability to turn beings into food. Yet applying such a power to the Supreme Kai was utterly unacceptable. Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus, please remain calm. I may not necessarily meet my end. Despite his words, the Supreme Kai felt a profound sense of insecurity. After all, given the current circumstances, it seemed no one could rescue him. He silently prayed, hoping for a savior for his video counterpart. The thought of his video self being consumed by Majin Buu, ultimately leading to Lord Beerus's demise, filled him with dread. He could scarcely imagine the wrath he would incur from Lord Beerus. All he wished to convey was a desperate plea for aid. Yet countless viewers understood that, at present, no one could save the Supreme Kai. Piccolo, Krillin, and those two children lacked the necessary strength. Their involvement would only lead to their demise. Goku was preoccupied with Vegeta, and apart from Babidi, no one seemed capable of saving the Supreme Kai. But Babidi rescuing the Supreme Kai? It was simply absurd. Thus, it appeared that the Supreme Kai was beyond salvation. In a certain part of Universe 7, Babidi was ecstatic. Was the Supreme Kai finally to meet his end at the hands of Majin Buu? Would he finally have his revenge on his father? The prospect of witnessing the Supreme Kai's demise, especially in such a dramatic fashion, filled Babidi with glee. He wished for nothing less than a gruesome end for the Supreme Kai. He even entertained the idea of Majin Buu sharing a morsel of the Supreme Kai with him, eager to taste the flavor of a snack born from the Supreme Kai's essence. Just as countless viewers believed the Supreme Kai's fate was sealed, the scene shifted. The battle between Goku and Vegeta came to a halt. Upon Majin Buu's emergence, their conflict ceased. They could naturally sense Majin Buu's aura. Goku had lost the desire to continue fighting Vegeta. Majin Buu was their creation, thus it was their responsibility to confront him. After Goku's persuasion, Vegeta reluctantly agreed to pause their battle. I believe that together, we can surely defeat Majin Buu. Goku turned to retrieve the Senzu beans from his waist. Unaware that Vegeta had approached him, fists raised high. Then, with a fierce strike, he attacked. Goku was ambushed and fell unconscious. Vegeta seized the fallen Senzu bean and consumed it, restoring his vitality. Since it was my fault that Majin Buu was unleashed, I shall take responsibility. We can resume our battle later, if I manage to survive. From this passage, it is evident that Vegeta harbors no confidence in defeating Majin Buu, approaching the confrontation with a mindset akin to that of death. Here, one can proceed towards Babidi's domain. Standing at the entrance of Babidi's ship, Vegeta pondered. Yet Gohan's energy had already dissipated. Forgive me, it is all my fault, Vegeta thought, expressing his second apology to Gohan, which underscores his significant regard for him. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was preparing to strike against the Supreme Kai, contemplating what form of snack he would transform the Supreme Kai into for consumption. The Supreme Kai, enveloped in despair, had closed his eyes. At that moment, however, Babidi's ship unexpectedly exploded, and from the wreckage emerged a figure, Vegeta. Seeing his ship destroyed, Babidi was incensed and blamed Vegeta. But Vegeta paid him no heed, his focus solely on Majin Buu. You are Majin Buu? You vile creature, you dared to kill Gohan. Majin Buu, unaware of the meaning of vile, became furiously enraged after Babidi's introduction. Babidi then commanded Majin Buu to annihilate Vegeta. With Majin Buu at his disposal, Babidi no longer required any other minions. Restored to his peak form, Vegeta unleashed his full strength in battle against Majin Buu. Although Vegeta's power surpassed that of Dabura by a considerable margin, he remained no match for Majin Buu. His attacks inflicted wounds upon Majin Buu. Yet the creature swiftly regenerated. Conversely, the damage inflicted by Majin Buu left Vegeta unable to recover. Coupled with Majin Buu's boundless stamina, Vegeta soon found himself at a disadvantage. After a hard-fought effort to propel Majin Buu away, Vegeta found himself ensnared within the creature's flesh, nearly suffocating. Witnessing this, Trunks could no longer bear to stand idly by and rushed to his father's aid, followed closely by Goten and Krillin. Meanwhile, Piccolo seized the opportunity while Majin Buu was momentarily incapacitated to confront Babidi, aiming to eliminate him. Although Babidi conjured a shield, it proved futile against Piccolo, who effortlessly cleaved it in two with a single strike. This illustrates that in the Dragon Ball universe, power reigns supreme. All the flamboyant magic and titles of the universe's mightiest sorcerer are rendered meaningless without formidable strength. Do you understand what it means to break through myriad techniques with sheer power? Hearing the narration, countless spectators nodded in agreement. They recognized that in the Dragon Ball realm, numerical strength outweighs any mechanism. Numbers hold the utmost importance, no matter how formidable a mechanism or magic one possesses. It is of no avail in the face of raw power. Such is the allure of numerical superiority. Warring states, yet, I did not anticipate that the Supreme Kai would indeed be saved. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, it is astonishing to discover that the one who rescued him was none other than Vegeta. Naruto Uzumaki remarked, "Did you see that? Vegeta has once again expressed his apologies to Gohan. This marks the second occasion." He further elucidated. No wonder the narrator states that Vegeta regards Gohan differently and holds him in high esteem. Chapter 83 unfolds with a textbook illustration of redemption. As Vegeta finds himself utterly disoriented, Duan Muyin noted, after all, Gohan once fought alongside Vegeta on Namek. She continued, moreover, Gohan saved him. Even if Vegeta is considered a villain, his attitude towards Gohan is understandably distinct. Duan Muyin expressed that if she had a comrade who fought alongside her and even saved her life, her feelings towards that individual would undoubtedly differ. Zhang Jiwei commented, Vegeta is embracing the spirit of sacrifice as he battles Majin Buu. He posited that Vegeta's previous malevolent actions were deliberately performed, revealing that he had already been transformed by his family and those on Earth. Kakashi concurred, stating, indeed. Otherwise he would not approach the fight against Majin Buu with a sense of sacrifice. He added, he even incapacitated Goku to prevent him from intervening. It truly brings me to tears. Xinqing observed, despite having been changed, he insists on maintaining an appearance of being controlled and evil. He concluded, I understand now. This is tsundere behavior. He does not wish to reveal that he has been altered. Vegeta retorted, get lost. What tsundere? I am not changed. Li Shenlong quipped, Vegeta? That statement is quite tsundere indeed. Li Haoyan added, however, the situation remains dire. If Vegeta continues to fight, he will only meet his demise at the hands of Majin Buu. Daegu remarked, Majin Buu's regenerative abilities are no less formidable than Cell's. Zhongfang asserted, no, they are even superior to Cell's regenerative capabilities. He queried, did you not notice? Majin Buu emerged from smoke previously. He speculated, is it possible that even if he is reduced to smoke, he can still regenerate? Cell's regenerative abilities do not compare. Krillin lamented, why do all the enemies now possess regenerative capabilities? He expressed his frustration, noting that in a previous incarnation, he had severed Frisia's tail with his Kienzan, almost cleaving him in two. Yet, since Cell's emergence, every foe has exhibited regenerative powers, rendering his Kienzan ineffective. Yamcha sighed. In light of this, Frisia, who lacks regenerative abilities, is truly not impressive at all. He added, his strength is inferior, and he lacks the ability to regenerate. Frisia retorted, Yamcha, it may be permissible for those from other worlds to speak thus, but I cannot be swayed by them. He continued, yet you, a mere inhabitant of our earth, dare to utter such words? Frisia ominously declared, you shall pay for this insolence. The moment I arrive on earth, you will be the first to perish. Yamcha promptly fell silent. In the current version they find themselves in, they have yet to reach even the initial stage of the first video. The legendary Super Saiyan has yet to make an appearance, and it seems no one can withstand Frisia's might. Is this the end? Son Goku Vegeta? It matters not if you perish. Once you do, we can engage in a splendid battle in the afterlife. Vegeta, Kakarot, should you wish to die, that is your affair. I have no intention of succumbing. Yet, despite his bravado, Vegeta is acutely aware that the version of himself depicted in the video is unlikely to survive. To flee? His pride forbids such an action. Nevertheless, Kakarot speaks a semblance of truth. Should he meet his demise in the video, he would be free to continue their duel in the afterlife. While alive, their battle is thwarted by Majin Buu. However, in death, no one would impede their clash. Contemplating this, death appears less daunting, does it not? But, is this truly how Vegeta perceives it? In the video, the rescued Vegeta awakens, his gaze falling upon the rejuvenated Majin Buu, now bounding joyfully towards him. A resolute determination forms within him. Trunks, since the moment of your birth, I have never embraced you. Come here, let your father hold you. With that, Vegeta cradles Trunks in his arms, and in that instant, he is enveloped by the radiance of fatherhood. Witnessing this, Goten bites his finger, a tinge of envy gracing his features, as he has never experienced his father's embrace since his own birth. Farewell, Trunks. Take care of your mother. After imparting this heartfelt advice, Vegeta swiftly knocks Trunks unconscious with a swift chop. Goten, alarmed by this action, rushes to Vegeta, demanding to know why he would do such a thing. In response, Vegeta delivers a powerful punch to Goten's abdomen, rendering him unconscious as well. The contrast is stark. A gentle chop for his own son, yet a heavy blow for his best friend's child. Vegeta, what are you planning? Piccolo, having witnessed the scene, begins to discern Vegeta's intentions. Piccolo, should I die? Will I encounter Kakarot in the afterlife? Vegeta inquires, his back turned to Piccolo. At this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you. No. Upon hearing Piccolo's response, Vegeta's eyes widen slightly. Because you have taken the lives of too many during your lifetime, you will descend to hell and will not reunite with Goku. Is that so? So it is. Having received his answer, Vegeta remains steadfast in his decision, urging Piccolo to hasten his departure with the two children. Subsequently, Piccolo and Krillin each take a child and depart. What does Vegeta intend to accomplish? Continuing this fight will surely lead to his demise. Krillin, bewildered, questions Piccolo. That guy, for the first time, is willing to fight for someone other than himself. He has resolved to sacrifice himself, Piccolo elucidates. Meanwhile, as he watches the others retreat, Vegeta begins to compress and concentrate his energy. I have now discerned how to defeat you. This time, I shall reduce you to nothingness, rendering you irreparable. In the twilight of his existence, Vegeta's thoughts drifted towards his family. Farewell, Trunks, and Bulma, as well as his rival and dear friend, Kakarot. After bidding farewell in his heart to those three most significant individuals, Vegeta let out a mighty roar. A tremendous surge of energy, compressed to its utmost limit, erupted forth, radiating an indescribable brilliance. Observing the distant light and the explosive energy, Krillin could not help but call out Vegeta's name. After all, he had once fought alongside him. As the light dissipated and the energy faded, Vegeta had transformed into a white stone statue, carried away by the winds. In that resplendent glow, a warrior had lost his life. He was none other than the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta. The narration echoed as Vegeta's statue was whisked away by the breeze, displaying this quintessential redemptive scene before countless spectators across the multiverse. Chapter 84. This is Vegeta's humanity. I have begun to appreciate him. Watching the video of Vegeta, his soul scattering like autumn leaves, the innumerable spectators were filled with a profound sense of melancholy. Had it been anyone else, they would not have felt such sorrow. For instance, Goku, Gohan, or even other warriors, as it was well within their understanding that these individuals willingly sacrificed themselves to vanquish Majin Buu and save others. Such acts were entirely commonplace. Yet, the individual in question was Vegeta, the immensely proud Saiyan prince. The very same who, in his desire to battle Goku, willingly succumbed to Babbidi's control, even wreaking havoc at the World Martial Arts Tournament, claiming the lives of numerous onlookers. This seemingly cold-hearted Saiyan prince, in the end, chose to sacrifice himself to obliterate Majin Buu. How could such a stark contrast not evoke a sense of lamentation? Moreover, the subsequent narration further complicated their emotions. Vegeta's self-sacrifice, detonating himself to take down Majin Buu, was nothing short of a textbook redemption arc. Unlike other villains whose redemption was hastily achieved through mere verbal repartee, Vegeta's journey spanned 3 entire chapters, from battling alongside Krillin and Gohan on Namek, to entrusting everything to Goku in his final moments, shedding tears for the first time before him. After Namek, Vegeta resided on Earth, fighting alongside other warriors during the Android Saga. He even experienced the sensation of being a burden for the first time, offering his first apology to Gohan. In the 7 years following Cell's defeat, he lived a fulfilling family life on Earth. As he stated, these years had granted him a semblance of humanity. And when he chose to sacrifice himself, at that moment, the humanity he possessed was no less than that of his fellow warriors. In that instant, he truly became a warrior endowed with humanity, fully embracing his role as a member of the fighting force. Even so, the actions he took prior cannot simply be erased. The lives he extinguished while under control mean that even in sacrificing himself, he cannot attain the same fate as Sun Wukong. He will still descend into the depths of hell after his demise. Listening to this narrative he had woven, Lin Luo felt a profound sense of reflection. What elevates Dragon Ball to the status of a global masterpiece? Beyond the exhilarating battles reminiscent of cinematic artistry, it encompasses profound philosophies that surpass countless other works. Although the plot of Dragon Ball may appear deceptively simple, featuring a formidable foe to be vanquished, it subtly conveys wisdom that far exceeds that of narratives which overtly preach grand truths. For instance, when Sun Wukong confronts Frieza, he states, "Thus, they perished." Likewise, while Vegeta chooses to sacrifice himself, his past actions cannot be erased. He too faces the inevitability of hell. In contrast, other narratives might depict a moment of self-sacrifice accompanied by a barrage of moralistic proclamations, allowing Vegeta to receive the same treatment as Sun Wukong. Yet, Dragon Ball adheres to a more stringent moral code. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Although Vegeta is later revived, it is a consequence of his genuine sacrifice, compounded by his wish to resurrect those he had slain. Even upon his own resurrection, he experiences a sense of disbelief, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. Furthermore, in seeking redemption for the Namekians he had killed, he fights valiantly, undeterred even when those he wronged no longer harbor resentment. It is no wonder that Vegeta gradually emerged as a character whose popularity rivals that of Sun Wukong. His character possesses an undeniable allure, representing a textbook example of redemption, not one that is hastily awarded after a mere exchange of words, as is the case with certain antagonists, where past misdeeds seem to vanish without consequence. Vegeta's actions, coupled with the narrative's exposition, have transformed countless viewers who once despised him into fervent admirers. Waring states, "I used to detest Vegeta. He was arrogant and troublesome, causing much strife for others." Waring states, "But now, I find myself growing fond of him." Kapu, "It's akin to how I don't harbor animosity towards Roger." From the perspective of the Marines, Roger, the Pirate King, stands as a great villain, much like Vegeta. Yet, as Roger's adversary, Kapu does not despise him. In fact, before Roger's demise, he honored his request to hide Ace Zhang Chulan previously. "I would have applauded Vegeta's death. Zhang Chulan. Yet now, I hope he can be revived." Du and Muyin pondered the Oxers, wishing they could redeem themselves like Vegeta. Those Oxers, each one significantly weaker than Vegeta, lacked the humanity that he still possessed despite his darker past. Initially, he had exerted great effort to persuade them. but soon realized the futility of his attempts, leading him to take direct action instead. After all, he had but one sentiment regarding the Oxers. He could not be bothered to speak. They were unworthy of his words. In comparison to Vegeta, the Oxers paled in every aspect, strength and character alike. Within the confines of the spaceship, Vegeta watched the footage of his own sacrifice, witnessing the comments expressing sorrow and admiration for him. Externally, he feigned disdain, yet gradually, that expression transformed into a fleeting smile, which he quickly repressed. No, he was the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could he engage in such selflessness? Why would he care for the accolades of others? Though he professed indifference, the true thoughts in his heart remained known only to him. In West City, the mood among Krillin, Piccolo, and the other warriors was similarly complex as they watched Vegeta's sacrifice unfold on screen. They were to confront him in a year, and this revelation left them in an awkward predicament. When Vegeta arrived on Earth a year later, would they truly engage in battle? The situation was undeniably uncomfortable. The pressing question was how Vegeta would feel upon witnessing the footage of himself. His sentiments would dictate the nature of their relationship a year hence. If these videos could sway Vegeta's perspective, transforming him into the figure depicted within, it would be a most welcome development for everyone. Chapter 85. The Hokage's strong ones were baffled. How could they be so powerful yet unaware? Ichigo Kurosaki remarked, while Vegeta's sacrifice is indeed tragic, Majin Buu is likely still alive. His commentary left countless viewers in silence, for it was true that the Super Saiyan 3 transformation had yet to manifest. Majin Buu would not be so easily vanquished. Consequently, Vegeta's sacrifice appeared to be in vain, deepening their sorrow over the loss of a valiant warrior whose sacrifice bore no fruit. The heartache was palpable, and uncertainty lingered regarding Vegeta's potential for revival. The likelihood seemed grim, as he had already been resurrected once on Namek, much like Goku, who could not be brought back after his initial resurrection. Unlike Sun Wukong, who, despite having passed away, continues to exist in the realm of the afterlife, Vegeta's fate is far less fortunate. His numerous transgressions and the lives he has taken condemn him to the depths of hell, ultimately leading to his reincarnation. This implies that he and Sun Wukong shall never cross paths again. The rivalry between these two formidable foes shall remain unresolved. And a profound sigh escapes countless viewers as they resume watching the unfolding events on screen. In the footage, amidst Vegeta's self-destruction, Majin Buu is reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Yet, astonishingly, in such dire circumstances, Majin Buu does not perish. The scattered remnants begin to coalesce, reforming into the formidable Majin Buu once more. Vegeta's explosive sacrifice inflicts no harm upon him. Furthermore, Babidi, who had been cleaved in two by Piccolo, also survives. He threatens Majin Buu with the demand for healing, fearing another sealing, compelling Majin Buu to comply. Thus, in this series of battles, both Babidi and Majin Buu remain unharmed, while only Vegeta and Dabura meet their demise. Gohan's fate hangs in uncertainty, and the Supreme Kai lies grievously wounded. With Babidi still alive, he seeks retribution against Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks, blaming their interference for thwarting his attempt to eliminate the Supreme Kai. Babidi, unable to locate them on his own, resorts to his dark magic, broadcasting his voice to the entirety of Earth, imprinting the appearance of Piccolo and his companions in the minds of its inhabitants, urging them to provide information. Anyone daring to resist him faces instant obliteration from afar. In an instant, he can communicate with billions across the planet and execute lethal strikes with ease. Babidi's prowess in magical and mental abilities unquestionably justifies his title as the universe's foremost sorcerer. Thus, whenever debates arise regarding the Dragon Ball and Naruto universes, and some speculate that the latter might hold an advantage, believing that illusions could counter the might of Dragon Ball's warriors due to their presumed mental frailty, I cannot help but find such notions amusing. What relevance do illusions hold before Babidi? Yet, in the presence of Sun Wukong and his allies, Babidi is rendered inconsequential, merely a victim of Piccolo's casual might. Furthermore, who asserts that the mental fortitude of Dragon Ball's champions is lacking? The energy in the Dragon Ball universe embodies a harmonious amalgamation of vitality, spirit, and essence. Thus, the stronger the warrior's energy, the more formidable their mental prowess. In comparison, Naruto's illusions would appear trivial, scarcely more than child's play. This is not to say that the Naruto universe lacks strength. However, when juxtaposed with Dragon Ball, it falls short. As countless ninjas in the Naruto realm hear the narration, they are taken aback. Engage in a contest of strength with the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe? What audacity! Do their illusions truly hold value against the might of such beings? Who is it that dares to claim such superiority, as if they possess a deeper understanding of illusions than those who wield them? Have you not observed that the world of Dragon Ball is populated with beings of extraordinary numerical prowess? The mechanisms that govern them are rendered insignificant, merely overwhelmed by sheer brute strength. Their illusions hold no sway in the presence of such might. How can their illusions be effective against the formidable warriors of the Dragon Ball universe? When did their illusions attain such potency? It is perplexing that they remain oblivious to this truth. In a moment of collective realization, countless ninjas voiced their sentiments, acknowledging that they are utterly outmatched before the titans of the Dragon Ball realm, though they inhabit disparate worlds. The prospect of a future where a video network facilitates the seamless transit of individuals across realms incited anxiety. What if a formidable Dragon Ball warrior were to venture into their domain, testing their illusions? Would they not be rendered helpless? Let us not even mention the likes of Goku and Vegeta. Even the retired Master Roshi would wreak havoc in their world. However, Krillin, Piccolo, and their companions are less concerned with these matters. Their focus lies on the consequences of Babidi bounty on them. Should Babidi threaten to annihilate the entire Earth if they do not comply, their innate disposition would compel them to act. Yet, they are acutely aware that even if they intervened, Babidi might not spare the inhabitants of Earth. Thus, their curiosity about the unfolding events was piqued. In the video, as Babidi and Majin Buu sought out Piccolo and the others, they indiscriminately obliterated cities in their path. Countless lives perished under their destructive hands, instilling profound fear among the ordinary citizens of Dragon Ball Earth. Though Cell had also claimed many lives, his intent was to absorb the life energy of ordinary individuals. Moreover, upon achieving his perfect form, he ceased targeting them. In contrast, Babidi and Majin Buu appear devoid of any purpose, or rather, their only objective seems to be the sheer enjoyment of chaos. Such malevolence surpasses even that of Cell, and fortuitously, Majin Buu possesses strength that eclipses Cell's. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin escorted Goten and Trunks to the temple. Aroused from his stupor by Vegeta, Goku also arrived at the temple, where he learned from Piccolo and Krillin about the dire situation. Krillin felt a sense of relief with Goku's presence. Yet Goku admitted that Majin Buu was beyond his capability to confront. After all, his strength was comparable to Vegeta's. And yet even Vegeta had succumbed to the might of Majin Buu. It is imperative to remember Goku's words here for future consideration. The narrator's remark further solidified the audience's unwavering belief that Goku must be concealing his true power. Nevertheless, Goku revealed that he had acquired a technique called fusion during his time in the other world. This technique allows two individuals to merge, resulting in a new warrior whose strength far exceeds that of the individuals alone. Through fusion, they could potentially defeat Majin Buu. The chosen candidates for this fusion were none other than Goten and Trunks. Before returning to the underworld, he would endeavor to teach the two children the art of fusion. Chapter 86. The myriad realms yearn to master fusion, much to Bulma's discontent. For the safety of others, Son Goku prepared to use instant transmission to bring Bulma and the others over. It was at that moment that the sky suddenly darkened, heralding the summoning of the dragon. Son Goku realized that Bulma must be the one calling forth the dragon. If wishes were granted now, it would take a year before the Dragon Balls could be used again. Should the need arise for the Dragon Balls thereafter, they would be at a loss. Thus, it was imperative to prevent Bulma from making her wish. Son Goku swiftly utilized instant transmission to arrive at Bulma's residence. There, he found Bulma, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Android 18, Yamcha, and even Videl gathered together. They had collected the Dragon Balls in hopes of resurrecting those slain by Vegeta. Furthermore, before Son Goku's arrival, they had already fulfilled the first wish, to revive those who had perished today, with the exception of the evildoers. As a result of this wish, those killed by Vegeta, including Jebet who fell at the hands of Dabura, had returned to life. However, Vegeta, Dabura, and others like them remained deceased. Kakarot. It's a pity that Vegeta was not revived, remarked one. Though he sacrificed himself, he had taken many lives before, so the dragon must consider him a villain. Another noted. This wish seems futile. Even if those individuals are revived, they are likely to perish once more, a third added. And if they do die again, they cannot be revived, he continued. The audience fell into silence upon hearing this commentary. Indeed, given the current circumstances, even if those individuals returned to life, they were at risk of dying again, especially with Babidi and Majin Buu wreaking chaos and destruction. Should they meet their end again, resurrection would be impossible. It could only be said that this wish was in vain. Speaking of fusion, it seems quite formidable, allowing two individuals to unite and become stronger, remarked Naruto. I wonder what would happen if Sasuke and I were to fuse. Who would want to fuse with you? Sasuke retorted. By the way, can we learn this fusion as well? Ichigo inquired. Didn't Goku say he would teach Goten and Trunks? Perhaps we could learn from them, Genos suggested. If possible, I would like to fuse with my master. Countless powerful beings from various realms eagerly anticipated and hoped to learn the art of fusion. If they could, joining forces with other strong warriors would undoubtedly enhance their strength. This included fighters like Krillin and Piccolo. While Goten and Trunks were not yet present, they too could eventually learn and perform fusion among themselves. As for Vegeta, he merely scoffed in dissatisfaction, displeased at the thought of his son fusing with Kakarot's offspring. It was indeed irksome. Nonetheless, the notion of his son fusing was tolerable, albeit begrudgingly. He, Vegeta, the noble prince of the Saiyans, would never consider fusing with Kakarot. that lowly warrior. Moreover, the opportunity has slipped away. In the video, Goku informs the dragon that he has no wishes left to fulfill, prompting the dragon to depart. Subsequently, he brings Bulma and others to the temple. When Bulma and Chi-Chi inquire about the whereabouts of Gohan and Vegeta, Goku somberly reveals that both Gohan and Vegeta have perished. This devastating news is difficult for Bulma and Chi-Chi to accept. At that moment, a messenger reports Trunks' information to Babidi. This individual is a woman from the Pog family, the mother of two opponents who had fought against Goten and Trunks at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Harboring resentment due to her son's defeat by Goten and Trunks, she seizes the opportunity to inform Babidi of Trunks' whereabouts in West City. Upon receiving this news, Babidi resolves to take Majin Buu to West City, causing Bulma's expression to shift dramatically. West City is her home, and her parents refuse to come to the temple, remaining in West City. Furthermore, the Dragon Ball radar is still at her residence. If disaster were to befall West City, gathering the Dragon Balls would become exceedingly troublesome. Preventing Majin Buu from wreaking havoc in West City seems impossible. Thus, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar becomes imperative. Subsequently, Goku suggests that Trunks venture to West City to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar, while he himself will confront Majin Buu to buy time. At this juncture, Goku could easily utilize instant transmission to reach West City for the radar, which would arguably be swifter than Trunks. However, he might believe that Majin Buu would arrive rapidly during his search, necessitating someone to intercept him, and he alone possesses the requisite strength. Ultimately, Goku's time remaining on Earth is limited, and he must contend with Majin Buu, all thanks to the information provided by that Pog woman. Moreover, this Pog woman seems to be feigning superiority, perhaps considering herself of noble status. She even boasts in front of Bulma, claiming her son is a country bumpkin. Yet, Bulma's family is among the wealthiest in the world. Compared to her, the Pog woman is the true bumpkin. Countless viewers discern the sarcasm in the narrator's gratitude. Indeed, if it were not for this portly woman's information, Babidi and Majin Buu would not have set their sights on West City, alleviating the need for Goku to intervene. Consequently, the inhabitants of Dragon Ball Earth have come to loathe this woman. After all, they have been saved by Goku and his allies on more than one occasion. Now, however, someone has betrayed their comrades, particularly the residents of West City, who wish nothing more than to dismantle this woman piece by piece. Due to her treachery, the people of West City have become targets for Babidi and Majin Buu. Had Goku not intervened, they would surely have met their demise. Of course, Goku may not be able to stop Majin Buu, but his efforts are greatly appreciated by the community. However, regarding that corpulent woman, they would rather see her descend into the depths of hell. Someone recognized her and disseminated her information amidst the barrage of comments. In no time, this woman became the target of universal disdain across the Dragon Ball Earth. Bulma even declared her intention to ensure the woman's financial ruin. Pretending to be someone of stature in front of her, the world's wealthiest individual? What audacity! The daughter of the world's richest man, destined to be the future female tycoon of the globe, would never stoop so low. How dare she label her son a country bumpkin? What audacity! Krillin, yet, the situation remains dire. Goku should be unable to hold back Majin Buu. Krillin, fortunately, Goku is merely stalling for time. Otherwise, he might face death once more. Piccolo, however, it is quite possible that Goku is concealing his true power. Piccolo, so, could it be that Goku's hidden strength is sufficient to defeat Majin Buu? Chapter 87. Drawing the sword is a time-honored tradition of the Sun family. Krillin, could it be that Goku's concealed power is Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Chulan, surely not. According to previous videos, a new transformation should only emerge during the final battle. Zangoku ultimately. Regardless of whether the Goku in the video can transform into Super Saiyan 3, one fact remains certain. He is indeed hiding his strength. Cap. So, he was holding back during his battle with Vegeta? Cap. The only question is how much he actually withheld. Vegeta, impossible. Kakarot would never hold back. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta wore an expression of displeasure. Once again, he could not accept that during their confrontation, Goku had held back against him. Such a notion was a profound insult to him. As the proud prince of the Saiyan race, how could he allow a lower-class warrior to show him mercy? If this were to spread, how could he maintain his pride? Thus, even if others believed Goku was concealing his strength and had indeed held back, Vegeta remained unconvinced. Yet, no one dared to refute him, for they understood that persuading Vegeta was an endeavor doomed to failure. Whether Goku truly held back or not remained a question that perhaps the subsequent content of the video would answer. In the video, just as Babidi and Majin Buu were about to head to West City, on the other side, the revived Jebbit found the severely injured Supreme Kai and healed him. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai took Jebbit to the unconscious Gohan. Gohan was not dead. The Supreme Kai transported Gohan to the sacred world of the Kais. Having witnessed the power of the Saiyans, the Supreme Kai placed his hope of defeating Majin Buu in Gohan. The reason for bringing Gohan to the Kai's realm was his intention to have Gohan draw the legendary Sword of the Kai. The Sword of the Kai is a mythical blade said to be embedded in a stone pillar. Legend has it that whoever can pull the sword of the Kai shall gain formidable power. However, even the past Kaishins had never succeeded in drawing the sword of the Kaishin. After witnessing the prowess of the Saiyans, the Kaishin resolved to allow Gohan to attempt it. Having experienced the might of the Saiyans, the Kaishin believed it was conceivable that Gohan could succeed in extracting the sword. Yet, Jebet, having perished long ago, was oblivious to the magnificent feats of Goku and his companions. To him, mere humans could hardly be expected to draw a sword that had eluded several Kaishins. Initially, Gohan indeed failed to remove the sword, and Jebet wore an expression of unsurprising disappointment. However, when Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, the situation dramatically altered. The legendary sword of the Kaishin, which had defied the attempts of numerous Kaishins, was ultimately drawn by this human, Gohan. On a side note, this act of drawing the sword truly resonates with the traditions of the Sun family. Gohan's father, Goku, had also drawn a sword in his youth, sealing a multitude of demons within the demon realm. Now, Gohan had followed suit. Alas, had the theme of drawing the sword been introduced earlier, this scene would have been all the more exhilarating. The narration left most onlookers bewildered, including Krillin, Yamcha, and others who had grown up alongside Goku. When had Goku ever drawn a sword? Moreover, what was this theme of drawing the sword? Yet, some individuals wore expressions of nostalgia. Goku, the protagonist, could not recall when he had drawn a sword, but those who had shared the experience with him remembered it vividly. Within a certain castle. This was a tale from long ago, and it was uncertain whether Goku still recalled it. The castle's inhabitants, a family of 3, were filled with sentiment. Particularly, the daughter of the castle's owner, for Goku had once rescued her from the demon realm. Although this incident was merely one of Goku's many adventures and possibly forgotten by him, it remained etched in the memories of those involved for a lifetime. The same could be said for those from the demon realm. Unlike the dark demon realm, this realm was ruled by a being named Ashura, who had once taken the castle owner's daughter with intentions of marriage, only to be defeated by Goku. Yet, with the passage of time, Ashura had long since come to terms with it. Moreover, the demon realm now had a female ruler, the very demoness who had aided Goku. At that moment, as they listened to the narration, both recalled the events of that time. The demoness even remembered having told Goku that they would meet again someday, but alas, they had not crossed paths since. She never imagined that the child she once knew would grow to become such a formidable being. No wonder that a mere child could wreak havoc in the demon realm and vanquish Ashura. It turned out he was a Saiyan. The realm of the Kaishin was beyond comprehension. The god sword of the Kai was unexpectedly drawn by Son Gohan. Jebet displayed an expression akin to that in the video. Although he had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Saiyans, he remained incredulous that Son Gohan could wield the god sword, a blade that had eluded several Kaishins. After all, it was an astonishing feat for a mere human to accomplish. This was, in essence, a slap in the face to the Kaishins. However, the Kaishin himself exhibited no signs of surprise. Instead, he was intrigued by the legendary god sword and wondered if it indeed bestowed immense power upon its wielder. If so, could this power enable Son Gohan to vanquish Majin Buu? In the realm of the destroyers, the sword appeared somewhat familiar to Beerus. He pondered where he might have encountered it before. Lord Beerus, do you not recall? You sealed the former Kaishin within the sword, Whis reminded him. With this prompt, Beerus recollected that, in an effort to prevent the Kaishin from facing calamity and endangering himself, he had sealed that very Kaishin within the sword. Little did he anticipate that, upon the emergence of a new Kaishin, his life would become intertwined with that of the new deity. Ah, so that was the case. Therefore, the legend surrounding the god sword was merely a fabrication, Beerus mused nonchalantly. The current Kaishin believed the sword to be of great significance, while in truth, it was merely a vessel for sealing the former Kaishin. There was nothing extraordinary about it. Yet, he pondered whether the sealed Kaishin would ever break free from the sword. The means to do so was quite straightforward. Severing the sword would suffice. Given Son Gohan's strength, this should pose no insurmountable challenge. Chapter 88. Son Goku unleashes a galaxy of water. The ascendance of Super Saiyan 3. In the video, after drawing the god sword, Son Gohan swung it a few times and found it rather heavy. Even with his formidable power, wielding it proved somewhat arduous. However, aside from its weight, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about it. The Kaishin advised him to become proficient in wielding the god sword first. Thus, Son Gohan commenced practicing his swordplay with the blade. Meanwhile, on Earth, Trunks set out for West City to retrieve the Dragon Radar. Son Goku, utilizing instant transmission, appeared before Babidi and Majin Buu. He urged them to cease their destruction. However, words alone proved ineffective. Babidi commanded Majin Buu to eliminate Son Goku. Yet it was evident that Majin Buu had begun to exhibit signs of defiance against Babidi. Son Goku discerned this shift and questioned why such a powerful being as Majin Buu would heed Babidi's orders. This was a calculated attempt to sow discord. Babidi, incensed by Son Goku's words, insisted that Majin Buu was inherently his subordinate and should follow his commands. Such remarks greatly displeased Majin Buu. though he still prepared to attack Son Goku, adhering to Babidi orders. Yet, Sun Wukong discerned that Majin Buu had begun to entertain some peculiar notions. In order to buy himself some time, Sun Wukong refrained from launching an immediate assault. Instead, he opted to transform gradually, introducing Babidi and Majin Buu to the various forms of Super Saiyan. He first assumed the form of Super Saiyan, followed by Super Saiyan 2. Babidi, however, regarded these transformations with disdain, noting that Vegeta had also achieved the same forms, yet ultimately perished at the hands of Majin Buu. With this in mind, Sun Wukong resolved to transcend once more, surpassing even the Super Saiyan itself. With a mighty roar, he began to gather energy, ensuring that all of Earth could witness the spectacle that was about to unfold. Babidi projected the scene into the minds of every inhabitant of the planet. Thus, anyone who closed their eyes could behold the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Majin Buu. In this manner, Sun Wukong's actions became a divine revelation before the eyes of the entire Earth. Sun Wukong's continuous cries echoed, tinged with a semblance of agony. As he roared, his energy surged exponentially. More significantly, his golden locks began to lengthen, for the power he unleashed was so immense that it caused the very Earth to shudder violently. Even far away in the Kaioshin realm, both Gohan and the Kaioshin felt the tremors of his strength, leaving the Kaioshin and Kibito utterly astonished. The notion that a mere human could project such power into the Kaioshin realm was unfathomable. With a final, resounding cry, it was as if some shackles within Sun Wukong shattered. Babidi, witnessing this transformation, could not help but gape in astonishment. At that moment, Sun Wukong sported long, golden hair cascading down to his waist. His eyebrows had vanished, rendering his otherwise benevolent visage somewhat fearsome. His entire being was enveloped in a dense array of electric arcs. If the arcs surrounding Super Saiyan 2 were sporadic and somewhat subtle, the arcs now encircling Sun Wukong were constant and strikingly vivid. These arcs represented the manifestation of energy. As the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 2 and 3 had transformed into electric arcs enveloping him, this transformation could indeed be deemed as a surpassing of Super Saiyan 2, or perhaps even Super Saiyan 3. Forgive me, I am still unaccustomed to this form, hence the prolonged duration of the transformation, Sun Wukong remarked to Majin Buu. The sight of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form sent ripples of astonishment throughout the realms. Goku has transformed into Super Saiyan 3, exclaimed Bardock. This Super Saiyan 3 can be achieved even in advance. Notably, while Super Saiyan 1 and 2 were transformations made in the heat of battle, it was unique to Super Saiyan 3 that Sun Wukong had mastered it beforehand. Zhang Chulan. Goodness, is this the transformation into Super Saiyan 3? Zhang Chulan. Setting aside the matter of strength, the appearance alone is vastly different from previous transformations. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, his golden hair has grown longer, and his eyebrows have vanished. Kakashi. Goku's face is inherently kind, instilling a sense of security. Kakashi. Yet, without his eyebrows, he takes on a somewhat fierce demeanor. Saitama. As expected, to grow stronger, one must sacrifice some hair. Saitama. I have lost my hair, and Goku has lost his eyebrows. Saitama stroked his bald head, glancing at Goku's lack of eyebrows, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, to attain greater strength, one must pay a price and forfeit certain things. If he could train to the extent that he, too, lost his eyebrows like Goku, then his power would undoubtedly increase. Duan Mu Yen. Will Goku's eyebrows grow back when he returns to his normal state? If not, will Goku be left without eyebrows forever? Zhanghua. I must say, are you not somewhat missing the point? Zhanghua. Since Goku has already transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Zhanghua. This implies that he was holding back significantly during his battle with Vegeta. With Zhanghua's reminder, the others began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, now that Goku has transformed into Super Saiyan 3, it signifies that he had mastered this transformation long ago, likely during the 7 years of his absence. This means he could have transformed during his battle with Vegeta, but chose not to. It could be said that he practically let an entire galaxy's worth of power slip. Shinsheng. So that's it. No wonder the narrator urged us to remember Goku's words. Shinsheng. I recall Goku stating during his battle with Vegeta that he would unleash all his strength to end the fight swiftly to prevent Majin Buu's emergence. Lina. In light of this, it is evident that Goku was deceiving Vegeta, and it's no wonder the narrator suggested that there would be a test later on. Upon reflecting on Goku's previous assertion to Vegeta that he would fight at full strength, the audience's expressions began to shift. They had previously speculated that Goku was concealing some of his power, not exerting his full capabilities. Now they realized that it was not merely a matter of hiding a portion of his strength. He had concealed an astronomical amount. Had Goku truly fought with all his might as he claimed, he would have transformed into Super Saiyan 3 directly. If that were the case, he could have indeed concluded the battle swiftly. Thus, if this were true, Majin Buu's appearance could also be attributed to Goku's actions. Chapter 89. The lesson from Babidi. One must be aware of oneself. Yamcha. Vegeta, Goku held back and fought you to a standstill. How do you feel about that? Krillin. Moreover, the reason why Vegeta can hold his ground against Goku, who is holding back, is that he has deliberately allowed Babidi to control him, thereby enhancing his power. Otherwise, he would not stand a chance against Goku, even in his weakened state. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware that his current expression must be quite grim. Why, oh why, must Kakarot, this lowly warrior, surpass him, the prince of all Saiyans, by such a margin? Kakarot has already attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, while he himself can only resort to being controlled by Babidi to achieve parity with a restrained Kakarot. Is it possible that the bloodline of the Saiyans flows in reverse? Is the lower-class warrior indeed the strongest? In the previous video, although there was still a gap between him and Kakarot, it was not insurmountable. Yet now, 7 years have passed, and the chasm between them has widened significantly. Could it be that descending to the underworld somehow contributes to the enhancement of one's power? Zhang Chulan. By the way, do you all remember the title of this video? Transformations that cannot endure while alive. Zhang Chulan. So, could it be that this transformation into Super Saiyan 3 can only be achieved after death? Zangoku. Indeed, there is a possibility of that. Zangoku. Since Son Goku died for 7 years, it stands to reason that during this time in the underworld, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Zangoku. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Vegeta, having not died, can at most attain the form of Super Saiyan 2. Upon reading these comments, Vegeta lost all interest in the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, a transformation that can only be successfully executed in death. What significance does that hold? Even if Super Saiyan 3 is immensely powerful, if it cannot be utilized while one is alive, then it is devoid of worth. Must one intentionally die to master the Super Saiyan 3 transformation? How utterly ridiculous. So, Kakarot can harness the power of Super Saiyan 3 only because he has died? If he were to perish as well, would he not also be capable of mastering Super Saiyan 3? This line of thought brought a measure of comfort to Vegeta. The fact that Kakarot can transform into Super Saiyan 3 is solely because he has died. If he too were to meet his end, he would undoubtedly be able to achieve Super Saiyan 3. In the current video, Son Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, begins his battle against Majin Buu. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 is tremendously powerful, rendering Majin Buu, who had previously been a formidable opponent for Vegeta, evenly matched against Goku. After a brief engagement with Majin Buu, Vegeta finds himself battered and bruised, while Son Goku remains unscathed. Although Goku's attacks prove ineffective against Majin Buu, he at least holds his ground in terms of raw power. As the skirmish continues, Goku senses Trunks' energy beginning to shift. He was aware that Trunks had acquired the Dragon Radar, and thus his mission to obstruct had reached its conclusion. Consequently, he reverted to his normal state, refraining from further combat. Observing this scene, Majin Buu was perplexed. He yearned to continue battling Son Goku, finding the encounter immensely enjoyable. In contrast, Son Goku indicated that a far more formidable adversary would emerge in 2 days, requesting Majin Buu to exercise patience and refrain from wreaking havoc upon the earth during this interval. Upon concluding his words, Son Goku utilized instant transmission to depart. Witnessing Son Goku's exit, Babidi was incensed, berating Majin Buu as a worthless creature for allowing Goku to escape. However, Majin Buu, with his back turned, concealed his expression from Babidi's view. At that moment, Majin Buu's demeanor had darkened significantly. When he eventually turned, his countenance resumed its previous form. He then proposed a clandestine idea to Babidi, beckoning him closer to whisper it. Babidi, being a fool, lacked self-awareness and approached Majin Buu without hesitation. In the next instant, Majin Buu seized him by the throat, rendering him speechless. You can no longer utter the incantation to seal me, can you? I have grown weary of your foolishness. Perish. With a single blow, Majin Buu obliterated Babidi's head, subsequently unleashing an energy sphere that incinerated Babidi's remains into oblivion. From that moment forth, Majin Buu was liberated from Babidi's control. Son Goku, who had sensed the unfolding events, was taken aback. He had anticipated Majin Buu would take action, yet he did not foresee the immediacy of it, occurring right after his departure. Under normal circumstances, Son Goku's reasoning was sound. Majin Buu would likely have endured Babidi's presence a while longer before striking. However, Son Goku had underestimated Babidi's sheer foolishness, which led to his unrestrained arrogance. Believing he could seal Majin Buu, it can only be said that Babidi's folly hastened his own demise. Both Dr. Gero and Babidi met their ends at the hands of those they mistakenly believed to be subservient. This serves as a poignant reminder. One should not presume their superiority allows them to disregard their subordinates. It is far wiser to treat others as companions and allies rather than mere tools, fostering mutual respect. Otherwise, one may face dire repercussions. Furthermore, one must possess self-awareness and refrain from wielding powers beyond their grasp. The narrator's sentiments resonated with individuals from worlds such as Pokemon and Digimon, who nodded in agreement. Those who regarded Digimon and Pokemon as mere instruments faced grim fates. while those who embraced them as partners and friends unlocked their true potential. Regarding the narrator's concluding remarks, Dr. Gero, Babidi, and those who attempt to control forces beyond their comprehension have their own messages to convey. For instance, the doctor responsible for creating Neo-Zareth in the world of Dinah. He believed that by creating this monstrous being, he could exert complete control. Yet, in the end, he was ultimately trampled to death by it. Thus, one must never attempt to wield powers beyond their grasp, even if such forces are of their own making. In the seventh universe, somewhere within the cosmos, I cannot believe I am destined to be slain by Majin Buu. Babidi could hardly contain himself. After struggling to break the seal on Majin Buu, he ultimately meets his demise at the hands of the very creature he unleashed. As for his demeanor towards Majin Buu in the footage, is it not entirely reasonable? Majin Buu is his subordinate. Treating him with such an attitude is quite justified. One can only conclude that Majin Buu is indeed a treacherous ingrate. In that moment, Babidi found himself uncertain whether to keep the seal on Majin Buu or not. Chapter 90, The Dance of Fusion, a humiliation for the multiverse. In the Warring States, Babidi perished at the hands of Majin Buu, indeed. In the Warring States, yet. I am completely unperturbed by this turn of events. Kopu. After all, Babidi had been quite audacious before Majin Buu, openly declaring him to be his subordinate. Kapu. It is only natural for Majin Buu to have reached his breaking point. Ash. Babidi treated Majin Buu purely as a tool and subordinate, which is fundamentally flawed. He should have regarded him as a friend. Daimon, precisely. Just as I have always considered Agumon a brother rather than a mere tool or servant. Naruto Uzumaki. It can only be said that Babidi was exceedingly foolish, entirely oblivious to the principle of reciprocation. Naruto Uzumaki. Initially, my relationship with the Nine Tails was fraught with tension, yet we eventually became good friends. Li Xian Nan. The same fate befell Dr. Gero, who perished at the hands of his own creations. Duankonyan. If I recall correctly, androids 17 and 18 were forcibly transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Duankonyan. Therefore, he brought this upon himself. Ichigo Kurosaki. Indeed, this is entirely of their own making. To perish at the hands of one's own kind is, in essence, a tragically heroic affair. Yet, for Dr. Gero and Babidi, it is a fate entirely self-inflicted. Aside from themselves, no one harbors any sympathy for their plight. Aboard Frisia's ship, Frisia swirled his glass of red wine, a sneer of disdain gracing his lips as he regarded Babidi. How foolish. One must treat talent with respect. Given Babidi's attitude, it is quite remarkable that Majin Buu endured him for so long before striking him down. Frisia opined that no one comprehends the importance of respect for talent better than he does. Of course, should his thoughts reach someone like Lin Luo, he would not contradict them, but rather nod in agreement. For Frisia, the tyrant, indeed exhibits a certain courtesy towards his subordinates. Moreover, he is known to reward genuine merit. He tolerates the awkward dance of the Jinyu force and addresses his warriors, such as Zarbon and Dodoria, with respect. When Shilai and Remo discovered Broly, Frisia generously rewarded them, having previously decreed that those who identified talent would be duly compensated. He certainly honored his word. Thus, if one possesses a modicum of skill or has rendered service, Frisia indeed proves to be an exemplary employer. It is no wonder that Frisia exudes such charisma, maintaining a significant popularity among villains. Were it not for this, how could he have been resurrected multiple times, evolving into the golden and black Frisia? Thus, Babidi appears exceedingly foolish in Frisia's eyes, indeed without flaw. Sanji, speaking of which, could Goku defeat Majin Buu if their battle continued? Zoro, it's uncertain. After their clash, neither seemed significantly injured. Zoro, if they persisted, the outcome would be truly difficult to predict. Genos, I initially believed that was the final showdown, only to find it was not. Saitama, although Super Saiyan 3 has emerged, the true extent of its power remains unseen. Saitama, therefore, it is likely to make further appearances. Duanquinyin, however, I recall that Goku can only remain in the living world for one day. Duanquinyin, so, was Majin Buu defeated within that single day? Daigu, or perhaps, others can also transform into Super Saiyan 3 and subsequently vanquish Majin Buu? Kuma K. This will be revealed in the content following the video. In the video, within the temple, Piccolo approached Goku, expressing that had they continued their previous fight, Goku might have had a chance of victory. Goku, however, admitted uncertainty, noting his inability to sustain a prolonged battle. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3 in the living world would deplete the time he could remain there. Hence, he could not engage in extended combat as Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, as he is technically deceased, he should not interfere in matters of the living. If he were to defeat Majin Buu this time, what would happen if an even stronger foe appeared next? Would he be compelled to intervene again? Such affairs should rightly be resolved by those still living. Piccolo comprehended his meaning. He intended to entrust Goten and Trunks with the fate of Earth. If these two children could conquer Majin Buu, they might stand ready for any future crises. It was truly a pity regarding Gohan. At that moment, Piccolo mentioned Gohan. his expression tinged with melancholy. Had Gohan still been alive, he would undoubtedly have emerged as a formidable ally like his father. I imagine that Gohan's greatest regret before his passing was not being able to see you again, for he genuinely cared for you. Goku then turned to Piccolo, and after a brief pause, began instructing Goten and Trunks in the fusion technique. He designated Piccolo as their partner, initiating the fusion movements. The successful fusion requires several conditions. The physiques and strengths of both parties must be relatively similar, without significant disparity. Thus, there is no need to worry about the possibility of Son Goku merging with Piccolo. However, the fusion dance inevitably induces a sense of awkwardness for those present, aside from Son Goku, as the required movements can be somewhat embarrassing. The choreography of the fusion dance has left numerous spectators across realms feeling a tinge of shame, particularly those aspiring to master the fusion themselves. Must they truly perform such movements? Cap, is this truly the fusion dance? Setting aside the feasibility, merely executing these movements is enough to evoke embarrassment. Zhangguo, look at Piccolo. He is blushing throughout the entire performance of these movements. Kakashi, how could he not blush? Aside from Son Goku, who is rather oblivious, anyone with a sense of shame would feel the heat. Kakashi, if they were to perform such actions in front of others, it would surely make them blush. Naruto, Sasuke, let us give it a try. Who knows, we might succeed in fusing. Sasuke, get away from me. I would rather die than perform such shameful movements. Ichigo, this dance does seem fitting for the Ginyu Force. I doubt they would feel any embarrassment. Ichigo, by the way, what about Gohan? Upon Ichigo's comment, other viewers recalled Gohan's past encounters with the Ginyu Force and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they exhibited no sense of shame, and this fusion dance appeared to suit them perfectly. Chapter 91, Gohan's Unique State, The Mysterious Gohan. Jinyumph, you artless fools. Isn't this dance splendid? Though it pales in comparison to my own. Guldo, Captain, I believe we should learn this fusion dance. Guldo, if we master it, our fusion will grow stronger, enabling us to serve Lord Frieza more effectively. Jinyu, indeed, but this fusion has its limitations. The physiques and strengths must align. Jinyu, thus, none of you can fuse with me, but perhaps Guldo and Berta, or Berta and Jees, may succeed. Jees, Captain, let us give it a try afterward. Guldo, Berta, and Jees were eager to attempt the fusion after watching the video. As for the embarrassment of the dance, did they feel any? They found it rather stylish. Following their initial embarrassment, those wishing to learn the fusion dance became increasingly enthusiastic. Admittedly, it was quite shameful, but if mastering it meant becoming stronger, a little embarrassment was a small price to pay. If they could truly learn and showcase the might of fusion, there would surely be great scholars to defend their cause. Thus, the pressing question remains, can they genuinely learn this fusion? The movements themselves are not particularly difficult. With repeated practice, one can certainly attain proficiency. Yet, are those not of the Dragon Ball realm capable of fusion? Moreover, how formidable would the newly birthed warrior be? During the contemplation of fusion, Goten and Trunks appeared devoid of motivation. They yearned to witness Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3. Goku acquiesced, but under the condition that they would commit themselves to rigorous training thereafter. The two youngsters readily agreed. Subsequently, Goku once again transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Although this further diminished the time he could remain in the mortal realm. The fortune teller arrived to inform him that only half an hour remained. After that half hour elapsed, Goku's time in the mortal realm ended, and he had to return to the afterlife. He bid farewell to his friends and journeyed back to the underworld. Upon his return, Goku inquired of King Yemma whether his son Gohan had arrived. King Yemma replied in the negative, indicating that Gohan was still alive. This revelation piqued Goku's curiosity. If Gohan was indeed alive, why could he not sense his energy? At that moment, Goku suddenly froze, for he sensed Gohan's energy. He promptly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the Kaishin realm. Gohan's training in the Kaishin realm bore no relation to Super Saiyan 3, but rather pertained to a unique transformation or state of being known as Mysterious Gohan, or simply Mystic Gohan. Since both Mystic Gohan and Super Saiyan 3 emerged during the Majin Buu saga, they shall be discussed in tandem. This narrative left countless viewers astounded. Mysterious Gohan, a state unique to Gohan? Is this a transformation distinct from Super Saiyan 3? And it appears that this transformation is proprietary to Gohan. I always knew Gohan would not squander his potential. His moment of glory is once again upon us. Only Piccolo understood the depth of his concern after witnessing Gohan's 7 years of stagnation and training. Gohan, who at the tender age of 9 became Super Saiyan 2 and vanquished Cell, surpassing his father Goku, had inexplicably fallen into decline. This deeply pained Piccolo, who felt the weight of a father's sorrow. However, this was Gohan's own choice, and he could not voice his discontent. Now, it seemed Gohan was on the verge of resurgence. Mystic Gohan. The very name evokes a sense of immense power. Moreover, it appeared to be a transformation cultivated within the Kaishin realm, undoubtedly indicating great strength. Perhaps it could even eclipse his father's Super Saiyan 3. Piccolo could hardly contain his anticipation to witness Gohan's majestic form upon transforming into Mystic Gohan. In Universe 7, at the Kaishin realm, Goku had astonishingly arrived on his own volition. How was this possible? Jebet bore an expression of disbelief. His focus was not on Mystic Gohan, but rather on Goku's unprecedented arrival in the Kaishin realm, a sacred domain. Without the permission of the Supreme Kai, not even the great Supreme Kai possesses the right to tread upon this sacred ground. The reason Son Gohan was able to arrive in the realm of the Supreme Kai was due to the Supreme Kai escorting him. However, what about Son Goku? He reached this celestial domain through sheer strength. It is indeed astonishing that a mere human could attain such a hallowed sanctuary. The Saiyans, without a doubt, are a remarkable race. The Supreme Kai, standing nearby, was not particularly astounded. Rather, he felt a sense of reflection. Despite his status as a Supreme Kai, he felt insignificant in the presence of warriors like Son Goku and his companions. He found solace in the fact that the 7th universe had protectors like Son Goku, champions of peace. Son Goku recounted the events that transpired on Earth to Son Gohan, then shifted his focus to the Supreme Kai's sword. Learning that it was the legendary sword of immense power, he decided to test its sharpness. Son Goku first utilized a large stone as a test, which Son Gohan effortlessly sliced through with the Supreme Kai's sword. Following this, the Supreme Kai suggested testing it against a harder material. He produced a cubic piece of metal, claiming it to be the hardest metal in the 7th universe. However, when Son Goku hurled this metal, Son Gohan was unable to cut through it. In fact, the Supreme Kai's sword was broken. This left both the Supreme Kai and Jebet in disbelief, for the legendary sword of the Supreme Kai had shattered, which was truly inconceivable. Son Gohan remarked that after wielding the sword, his wrist strength had significantly increased, suggesting that this might be a function of the Supreme Kai's sword. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai nodded in agreement, for he could not fathom any other extraordinary attribute of the sword. It was at this moment that an ancient voice echoed through the air. Not quite so, it proclaimed. Son Goku and his companions turned to see an elderly figure clad in Supreme Kai attire standing before them. This old man claimed to be the Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior, the ancestor of the current Supreme Kai, sealed within the sword. He boasted grandly of his past. Son Goku, intrigued by the old Supreme Kai, decided to test him. However, the elderly Supreme Kai failed to evade even a small energy sphere that Son Goku casually released. This led both Son Goku and Son Gohan to conclude that the old Supreme Kai was nothing remarkable, merely a boastful elder.